In a cataclysmic event, all of humanity is transported to various doomsday apartments. Each individual awakens their unique talents, struggling to survive within these confines. Jiang Ye, together with his classmates, finds himself in the same novice apartment. This infuriating bond of brotherhood among classmates leads to the emergence of a peerless individual endowed with next-level talent, who swiftly gathers everyone to form a mutuala assistance group. Furthermore, he demands that all members of the group disclose their talents. Fortunately, Jiang Ye awakens a level talent known as infinite cloning. While his classmates have no privacy within the mutual assistance group, he cleverly sends just one clone to mingle among them, while the others secretly develop their abilities. Even more astonishing is the fact that all his clones possess initial talents of their own. The clones can also merge back with the original, implying that the so-called infinite cloning equates to infinite talents. Thus, as the elite among his classmates become overwhelmed and despondent upon encountering a broader world, they soon realize that Jiang Ye can dispatch their so-called master's wit, ancient ease that resembles slicing through vegetables. One day, while gazing into a mirror, Jiang Ye is startled to see himself grinning back unnaturally. He cannot help but smile in return. "Hello there, my new clone. Do you comprehend the worth of level talent? Those who imitate me and disguise themselves as me have all become my clones." Chapter 1. The Novice Apartment. Welcome to the Doomsday Apartment. This novice apartment will host 80 new players on the first day of the game, alongside 80 survival stones randomly distributed. On the 8th day of gameplay, 20 seasoned players will be introduced, alongside a random distribution of 20 survival stones. This apartment complex shall self-destruct on the 11th day of gameplay. At that time, players without survival stones will meet their demise alongside the apartment. Conversely, those possessing survival stones will embark on the official journey of the apocalyptic apartment. Players may exchange survival stones for survival points within the apocalyptic apartment. These survival points can be utilized to procure resources, abilities, items, and all that players yearn for. The rules for the novice apartment are as follows. 1. All players will be randomly assigned initial apartments, with varying rent determined by the opulence of the dwelling. 2. Midnight serves as the rent due time. Failure to pay on time grants the apartment administrator the authority to eliminate the delinquent player. 3. Players may submit requests to the apartment administrator for lease termination or transfer. 4. The apartment administrator may establish additional rules, which residents are expected to adhere to. 5. Survival stones can be exchanged for a considerable amount of game currency, though this currency will only be valid within the novice apartment. 6. Players are encouraged to explore other methods of acquiring game currency. Now, the novice assessment commences. Welcome, new players to the arena. New players are being randomly assigned to apartments. New players are granted one opportunity for a free talent awakening. The talent awakening for new players is underway. Ding! Talent awakening completed. Wishing all new players an enjoyable gaming experience. Enjoyable? Gaming? Is this truly a game? Hiss! Jiang Ye fiercely pinched his own arm, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from the sudden pain. So, this is a genuine game. Does the term destruction and annihilation signify authentic death? But why? He had just been fervently scribbling answers in the examination hall. How could he possibly find himself here? Moreover, the voice in his mind had merely indicated the successful awakening of a talent. Yet why? As Jiang Ye summoned the player panel, he was met with the stark simplicity of its contents. Jiang Ye, level, 0, physical fitness, 0.6. Energy, 0.8. Combat power, 0.5. Survival points, 0. Talent, awakening failed. So, what kind of shoddy game is this? Does talent awakening even have the possibility of failure? Is it not possible to reawaken after a failed attempt? Must he, as a player, bear the brunt of the game's bugs? Is this not a form of oppression against the innocent? While Jiang Ye grappled with these absurdities, he swiftly noticed an apartment chat group. To the right, a third of the screen displayed the member list 8080. On the left, messages flooded in incessantly. What left him astounded was that all 80 members were his schoolmates. Half of them were even classmates who had just sat the same exam as him. The other half hailed from another examination room, Class 2. At that moment, the messages from his classmates in the chat echoed their shared astonishment. By heavens, Shin Yuchen, Xiao Likuan, Gao Chong, Lu Shun. The entire roster is comprised of my classmates. How can this be a kidnapping? This data panel and chat group only emerged in our minds. Which kidnapper could possibly achieve such a feat? So we are a group of students from the same examination hall, transported together? No, there are students from the second class as well. Goodness, how exhilarating. I was initially a bit frightened, but upon seeing all my familiar classmates, my fear has dissipated. Goodness, how exhilarating. I just conjured a fireball with my bare hands. Goodness, how exhilarating. I just casually threw a wind blade. Goodness, how exhilarating. I just urinated 3 zhong high against the wind. Wow, Lu Shun is indeed quite the show-off. But has Lu Shin already ventured out of the apartment? Where did the wind come from? Could you boys exhibit a bit more decorum? There are girls in the group. Oh, my sincere apologies, fair maiden. Next time, should Lu Shan dare to be so audacious in public, you might as well douse him with some water. Get lost. Indeed, these are familiar classmates, familiar antics. However, Jiang Ye could discern from his classmates' remarks that they all seemed to have awakened their talents. Some could conjure fireballs, others could throw wind blades. These must be innate abilities. Yet, no one mentioned the possibility of a failed talent awakening. So, among these 80 individuals, is he truly the sole unfortunate soul to experience a failure in awakening? Isn't this akin to being forcibly thrust into a hellish mode? Although it was previously mentioned that the novice apartment accommodates a total of 100 players with 100 survivals. Tones available for distribution. The rules indicate that survival stones serve a purpose beyond mere preservation from annihilation. More significantly, they enhance purchasing power within the apocalyptic apartment. This implies that such a valuable resource is insufficient in quantity. The more, the better. Even if the group of 80 players united in camaraderie, deciding to allocate 1 survival stone each to ensure everyone's survival, the apartment has already warned that on the 8th day, 20 seasoned players will be introduced. Who knows how formidable and ruthless these veteran players may be? It is unlikely they would divide the survival stones amicably among the novices. In fact, they might very well resort to plundering the survival stones from the inexperienced players. It is even conceivable that they would first engage in the brutal slaughter of novice players. Thus, the initial 8 days, devoid of veteran players, clearly represent an opportunity for the novice players to develop. Yet, in such a precarious situation, he finds himself devoid of any talent. How infuriating! Is it possible that he might perish first in this novice apartment? Anxiety gnawed at Jiang Ye's mind, leaving him with no desire to engage in idle chatter any longer. He switched to the player panel and repeatedly jabbed at the talent section, cursing inwardly. Awakening failed. Awakening failed. If it fails, then let me awaken again. What a terrible bug. Do I dare to leave a negative review and report it? He was merely venting his frustrations. To his astonishment, amidst this tempest of curses, a new notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection of player talent awakening failure. Arrangements for reawakening talent have been made. Congratulations on awakening compensation talent. Infinite clones X. What? They truly have reawakened the talent. Does this imply that the tactic of reporting for poor reviews genuinely wields a threatening influence? Doge. However, what exactly does this X signify in terms of level? Aren't talent levels typically classified as A, B, C, D, or SSS? Jiang Ye promptly summoned the player panel to examine his talent status. Infinite clones X. Effect 1. Generates 1 clone daily. Effect 2. At a certain cost, generates a clone. Effect 3. At midnight of each game session, a designated clone can be fused. What? What precisely is the cost mentioned in Effect 2? Moreover, the quality of the clones seems rather ambiguous. Jiang Ye felt a surge of anxiety and swiftly generated today's clone. Ding! Congratulations, you have generated a clone. As the notification rang out, Jiang Ye experienced a peculiar sensation. It was as if, all at once, he possessed 2 perspectives. In both perspectives, he could see himself. In other words, there were now 2 of him within this apartment. Soon, he acclimated to this enigmatic state, channeling most of his consciousness into the clone. He then maneuvered the clone to summon its player panel. Upon its appearance, he was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 2. The first clone. Jiang Ye level 0. Physical ability 1.2. Energy 2.4. Combat power 5.5. Survival points 0. Talent affinity for gold elements C. Effect 1. Possesses a chance to comprehend gold element skills. Effect 2. The consumption of gold element skills is halved and their power is doubled. Skill Golden Light Technique D. Releases a beam of golden light, dealing physical ability 1, energy 1.5 points of gold element damage. What is this? Jiang Ye was utterly astonished, for his doppelganger possessed an innate talent. As for the skill Golden Light Technique, it was automatically comprehended through the affinity for the gold element talent. Those in the group who cast fireballs and wind blades had similarly grasped their elemental skills through their respective awakened elemental affinity talents. Of course, there were a few fools who only a talent but had not comprehended any skills and were anxiously seeking guidance from others. Now, Jiang Ye harbored serious doubts. Did each of his doppelgangers come with an innate talent? If this were indeed the case, then this Z-level talent would be an extraordinary existence. Even talents of the SSS level would likely pale in comparison. Theoretically, as long as he created enough doppelgangers, there would be a chance to manifest SS-level talents. In extreme theoretical conditions, when his doppelgangers became exceedingly numerous, he could potentially possess all SS-level talents. Goodness, this is simply astonishing. However, Jiang Ye quickly regained his composure, for he realized that the talent for infinite duplication is undeniably formidable. However, in this moment, with only a single doppelganger, his strength is far from impressive. In fact, one might argue that this is the weakest he will ever be in his lifetime. The original self, as one might expect, is merely a combatant of negligible prowess, a mere 0.5 on the scale of combat capability. Even the doppelganger, possessing a clever talent, has merely grasped the level skills, which is rather unimpressive. With such limited strength, a slight misfortune could easily lead to his untimely demise on the very first day. Thus, he must either endure through his current weakness or devise a means to rapidly ascend in power. The stipulation that he must pay rent for his apartment clearly prevents him from hiding away within its confines. He must find a way to earn the rent. After all, according to the rules, failure to pay by midnight would result in annihilation by the apartment's administrator. Yet, as Jiang Ye gazed upon his opulent apartment, akin to a presidential suite in a five-star hotel, he felt lightheaded and a chill run down his spine. This was due to a prior notification that seemed to indicate the rent for apartments of varying specifications differs significantly. Jiang Ye hurriedly consulted the method of checking rent shared by his classmates in a group chat. He darted to the door, pressing his palm against it. Instantly, his apartment information was displayed. Apartment area, 250.88. Apartment rent, 125,440 day. This string of figures left Jiang Ye utterly stunned. In the group chat, he had seen others sharing their rental costs, most of which were merely in the dozens or hundreds per day, with a few exceeding 1,000. Yet, the rent for this place astonishingly amounts to 125,000 per day. What on earth? Why not just rob the place? We must terminate the lease. But is the process of terminating the lease truly that straightforward? Jiang Ye turned his gaze back to the chat group. He discovered that his classmates had gradually quelled their fear of this unfamiliar environment through their conversations. After all, students in their third year of high school are no longer children. Some even expressed, "Had I known I would be transported to this godforsaken place, I would have enjoyed my weekend instead of foolishly staying at home to complete 7 damn practice papers. I woke up at dawn to copy homework, and it feels utterly pointless. It's all your fault, Jiang Ye. If you had just been more resolute in refusing to lend me your notes, I wouldn't have had to do this. So you won? Is it my fault? Ha ha ha, just kidding. Don't take it to heart, Jiang Ye. Exactly. No matter how tough this situation may be, it cannot be worse than our third year of high school. Don't you all think about your parents? Our sudden disappearance must be worrying them immensely. What's there to worry about? Perhaps our parents are participating in their own novice assessments in other new apartments? Who knows? Once we clear this, we might reunite with them in the so-called apocalypse apartment. Indeed, isn't it what Teacher Yang always says? There's no need to overly fret about the distant future. Facing the present with courage is the true answer to life. Right? Given the circumstances, we can only confront it heat-in. Enough, enough. Can you refrain from calling each other teacher? There are no teachers here. Our task is no longer to study, but to navigate through this novice apartment. Indeed, our long-term objective is to survive until the 11th day, equipped with a survival stone. At present, our immediate priority is to devise a means of earning today's apartment rent. Earning rent and seeking survival stones should be able to proceed concurrently. Has anyone ventured out of the apartment? Is it dangerous outside? I opened the apartment door. Briefly, the corridor resembled that of a hotel, yet the lighting was dim and eerie, compelling me to hastily close the door without stepping out. This won't do. Ultimately, we must venture out to earn our rent. If we fail to pay, we shall be eradicated tonight. Regrettably, we have been dispersed across different apartments. How much better it would be if we were all together. There is strength in numbers, and exploring the apartments well. Be far less daunting. Amidst the animated discussions of the classmates, a voice emerged to take charge. Gao Chong, classmates, after much contemplation, I have finally decided to share some good news with you all. Moreover, I consider myself quite perceptive, having initially grasped the Clevel skill Thunderbolt and the Blevel skill Thunderflash. Simultaneously, my physical abilities and energy have surpassed 5 points, with my combat power soaring to an impressive 48. Chapter 3. Upgrade announcement. Upon the utterance of these words, all the students were left astounded. The chat group fell into a brief silence, which was soon shattered by an explosive flurry of messages. Goodness, an S-level talent. 2 skills comprehended from the outset. Is this truly real? Gao Chong. No. Brother Chang. Master Chang. Surely you cannot be boasting. Battle power of 48. This is tenfold my own strength. How utterly absurd. This S-level talent and a battle power of 48 must make him the strongest among our 80 peers, right? Master Chong is incredible to have kept such monumental news to himself until now. Master Chong, please take me along. I only possess an E-level talent and have yet to comprehend any skills. Relying solely on myself would surely lead to my demise. Brother Chong, Master Chong, do you remember the countless nights we spent playing games together? We promised to never forget each other in times of wealth and prosperity. A cacophony of attempts to curry favor and seek alliances ensued. Observing this, Jiang Ye felt a warmth in his heart. Should he, too, attempt to forge a connection? However, upon reflection, he decided against it. Most of those seeking to attach themselves to Gao Chong were individuals who were already well-liked or had established a rapport with him. In contrast, Jiang Ye was somewhat inconspicuous within the class. His solitary nature, disinterest in gaming, average academic performance, and lack of hobbies rendered him an outsider. He typically traversed the school grounds alone, both to and from classes. If he were to approach Gao Chong now, it was highly probable that he would be ignored. Yet, circumstances had changed. The valuation of students might no longer hinge upon academic prowess, family background, or social connections. It is not merely a contest of who possesses superior combat prowess. Jiang Ye's avatar boasts a C-level talent and D-level skills, coupled with a combat strength of 5. It is conceivable that he may surpass certain classmates who enjoy better social connections. However, it is likely that his strength is not significantly impressive, as there are undoubtedly many who possess greater combat capabilities. As he contemplated this, the illustrious Gao Chong, the center of attention, finally spoke up in the chat group. Everyone, please hold on. I wish to disclose my talent and combat strength in hopes of rallying us together to navigate the challenges of this novice apartment. To be frank, I have already exited my apartment and located the apartment administrator on the first floor. So far, I have encountered no real danger. If you trust me, I propose we gather at the office of the apartment administrator on the first floor. What does everyone think? Upon hearing this, the other students expressed their astonishment. That sounds splendid. My rent is a staggering 600, and I was just contemplating how to terminate my lease with the administrator. I agree with the idea of gathering. Being together will offer us mutual support in the face of danger. But I still feel a bit apprehensive about leaving my apartment. What should I do? At this moment, Gao Chong responded again. In truth, the corridor outside the apartment is merely dimly lit. There is no actual threat. If everyone exits the apartment and proceeds toward the corridor illuminated by red light, they will discover an elevator. Then, simply take the elevator to the first floor, and you will swiftly locate the front desk where the apartment administrator is stationed. Moreover, the first floor houses some special facilities that everyone is welcome to explore. Upon the release of this news, The students were instantly filled with eagerness. Is this for real? What kind of facilities are we talking about? Can they enhance our physical abilities and energy or help us master skills? Can we earn rent money? I am desperate to make some quick cash to pay my rent. Otherwise, I am riddled with anxiety. After a considerable pause, a student suddenly spoke up. It's true. Changgu is not deceiving us. I have safely arrived on the first floor and met with him. Moreover, Changgu showcased his player panel to me. His S-class talent and a combat power of 48 are indeed authentic. As soon as this news spread, more students chimed in. I have successfully met up too. It's just a matter of taking the elevator. There is absolutely no danger. Subsequently, 3 more students confirmed that they had joined Gaochang. The rest of the students were swiftly ignited with excitement. Goodness. It's that quick? No way. I must take action. All right. I'm leaving the apartment right now. Changgu, wait for me. Wait for me. I'm on my way too. I have already departed from my apartment. There is truly no danger in the corridor. Everyone, be aware that there seems to be no signal in the elevator, so the chat group function cannot be used, but don't panic. The elevator descends swiftly and poses no risk at all. Thus, nearly all the students sprang into action, as per Gao Chang's instructions. Preparing to take the elevator down to the first floor for assembly. Jiang Ye's avatar stood at the entrance of his luxurious apartment while his real self lounged comfortably on the sofa. He felt a moment of hesitation about whether to join Gaochang. Regardless of whether in a group or acting alone, he must vacate the apartment, particularly with regard to the urgent matter of terminating the lease. Thus, a visit to the ground floor apartment manager is imperative, observing the situation within the group. If only 1 or 2 classmates manage to gather successfully, it could merely be a ruse. However, as more classmates have successfully convened, it is highly likely that there is indeed no imminent danger. Moreover, the other classmates are attending in their original forms, while he is but a projection, effectively granting him an additional life. With this thought in mind, the desire for Jiang Ye to gather on the first floor intensified. After all, these are familiar classmates. Even though a new environment may gradually unveil the darker facets of human nature, it is unlikely that they would immediately succumb to malevolence or madness. With this in consideration, Jiang Ye's projection retrieved a kitchen knife from the apartment. Gripping the knife in one hand, he cautiously opened the apartment door with the other. Outside lay a dimly lit corridor, appearing rather lengthy. He peered left and right, noting that approximately every 3 meters along the corridor there was a door, each corresponding to an apartment room, and each door bore a specific number. Jiang Ye glanced at the number on his door, which read 2025. This likely indicates the 20th floor, room 25. It seems this apartment building is quite tall. Once he confirmed the absence of danger, Jiang Ye cautiously stepped out of his room. He surveyed both sides and noticed a red glow emanating from the right side of the corridor. According to Gao Chang, the red light signifies the direction of the elevator. Jiang Ye's doppelganger gripped the kitchen knife ever more tightly, cautiously advancing towards the flickering red light. Meanwhile, his original self, sprawled on the sofa in the apartment, was simultaneously monitoring the messages in the group chat while deep in thought. This apartment appeared to have no fewer than 20 floors, each teeming with numerous rooms. Yet, among the countless chambers, there were only 80 novice players. What could possibly occupy the surplus of vacant rooms? Or were they inhabited by some other creatures? Lost in contemplation, the doppelganger soon spotted the elevator glowing ominously red. Just as he awaited its arrival, a notification suddenly echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. Ding. Apartment announcement. Congratulations to Wang Lingling for being the first player in this apartment to reach level 1. Reward. Black Iron Treasure Chest X1. Chapter 4. The Essence of Unity Level 1. What in the world? How did she manage that? Jiang Ye, still lounging on the sofa, sprang to attention, hastily checking the group chat. As expected, the chat exploded with excitement. Oh my gosh! Wang Lingling from Class 2? She reached level 1. I just got out of the elevator and was startled by the announcement. Wait, how did Wang Lingling level up? Did she fight monsters? Does that mean the apartment is dangerous? Am I the only one curious about what's inside Wang Lingling's Black Iron Treasure Chest? Wang Lingling, come out and share with us. How did you level up? Wang Lingling, Wang Lingling. We're all classmates. Important information should be shared. I bet you 1T share it all. The first to ascend to level 1 received an announcement and rewards. Thus, it is only reasonable to expect that the first to reach level 2 will likewise be honored. Wang Lingling, as long as she keeps this secret, may very well maintain her lead and reap abundant rewards. Yet, Wang Lingling, do not be so naive. With so many fellow students, It is only a matter of time before the secret of leveling up is discovered. When that happens, the S-rank talent, Jiang Ye, will undoubtedly surpass your pace. If you continue to deliberately conceal the upgrading secret, do not blame Jiang Ye for not including you in future endeavors. Indeed, Jiang Ye, please say something. I propose that you take the initiative to ask Wang Lingling to share the secret of leveling up. I doubt she would dare to keep it hidden under such circumstances. In an instant, Wang Lingling, who had initially upgraded but remained silent in the group, seemed to have become a public adversary. The conversations in the group chat revealed that nearly all students were fervently eager to level up. They hoped to leverage Gao Chang's influence to compel Wang Lingling to divulge the secret of upgrading. Gao Chang himself appeared equally eager to ascend, and thus, he quickly echoed the sentiments of his peers, tagging Wang Lingling. Wang Lingling, where are you? Why not join us on the first floor? I believe it is fate that we, as familiar classmates, have been transported here together. We should unite, as our hope for survival will be far greater. Soon after, other classmates chimed in. Exactly. Let us not forget that the announcement hinted at the arrival of veteran players into the apartment. If we, as novice players, do not band together, how shall we contend with the seasoned players? Indeed, Wang Lingling, it is better to share crucial information than to hoard it selfishly. Absolutely. If I were to possess any crucial information, I would undoubtedly share it with everyone. This moral coercion is rather theatrical. Jiang Ye, observing the unfolding drama, secretly hoped that Wang Lingling would divulge the secrets to her ascension. After all, an elevation in rank should bestow certain advantages. In such a peculiar environment, each additional ounce of strength might translate into a greater chance of survival. It is precisely for this reason that these classmates disregarded their camaraderie and resorted to moral pressure. Their desire to grow stronger was overwhelming. Thus, under the collective urging of her peers, the previously reticent Wang Lingling finally spoke up. However, her initial declaration was astonishing. Wang Lingling. Level 1. Physical strength, 6, 8. Energy, 8. 4. Combat power, 68. Survival points, 0. Talent, Dark Element Affinity, S. Skills, Shadow Clone, A. Summon Undead, B. Black Whirlwind, B. What? Is this Wang Lingling's player panel? All the classmates, including Jiang Ye, were left in utter shock as they gazed at the information Wang Lingling had shared. Her panel was extraordinarily luxurious. Despite sharing the same S-level talent, she had mastered 1 A-level skill and 2 B-level skills. Moreover, both Shadow Clone and Summon Undead appeared to be exceptionally formidable. Even more astonishing was her combat power, a staggering 68, surpassing Gao Chang, who also possessed an S-level talent, by a remarkable 20 points. At this moment, the chat group fell into an eerie silence, a stillness akin to death itself. Wang Lingling subsequently conveyed a new message. The comprehension of skill should be related to talent level, as well as the innate understanding of my classmates. The higher one's comprehension, the more skills one can grasp, and the higher the skill levels attained. However, the skill levels acquired through comprehension should not exceed one's innate talent level. May I inquire if there are any talents among you that surpass the S rank? A talent exceeding the S rank? Jiang Ye's X rank talent undoubtedly qualifies. However, this talent is of a growth type. At its weakest stage, it would certainly be unwise to boast about it within the group. Wang Lingling continued, all right. It seems that among the 80 of us, I am currently the most formidable. You may request that I share the secrets of leveling up. But I too have a stipulation. Although you all profess that we are a collective and should unite and assist one another, I am acutely aware that some among us harbor selfish intentions and do not wish to contribute to our unity. Consequently, the information I possess is not necessary to share with those who lack a spirit of cooperation. My proposal is as follows. In accordance with what Class 1S Gao Chang suggested, all students willing to unite and assist one another should gather on the first floor. I will then reveal the secrets of leveling up at that location. In other words, those solitary individuals who choose not to join the gathering will forfeit their right to learn my secrets. Upon hearing this, several classmates readily agreed, exclaiming, I concur. There is nothing wrong with unity and mutual assistance. I have already arrived on the first floor. Wang Lingling, when will you gather on the first floor? Oh, so this is what Sister Ling meant. I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. I also owe Sister Ling an apology. I did not expect her to possess such a broad-minded nature. With Sister Ling and Brother Chong leading us, our classmates from both classes will surely navigate this novice apartment successfully. Indeed, when the seasoned players arrive, we must not allow ourselves to be outdone by them. Evidently, After Wang Lingling revealed her player panel, the classmates' attitudes towards her shifted significantly, even adopting a tone of greater respect than they had previously shown towards Gao Chang. However, Jiang Ye pondered over Wang Lingling's remarks, harboring a subtle suspicion in his heart. As expected, while waiting for the elevator, he caught sight of Wang Lingling's latest statement. Wang Lingling, everyone, do not rush to flatter me. I have not finished speaking. What I mean by unity and mutual assistance is that all of us classmates should gather together, sharing information and resources, and act collectively. I will guide you in leveling up, in earning rent, and ensure that everyone in the team can survive to conquer this novice apartment. However, I also hope that all those who join the team will harbor no secrets. Therefore, my suggestion is that, after gathering, everyone should actively display their player panels within the team. Furthermore, any actions taken must be reported to both me and Gao Chang. Any rewards obtained during these actions should also be shared among us all. This statement bears a hint of ulterior motives. Previously, the classmates often spoke of unity, merely believing that being together as students would amplify their strength in numbers. However, Wang Lingling's proclamation of solidarity and mutual assistance clearly aimed at organizing and disciplining everyone in a militaristic manner. She seemed concerned that some might awaken formidable talents and deliberately conceal them, thus desiring to keep all classmates' circumstances under her control. The response from the other students, upon hearing her declaration, was not as enthusiastic as before. Nevertheless, some quickly expressed their willingness. This is fine. As long as Ling's sister and Chang brother are willing to guide me, I am more than happy to comply. Displaying player panels goes without saying. I have no objections. But once an organization is formed, we shouldn't be assigned particularly dangerous tasks if our strength is lacking, right? Gao Chang replied, of course not. Our organization is called the Unity and Assistance Group, and its mission is to foster better solidarity and cooperation. Let us not overthink it. Ling's sister has already joined us on the first floor. All of us gathered here have agreed to her words. Those wishing to join the team, hurry over to assemble. If anyone intends to act as a lone wolf, do not expect to invoke the bonds of camaraderie when facing danger alone. Do not rely on the Unity and Assistance Group for help. Such declarations instilled pressure on those who wished to remain free-spirited. Meanwhile, those who had yet to assemble increasingly leaned towards joining the team. At last, Jiang Ye's avatar reached the elevator, and with a chime, the doors opened. Chapter 5. An unexpected encounter with classmates within the elevator. A cylindrical space unfolds, its appearance reminiscent of an ordinary lift, though the lighting is somewhat dim, casting a subtle red glow. Jiang Ye ponders for a brief moment before ultimately stepping into the elevator. Deep down, he harbors a reluctance to join any solidarity and mutual assistance groups, preferring not to be under anyone's influence. After all, once such an organization takes shape, it is invariably the leaders who reap the rewards, while the ordinary members are destined to become mere pawns. In times of necessity, those lacking strength may very well be cast aside as expendable. Jiang Ye's nature has always been somewhat solitary, leading him to aspire to remain a lone wolf in secrecy. However, it is not difficult to foresee that when Wang Lingling and Gao Chang explicitly proposed the establishment of a solidarity group, those who steadfastly refuse to join may very well face exclusion and targeting by the collective. Clearly, only the strong are suited to roam independently. Those without power who attempt to do so are likely to suffer far worse than by joining a team. At present, Jiang Ye finds himself among the powerless. Yet, given the unique characteristics of his talent, joining a team could serve as a preliminary means of self-preservation. After all, he is unlike anyone else. He can manifest an additional doppelganger each day. The individuals who join the team are merely a reflection of one of his avatars. His main self and other avatars remain free. While others may face restrictions on their growth upon joining, as long as he survives, his strength is bound to increase daily. Moreover, much like a great hermit concealed within the bustling city, should he opt not to join the group, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of Wang Lingling and Gao Chang. Thus, joining the team with his C-grade talent avatar may be a prudent decision. In the team, he occupies a rather mediocre position, neither too prominent nor too inconspicuous. Gao Chang and Wang Lingling hardly pay him any mind. Thus, the likelihood of him spending the first 2 days in the team with relative ease is quite substantial. Consequently, by the time the elevator reached the first floor, Jiang Ye had already made up his mind. However, he found it peculiar that the apartment corridor seemed to feature only a single red-lit elevator. Strangely, during his ride, he encountered no one else. The elevator did not stop at any floor from the 20th to the 1st. This apartment's elevator. Surely, there is something unusual about it. Nevertheless, the journey itself proceeded without incident. As Jiang Ye stepped out of the elevator, a startled exclamation broke the silence. What the heck? Jiang Ye, you nearly scared me to death. It was Lu Shun, the math representative from Class 1, nicknamed God Lu. A student who excelled in mathematics and sciences, but struggled with language subjects. Clearly startled, Lu Shun clutched his chest and exhaled, "Phew. I just got off the elevator. How did you come out right after me? I thought I was seeing ghosts." He glanced back at the elevator, adding, "This elevator indeed seems problematic. With only this one elevator, how is it that we emerged one after the other without encountering each other?" Just as he spoke, the elevator door swung open once more, revealing Bai Ruowan from Class 2. With her fair skin, round face, and large eyes, she embodied a blend of gentleness and charm. Although they were not in the same class, it was evident that she recognized the prominent figure, Lu Shun. As soon as she exited the elevator, she was greeted by Lu Shun, her eyes lighting up in surprise. "Lu Shun, what brings you here waiting by the elevator? Are you expecting someone?" Lu Shun, being quite sociable, promptly explained, "I'm not waiting for anyone. I just stepped out of the elevator as well, right behind you. I suspect there might be an issue with this elevator." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruowan instinctively shrank her neck and hurried behind him, looking somewhat apprehensive. It was then that she noticed Jiang Ye and, after a moment's thought, spoke up. "You are from Class 1, right?" Clearly unfamiliar with Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye introduced himself. "Jiang Ye." "Oh yes, Jiang Ye." Bai Ruowan feigned recognition to mask her embarrassment at not knowing him. Jiang Ye was indifferent. He preferred to remain inconspicuous, wishing that no one would pay him any mind. After fruitlessly examining the elevator, Lu Shun shrugged, reflecting, "Well, if there's a problem as long as it's not dangerous. That's what matters. By the way, you two, what are your talents and combat abilities?" Bai Ruowan, evidently possessing considerable talent, was the first to respond. "I awakened a B-rank talent, affinity for spatial elements, and subsequently comprehended the initial passive skill, pocket space." Upon hearing this, both Lu Shun and Jiang Ye were somewhat taken aback. After all, in their previous conversations, several classmates had voluntarily disclosed their talents, most of which were elemental affinities related to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with rarer elements like wind, lightning, and ice being exceedingly uncommon. Wang Lingling's dark attribute talent was particularly scarce. There were also top students speculating that among the elemental affinities, there might even be light attributes. Yet, no one had ever anticipated such an attribute of space. And Bai Ruowan astonishingly possessed an affinity for spatial elements. Although it was merely a B-grade talent, it was likely rarer and more potent than the typical B-grade elemental talents. Bai Ruowan herself had come to this realization and felt quite pleased with her rare gift. However, akin to a top student lamenting about their examination performance, she deliberately feigned distress, lamenting, "This talent seems rather unimpressive. My skill spatial pocket can only store items and lacks any offensive capability." Lu Shun promptly offered reassurance. "While spatial pocket may lack offensive power, it is undeniably convenient for everyday use. Moreover, this is merely your initial skill. You might eventually comprehend even more powerful spatial techniques. For instance, teleportation or spatial blades, as depicted in novels, especially spatial blades, which can cleave through dimensions. Perhaps they could disregard all forms of defense." As Lu Shun spoke, his excitement was palpable. His gaze towards Bai Ruowan a blend of admiration and complexity. Deep down, Bai Ruowan felt a twinge of pride, yet she continued to feign distress, sighing, "Ah, mastering skills is not so simple. But enough about me. What talent have you awakened, Lu Shun?" Lu Shun shook his head, equally disheartened. "Alas, I am truly unfortunate. I awakened only a C-grade talent for fire elements." Jiang Ye, listening intently, raised an eyebrow. He had not expected Lu Shun to share the same C-grade talent as his own avatar. However, it was reasonable to assume that the proportion of students awakening C-grade talents would be the highest among their peers. He belongs to the mediocre crowd, neither excelling nor falling short. At this moment, upon hearing those words, Bai Ruowan cast a gaze towards Lu Shun that revealed an unmistakable sense of regret. However, Lu Shun quickly added, "Perhaps it is my exceptional comprehension. Despite possessing only a C-grade talent, he had initially grasped a C-grade skill, fire rain technique, and a D-grade skill, explosive fireball." This revelation left Bai Ruowan and Jiang Ye astounded. After all, according to information circulating within their group, Most classmates typically comprehend skills that are 1 or 2 levels beneath their talent grade. There were even those who, despite possessing talent, had failed to comprehend any skills at all. This included the esteemed Gao Chang and Wang Lingling, who, despite awakening S-grade talents, had not grasped any skills of the same tier. Yet Lu Shun, with only a C-grade talent, had simultaneously comprehended both C-grade and D-grade skills. This surely indicated that Lu Shun possessed remarkable insight. If he were to elevate his talent level in the future, he might achieve significant accomplishments. Moreover, considering the skills alone, Lu Shun's initial skill levels could rival those of individuals with B-grade or even A-grade talents. Upon this realization, Bai Ruowan no longer dared to underestimate Lu Shun and praised him profusely. Lu Shun, you truly deserve your reputation. Your comprehension is undoubtedly superior to that of the average person. It remains to be seen whether you will have the opportunity to enhance your talent level in the future. Lu Shun, wearing an expression of lament, replied, That's why I lament my misfortune. I clearly possess good insight, yet my talent level is lacking. But enough about me. Jiang Ye, what talent have you awakened? Jiang Ye remained as aloof as ever, not engaging unless others approached him first. Awakening my C-level talent, affinity for gold elements, I initially grasped the D-level skill, golden light technique. Lu Shun, upon hearing this, confirmed once more, Is it only a single D-level golden light technique? Jiang Ye nodded in affirmation. Lu Shun sighed, remarking, It appears that a typical C-level talent only awakens D-level or E-level skills. Sensing that Jiang Ye might misinterpret his words, he added, I do not mean to imply that your C-level talent is lacking, just analyzing the general situation. Clearly, in comparison to Jiang Ye, an ordinary C-level talent, Lu Shun felt increasingly convinced of his own exceptional aptitude, superior to the average individual. Regrettably, he had only awakened a C-level talent. Had he awakened an S-level talent, perhaps he would have grasped an S-level skill at the first attempt. In that case, it was likely that Gao Chang and Wang Lingling would be irrelevant. Alas, Lu Shun's heart brimmed with reluctance and helplessness. Meanwhile, as Jiang Ye's avatar conversed with Lu Shun and Bai Ruowan, his true self was not idle. He did not continue lounging on the sofa, but swiftly inspected his 250 square meter apartment. In such a lavish space, his purpose was to check for surveillance, fearing that the apartment administrator might discover his ability to create an avatar. Unexpectedly, while he found no surveillance, he stumbled upon a dimly lit bronze treasure chest within the glass display of his opulent dressing room. Chapter 6. The bronze treasure chest at first glance. Jiang Ye mistook it for merely an ancient copper box. He almost overlooked it entirely. However, he suddenly felt that the bronze texture of the chest was utterly incongruous with the overall style of the luxurious dressing room. What a remarkable discovery, a bronze treasure chest. It is noteworthy that Wang Lingling's first reward for reaching level 1 was merely a black iron chest. Yet here was Jiang Ye, uncovering a bronze treasure chest right within his apartment. Initially, he suspected it might be a trap. However, after a careful inspection, he found no hidden dangers. He then retrieved a clothes-drying pole and cautiously concealed himself behind the kitchen island table before daring to attempt to open the chest from a distance. With a resounding click, the chest opened, revealing no immediate threats. Inside lay a striking black mask, lacking any investigative skills. Jiang Ye could not discern the specific effects of the mask. Meanwhile, his doppelganger had followed Lu Shun and Bai Ruowan to the gathering place of their classmates on the first floor. The entire first floor of the apartment did not contain individual rooms for accommodation. Instead, it resembled a spacious hotel lobby. The students assembled on the first floor were congregated in this grand hall. Near the entrance of the apartment stood a front desk, where a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression sat, presumably the legendary apartment administrator. A large group of students, led by Wang Lingling and Gao Chang, was currently engaged in a discussion with the administrator at the front desk. As Jiang Ye and his companions arrived in the hall, they were unable to reach the front desk first, as they were intercepted by Yu Ziyu from Class 2. Yu Ziyu claimed to be the recorder appointed by Wang Lingling, tasked with documenting the player panels and apartment numbers of new members joining the mutual aid group. Lu Shun, being a top student in his senior year, had always been well-liked. Having consented to the data logging, he then proactively inquired of Yu Ziyu, May we examine the registry of this mutual aid group? Yu Ziyu readily assented. Indeed, you may. Sister Ling and Brother Chang have articulated clearly that our formation of this mutual aid group is expressly for the dissemination of information and the pooling of resources. Therefore, the registry is essentially public. All are welcome to peruse it. Perhaps buoyed by the impressive data presented by Lu Xun and by Ruan, Yuziu enthusiastically elaborated. I have documented the player profiles of over 30 students, the majority of whom possess C-grade and D-grade talents, totaling an estimated 20-plus individuals. Among these, several have yet to unlock any skills. As for the 3 with E-grade and F-grade talents, none have managed to unlock skills, rendering them essentially ineffective. The circumstances of Lu Xun and Jiang Ye are comparatively favorable, as both have unlocked commendable skills. Lu Xun, in particular, with your C-grade skill, you undoubtedly rank as the foremost among C-grade talent holders. Indeed, in the initial stages, you may even surpass other B-grade talent holders in prowess. Within our mutual aid group of 30-plus members, you should rank within the top 5. Evidently, Yuziu held Lu Xun in high esteem. Jiang Ye, however, was taken aback upon hearing this. He had not anticipated Lu Xun ranking so highly. Given this assessment, it would seem that his own C-grade talent, coupled with a D-grade skill, might position him somewhere in the upper middle tier. Lu Xun was somewhat astonished. Upon examining the record book, he discovered that among the 30 entries, there was only one individual with an A-grade talent, who had merely comprehended a single C-grade skill. As for those with B-grade talents, excluding by Ruan, there were 5 in total. However, among them, only one had grasped a C-grade skill, while the others had only attained D-grade skills. If ranked solely by skill level, Lu Xun would indeed find himself among the top 5. In light of this revelation, the melancholy he felt regarding his awakening of a C-grade talent dissipated significantly. What did it matter if his talent was ordinary? His comprehension surpassed that of others, enabling him to excel. Yet, Lu Xun soon lamented, considering this. Our unity and support group situation appears rather bleak. With veteran players arriving in 8 days, will we be able to cope? Yuziu also sighed. Let us tackle the matters of 8 days hence, when the time comes. Moreover, our support group currently consists of just over 30 members. Perhaps those who join later will possess formidable abilities. While Yuziu and Lu Xun were conversing, Jiang Ye discreetly scanned through the record book. Among the 30-plus classmates, most possessed elemental or enhancement talents. Elemental talents related to affinities such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, allowing them to comprehend corresponding elemental skills. Enhancement talents predominantly included attributes like physical enhancement and stamina enhancement. There was also one with visual enhancement, who had simultaneously grasped a detection skill. However, none of the students with auditory enhancement had acquired any skills, while those with sound enhancement had mastered sound wave techniques. In addition, the skill known as combat mastery should also be classified as a form of enhancement talent, having acquired a technique called rising strike. Among the various enhancement talents, the most remarkable is undoubtedly Xiao Liquan's cognitive enhancement. Jiang Ye was astonished to realize that even one's cognitive abilities could be augmented. It remains uncertain whether his clone, on any given day, might manifest a talent for cognitive enhancement. However, it is peculiar that despite Xiao Liquan's enhanced cognition, he is yet to grasp any skills. Perhaps he possesses only cognitive prowess without any other talents? If Xiao Liquan were to acquire additional talents, he might truly soar to new heights. Nonetheless, many aspects of the situation remain unclear. No one is certain if others can still attain new talents or if talents can be further elevated. Regardless, after reviewing the records, Lu Xun exuded a newfound confidence. Yuziu held a profound respect for him. By the way, Lu Xun, have you discovered a black iron chest in your apartment? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye perked up his ears. Lu Xun, taken aback by the inquiry, exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean? There are treasure chests in the apartment? I haven't seen any. Hey, Lu Xun, don't get too excited. Yuziu chuckled, quickly clarifying that not every apartment contains treasure chests. In our current mutual aid group of over 30 individuals, only Su Yuan from Class 1 has found a black iron chest in her apartment. Inside the chest lay a crimson fruit, which she hesitated to consume due to fears of toxicity. Upon bringing it to the mutual aid group, Chen Yuqin utilized her detection skill and discovered that it was a spirit fruit that enhances vitality. Neither Lingjia nor Changgu exhibit any desire to monopolize the fruit of Su Yuan. Subsequently, upon consuming the fruit, Su Yuan experienced an immediate enhancement of 0.5 points to her energy attribute. Thus, Changgu surmised that the probability of treasure chests appearing must be rather low. However, each floor of the apartment is replete with numerous rooms, and as novice players, we occupy a substantial 80 of them. Consequently, it is conceivable that scattered treasure chests may be found in the other apartment rooms. Upon hearing this, Lucian immediately began to contemplate. Yet, could there not also be dangers lurking in the other apartment rooms? Is it possible that Wang Lingling's progression entails battling monsters in those rooms? To this, Yu Ziyu shook his head, explaining that Ling Jia has yet to disclose the secret of her advancement, stating she would clarify everything once everyone had gathered. However, from what I gathered, it seems that her intent is not to explore the apartment rooms in search of monsters. Furthermore, it appears she cannot ascend to level 2 in the near future. She too is curious about the situation in the other apartment rooms, which is why she is currently in discussions with the apartment administrator. If it is determined that there are no dangers, Ling Jia will likely arrange for a team to specifically explore the apartment rooms in search of additional treasure chests. At this juncture, a rather reticent Jiang Ye suddenly interjected with a question. Are all the items within those treasure chests useful? Could there be hidden dangers lurking within them? Upon hearing this, Yu Ziyu scrutinized Jiang Ye and, rather than answering, retorted with a question of his own. What? Have you discovered treasure chests in the apartment rooms as well? Jiang Ye hastily shook his head, saying, No, I merely feel that this apartment to which we have been transported should inherently pose some dangers. Yet, until now, it seems we have encountered none. Lucian nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed. The previous hints clearly indicated doomsday apartment. With doomsday in the name, one would naturally expect numerous perils. Akin to a biochemical crisis, perhaps? However, we have yet to face any real threats. Bai Ruowan innocently remarked, but this is merely a novice apartment. It is entirely normal for a novice apartment to lack dangers, isn't it? Yu Ziyu also nodded, stating, Precisely. Moreover, we are not completely devoid of peril. Did the hints not mention that failing to pay rent could lead to obliteration? At this juncture, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, your room number is 2025, which is on the 20th floor, correct? Jiang Ye nodded, affirming, Yes. Then your floor is the highest I have recorded. What is your daily rent? Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment, but did not conceal the truth. The rent is over 125,000. Upon hearing this figure, Yu Ziyu, Bai Ruowan, and Lu Shun were immediately left in a state of bewilderment. Bai Ruowan exclaimed, So expensive. I thought the several thousand in the group chat was already exorbitant. Yours costs over 100,000. You must have to terminate the lease. Jiang Ye nodded in agreement. However, before he could speak, Yu Ziyu, with a grave expression, remarked, Given your situation, it seems that terminating the lease may not be so straightforward. Chapter 7. A substantial inheritance. Recently, a classmate has approached the apartment manager to inquire about the process of lease termination. The regulations here stipulate that if one wishes to terminate the lease in the morning, a penalty amounting to 50 of the rent must be paid. If it is done in the afternoon, the penalty escalates to 80. After 10 p.m., the lease termination option is completely closed, necessitating the payment of the full rent, which equates to 100 of the owed amount. Given the exorbitant rent, accumulating half of it, which amounts to 60,000 as a penalty in the morning, is nearly an impossible feat if the situation drags into the afternoon. The 80 penalty would soar to a staggering 100,000. 100,000. This sum exceeds the collective rent of the other 79 individuals combined. Yu Ziyu appeared to be at a loss for words, his expression a tapestry of emotions, hesitant to continue. Both Lu Shun and Bai Ruowan discerned the unspoken words lingering in the air. The predicament that Jiang Ye faces may very well lead to his obliteration on the very first day due to an inability to pay rent. Bai Ruowan, possessing a gentle heart, instinctively thought to suggest that the mutual assistance group, being numerous, could aid Jiang Ye in gathering the necessary funds for the lease termination penalty. Yet, the words remained unvoiced. Though her heart was tender, she understood that in such a harsh environment, one cannot afford to be overly altruistic. The amounts of 60,000 and 100,000 are not trifling sums. Yu Ziyu echoed this sentiment, pointing out that Jiang Ye's rent exceeds that of the other 79 combined. Should they choose to assist Jiang Ye, it would likely necessitate a considerable sacrifice from every member. But why should they? They are merely classmates, not Jiang Ye's guardians. The mutual assistance group is meant for support, not charity. Moreover, Jiang Ye's talents and skills are not of paramount importance, and his social connections are rather mediocre. Bai Ruowan is quite familiar with the students from both Class 1 and Class 2, yet she seems unable to recall Jiang Ye. Under such circumstances, it is unlikely that anyone would agree to assist him. Thus, Bai Ruowan chose to remain silent, pretending not to understand the incomplete words of Yiziu. Lu Xin shared a similar sentiment, believing that it was not his unwillingness to help, but rather that Jiang Ye's rent was exorbitantly unreasonable. Upon hearing Yiziu's remarks, Jiang Ye felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that he might not survive even the first day due to his inability to pay the rent. Nonetheless, his avatar maintained a facade of calmness. After a moment's contemplation, the avatar proposed an idea. I recall a previous hint indicating that survival stones can be exchanged for game currency. If I could locate a survival stone, perhaps I could trade it for a substantial amount of game currency, potentially covering my exorbitant rent. This notion was indeed a sound strategy. However, Yiziu furrowed his brow and responded, but the previous hint also mentioned that for every 100 players, there are only 100 survival stones. Those without a survival stone at the end of the game will face annihilation. If you trade a survival stone for game currency, someone will undoubtedly be annihilated when the game concludes. Jiang Ye, remaining unhurried, analyzed the situation further. However, if I were to be annihilated today due to my inability to pay the rent, wouldn't that effectively result in the appearance of an additional survival stone? If I cannot survive even the first day, why should I concern myself with the end of the game? His argument held a certain validity. The wanderer hesitated but ultimately did not dwell on it. After all, they had yet to discover a single survival stone. His notion could only be realized once they found one on the first day. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye had an inkling that even if the cooperative group were to uncover a survival stone on the initial day, it was unlikely they would exchange it for game currency to pay his rent. Thus, he had to devise a means of his own. At that moment, Jiang Ye, who remained in the apartment, finally donned the black mask upon his face. Initially, he had intended merely to survive each day as it came. However, the issue of rent loomed over him like a sharp blade, compelling him to take risks for survival. Fortunately, once the black mask was in place, no danger ensued. Instead, a warm current surged through him, instilling an inexplicable sense of newfound strength. Jiang Ye's gaze flickered as he hastily checked his data panel. Jiang Ye. Level 0. Physical ability 1. 6. Energy 2. 8. Combat power 3. 5 survival points 0. Talent Infinite duplication X. What? The talent of infinite duplication did not bestow upon him any enhancement in attributes or combat power. Therefore, it must be the black mask that improved his physical ability by 1 point and energy by 2 points. This attribute was indeed superior to that of his first clone. However, in terms of combat power, it still fell short of the first clone. Thus, it can be inferred that talent and skills also influence combat power. His original self possessed mere attributes, but lacked usable skills, resulting in persistently low combat power. However, this mask, aside from enhancing his attributes, seemed to possess other effects. As Jiang Ye regained his composure, he sensed that he had not only grown stronger, but also, strangely, become bald. He hurried to the bathroom to gaze into the mirror. To his astonishment, a stranger, a bald middle-aged man, stared back at him. Alarmed, Jiang Ye almost believed some bizarre phenomenon was at play. Yet, he soon realized that this was not some supernatural occurrence, but rather the disguise effect imparted by the mask. When he removed the mask, the bald man in the mirror transformed back into his handsome visage. Upon donning it again, he reverted to the bald appearance. After several iterations, Jiang Ye marvelously discovered that the mask's disguise capabilities were beyond his wildest imagination. Typically, the human skin masks depicted in martial arts novels merely alter one's facial features. Yet this disguise mask managed to alter both hairstyle and physique. It was as if he had become an entirely different person. With such an extraordinary effect, Jiang Ye's mind raced with possibilities. Initially, he had been concerned that if both his original self and his clone ventured out of the apartment, the discovery of two Jiang Yes would jeopardize his secret of having a clone. However, with this disguise mask in hand, it would be much easier for his original self to explore the outside world. Nonetheless, the 80 novice players were all high school seniors. If they were to spot a bald middle-aged man, it would undoubtedly provoke curiosity and speculation. Just as he was mulling over these thoughts, Jiang Ye suddenly found himself frozen in place, for he had just realized that the bald man in the mirror had vanished. Raising his hand to touch his face, he discovered he had become invisible. Only upon removing the mask did his form reappear. Wearing the mask, the reflection in the mirror revealed no one. Astonishing. This black mask not only serves as a disguise, but also possesses an invisibility effect. Thus, its overall capabilities are Stamina 1, Energy 2, Effect 1, Disguise. Effect 2. Invisibility. Remarkably, this is merely bronze equipment. How extraordinary it is. In contrast, the fruit obtained by Su Yuan from the black iron treasure chest only enhances energy attributes by 0.5, which seems rather underwhelming. However, Jiang Ye reconsidered and realized that such comparisons are futile. Su Yuan's attributes should provide a permanent enhancement, irretrievable by others. In contrast, although Jiang Ye's mask offers greater attribute boosts, it is susceptible to theft. More crucially, it was acquired from a bronze treasure chest. If Jiang Ye could continue to find bronze treasure chests, his chances of surviving the first day would significantly increase. Yet, locating a bronze treasure chest is no simple feat. Jiang Ye then pondered deeply, suddenly perceiving the bronze treasure chest as a form of compensation for his exorbitant rent. Otherwise, players assigned to luxury apartments would hardly survive the first day. If this line of reasoning holds true, could it be inferred that the probability of encountering bronze treasure chests increases with the opulence of the apartments? Thus, to acquire more bronze treasure chests, he should focus on the lavish penthouses. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye was engrossed in researching strategies for the bronze treasure chest within his apartment, while his avatar, alongside Lu Shun and Bai Ruan, joined a mutual assistance group at the front desk. Upon officially joining the mutual assistance group, they swiftly shared some fundamental information about the apartments. The primary focus revolves around the unique facilities mentioned during the assembly convened by Gao Chang, specifically those situated on the first floor. These specialized amenities can be categorized into two distinct types: income-generating and expenditure-related. The former, which pertains to the methods by which students can earn rental income, has captured the utmost interest among the student body. There exists a service station affiliated with Shida, encompassing various modes of income generation, namely errand running, tutoring, cleaning, and personalized services. The first three are quite self-explanatory. Errand running resembles the role of a delivery person, responsible not only for food delivery but also for parcel dispatch. Tutoring involves providing academic assistance to residents with children, albeit with a somewhat unconventional curriculum. And cleaning is simply the act of offering domestic cleaning services. As for personalized services, these entail fulfilling specific requests from residents, which may include haircuts, massages, or pet care. This aspect is particularly nuanced. A few male students jestingly inquired whether such services might include more specialized home visits, prompting a chorus of disdainful glances from their female counterparts. Moreover, within this Shida income-generating framework, there exists a peculiar stipulation. The range of floors from which they may offer these services cannot extend beyond the floor on which their own apartment is located. For instance, if Zhang Sen resides on the 8th floor, he may only provide services to residents on the 2nd through 8th floors. Conversely, if Li Shi lives on the 18th floor, he can cater to those from the 2nd to the 18th floor. Notably, the potential earnings increase with the height of the resident's floor, thereby highlighting Jiang Ye's advantageous position on the 20th floor. He is able to serve residents from the 2nd to the 20th floor, consequently accelerating his earning potential. However, it has already been analyzed by a scholar that despite Jiang Ye's relentless efforts throughout the day, he is unlikely to be able to pay his rent. The higher one resides, the quicker one can earn money, yet the overall cost-effectiveness is absurdly low. Earning 2,000 to 3,000 game coins in a single day is already his limit. 120,000 is simply unattainable. Even the 100,000 penalty for breaking the lease remains beyond his reach. His only glimmer of hope lies in exchanging survival stones for game coins. Therefore, it is highly probable that Jiang Ye will not survive the first day. However, at this moment, his classmates' attitudes towards him have become rather nuanced. Although Jiang Ye may not last beyond the first day, the fact that he can earn 2,000 to 3,000 game coins through his tireless efforts is noteworthy. This substantial inheritance could suffice for several of his peers to pay their rent for 10 days. Consequently, his classmates have taken the initiative to console him, offering encouragement and painting a hopeful picture with their survival stones. They urge him not to relinquish his hope for survival, advising him to focus on working diligently to earn money first. Who knows, perhaps amidst his hard work, he might stumble upon a survival stone. Even prominent figures like Gao Chang, who were revered by many, took the time to comfort him, stating, "I believe that fate will surely reward every individual who strives diligently. Perhaps there truly awaits a survival stone for you to discover during your industrious endeavors." Jiang Ye listened, internally amused. Yet, he had not entirely abandoned hope. After all, if his assumptions are correct, the higher the floor, the greater the probability of encountering bronze treasure chests. Chapter 8. the secret of leveling up in addition. The benefits of higher floors are also reflected in the consumption facilities of the apartment, much like the service-based stations in the working mode of West University. The facilities for consumer patterns are indeed diverse, including the following: training room, a space dedicated to enhancing personal combat abilities through specialized training, encompassing attribute improvement and skill acquisition. Challenge room, a venue for honing battle awareness through confrontations with formidable beasts. Battle room, accessible to users residing on the 20th floor and above, where they can engage in combat with other novice apartment players, with victors earning the game currency wagered by the defeated. The next consumer facility is the apartment mall. The apartment mall is divided into low-end mall and high-end mall. The low-end mall primarily offers basic necessities such as food, shopping, and entertainment, which are commonplace in the real world. In contrast, the high-end mall is exclusively accessible to users on the 20th floor and above. Notably, the entry ticket alone costs 1,000 game coins. According to the astute observations of a classmate, it is highly probable that the high-end mall will feature the sale of treasure chests or related items. Clearly, this consumer model highlights the privileges of residents on the 20th floor and above once more. The classmates cast increasingly complex glances toward Jiang Ye. Wang Lingling, a refined young woman with glasses, exudes a certain allure reminiscent of Yukiko Kudo from Detective Conan. During the peak popularity of Raging Tide, some classmates even liken her to Gao Qilan or Lan Lan. At this moment, she adjusted her glasses and thoughtfully analyzed. The entire configuration of the apartment facilities is evidently designed to guide players toward residing on higher floors. Higher floors offer quicker financial returns and access to more upscale consumer options, thereby fostering player development. However, based on my analysis, players will likely need a few days of accumulation to have a chance of moving to higher floors. Otherwise, for someone like Jiang Ye, who resides on a high floor from the very first day, securing the rent would prove exceedingly challenging. As she spoke, she cast a reassuring glance toward Jiang Ye and calmly stated, "However, Jiang Ye, rest assured that the very purpose of our mutual aid group is to ensure everyone's survival. Should we discover a survival stone on our first day and you find yourself unable to pay the rent, I am willing to exchange it for game currency to assist you with this initial payment." Wang Lingling expressed this with utmost conviction, her demeanor earnest, leaving the entire mutual aid group somewhat perplexed. Some members pondered, is it truly wise to squander a survival stone merely to cover Jiang Ye's rent? If someone genuinely finds a survival stone, wouldn't Jiang Ye be receiving it without due effort? This seems unjust. Jiang Ye keenly sensed the unusual glances from her peers. Wang Lingling, noticing the shift in atmosphere, promptly added, "However, the mutual aid group is not an institution of charity. Assisting you with your rent is aimed at ensuring your survival, yet I hope you will endeavor to repay that amount in the future. Furthermore, if our group consists of 80 members and we manage to collect only 79 survival stones, the one who will ultimately be left without a stone will be you. I trust you can comprehend this." She continued, "Of course, if an opportunity arises to seize a survival stone from seasoned players, we will certainly come to your aid. After all, the original intent of our mutual aid group is to ensure that all members can survive, and we will not easily abandon you." Wang Lingling spoke with heartfelt sincerity. However, Jiang Ye remained inherently indifferent, unmoved by the sentiments expressed. Instead, he perceived the eloquence of this female classmate from the second class as remarkably sophisticated. Her remarks served a dual purpose. Firstly, to placate him, a premier labor force, allowing him to diligently toil on the very first day in pursuit of substantial wealth to bequeath as an immense inheritance. Secondly, she adroitly endeared herself to the hearts of her peers. Her words were not merely directed at him, but were primarily intended for the members of the mutual aid group. The impressionable 18-year-old students, upon hearing her discourse, would likely be deeply touched. Coupled with the psychological influence of Mu Chong, their loyalty and obedience to her would only intensify. Gao Chong seemed to sense that Wang Lingling's prestige within the mutual aid group far surpassed his own, prompting him to inquire swiftly, "Are there any other classmates, aside from Jiang Ye, who are under pressure to pay rent?" He then turned to Su Yuewan. "Is your rent of over 2,000 manageable?" Su Yuewan, an academic high achiever with a strong sense of independence, preferred not to burden others. After some contemplation, she stubbornly replied, "If I manage my time well, I should be fine." Gao Chong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, time is of the essence. It is pointless for us to wait here for everyone to gather. I propose we split up and take action immediately." Yu Ziyu will remain here to welcome new members joining the mutual aid group, while the rest of us can promptly start earning game currency. Upon hearing this, the students eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, we cannot afford to dawdle any longer. We must quickly begin earning. Although I find it quite effortless to earn my rent today, I yearn to save more money and enhance my capabilities through a refined consumption model. I feel the same. I have yet to grasp any skills and am eager to experience the training room where skills can be acquired. Alas, in the past, I only perceived studying as a hardship, but now I realize that money holds paramount importance. Earning money. However, some classmates immediately mentioned, what about the secrets of leveling up? Sister Ling has yet to divulge them. At this moment, Wang Lingling did not withhold any information and voluntarily stated, everyone has left their respective apartments, all heading towards the corridor illuminated by a red glow, where they found the red glowing elevator. I wonder if any classmates have ventured in the opposite direction of the red glow? This question was raised. Lu Shun promptly replied, I have walked in that direction. However, the further I went, the darker it became. Eventually, I could not see my hand in front of my face. Even the apartment doors and numbers were indistinguishable. Fearing hidden dangers, I quickly turned back. Soon, other classmates echoed. I also ventured a bit, but found it too dark, so I turned back swiftly. Could it be that Sister Ling encountered danger while exploring that direction and thus leveled up by battling monsters? Sister Ling, how formidable were the monsters you encountered? For those of us with lower combat power, it seems we have little hope of leveling up at the moment, does it? Wang Lingling's expression grew serious as she swiftly clarified. Indeed, I achieved my level up while exploring that direction. However, in reality, I remained oblivious to the unfolding events. What set me apart was my possession of an A-grade skill known as Shadow Clone. Thus, I promptly directed my Shadow Clone to continue its exploration in that direction. Lacking the perspective of my clone, I was unaware of its experiences. To my surprise, I received a notification indicating that it had leveled up. Yet, what weighed heavily on my heart was that shortly after my clone achieved this advancement, it perished. Should I wish to employ this skill again, I would likely have to wait until the morrow. At this juncture, Wang Lingling's expression revealed a hint of anguish. The Shadow Clone was meant to serve as her formidable ally, but it met its demise during the exploration of the corridor. She felt that neither the upgrade nor the reward of the black iron treasure chest could compensate for such a loss. Meanwhile, Gao Chong, pondering the situation, inquired with curiosity, I wonder how much combat power your Shadow Clone possessed. Wang Lingling pressed her lips together and replied solemnly, conservatively estimated, it had approximately 20 combat power. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the students gathered around aghast in astonishment. They could hardly believe that Wang Lingling's mere clone surpassed them by a staggering fivefold. What was more disheartening was that this clone had ultimately perished. Had they ventured further into that corridor, they would have likely met their demise without any chance of leveling up. Furthermore, for Wang Lingling to progress to level 2 now seemed nearly impossible. Almost immediately following his lamentations, a sudden scream pierced the air among the students. Chapter 9. Casualties arise. Ding ding. Are you calling for souls? You startled me. Indeed. Ding ding. Why did you suddenly shout? The classmates turned their gazes towards Ding Ding from class 2, only to find his face pale and his eyes filled with terror. You all must look at the chat group. The chat group? I haven't seen any astonishing messages. Goodness. It's not about messages. It's the member list. Quickly, look at the member list. It has changed from 8080 to 7880. What? This means 2 people have gone offline. Offline? How could that be? I didn't see any option to exit the game. Are you really that foolish? Going offline must mean they are deceased. So just now, we lost 2 classmates. No, it can't be. People are gone. It's Fan Yuhang and Shin Yuan from class 2. They must have ventured towards the corridor where the red light emanated, and then were consumed by some monster. Sigh. Please stop talking. It's making me anxious. Fortunately, we established a mutual assistance group. Otherwise, if I had seen the reduction in the member list alone, I would have been too frightened to step outside. But when we go to run errands and earn rent, will we also encounter dangers? As these words were spoken, the previously spirited classmates who were eager to work suddenly fell into a state of unease. Meanwhile, as Gao Chang and Wang Lingling stepped forward to reassure everyone, Jiang Ye's mood grew increasingly somber. Upon learning of Wang Lingling's ascension, a thought flashed through his mind. He suspected that Wang Lingling may have attained her level through the act of murder. Although he was aware that Wang Lingling had not committed any such act, it was plausible that Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan had met their demise at the hands of a fellow student. After all, among those who had failed to gather, some might also speculate that Wang Lingling had progressed through nefarious means. Such thoughts could very well incite corresponding actions. Nonetheless, this was merely a conjecture on Jiang Ye's part. At that moment, a slightly plump girl among their classmates suddenly burst into tears, her eyes reddened. Fan Yuhang might have encountered an accident while exploring the corridor. But Chen Yuan was my closest friend. She is particularly timid, and I truly find it hard to imagine her venturing into the corridor like Lingjie or the others. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Xun's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Indeed, as long as one does not venture deep into the corridor, danger should be avoided. A timid girl like Chen Yuan is unlikely to proactively explore the depths of the corridor. Thus, logically, she should not have fallen victim to the perils lurking within." Wang Lingling's mind raced, and she quickly interjected, "Are you suggesting that she was murdered?" Lu Xun nodded. Not only her. Fan Yuhang likely met the same fate. They both vanished from the member list almost simultaneously. Hence, I surmise that they may have encountered one or several classmates while heading down to gather. As they were merely classmates, the two remained utterly unguarded. And then Lu Xun's words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. Among their peers, many displayed expressions of fear and disbelief. Those who found it hard to accept such a notion hastily retorted, "Impossible. We are all classmates. We haven't even harmed a chicken in our lives. How could anyone suddenly resort to murder? Indeed, and to think they would kill not just one but two. Such a conjecture is too malicious. I too believe that they must have been slain by other monsters in the apartment while they were simply out together." Many students struggled to accept the idea that any of their classmates could have turned to murder. Lu Xun, exasperated, queried, "Haven't you ever followed the news? Have you not heard of high school students committing murder or even burying their victims alive? And let us not even mention high schoolers. Even middle schoolers and elementary school students have committed homicide. In such a vast world, there exists every kind of creature. The grim realities of society have always been present. And in this doomsday apartment, the issues will only be magnified. You all are exceedingly naive. To label my reasonable conjecture as malicious is truly..." Lu Xun was left speechless. However, Wang Lingling suddenly intervened, gently pressing him down, before turning to reassure their classmates. "Lu Xun's analysis holds some merit, yet your concerns are also quite valid. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, one should harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant against others. My hope is that within our mutual aid group, there will not emerge any classmates inclined to take lives. Moreover, I hope that all students remain vigilant towards one another to avoid being harmed by those they trust. I believe that if any of you do encounter malicious attacks from fellow classmates in the future, it would be prudent to document the perpetrator's information within the chat group. In the unfortunate event of such occurrences, the support group could assist in seeking retribution." Wang Lingling's thoughtful words resonated well, successfully winning the hearts of many. Observing this, Gao Chong sought to assert his presence, suggesting that he could accompany Wang Lingling to investigate the causes of Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan's demise. If they could locate the bodies of the two, perhaps it would reveal whether their deaths were at the hands of a classmate or a monster. However, Wang Lingling calmly shook her head, stating, "We can only access the floor where our apartment is located. And if the floor where Chen Yuan and Fan Yuhang perished is above ours, we will have no opportunity to find the bodies. Therefore, rather than wasting time searching for the bodies to investigate the cause of death, it would be more effective for each of you to remain observant during your work on each floor. If anyone happens to discover the bodies during their tasks, we can analyze the cause of death then." This reasoning was evidently more sound. Gao Chang's expression faltered momentarily. He had intended to suggest that since Jiang Ye could access higher floors, he should conduct the investigation. Yet, Wang Lingling, as if reading his thoughts, added, "Jiang Ye could indeed investigate the causes of death for those two, but his time is better spent earning money, which creates greater value. Moreover, we have already squandered considerable time. It is imperative that everyone promptly takes action and prioritizes paying today's rent." This statement struck a chord, and the classmates nodded in agreement. Only Gao Chong harbored significant dissatisfaction towards Wang Lingling, who consistently overshadowed him, especially given that she was a girl. It was he who had initially proposed gathering the classmates, yet now Wang Lingling seemed to have the upper hand in every situation. The atmosphere between these two formidable individuals was undeniably delicate. However, Jiang Ye remained utterly unconcerned. At that moment, his clone finally had the opportunity to take action. In the service base of Shi University, he had chosen the role of a cleaner. This position allowed him to fully leverage his advantages of being on a higher floor. Firstly, he dismissed the notion of tutoring, as the apocalyptic apartment did not resemble a typical educational setting where one would need to study language or mathematics. Thus, the content of tutoring could be unexpectedly challenging, and he was not inclined to take such a risk. Secondly, special service jobs carried too much uncertainty. Lastly, errand running was far too fragmented, with tasks coming in one by one. While high-floor errand tasks indeed offered higher pay, they also involved lower-paying tasks on lower floors, wasting valuable time. Moreover, errands typically only delivered to the doorstep, preventing access to the interiors of high-rise apartments. Jiang Ye was eager to explore the luxurious apartments in search of bronze treasure chests. Therefore, the opportunity to work as a cleaner, which not only promised substantial earnings but also the chance to discover treasure chests, was precisely what he desired. Of course, cleaning work might also entail certain dangers. Nonetheless, he had to select a job that would yield income. Meanwhile, most of his classmates opted for errand running, still under the shadow of the recent deaths of two classmates. They instinctively hesitated to engage too closely with the other residents of the apartment. Thus, the seemingly innocuous task of delivering items to doorsteps appeared to be more secure. Soon, the students eagerly collected their work badges from the service station at Shida and promptly set about their tasks. Jiang Ye swiftly examined his badge and discovered that each type of job was meticulously categorized into employee tiers. For instance, in the delivery role, completing a certain number of orders would elevate an employee's rank. The higher the rank, the greater the remuneration per delivery. Furthermore, both positive and negative feedback would influence the advancement of an employee's tier. It was also noted that the ranks for jobs at Shidao were calculated separately, implying that it was advantageous for the students to commit to a single job and persist in it. This would allow them to continuously accumulate experience and enhance their employee status, thereby accelerating their earning potential over time, a notion akin to cultivating expertise in a particular field leading to promotions and salary increments. In this light, Jiang Ye, with his ability to create numerous avatars, possessed a significant advantage in the pursuit of earning money through work, while others toiled alone to earn their wages. He could orchestrate a team of avatars, engaging in a fervent competition for resources. Moreover, as time progressed, the number of his avatars would multiply, resulting in an exponential increase in his earnings. However, the thought of two classmates already having perished, coupled with the burden of exorbitant rent, instilled a sense of unease within Jiang Ye. He felt an urgent desire to swiftly acquire a second or even a third avatar. Yet, he remained uncertain about the specific cost entailed in generating these avatars through sacrifice. Chapter 10. The disappearing package. If only he could promptly locate the survival stone. Such an object would undoubtedly be exceedingly valuable and might even serve to augment the number of his avatars. However, that elusive item is likely not so easily found. Jiang Ye harbored doubts, since the distinction between levels above and below 20 was made in both the work and consumption modes. It was highly probable that the invaluable survival stones were predominantly located on the upper floors. At that moment, Jiang Ye felt a surge of impatience. Clutching his work badge, he instinctively considered selecting a cleaning task on a higher floor. For instance, a cleaning job on the 20th floor could yield a staggering 8,800 game coins. The lucrative reward also promised greater opportunities to discover treasure chests and survival stones, undeniably enticing. However, when the prompt, "Do you wish to accept this order?" appeared on his badge, Jiang Ye ultimately regained his composure. At 18, a senior in high school, he had been shaped by a life of hardship. His mother had passed away during his childhood, and his father, burdened with work, lacked the time to care for him. Consequently, he had been raised in various relatives' homes, making him acutely sensitive to the nuances of living under the roofs of others. Rather than boasting about himself, he had learned to observe the patterns of the world around him. Although he might not be the most intellectually gifted individual, he had developed a set of principles. Often, beneath the surface of visible temptations lay hidden perils. The task on the 20th floor not only promised substantial earnings but also beckoned with bronze treasure chests and survival stones. Therefore, it was highly likely that its associated dangers far surpassed those of the lower floors. Yet, should he simply relinquish this opportunity in favor of a safer, lower-level task? If he did not earn enough for rent on his first day, he would still face dire consequences. In that moment, Jiang Ye found himself in a quandary. With his current abilities, accepting the task on the 20th floor was tantamount to courting death. Yet, avoiding that risk would leave him unable to pay rent, leading to the same grim fate. How should one make a choice? If only one could enhance their abilities before tackling the tasks on the 20th floor. Perhaps it would be wise to undertake tasks on the lower floors while simultaneously searching for treasure chests, thus strengthening oneself before attempting the 20th floor. However, this seems like a waste of precious time. The tasks that grant access to the apartment rooms typically require several hours to complete. Moreover, the likelihood of encountering treasure chests on the lower floors is exceedingly low, and they are often merely the most basic black iron chests, offering minimal assistance. Is there truly no way to swiftly and efficiently enhance one's strength? As he pondered in this state of indecision, a courier wearing a badge approached him. Noting his hesitation, "What troubles you, Jiang Ye? Why haven't you hurried off to complete your tasks?" With that, he leaned in to glance at Jiang Ye's badge, offering a compliment. Given your unique circumstances, it is indeed quicker to earn money through cleaning. He assumed Jiang Ye was merely feeling disheartened and sought to comfort him, saying, "This apocalyptic apartment is essentially a game. We are all workers here, and no one will mock those who choose cleaning as a profession. It is all about earning a living, after all." Jiang Ye nodded in gratitude and clarified, "I do not disdain this work. Rather, I fear the unknown dangers that may lurk." Lucian understood his concern. In this strange and eerie environment, fear was a common sentiment. Fortunately, they were among familiar classmates. Had they been surrounded by strangers, the apprehension would have been even greater. Lucian, quick-witted, immediately proposed, "In fact, considering your situation, there is an alternative to simply working. In that consumption model's battle room, you can engage in the most basic combat mode for just 100. This represents a rather commendable model for generating income. Although I do not meet the criteria for utilizing the battle room, I genuinely wish to give it a try." Jiang Ye has also contemplated earning money through the battle room. However, Lucian speaks lightly of the matter, suggesting that victory guarantees profit. Yet, this method of making money is neither swift nor stable. Given his limited abilities, the probability of triumphing against players from other apartments is indeed quite low. Lucian seems to perceive his concerns and offers further analysis. "You need not worry excessively. If I am not mistaken, it appears that all of humanity has been transported to various apocalyptic apartments. In our apartment, you have been initially assigned to the 20th floor. Your prowess ranks above average among the 80 individuals residing in our establishment. The players assigned to the 20th floor in other apartments are likely chosen at random as well. Their initial capabilities may not surpass yours. There is a chance they possess merely a D-level talent, lacking any skills. Given our apartment's circumstances, this probability is rather high. If fortune favors you during matchmaking, securing a victory should not pose a significant challenge." It must be said that Lucian's analysis holds merit. However, unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ye has also unlocked a bronze chest within his apartment on the 20th floor. If this factor is taken into account, then players on the 20th floor of other apartments have likely opened bronze chests as well. Even if their initial talents are not formidable, those players can enhance their abilities through the bronze chests. The bronze chest opened by Jiang Ye yielded a mask that is evidently a supportive item. Currently, it is being utilized by the main body. Given this, the odds of his avatar triumphing against the level 20 players from other apartments appear quite slim, and the rate of earning is rather mediocre. Unless he can dominantly overpower all competitors, any increase in his earning potential will be marginal. As he wrestled with these thoughts, both he and Lucian were suddenly alerted by a cacophony emanating from the direction of the errand service station. Lucian was inclined to investigate when Jiang Ye's gaze sharpened, and he urged, "Look at the chat group." Upon glancing at the messages, Lucian exclaimed in disbelief, instinctively tightening his grip on the parcel he held. In the chat, Ding Dang from Class 2 reported that he was responsible for delivering a parcel that had gone missing. The value of the parcel was an astonishing 8,000. Such a sum was certainly beyond Ding Dang's capacity to bear. Overwhelmed by despair, he began to weep in the errand service station. Lucian furrowed his brow upon reading this news, and soon noticed another classmate inquiring within the chat. However, not long after, another message surfaced from Gao Chang. "Damn. My parcel has also gone missing." This revelation left all the students engaged in errands utterly astonished. Gao Chang ranks among the top elite fighters in their cohort. How could even his parcel have vanished? Fortunately, Gao Chang maintained a steadier demeanor than Ding Dang. He quickly followed up in the chat. "All students opting for errands, please refrain from taking parcels into the elevator. My parcel disappeared while I was in the elevator. I have no idea what that thing was. It just whisked my package away in an instant. Fortunately, the value of my parcel is only a little over 1,000, so I can just about manage the loss." Ding Dang, was your package also lost in the elevator? Chapter 11. Frantic thoughts. So, The elevator indeed has issues. Exactly. My package also vanished mysteriously while in the elevator. I searched for ages and still have no idea who took my parcel. Upon hearing this shocking news, the classmates quickly reached a conclusion. So, for those of us who do errands, we cannot use the elevator, otherwise our packages will inexplicably disappear. Goodness. Thankfully, I haven't entered the elevator yet. But wait, I just took the elevator to deliver my first order, and my package didn't go missing? It must be a matter of probability. It's not a certainty. I feel we shouldn't gamble on this probability. Otherwise, like ding dang, we might lose valuable packages that we simply cannot afford to replace. Gaochong, it's not just about being unable to afford the loss. There's a warning regarding lost packages. If a runner at level 1 experiences 3 instances of lost packages, their account will be suspended. What? Suspended? Does that mean we can no longer work as errand runners? So, this errand work can only be done by taking the stairs. Taking the stairs? Are you kidding me? You want me to carry a package to the 12th floor using the stairs? The 12th floor is merely a trivial height. Consider the arduous task of safely delivering parcels against the trepidation of taking the elevator, where a single stroke of misfortune could result in lost packages and substantial compensation. Moreover, it is reasonable to surmise that the higher the floor, the greater the value of the parcels. Consequently, the compensation could also escalate. Alas, the only option left is to ascend the stairs. Otherwise, gambling on the elevator's odds might not even suffice to cover today's rent. Yet, while climbing the stairs may seem manageable at first, how many trips must one make to earn enough for rent? It feels utterly exhausting. In light of this, I wonder if it would be wiser to opt for a cleaning job, which might be less demanding. Oh, come now. We have already uncovered the pitfalls of delivery work. We merely need to avoid the elevator. Yet, cleaning jobs undoubtedly come with their own hidden dangers. A misstep could even pose a threat to one's life. You are absolutely correct. I recommend that everyone choose delivery work. Though it is tiring, at least it does not carry the same risk. Sigh. Enough of this. I shall go and ascend the stairs to deliver the parcels. Goodness, the parcel I have taken on is exceedingly heavy. Climbing to the 8th floor is truly. Sigh. Upon realizing the pitfalls of delivery work, the students who chose this path unanimously decided to forego the elevator in favor of laboriously climbing the stairs. Meanwhile, those who selected cleaning and other jobs were instantly filled with unease. After all, if delivery work has its perils, it stands to reason that other occupations likely harbor their own dangers. If it were merely a matter of financial loss, it would be bearable. The real fear lies in the potential for life-threatening situations. Thus, although the chat group was filled with complaints about the arduousness of climbing stairs, an increasing number of students chose to ascend and deliver parcels. Lu Shun, having observed the discussions in the chat, felt fortunate that he had not resorted to using the elevator for deliveries. He sighed in relief and remarked to Jiang Ye, "If we climb stairs, our efficiency will be significantly diminished. I must act swiftly, lest I fail to earn enough for today's rent." Lu Shun intended to offer Jiang Ye some advice, but the high rewards invariably came with substantial risks. Such counsel proved difficult to impart. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ye suddenly put away his janitor badge and declared, "I might as well climb stairs and run errands myself." Upon hearing this, Lu Shun could not suppress a frown. From his perspective, running errands while climbing stairs represented a low-risk, low-reward endeavor. Jiang Ye's choice to rely on this method would result in an exceedingly slow accumulation of earnings. It would essentially squander the initial allocation of 20 levels he had been granted. Lu Shun wished to dissuade him, but seeing Jiang Ye's resolute demeanor, he refrained from further comment. Nonetheless, deep within, he felt a profound disappointment in Jiang Ye. He instinctively believed that with such a disposition, Jiang Ye had little prospect for success and was unlikely to survive the day. Disinterested in investing further thought into what he deemed a lost cause, he shook his head slightly and returned to his own errand tasks. Jiang Ye, however, remained indifferent to Lu Shun's opinion of him. He proceeded to the errand service station and obtained an errand badge. After briefly familiarizing himself with the rules of the tasks, he accepted a delivery assignment for the 8th floor. Presently, deliveries were made via the stairs rather than the elevator, and the stairwell of the apartment conveniently lay near the errand station. It is rather peculiar that this apartment building possesses but a single elevator, yet the students, while traversing between floors, seldom encounter one another within it. Conversely, the stairwell comprises 12 segments, arranged in a line, which culminate in 12 safety doors on the ground floor. Jiang Ye selected one of these safety doors and commenced his ascent. Remarkably, during this climb, he did not encounter any other students engaged in their errands. It appears that both the elevator and the stairwell of this apartment harbor their own mysteries. As Jiang Ye pondered these thoughts, he silently ascended to the 6th floor. His errand was destined for the 8th floor, yet he abruptly paused in the stairwell, breathless, seemingly unable to continue. However, his dark eyes covertly scrutinized the surroundings. He confirmed that the stairwell was devoid of surveillance cameras and fellow students. At that moment, the previously breathless Jiang Ye suddenly held his breath, focusing intently on the parcel assigned to him for delivery. The package resembled the typical cardboard boxes used for deliveries, secured with transparent tape. One side bore a white shipping label, inscribed with the apartment room number and an order number. Beyond that, there was no additional useful information. After meticulously inspecting the parcel, Jiang Ye's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he unsheathed a kitchen knife, intended for self-defense, and sliced open the tape sealing the box. Thus, the package originally meant for the 8th floor was surreptitiously opened by him. This, in fact, was the true purpose behind his choice to undertake the errand. Upon learning of Ding Deng and Gao Chang's lost package, the notion of pilfering the delivery took root in his mind. It is well understood that the loss of a parcel necessitates compensation for its value. In other words, the parcel itself possesses intrinsic worth. The expense incurred from a lost parcel is merely the compensation required, and this compensation is not immediate. It must be settled before midnight, allowing for a period of grace. Thus, the notion of Jiang Ye pilfering a parcel becomes entirely plausible. He merely needs to report the parcel as lost, and then provide the compensation before the stroke of midnight. Generally, students do not entertain the idea of stealing parcels because the compensation for a lost item is prohibitively high. Should they misplace a parcel, they might find themselves in dire financial straits. However, Jiang Ye's situation is markedly different. He is already in debt to the apartment for 125,000 yuan. An additional sum of a few thousand or 10,000 in compensation seems rather inconsequential. Another reason students refrain from theft is their uncertainty regarding the contents of the parcel. If the items within prove to be worthless, they would be left to bear the compensation burden for nothing. Jiang Ye shares this apprehension, yet he is driven to this audacious gamble by the exorbitant rent. As he prepares to open the parcel, his hands tremble, fearful of uncovering dangerous items or useless goods. Of course, this trembling also stems from a surge of excitement. If he were to discover items that could enhance his capabilities within the parcel, then his subsequent actions would undoubtedly be imbued with greater confidence. Thus, a blend of tension and exhilaration coursed through him as his quaking hands finally tore open the parcel. Chapter 12. Venomous Blade, Blood Dagger Ding. It has been detected that your assigned parcel number 10086 has been unlawfully opened, and a report of loss has been automatically filed for you. As the notifications appeared on Jiang Ye's identification badge, a series of alerts resonated within his mind. The messages echoed the information shared by Gao Chang and Ding Deng, revealing that the compensation he owed amounted to an astonishing 12,000. This figure exceeded the 8,000 that had left Ding Deng in despair by an entire 1,000. However, considering Jiang Ye already owed a staggering 125,000 in rent, this additional 12,000 hardly made a difference. He quickly composed himself and shifted his gaze towards the parcel containing the item. Inside the box lay a palm-sized, dark silver sphere, exuding a distinctly technological aura with its metallic texture. It felt substantial and weighty in his hand. Furthermore, the sphere featured a subtle protrusion at its base. Accidentally brushing against this bump, the sphere emitted a sudden chime. Ding. Would you like to input your fingerprint to bind this product? The unexpected sound startled Jiang Ye. Yes. Ding. Fingerprint input in progress. Ding. Smart assistant recognizing owner. Ding. Your life assistant has been created, initially named Xiaobing. Would you like to personalize the name? Accompanied by the announcement of the life assistant's creation, the sphere, brimming with technological charm, suddenly sprouted a head and limbs. On its slightly smaller spherical head rested a miniature display screen. At this moment, the display screen showcases a delightful emoticon, while a cheerful child's voice emanates, Master. Master. I am your life assistant, Xiaobing. May I inquire if you wish to personalize my settings? As Jiang Ye listened to the term life assistant, a chill ran through him. He had risked everything to stealthily retrieve a package, all for the sake of swiftly enhancing his abilities. Moreover, this was a survival apartment, not a vacation retreat. He had no leisure to indulge in the whims of a life assistant. What he desired was tangible combat prowess. Yet, this diminutive gadget had burdened him with a debt of 12,000. Disappointment lingered in Jiang Ye's heart. Without a semblance of a life, he had no time to personalize the assistant. Therefore, he bypassed this step and inquired of the device, Xiaobing, please enlighten me on your capabilities. I can provide basic domestic services, such as cleaning and waste disposal. Additionally, I can offer emotional support through singing, conversing, and telling jokes. By the way, here is my data panel for your perusal, Xiaobing replied, and indeed, a data panel materialized on the screen. Xiaobing, level 0, physical strength 1, energy 1, combat power 2, talent none, skill, exploration technique E. Gazing at the data panel, Jiang Ye felt a deep sense of dismay. With such meager combat power, this fragile entity was utterly incapable of aiding him, cleaning, and providing emotional support. This predicament fails to alleviate the pressing urgency. However, Jiang Ye quickly contemplated and hurriedly inquired of Xiaobing, are you able to obtain a service badge from the service station and then perform cleaning duties? Xiaobing, with an adorable blink, replied, I cannot, alas. The cleaning tasks that Xiaobing could undertake were exceedingly menial, incapable of supplanting human janitors. Moreover, as Xiaobing lacked life, she could not acquire a service badge. Not only was she unable to perform cleaning tasks, but also errands, tutoring, and specialized services were beyond her reach. Jiang Ye felt utterly despondent. Yet, refusing to surrender to despair, he posed another question. Do you possess even the slightest capability in combat? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaobing hesitantly responded, I possess a self-destructibility, the explosive force of which can instantaneously extinguish the life of any player with a combat power not exceeding 10. For those with a combat power of 20 or below, it can inflict severe injuries. However, once the self-destruct procedure is initiated, Xiaobing will depart from her master forever. Upon uttering these words, this little device displayed a crying emoticon on the screen. With this revelation, Jiang Ye felt a flicker of solace in his heart. After all, this self-destruct capability could be considered a trump card, albeit its price of 12,000 still rendered it somewhat unworthy. Yet, there was no alternative, was there? Generally speaking, as long as the contents of the package show no signs of prior use and the recipient has not refused acceptance, such procedures can be carried out. Signs of prior use. Jiang Ye turned to Xiaobing and inquired, can the signs of prior use be erased? Master, you may sever your connection with me, yet as an intelligent robot, the traces of prior use cannot be obliterated. After this exchange, Jiang Ye felt that Xiaobing was not entirely without merit. After all, it seemed to possess a fair amount of knowledge. He subsequently asked, do you know where your original factory is located? Xiaobing appeared to misunderstand his question, displaying a puzzled expression on its screen. The original factory, of course. Is it the original factory? Jiang Ye was at a loss for words. No, what I mean is your original factory also an apartment? No. The place of my birth is not called an apartment. It is referred to as a factory. Factories and apartments are distinct types of buildings. Factories, apartments. So, in this apartment survival game, aside from the apartment, are there other structures? He decided not to dwell on it further. Additionally, losing more than 3 packages would result in account suspension. Thus, for his second task, he chose to deliver a package to the 18th floor. Theoretically speaking, a package destined for a higher floor is likely to possess greater value. Hopefully, it will yield something that can significantly enhance his capabilities. Otherwise, burdened by substantial debt, he might not survive the day. Jiang Ye resorted to his previous method, clutching the package as he entered the stairwell. This time, he could not muster the energy to ascend to the 6th floor. Instead, he paused at the corner of the staircase between the 3rd and 4th floors. Before engaging in the clandestine act of unboxing a delivery, he took a moment to survey his surroundings. It was during this interval that he casually checked the chat group. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon some shocking news. It's Kai Daming from Class 1. If memory serves correctly, he has taken on a delivery task. What does that imply? Could a delivery task possibly entail danger? Could it be that he encountered peril while exploring elsewhere during his errand? I have no idea. And what about Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan? Their bodies have yet to be discovered. We remain oblivious to the circumstances of their demise. For heaven's sake, stop crying. Will tears resolve anything? Your parents are not here, and no one will indulge you. Everyone should exercise caution while working. Let us earn enough for rent swiftly and then enhance our capabilities. Things should improve thereafter. As for Kai Daming, why didn't he send a message in the chat group before his untimely end? At least we would have known how he perished. Perhaps the thread emerged too swiftly, leaving him no time to communicate. Sigh? If such dangers do exist, the rest of us would likely meet a similar fate. The atmosphere within the chat group was heavy and oppressive. Some timid girls had already succumbed to tears. A sense of gravity weighed on Jiang Ye's heart, further solidifying his resolve to grow stronger. At that moment, his true self donned a disguise, wearing a mask and adopting a bald appearance to collect his delivery badge at the service base. During this process, it undoubtedly attracted the attention of other errand-running classmates. However, they dared not provoke any trouble, merely engaging in hushed discussions within their chat group, refraining from taking any real action against the bald individual. Thus, Jiang Ye, in his disguised form, successfully obtained his errand badge along with his first task. Meanwhile, his alter ego adeptly initiated the second delivery. This time, the badge indicated a staggering compensation of 26,000. Inside the cardboard box lay a pitch-black dagger, its blade appearing remarkably sharp, faintly glimmering with a red hue. An idea struck Jiang Ye, prompting him to retrieve the small ice entity concealed on his person and instruct it, "Come forth, little ice. Utilize your detection ability to examine this dagger." "Of course, master," Little Ice promptly replied. Soon, its mini-display screen unveiled the dagger's attributes: Poison Blade Blood Dagger, Physical Power 4, Energy 2, Poison Attack 10, Probability of triggering lethal poison and bleeding effects. Gasp. The efficacy of this dagger evidently surpassed that of the disguising mask obtained from his bronze treasure chest. Not only did it boast superior attributes, but it also included a poison attack. Moreover, it possessed a probability of triggering lethal poison and bleeding effects. Although the precise manifestations of the lethal poison and bleeding effects remained unknown, it was apparent that the new players were generally ill-equipped. To put it bluntly, aside from a couple of classmates with slightly stronger abilities, the rest were merely novices. With this dagger in hand, Jiang Ye undoubtedly surged ahead of 99 of his peers. Even entering the battle room, his chances of victory would certainly outweigh the likelihood of defeat. However, just as he was elated to extract the venomous blade, he was suddenly startled by a voice emanating from the staircase above, specifically from the 4th floor. "Oh, what luck! You've drawn a powerful item." Chapter 13, The Outcast Lone Warrior. This voice sent a shiver down Jiang Ye's spine, causing his heart to skip a beat. Almost instinctively, he grasped the venomous blade tightly, a warm current seemingly flooding his body through his palm, instilling within him an inexplicable sense of strength. It was this very sensation that enabled him to quickly regain his composure. More importantly, he recognized that voice. Indeed, as he turned his gaze toward the staircase leading to the 4th floor, he beheld a familiar figure descending, the slender Yang Wenchao, clad in a black windbreaker. Upon meeting Jiang Ye's eyes, he exclaimed, "It's you, Jiang Ye." As classmates, it was no surprise that Yang Wenchao knew Jiang Ye. However, their relationship was somewhat tenuous. As Jiang Ye was known for his solitary nature, possessing a low profile and few friends, making him the type of person that teachers and peers seldom acknowledged. Yang Wenchao, while also a misfit, had a particularly poor reputation and was often ostracized by many of their classmates. The root of this animosity appeared to stem from a rumor during their first year of high school alleging that Yang Wenchao had stolen money. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye was not in the same class as Yang Wenchao during their first year, and he had little interest in gossip. Thus, he only had a vague awareness of the theft incident without knowing the particulars. Their paths crossed more significantly when they were placed in the same class during their senior year. It was a Friday when Kai Daming's tablet, which he had secretly brought to school, mysteriously vanished. He did not search extensively, as his immediate suspicion fell upon Yang Wenchao. Consequently, the classmates began to whisper and point fingers at Yang Wenchao, bringing up his previous misdeeds of theft for discussion. Yang Wenchao vehemently denied the accusations. Yet no one believed him and insisted on searching his backpack. Jiang Ye, typically disinterested in such matters, found the incessant chatter quite bothersome while he was engrossed in solving a physics problem on electromagnetic conversion. Thus, he decided to intervene and swiftly located Kai Daming's tablet. It turned out that Kai Daming had cleverly designed a tablet cover resembling a textbook, allowing him to both attend class and enjoy his device. However, whether by forgetfulness or some other reason, the tablet had become wedged among a pile of actual textbooks, and he had failed to recognize it. Ultimately, it was all a misunderstanding, and Kai Daming merely laughed, praising the coolness of his new tablet cover, showing no intention of apologizing to Yang Wenchao. The other students also felt no need for an apology. Meanwhile, Yang Wenchao remained taciturn and did not demand one either. However, he did extend a simple thank you to Jiang Ye, marking a brief yet significant interaction between the two, who were both somewhat outcasts. And this was their only conversation during their senior year. To Jiang Ye's surprise, he unexpectedly encountered Yang Wenchao in the stairwell. The transformation in Yang Wenchao's demeanor was strikingly different from his school persona. At school, he often kept his head down, avoiding eye contact and isolating himself from others. Yet now, he stood tall, with a resolute gaze and an air that exuded a subtle intensity. The tone of his speech exuded an air of superiority, starkly contrasting with his demeanor during their school days, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Jiang Ye could not help but entertain doubts. Could it be that this individual had undergone possession? Or perhaps he had been reborn? Of course, it was also plausible that the peculiarities of this apocalyptic world had induced such a drastic transformation in Yang Wenchao's mindset and demeanor within a brief span. Regardless of the possibility, Jiang Ye had ample reasons to suspect that Yang Wenchao's current prowess was formidable. Moreover, not long ago, Kai Daming had been reported deceased in their chat group. It was conceivable that he had met his end at Yang Wenchao's hands. Another question lingered in Jiang Ye's mind. Earlier, in the stairwell, he had encountered no other students. His classmates in the chat group had similarly noted that they had not crossed paths with anyone while navigating the stairs. Yet now, how was it that Yang Wenchao appeared here? Puzzled and on guard, Jiang Ye instinctively tightened his grip on the poisoned blood dagger in his hand. At that moment, Yang Wenchao, having descended the stairs, stood merely a meter away at the railing. With a peculiar smile, he remarked, "I never imagined you would dare to tamper with the packages." As he spoke, he glanced at the dagger in Jiang Ye's grasp, musing that its appearance suggested the compensation would exceed 10,000 at the very least. He then shifted his gaze to the assistant robot beside Jiang Ye, adding with a hint of sarcasm, "Considering this little gadget as well. It seems you've managed to incur a debt of 30,000 by opening 2 packages. Jiang Ye, clutching the dagger with a wary expression, chose to remain silent. Yang Wenchao appeared entirely unfazed by his reaction, casually adjusting the bracelets adorning his wrists. Jiang Ye discerned that the bracelet was undoubtedly a formidable piece of combat equipment, perhaps rivaling his own poison blade and blood dagger. After examining a pair of bracelets, Yang Wenchao continued, "In truth, I too have contemplated the advantages of these deliveries. However, unlike you, I do not choose to accept and unbox the parcels myself. Instead, I opt to rob others of their deliveries." At this juncture, Jiang Ye's anxiety intensified. His mind raced, fervently pondering whether Little Bing's self-destructibility, in conjunction with his poison blade and blood dagger, could triumph over Yang Wenchao. Alternatively, should he appeal to emotions and request to join the band of robbers? Or perhaps, send a plea for help in the chat group? The situation had become increasingly evident. Yang Wenchao was indeed there to rob parcels. Although Jiang Ye had already opened the deliveries, they could still be seized, leading to silencing witnesses. Kai Daming likely met his demise in such a manner. Jiang Ye's heart raced, pounding as if his entire being were surging toward his scalp. However, Yang Wenchao's subsequent words caught him off guard. With a peculiar smile, Yang Wenchao slowly remarked, "Under normal circumstances, had I encountered anyone else, the ensuing narrative would have involved murder and theft of parcels. Yet, it is you, Jiang Ye. I have never subscribed to the notion that good deeds are rewarded. Moreover, you, Jiang Ye, are hardly a paragon of virtue. Nevertheless, my friend, you ought to feel fortunate that while good people may not always receive their due, those who have aided me, Yang Wenchao, shall undoubtedly be rewarded." In the final moments, Yang Wenchao reined in his smile, his tone imbued with unwavering determination. Jiang Ye belonged to that rare breed of individuals who instinctively questioned the words of others. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself believing this statement. A flicker of reassurance washed over him, though his vigilance remained unyieldingly intact. Yang Wenchao continued, "Thus, I shall neither take your life nor rob you. In fact, I bear tidings of good fortune. You are burdened with a debt of at least 30,000 for lost packages, are you not? This sum can be resolved through a more straightforward means. When you reported the package as lost, you must have received a notification. If the compensation is not settled before midnight, 1 survival point will be deducted. A negative survival point balance leads to erasure. I am aware of a simple method to acquire survival points. Chapter 14. Until we meet again. No mercy shall be shown survival points. Jiang Ye's data panel revealed a stark 0 in survival points. Upon his arrival at the apartment, The announcement had also mentioned that players could exchange survival stones for survival points. The latter could be exchanged for anything a player desired after passing the novice assessment in the Apocalypse apartment. The phrase anything seemed extraordinary, reflecting the rarity of both survival points and survival stones. It was this prior announcement that led many to subconsciously believe that survival points could only be obtained through the exchange of survival stones. However, Yang Wenchao's implication was evidently not about trading survival stones for survival points. Jiang Ye, quick-witted as he was, grasped the underlying meaning almost instantaneously. He cast a cautious glance towards Yang Wenchao, suddenly uttering two words, murder. A flicker of surprise crossed Yang Wenchao's eyes, but he quickly raised an eyebrow and replied, "Indeed. It is murder." With an enigmatic smile, he added, "The novice players nowadays are akin to delicate lambs in a greenhouse. Each one of them is exceedingly easy to slay. Moreover, with each kill, one can earn a point of survival. Would you not agree that this method of acquiring survival points is rather simple?" Yang Wenchao's tone was remarkably lighthearted. However, Jiang Ye felt an unsettling chill. It was not the demeanor of Yang Wenchao that unnerved him, but rather the very premise. The current novice players are indeed mostly like lambs. Yet, the harshness of their survival environment will inevitably compel them to evolve. As time progresses, the notion that murder can yield survival points may drive some players to kill indiscriminately. Though termed indiscriminate, it is essentially for the sake of survival points. Jiang Ye was left pondering just how much his classmates would grow in the span of 10 days. Yet, the veteran players mentioned in the announcement would likely prove to be far more ruthless than he could imagine. Furthermore, the earlier deaths of Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan. As a thought struck him, Jiang Ye suddenly looked at Yang Wenchao. Hesitantly, he inquired, "Did you also kill Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan?" Yang Wenchao merely smiled cheerfully and casually remarked, "Regardless of what others may think, I find this apocalyptic apartment game quite enjoyable. The mere thought of those individuals I detest most being forced to confront their own incompetence, to writhe and wail in despair, fills me with a profound sense of satisfaction. And you, Jiang Ye," he added, turning to Jiang Ye with sudden gravity, causing the latter to hold his breath, his heart pounding faintly. "You are merely a notch above the most loathsome people I know. My repayment concludes here. Therefore, should we, by ill fortune, cross paths again, you shall still perish by my hand. May fortune favor you." With that, Yang Wenchao's figure flickered, and he appeared beside him, lightly touching his rigid shoulder. He brushed past him with an air of nonchalant ease. Immediately afterward, his form shimmered once more, and he darted towards the third floor. Jiang Ye, his body tense, gazed in the direction of the staircase, only to find that Yang Wenchao had vanished. He dared not relax his vigilance, for Yang Wenchao appeared to be formidable and deranged. It is said that a warrior, while exterminating an entire clan, discovered a child among the slain. The warrior, possessing a modicum of conscience, sheathed his blade, uttered a prayer, and gently wiped the blood from the child's face. He then said to the child, "Heaven cherish his life. Considering your youth, I shall spare you. But remember this. Should we unfortunately meet again, I shall not hesitate." The warrior then departed, sword in hand. At this juncture, just as the audience believed the child had narrowly escaped doom, he turned to the child and smiled, exclaiming, "Greetings. As I said, should we meet again, I shall not hesitate." Subsequently, a glint of steel heralded the child's swift decapitation. Jiang Ye now harbored the apprehension that Yang Wenchao might emulate the warrior in this fairy tale, verbally professing that after settling the debt of gratitude, no mercy would be shown upon their next encounter, only to promptly renege on that vow the moment he departed, ensuring that the next meeting would be immediate. Consequently, he hastened his ascent, scaling several more flights of stairs, ultimately exiting the stairwell from the 8th floor. Only after ascertaining that Yang Wenchao had not doubled back did he lean against the wall, a modicum of relief washing over him. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye's corporeal form, being of weaker constitution, dared not even venture into the stairwell, fearing an encounter with Yang Wenchao. Thus, his physical body proceeded to unwrap the delivery he had accepted directly within the ground floor lobby. Barely affording himself a cursory glance, he swiftly darted into the elevator. Naturally, his actions in the bustling lobby attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Soon, the chatter group was abuzz with discussion. "Good heavens! I just witnessed a bald uncle collect a work pass at the errand service station. After accepting an order and retrieving the package, he proceeded to tear it open himself. A bald uncle? But all 80 members on our roster are familiar classmates. Therefore, that bald uncle is likely not a player, wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed. I concur that he's not a player. Perhaps a resident of the apartments happened to accept their own delivery through the errand service, hence the immediate signing and unwrapping. Lu Shun, that doesn't quite add up, does it? According to my deductions, the non-player inhabitants of this apartment complex are seemingly confined to their own rooms. Thus, only players should be capable of accepting errand tasks. But the players are all classmates. There's no bald uncle among them. Could it be that the announcement mentioned that veteran players gained early access to the apartment? Or perhaps, aside from the new and old players, a third hidden faction exists? Surely, it cannot be that complicated, can it? Might it simply be a classmate in disguise? Given that we can conjure fireballs with our bare hands, it is quite reasonable to assume that such a transformation device could also be at play, is it not? Just as the classmates were engrossed in discussions regarding Jiang Ye's bald disguise, an explosive message suddenly ignited the chat group. Zhu Yuping exclaimed, "Help! Yang Wenxiao is robbing my package." However, this message barely lingered in the chat for a mere second before it vanished abruptly. If not for the large number of students currently monitoring the chat, it is likely that no one would have even noticed. Soon after, a classmate reported, "What the heck? I just saw a message that disappeared right after it was posted. Was that just my imagination? It's not an illusion. I saw it too. A message just vanished into thin air, but I didn't catch what it said." Sui Wowan interjected, "I saw it clearly. It was Zhu Yuping from Class 1. He said he was being robbed of his package by Yang Wenxiao." "What? Are you saying Yang Wenxiao is stealing Zhu Yuping's package? But why did that message disappear? Damn. Zhu Yuping also appears to be offline in the member list. Wait, is this for real? Does this mean Zhu Yuping has been killed by Yang Wenxiao? What on earth? What kind of scum is Yang Wenxiao? Stealing money in freshman year was one thing. But now he is not only robbing classmates, but has also resorted to murder. I suddenly find myself questioning whether Kai Daming, who perished during the errand, may have met his demise at the hands of Yang Wenxiao. How could such a despicable individual exist among our classmates? Yuziyu, I must interject and inform everyone that when Zhu Yuping registered with me, the data panel indicated a talent rating of B and mastery of C-level skills. Among the members of our mutual assistance group, he ranks within the top 10. Upon hearing this, the chat group, which had been fervently condemning Yang Wenxiao, fell into an immediate silence. Lu Shun then remarked, according to Zhu Yuping's last words, Yang Wenxiao was in the act of robbing his delivery. This leads me to ponder whether Yang Wenxiao's newfound strength is derived from raiding deliveries. Furthermore, do you all recall that bald individual who opened his own packages? Chapter 15. Some individuals are not to be provoked. This statement triggered a realization among many classmates. Wait, are you implying that those parcels contain items that can enhance our strength? So, that bald man was actually one of our classmates in disguise. He wasn't merely opening his own delivery, but was engaged in a scheme of self-theft. Who on earth is that bald man? Discovering such crucial information and yet not sharing it. Hold on. Even if one could grow stronger by stealing deliveries, failing to repay the compensation would still lead to demise at midnight. Ding Dang is in debt of over 8,000. He cannot possibly afford it. So, Yang Wenxiao is robbing others' parcels and is not liable for any compensation himself. But how dare that bald man? He is tampering with the packages he is responsible for delivering. He must be trying to enhance his strength before earning money to pay off debts. But that is an audacious gamble. Should we not also emulate that bald man? First, we could open the packages to enhance our abilities and then find ways to repay our debts. This seems far too perilous. The money we earn through exhausting labor today is barely sufficient to cover the rent. It is inconceivable that we would have any excess funds to compensate for damaged packages. As the students engaged in fervent discussions and remained indecisive, a message from Gao Chong suddenly emerged in the group chat. The bald man's actions are exceedingly reckless, and I do not recommend that anyone follow his lead. As for Yang Wenxiao, I believe his conduct has already violated the most fundamental ethical boundaries of our existence, and it poses a grave threat to the safety of our fellow classmates. With Gao Chang's statement, the other students were instantly incensed, eagerly voicing their agreement. Indeed, Yang Wenxiao has gone too far. While stealing someone else's packages may be one thing, murder is utterly unacceptable. I believe we should seek vengeance for Kai Daming and Zhu Yuping. Absolutely. It is entirely possible that Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan were also his victims. I propose that we first deal with Yang Wenxiao. Otherwise, others will find it impossible to deliver packages in peace. Yes, this matter must be addressed with the utmost seriousness. We must make an example of him to dissuade others from following suit. Yang Wenchao must be eliminated to send a clear message and prevent any future imitation of his actions. Wang Lingling, Ling Jie, please share your thoughts as well. Jiang Ye observed the messages in the chat group, feeling a sense of disbelief. To Jiang Ye's astonishment, his classmates dared to openly discuss the act of murder so early on. Clearly, their adaptation to the new environment surpassed his expectations. Moreover, within the two classes, there was surprisingly no one to advocate for Yang Wenchao. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed a voice rising in defense of Yang Wenchao, and that voice belonged to none other than Wang Lingling. Wang Lingling stated, regarding whether Yang Wenchao truly committed murder, we have not thoroughly investigated the matter. I urge everyone to remain calm and refrain from inciting emotions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye felt a sense of surprise. Yet, Wang Lingling continued, Yang Wenchao, I am willing to provide you an opportunity to defend yourself. You may clarify why Zhu Yuping immediately perished after alleging that you had stolen his package. Additionally, do the deaths of Kai Daming, Chen Yuan, and Fan Yuhang bear any relation to you? Yang Wenchao. This statement undeniably extended a measure of respect towards Yang Wenchao. Jiang Ye speculated that Wang Lingling was not merely playing the role of a benevolent figure, but genuinely wished to protect him, perhaps due to uncertainty regarding his capabilities. Her request for all members of the mutual aid group to display their player panels illustrated her concern that someone might possess greater strength while deliberately concealing it. She sought to comprehend the circumstances of her classmates. This young woman demonstrated a commendably cautious disposition. Her remarks were, in essence, a test of Yang Wenchao's abilities. Should he provide a weak defense, it would suggest that his prowess might indeed be inferior to that of Wang Lingling. Wang Lingling possessed a greater assurance in dealing with him. Should he adopt a domineering attitude, entirely disregarding the murderous intent harbored by his classmates, it would suggest that he held them in utter contempt. In such a case, his prowess would indeed be a source of trepidation for Wang Lingling. As Jiang Ye pondered this, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Wang Lingling's nature was exceedingly cautious. Was the data panel she previously shared in the chat group genuinely reflective of her true capabilities? Might it be possible that she possessed a talent surpassing the S grade, deliberately concealing a portion of her strength? Given her disposition, this seemed quite plausible. Moreover, the information displayed in the chat group was merely text, which could easily be fabricated. Contemplating this, Jiang Ye felt a surge of realization. Some individuals among the 80 were indeed formidable adversaries. Wang Lingling, Yang Wenchao, Gao Chong, were there not also hidden masters among those other classmates who appeared unassuming? The urgency to grow stronger surged within Jiang Ye. However, it was not long before a classmate in the chat group remarked, Wow, I just saw Yang Wenchao heading to the battle room. His speed is astonishing. It's as if he leaves an afterimage when he walks. It resembles the lightness of footwork from a martial arts novel. I noticed he was wearing some equipment on his hands. He seems entirely different from how he looked at school. He resembles an extraordinary martial arts master. Indeed, his aura seems even more impressive than that of Brother Chong and Sister Ling. The key point is, he actually managed to enter the battle room. Is it true that his initially assigned apartment is also situated above the 20th floor? I recall Jiang Ye living on the 20th floor as well, with a staggering rent exceeding 120,000. No wonder Yang Wenchao, in a fit of despair, resorted to murder. He simply cannot afford the rent, and thus his indiscriminate killing is an act of social revenge. If he truly engages in robbing his fellow classmates' packages, he might very well manage to pay that exorbitant rent and survive today. Not only could he survive, but he might also become significantly stronger. Perhaps his innate talent is quite remarkable. Why is it that Jiang Ye, despite residing on the 20th floor, appears utterly inept and relies on our mutual aid group? While Yang Wenchao exudes such audacity, emerging as a lone powerhouse, I sense that Yang Wenchao harbors the potential to evolve into a formidable figure. Whereas Jiang Ye seems akin to a mere expendable character destined to perish within a couple of episodes. Isn't it true? Yang Wenchao has committed murder. Can that truly be considered audacity? Regardless of how ineffectual Jiang Ye may be, he has never killed without reason. Indeed, your words ring true. Jiang Ye is a decent person, rather unremarkable, ordinary, and honest, and individuals of such demeanor are likely to succumb before the day concludes. Conversely, Yang Wenchao is decisive and possesses formidable strength. I believe it is individuals like him who hold the promise of becoming stronger and enduring. I feel that our perspectives ought to shift. We should learn from Yang Wenchao. Furthermore, when the veteran players descend upon us, It may indeed be Yang Wenchao who stands as our primary force against them. Why is it that your tone has shifted so rapidly? Just moments ago, there were calls for a serious reprimand of Yang Wenchao, yet now there is talk of learning from him. This shift in sentiment stems from witnessing firsthand the formidable presence of Yang Wenchao on the first floor. I assure you, if you were to behold him in person, you would abandon any foolish notions of reprimanding him, replaced instead by a profound sense of reverence, almost yearning to align yourself with him. Indeed, my perception of Yang Wenchao transformed instantly upon seeing him head towards the battle room. I advise those who contemplate reprimanding him to tread carefully with their words. For calamity often arises from careless speech, and there are individuals you simply cannot provoke. What do you mean I cannot provoke anyone? The Black Society? I refuse to believe that merely speaking a few words about Yang Wenchao in the group could lead to my demise at his hands. Humph. While he may not be able to harm you now, there will certainly be opportunities in the future. I am a member of the Mutual Aid Group. Under the protection of Ling Jie and Chang Ge, Ling Jie should refrain from excessive compassion. After all, one must pay with their life for taking another's. Yang Wenchao deserves to be dealt with. Only then can we, the other students, maintain our unity. As certain students on the first floor voiced their opinions, the number of those brave enough to advocate for reprimanding Yang Wenchao in the group diminished by a staggering 90. Clearly, they feared the potential repercussions from Yang Wenchao. Jiang Ye, observing the chat, found himself increasingly comprehending the changes in Yang Wenchao. In this apocalyptic survival apartment, the doctrine of might prevails. Any moral teachings pale in the face of overwhelming strength. Many students have come to realize this truth as well. Or rather, it is the instinct of biology that compels them to subconsciously adhere to this survival mode of the fittest. At this moment, in the battle room, Yang Wenchao observes his former classmates, who once stood above him, now cowering in fear of his potential retribution, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Some even alter their demeanor upon realizing his strength. Within him, a complex mixture of exhilaration and irony brews, as if years of pent-up frustration find release at this instant. Yet, simultaneously, a new form of resentment begins to coalesce in his heart. He recognizes this as his disdain for the grotesque facets of human nature. It is this very aversion that has fostered within him a burgeoning desire for violence. However, he is taken aback to discover that Jiang Ye has also been allocated an apartment on the 20th floor or higher. No wonder that fellow, in a moment of despair, chose to dismantle the very delivery he was responsible for. It appears he could not afford the rent and decided to embrace chaos. Yet, there is a high probability that Jiang Ye's initial apartment contains a bronze treasure chest, though he wonders if that lad has yet to uncover it. After a brief moment of contemplation regarding Jiang Ye's residence on the 20th floor, Yang Wenchao shifts his focus away from the chat channel. After depositing 1,000 game coins, he embarks on the quest of opponent matching in battle mode. It is at this juncture that the chat channel erupts with a significant announcement. Ding ding, classmates. I have found salvation. I am burdened with over 8,000 in compensation, and I have discovered a method to quickly amass a fortune in game coins. Including you. Jiang Ye, there is hope for you too. This revelation instantly captivates the attention of his peers, who eagerly inquire into Ding Dang's newfound discovery. From a distance, one could see Ding Dang, his face alight with excitement, stationed at the front desk on the first floor, right beside the apartment manager. Meanwhile, a flurry of messages from Ding Dang filled the group chat. Do you all remember the initial announcement stating that the apartment manager could set additional rules? In a moment of despair, I mustered the courage to inquire with the manager about my dire situation of overwhelming debt and whether there was any hope for me. To my surprise, the manager indeed pointed me towards a potential solution, a loan. And it's not just limited to me. Everyone is eligible to apply for a loan. The apartment manager has already made it clear that he can issue loans of varying amounts to all students. However, the caveat is that one must be present in person to apply, and the repayment will incur interest. So, is there anyone interested in taking out a loan? You can head to the first floor to consult with the manager about your loan eligibility. You can initially borrow to invest in yourself, and once your earning capacity improves, you can repay the loan. Once this news broke, all the students were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this apartment would not only provide housing, job opportunities, and various modern living arrangements, but also loans facilitated by the manager. Yet, the students were not naive. Generally speaking, loans are not regarded as a favorable option. While it is enticing to enhance one's earning potential before tackling repayment, the manager is not engaged in philanthropy. Even terminating a lease incurs considerable penalties. And the loan process is unlikely to be straightforward. Ding Dang engaged in a more profound discussion with the manager. Soon, the expression of excitement and thrill on his face transformed into disappointment and anger. At that moment, Jiang Ye's first clone happened to walk by. Upon seeing Jiang Ye, Ding Dang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he eagerly called out, "Come here, Jiang Ye." Without regard for Jiang Ye's feelings, he pulled him over and addressed the administrator. "Administrator, please tell me, if he acts as my guarantor, what loan amount could I apply for?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Ye furrowed his brows deeply. The middle-aged administrator, with a stern visage and an expressionless demeanor, scanned Jiang Ye up and down with indifference before replying flatly, "If he agrees to be your guarantor, your loan amount could be increased to 50,000. Ding Dang's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, 50,000? Is that truly possible? He turned to Jiang Ye as if he had discovered a treasure, even swallowing hard before eagerly addressing him. "Jiang Ye, please be my guarantor. The 50,000 loan will ultimately be repaid by me. It won't affect you as the guarantor at all." Jiang Ye rolled his eyes internally, unable to suppress his thoughts. How could this possibly not be related? If there were no connection to the guarantor, why would such a role even exist? Thus, he disregarded Ding Dang and instead directed his inquiry towards the administrator. "May I ask what responsibilities the guarantor holds?" The administrator maintained a stern demeanor and stated methodically, "It is quite simple. If the debtor fails to repay within the stipulated deadline, or in the unfortunate event of the debtor's demise rendering them incapable of fulfilling their obligations, the guarantor shall assume responsibility for the debt." As soon as the administrator finished speaking, Ding Dang hastily added, "The administrator just informed me that if the debtor cannot repay on time, they will be erased. Therefore, to avoid such a fate, I assure you I will repay punctually. So you need not worry, Jiang Ye." His conviction was almost comical, yet Jiang Ye listened in silence, bemused. This fellow was truly amusing. The administrator's implication was unmistakable. He feared that Ding Dang might not survive until the repayment date, thus seeking a guarantor to bear the brunt. Yet, Ding Dang seemed oblivious to the possibility of his own demise, confidently believing in his ability to repay. Where did this audacity stem from? However, Jiang Ye chose not to confront him directly. He turned once more to the apartment administrator and inquired, "Is a guarantor absolutely necessary for this type of loan?" The administrator shook his head, "Not at all. However, the presence or absence of a guarantor significantly impacts the loan amount, repayment period, and interest rates. For instance, this student Ding Dang here, without a guarantor, would only be eligible for a loan of 50 and must repay it within the day." Upon hearing this, Ding Dang's expression darkened considerably. He stiffly turned to Jiang Ye and explained, "It is precisely because of this vast disparity in treatment that I am hoping you will be my guarantor." Jiang Ye disregarded him and turned to the administrator, inquiring, "If I do not have a guarantor for my initial loan, what would the amount be?" The administrator replied succinctly, 50,000. Those simple 2 words seemed to momentarily freeze the atmosphere in the room. Ding Dang stared incredulously at Jiang Ye for a long while before abruptly turning to the administrator, exclaiming, "How can that be? Why is it that he can borrow 50,000 while I am limited to just 50? The administrator maintained a stoic expression, responding flatly, "Different individuals are afforded different amounts. I have my own criteria for assessment." Upon hearing this, Ding Dang appeared profoundly disheartened. His face flushed with humiliation as he begrudgingly asked, "Then if I were to act as his guarantor, how much could he borrow?" The administrator replied, "Still 50,000. It was at that moment Ding Dang vaguely realized that the administrator harbored no belief in his ability to repay the loan. The reason for the offered 50,000 was merely to prepare for the eventuality of Jiang Ye covering the repayment after his demise. This administrator had a rather low opinion of him. Had he not heard the saying, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank? Do not mock the youth for their poverty. Since the administrator held him in such contempt, he was determined to prove his worth. He would become stronger. He would earn 50,000 or even 100,000 to slap the administrator's face. Fueled by fervor, Ding Dang adopted a commanding and resolute demeanor as he declared to the administrator, "All right, very well. Jiang Ye will act as my guarantor. I will take this 50,000. His words were directed at the administrator, spoken with unwavering conviction, clearly without regard for Jiang Ye's own wishes. Jiang Ye was truly exasperated. Although the current apartment players were all classmates, he belonged to Class 1 while Ding Dang was from Class 2. The two were hardly acquainted. having exchanged not a single word prior to being ensnared in this apocalyptic apartment scenario. How could this fellow possess the audacity to demand such a guarantee from him with such presumptuousness? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ye addressed the administrator. No, I never agreed to act as his guarantor. Upon hearing this, Ding Dang's already mortified expression became even more rigid. He glared at Jiang Ye, his tone sharp. What do you mean? Do you also look down on me, believing I cannot repay that 50,000? However, he was reluctant to engage with such a dim-witted person, so he rephrased his argument. Of course not. I merely think that since we are from different classes, it would be more appropriate for you to seek a guarantor from your own class too, like Wang Lingling. Not only are you more familiar with her, but having her as a guarantor would undoubtedly secure you a greater amount. This reasoning momentarily swayed Ding Dang. Yet, he was not entirely devoid of intelligence. He understood Wang Lingling's social standing. What right did he have to expect her to vouch for him? He could easily envision himself approaching her only to be met with an outright refusal, without her offering even a superfluous explanation. He would undoubtedly leave in utter embarrassment, too humiliated to persist in his pursuit of Wang Lingling. Nevertheless, he would never voice such thoughts. Instead, he quickly asserted, "But Sister Lingling is busy dealing with Yang Wenchao's matters. How could she possibly find the time to act as my guarantor? Moreover, I am only planning to borrow 50,000. Since you are here, it is only fitting for you to act as my guarantor." Ding Dang spoke with conviction, and Jiang Ye quickly discerned the truth. This fellow was not devoid of intelligence. He simply feared the strong while bullying the weak. Realizing this, Jiang Ye felt utterly disinclined to uphold any semblance of camaraderie. He immediately adopted a cold demeanor and, with an air of indifference, stated, "I apologize for my earlier deceit. I truly look down upon you and believe you are incapable of repaying 50,000. To put it bluntly, if I were the apartment manager, you would not even qualify for a $50 limit here." Chapter 17. The Death of Yang Wenchao. Such words were undeniably harsh. Ding Dang's complexion shifted from red to pale, his frustration palpable as if he were ready to brawl. Yet, at that moment, the administrator, with an icy demeanor, interjected, "The $50 limit was just a moment ago. Now, he has none at all." What a profound humiliation. This was indeed an extraordinary disgrace. Ding Dang's face flushed once more, and he felt as if steam were about to escape from his head. However, amidst this emotional turmoil, he suddenly realized the underlying implication. Did it not suggest that offending Jiang Ye would heighten his risk of mortality? Was this not an insinuation that Jiang Ye might consider taking his life? Ding Dang glared at Jiang Ye in disbelief, astonished by the revelation, for Jiang Ye appeared to be a simple, unassuming individual with few words. At this moment, Jiang Ye turned to the administrator and inquired, "May I ask if the apartment has established regulations regarding criminal acts such as murder and arson? For instance, if I were to commit murder before your eyes at this very moment, what consequences would I face?" Upon hearing this, Ding Dang's face turned ashen, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his back. The administrator remained impassive, responding with a frigid demeanor. "The apartment's unwritten rules are something you must navigate on your own. If you were to commit murder in my presence, I would impose no penalties whatsoever. Even those among you who have committed murder and come to me for assistance, I shall not treat differently." This declaration sent a tremor through Ding Dang's pupils. He instinctively recoiled and quickly typed a message in the chat group. "Help. Is anyone on the first floor able to save me? Jiang Ye is a lunatic. He intends to kill me." This message ignited a flurry of activity in the chat group. "Wait, Jiang Ye? Is that the one who initially resided on the 20th floor? Ding Dang. What have you done to drive Jiang Ye to madness? Jiang Ye lives on the 20th floor and is not as capable as Yang Wenchao. He certainly won't survive today. It's only natural for him to lash out. I recall that Jiang Ye possesses a C-level talent. It's unlikely that anyone could intervene." Amidst the cacophony of chatter, Jiang Ye took the initiative to clarify in the group. "Just now, Ding Dang sought me to act as his lone guarantor, which I firmly declined. And it seems he has misconstrued the situation. Jiang Ye, I merely discovered through the act of lending that communicating with the administrator was not as perilous as I had previously imagined, prompting me to inquire about additional information. Coincidentally, in light of the recent spate of murders involving classmates, I sought to understand the rules associated with such heinous acts." Jiang Ye's explanation was both reasonable and coherent. Moreover, if he truly intended to harm Ding Dang, why would he afford him the opportunity to speak? And what necessity lay in providing such elaborate justifications? Consequently, most of the classmates perceived this as a misunderstanding. However, Ding Ding remained obstinate, continuing to voice his concerns in the group. Do not be deceived by Jiang Ye. This individual is far from the innocent faade he presents. When he recently declined to act as my guarantor, he mocked me, declaring that I was unworthy of existence. He is merely attempting to wriggle out of responsibility. If I were to perish, it would undoubtedly be at Jiang Ye's hands. Ling Jie, you must avenge me, Wang Lingling. After delivering these statements, Ding Ding's gaze towards Jiang Ye regained its fiery intensity, seemingly conveying, should you dare to lay a finger on me, Wang Lingling will ensure you face the consequences. Jiang Ye found his demeanor amusing. With such unwavering declarations, was he not concerned that a malicious individual might orchestrate his demise and frame me for it? Ding Ding's expression faltered momentarily, yet he quickly regained his bravado. We are all classmates. Do you assume everyone is as deranged as you and Yang Wenchao? Regardless, I will only concern myself with your reluctance to harm me. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed Yu Ziyu, who was responsible for registering members of the mutual assistance group, approaching. Ding Ding promptly dashed towards Yu Ziyu, exclaiming, Brother Fish, you have finally arrived. Is it Sister Ling who sent you to protect me? Yu Ziyu was indeed inspired by Jiang Ye's remarks and thought it would be prudent to inquire further information from the administrator. However, since Ding Ding has already expressed his opinion, he naturally assumes the role of a mediator, stating, All right, I've seen your concerns in the chat group. We are all classmates. Let's communicate respectfully and refrain from unnecessary quarrels. Firstly, Ding Ding, whether Jiang Ye wishes to act as your guarantor is entirely his prerogative. Do not harbor any expectations regarding this. Secondly, Jiang Ye, as fellow students, even if you are unwilling to be a guarantor, there is no need for disdainful remarks or mocking your peers. Furthermore, residing on the 20th floor and burdened with exorbitant rent, how can you be devoid of any sense of crisis? Do you truly intend to rely solely on your classmates while contributing nothing yourself? Yang Wenchao also lives on the 20th floor and faces the same exorbitant rent. Yet he exudes an air of confidence. With just his presence, no one dares question his ability to pay rent. It is time for you to reflect on yourself. How can there be such a disparity despite sharing the same circumstances? Previously, Yu Ziyu maintained a particularly amiable demeanor toward Lucian, but now he seems to wield an air of authority, speaking with a formal tone, as if he possesses actual power. Ding Ding noticed that Yu Ziyu only addressed him briefly while mentioning Jiang Ye several times, and he immediately turned to Jiang Ye with a look of schadenfreude. However, the expression of glee on his face suddenly shifted, and he exclaimed, What the hell? Yu Ziyu promptly turned to him, his tone tinged with impatience. What is it now? Ding Ding exclaimed. Quick, look at the chat group. Something has happened. Yang Wenchao seems to be dead. Upon hearing this, Yu Ziyu and Jiang Ye hurriedly opened the chat group. Indeed, they found classmates who had previously claimed to have seen Yang Wenchao now expressing their shock. Damn. Help. A monster. How could there be a monster in the battle room? It's not a monster from the battle room. It seems to have come from another battle room, and it appears to be hunting Yang Wenchao. That's right. We were clearly nearby, yet the monster only attacked Yang Wenchao and spared us. Wow. Yang Wenchao is truly formidable. That creature has such a tough shell, and he actually managed to breach its defenses. Soon, other classmates inquired, What kind of monster is it? Is it in the first floor battle room? What does it look like? I have yet to see a monster myself. Xiao Likuan responded. It's a gigantic roach-like creature. I have no idea where it sprang from. It seems capable of changing size. Wang Chong added. Its antennae can extend and retract, and now it's ensnared Yang Wenchao. Xiao Likuan remarked. He's utterly doomed. When Jiang Ye and Yu Ziyu glanced at the chat group, they happened to see the message about being utterly doomed. Jiang Ye felt a sense of disbelief. Such a powerful Yang Wenchao. Could he truly have fallen to the hands of a mere cockroach? Chapter 18. The Secret of Resurrection. The question remains, why would the cockroach actively target Yang Wenchao? As Jiang Ye pondered in shock and confusion, he saw another message in the group. Wait a minute. You say Yang Wenchao is dead, but his name is still online in the member list. Could it be a skill akin to that of Wang Lingling, one that involves duplication? Just as all the students sensed something amiss, the chat group was suddenly enlivened by Wang Chong's exclamation, Wow, wow, wow. Wait, what? The Yang Wenchao who just died. Has he actually been resurrected? Following closely was Xiao Likuan, equally astonished and at a loss for words. Is it possible that Yang Wenchao is some sort of reincarnator or a powerful being whose body has been usurped? How can he be so remarkable? Wang Chong interjected. I can't believe it. This is beyond shocking. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would never have believed that a deceased individual could come back to life, were it not for the palpable astonishment conveyed through their messages. The other students would have found it hard to accept. Yet, the tone of their remarks left no room for doubt. They were not jesting. Before long, inquiries flooded in. Is this true? Did you both actually see Yang Wenchao resurrected? What happened to the cockroach that attacked Yang Wenchao? Did it continue its assault? The chat group buzzed with rapid-fire messages, clearly indicating that nearly all the students were riveted by the incident involving Yang Wenchao's assault. Goodness! The resurrected Yang Wenchao has dealt with that cockroach. The massive cockroach that perished left no trace. It transformed into a beam of white light. When the white light dissipated, it revealed a black iron treasure chest. Moreover, a golden light emitted from Yang Wenchao. At this moment, Wang Lingling interjected. That golden light must signify that Yang Wenchao has leveled up to level 1. Ding ding. So, you're saying that when Yang Wenchao was at level 0, he could already battle the cockroach monster? Lu Shan, there are 3 questions worthy of our investigation. First, what makes Yang Wenchao so formidable? Second, why did the cockroach monster choose to attack Yang Wenchao? Third, how exactly did Yang Wenchao achieve resurrection? Su Yuewan, if this survival game truly allows for resurrection, it would be monumental news for us. Bai Ruowan, resurrection must require certain conditions, right? I believe this crucial information should be shared by Yang Wenchao with his classmates. Almost all the students were overwhelmed by the notion of resurrection, eager to pry the secret from Yang Wenchao. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, Lu Shan quickly interjected, everyone, let us remain calm. Resurrection is certainly not something that can be easily attained. This Yang Wenchao is exceptionally unusual. He might possess a talent even greater than Ling Jie, and resurrection could be a unique ability of his. Unfortunately, it may be quite challenging for the rest of us to replicate his resurrection capability. Though he said this, many students were still unwilling to relent. They continued to pester Yang Wenchao in the chat, fervently tagging him. In response, whether out of annoyance or some other reason, Yang Wenchao unexpectedly chimed in. All right, since I just leveled up and am in a good mood, I can answer the questions you want to know. Firstly, the initial inquiry, why does the cockroach monster specifically target me? Regarding this, I am somewhat uncertain. However, upon analysis, I surmise there are 2 primary reasons. The first is that I have taken a life. The second is that I pilfered a precious parcel from Kai Daming, which may very well belong to the cockroach monster. Therefore, if any classmates have also engaged in the act of looting parcels or tampering with others' deliveries, they ought to be wary of retribution from the rightful owners. Upon reading this, Jiang Ye felt a shiver run down his spine. He realized that Yang Wenchao's words were directed specifically at him. As he too had once opened someone else's parcel, this implied that at any moment, he could be confronted with danger. Jiang Ye's body and mind tensed up in vigilance, fearing that some monstrous entity might suddenly emerge and swiftly end his life. In the group chat, Yang Wenchao continued, the second question, why am I stronger than you all? Haha, does my strength require justification? If a reason must be provided, it would be that I possess the audacity to take lives and slay monsters. The third question, how did I come back to life? As this revelation spread, nearly all the players in the apartment held their breath, eager to hear Yang Wenchao divulge the secret of his resurrection. Fortunately, he did not keep them in suspense for long and promptly declared, it's quite simple. For I possess a survival point. According to my analysis, 1 survival point equates to 1 opportunity for resurrection. Naturally, you may now wonder, why do I possess survival points? In light of our camaraderie as classmates, allow me to reveal a rather straightforward method to acquire survival points. It is through the act of killing. I eliminated Chen Yuan and Fan Yuhang, thus acquiring 2 survival points. The same applies to Kai Daming and Zhu Yuping, granting me yet another 2 points. In essence, I have secured a chance for resurrection. I shall ensure that those I designate will vanish from the apartment. Such words alone exude a formidable aura. However, at this moment, the focus of all students is fixated on the secret of resurrection. Their minds buzz as though a portal to a new realm has been forcibly thrust open before them. The notion that one can attain survival points through murder, equating these points to resurrection coins, compels them into a moral quandary. Does this not essentially coerce them into committing murder? If this continues, how many of the 80 students will ultimately succeed in passing the novice examination? At this juncture, emotions among the students are polarized. Some rejoice while others lament. The joyous ones find the acquisition of resurrection coins exceedingly simple, merely by taking a life. Conversely, The somber foresee the tragic fate that awaits those who may inexplicably perish following Yang Wenchao's revelation, regardless of their sentiments. The seeds of violence have been sown in the hearts of nearly all the students. Some have already begun to contemplate the act of murder. For the allure of resurrection is far too great to resist. Even Jiang Ye finds himself unable to dismiss it. Yet, at this very moment, Jiang Ye harbors significant doubts regarding Yang Wenchao's claims. Is it truly possible that he resurrected through survival points? His assertions lack substantiation, leaving room for the possibility that he is merely fabricating tales to incite his classmates into a fratricidal frenzy. Driven by the desperation for survival points and the chance for resurrection. Do not speak. Given Yang Wenchao's twisted character, the likelihood is indeed quite substantial. Just as Jiang Ye was lost in contemplation and analysis, an unexpected chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Instinctively driven by the primal urge for survival, he swiftly raised his hand and firmly grasped the wrist of a hand that was menacingly reaching out towards him. In that palm, he beheld a dagger approximately 10 centimeters in length. Ding Dang bared his teeth, his face contorted in a snarl, seemingly exerting every ounce of strength to thrust the dagger viciously at him. Jiang Ye, equally determined, matched the force of Ding Dang's attack, his face reddening from the exertion. As the two engaged in a fierce struggle of offense and defense, Yu Ziyu stood by, momentarily dumbfounded. However, he quickly realized that Yang Wenchao's words had provoked Ding Dang, igniting his desire to eliminate Jiang Ye to secure survival points and an opportunity for resurrection. Given their prior altercation, this was indeed the optimal moment for a surprise attack. Not only Ding Dang, but Yu Ziyu too was keen on seizing a chance for his own revival. Nevertheless, the thought of proactively taking a life weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet, what if, amidst mediating a conflict, he inadvertently caused the death of another? This scenario could be deemed plausible and reasonable, leaving little room for others to voice their grievances. Initially, from this perspective, it seemed that Ding Dang would be the one to fall victim to Yu Ziyu's accidental misstep, as he was the aggressor and thus more deserving of retribution. However, Yu Ziyu harbored another consideration. Jiang Ye was destined to perish and could not possibly survive the day, whereas Ding Dang might still possess a glimmer of hope for the future. These two individuals, when considering their worth, it would be more advantageous to sacrifice Jiang Ye. At this moment, Ding Dang's blade is poised menacingly towards Jiang Ye. Yu Ziyu approaches to mediate, feigning to separate the two, while in reality, he aligns himself with the knife aimed at Jiang Ye, an action that is considerably simpler. In the blink of an eye, Yu Ziyu arrives at a resolution within his mind. He immediately adopts a demeanor of authority and ire, directing his fury at Ding Dang. Ding Dang. What are you doing? Release Jiang Ye at once. As he speaks, he moves to seize the knife from Ding Dang's grasp, readying himself for the potential of a fatal miscalculation. Chapter 19. The first kill. Yu Ziyu's attempt to intervene and rescue did not instill a sense of relief in Jiang Ye. On the contrary, his nerves grew increasingly taut. In truth, the strength of his doppelganger should surpass that of Ding Dang. However, Ding Dang struck first, forcing him into a hasty defense, bending his legs and arching his upper body backward. This was clearly not an optimal stance for exerting power. Thus, his resistance required more effort than that of Ding Dang. Should the stalemate continue, he could indeed fend off Ding Dang, but it would take time. Yet, Yu Ziyu's abrupt involvement filled him with unease. He could not ascertain whether Yu Ziyu genuinely intended to assist him or harbored ulterior motives. He could not allow the situation to deteriorate further. Decisive action was imperative. Thus, just as Yu Ziyu reached out to seize the knife, Jiang Ye let out a fierce shout, not to command Ding Dang to relent, but to invoke the golden light technique. With a swift motion, a beam of golden light shot forth, aimed at the grotesque visage of Ding Dang. Jiang Ye intended to strike at his forehead, yet his aim faltered, and the golden light pierced through Ding Dang's cheek instead. A small puncture, no larger than a grain of rice, suddenly appeared on his face, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. Yet, Jiang Ye's actions were far from concluded. Seizing the moment of Ding Dang's weakness, he swiftly reversed his grip and thrust the dagger back at him. But that was not the end. He then drew forth his own poisoned blood dagger and plunged it mercilessly into Ding Dang's body. The sound was sickening. Thud, thud. The dark blade was instantly stained with slick crimson. It was Jiang Ye's first experience of murder. Naturally, it was not a clean and decisive affair. Instead, he stabbed repeatedly, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Although he had harbored murderous intent, the sheer brutality of the scene was unprecedented for him. Stop. Jiang Ye, you must cease this. You are going to kill Ding Ding. Ding. You have slain a level 0 player. Congratulations, you have gained 1 survival point. With a clatter, his grip weakened, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Almost immediately, however, he retrieved the poisoned dagger, his gaze sharpened and wary as he eyed Yuziyu. Observing Jiang Ye's state of mind, Yuziyu dared not approach further, and the thought of mistakenly killing Jiang Ye swiftly dissipated. After all, in a direct confrontation, he had no assurance of defeating him. Furthermore, with Jiang Ye having acquired a survival point, he had secured a chance of resurrection. Even if Yuziyu managed to kill him, Jiang Ye would likely come back to life, much like Yang Wenchao, and might even turn the tables upon his revival. Yuziyu not only refrained from attacking Jiang Ye, but also felt a twinge of fear. He took a few steps back before exclaiming sternly, "What? Do you still wish to kill me as well?" Just then, someone in the chat group noticed, "What the? The member list has decreased again. Ding Ding from Class 2 has died. Is that so?" Therefore, was Ding Ding's claim that Jiang Ye intended to kill him truly genuine? Just as the secret of resurrection was unveiled, did Jiang Ye actually eliminate Ding Ding? Could it be that another individual was responsible for Ding Ding's demise, intentionally framing Jiang Ye for the act? I find it hard to believe that Jiang Ye would take the initiative to kill someone. Just moments ago, after Yang Wenchao shared the secret of resurrection, Ding Ding unexpectedly launched an attack on me. It was solely in self-defense that I retaliated. This fact can be corroborated by Yuziyu, who was also present at the scene. Indeed, I witnessed the events unfold. It was Ding Ding who struck first, catching Jiang Ye off guard. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a brief silence in the group. However, it wasn't long before some classmates expressed their disbelief. But surely, self-defense shouldn't lead to taking a life, right? Isn't that a bit too brutal? Jiang Ye, can you honestly claim that when you killed Ding Ding in self-defense, you never contemplated the possibility of obtaining a chance at resurrection through murder? Clearly, the classmates are deeply concerned about survival points. The conversation soon shifted back to survival points. Lucian also chimed in, asking, "Jiang Ye, did you truly acquire a survival point? Did you receive any indication that the survival point could be utilized for resurrection?" I did indeed receive a notification regarding survival point 1, but I remain uncertain whether this point can be applied towards resurrection. In fact, I intended to express before Ding Ding's ambush that Yang Wenchao's statements may not be entirely truthful. He might have made those claims to incite us into mutual slaughter, suggesting that the survival points gained from killing could be used for resurrection. Upon hearing this, erudite minds such as Wang Lingling, Lu Shun, and Sui Weiwan experienced a flash of insight, concurring with Jiang Ye's rationale. The notion of resurrection seemed implausible to them, potentially a fabrication by Yang Wenchao. However, not all possessed the acumen of these academic elites. The majority of students, captivated by the concept of resurrection, retorted with sarcasm, "How convenient for you to feign disinterest in survival points now that you possess them. It's akin to a magnate declaring their indifference to wealth." Precisely. You've already reaped the benefits, yet you begrudge us even meager scraps? It's reminiscent of experts advocating for paid labor. In my estimation, ascertaining whether survival points can facilitate resurrection is quite elementary. Simply eliminate Jiang Ye and observe if he revives. Jiang Ye was astounded by such pronouncements. It was a stark contrast to the camaraderie previously exhibited by his classmates. Evidently, the information divulged by Yang Wenchao had ignited avarice within their hearts, rendering their utterances increasingly malevolent. At that juncture, Yang Wenchao, who had previously arrogantly dissuaded others from mentioning him, specifically addressed Jiang Ye in the group. "So, you accuse me of fabricating information? Have you contemplated the ramifications of provoking me? Jiang Ye, fortuitously, you have both opened packages and accumulated survival points. It's conceivable that you might be slain by some unforeseen monster. Rather than succumbing to a monster, why not bestow your demise upon me? What say you, Jiang Ye? Will you grant me this favor?" Clearly, Yang Wenchao is merely a spectator reveling in the chaos. Observing his provocations, other classmates echoed his sentiments. "What? Jiang Ye has opened a package? Does that mean he too shall be pursued by monsters? Even if he isn't hunted by monsters, he can't afford his rent and wouldn't survive the day anyway. Thus, Yang Wenchao isn't entirely wrong. Rather than allowing Jiang Ye to be slain by monsters, it could serve as our opportunity for revival." Just as public opinion seemed overwhelmingly in favor of this notion, Wang Lingling surprisingly stepped forward. "Classmates, let's remain calm. Today, you may justify killing Jiang Ye for a so-called opportunity for revival, but tomorrow, others might wield the same rationale against you. Consider, for a moment, If this were to happen to you, and you became the one destined for demise, do not merely think that you can gain a chance at revival through murder. Rather, you should be wary of becoming the tool for another's revival. Therefore, we must not set this precedent. Whether Jiang Ye will face death at the hands of monsters remains uncertain, but we cannot allow such reasoning to justify taking Jiang Ye's life. Not just Jiang Ye, but every member of our mutual assistance group deserves the same consideration. After these words were shared, the chat remained silent for a considerable time. Sister Ling is right. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. The way we treat Jiang Ye today may very well lead us to a similar fate tomorrow. Agreed. We are human. We are sentient beings. We must not succumb to our primal instincts and lose our humanity. The support for Ling Jie surged, and it felt like a stroke of fortune for our mutual aid group to have such a formidable figure standing with us. In an instant, Wang Lingling garnered a multitude of supportive voices, her reputation soaring once more. Nevertheless, while words were spoken, the true sentiments harbored by the classmates remained elusive and uncertain. Jiang Ye, relieved that he was no longer the target of scorn, exhaled a sigh of relief. He soon fabricated a pretext of being pursued by monsters to bid farewell to Yuziyu. Yet, he did not immediately embark on his cleaning duties. Within the apartment, Jiang Ye's true self and his doppelganger exchanged a handshake. The solitary survival point possessed by the doppelganger seamlessly transferred to Jiang Ye's original form. Almost instantaneously, a prompt appeared before him. Would you like to consume one survival point to create a new doppelganger? Yes, no? Chapter 20. The second doppelganger indeed. Survival points can be utilized to create doppelgangers. A wave of exhilaration swept through Jiang Ye's eyes upon hearing the notification. A new doppelganger signifies an additional source of labor, thereby exponentially increasing his earning potential. More importantly, the new doppelganger would possess unique talents. Just as Jiang Ye was on the verge of instinctively selecting yes, a thought struck him, causing him to pause and reconsider his decision. Instead, he instructed the first doppelganger to retrieve the living assistant Xiao Bing and place her on the coffee table in the living room. On the table, a mini-lantern, no larger than a pinky finger, sat. It appeared to be merely a quaint pendant, but in reality, it was something Jiang Ye had recently unboxed while in his bald persona. Moreover, this seemingly trivial pendant indicated that he needed to compensate a staggering sum of 188,000. Upon hearing this revelation, Jiang Ye was utterly dumbfounded. This outrageous compensation exceeded even his daily rent. However, he understood that the higher the compensation, the more valuable the item itself must be. At this moment, he instructed Xiao Bing to employ a detection spell on the miniature lantern accessory. Soon, the display screen revealed the lantern's information. Lucky Lantern. When activated, it lasts for 1 hour, slightly enhancing lucky attributes. What? Just 2 simple lines, and 188,000 vanished? But lucky attributes? Is this a hidden attribute not displayed on the data panel? If every player possesses a concealed lucky attribute, Jiang Ye began to suspect that Yang Wenchao was indeed a possessor of extraordinarily high luck. Wang Lingling and Gao Chong must also be quite fortunate. As for Jiang Ye's own fortune, it remains ambiguous. If one were to deem him lucky, he is, after all, the sole individual who failed to awaken. Yet, if one were to consider him unfortunate, he subsequently awakened an extraordinary X-grade talent. Thus, perhaps there exists only a thin line between extreme luck and extreme misfortune? Jiang Ye found himself perplexed. However, contemplating the possibility that lucky attributes might influence initial talents, his eyes widened in realization. If he were to activate the Lucky Lantern while creating a new avatar, could it not enhance the probability of his new avatar possessing a more formidable initial talent? Should he truly acquire a doppelganger endowed with an SSS-level talent? Then the expenditure of 188,000 would be entirely justified, even if it were to escalate to 188 million. Yet, upon reflecting on this, Jiang Ye found himself wavering. The effect of the Lucky Lantern would only activate for 1 hour after its initiation. If he could amass additional life points and subsequently create more doppelgangers within a brief span, the efficacy of the Lucky Lantern would indeed be maximized. To generate merely 1 doppelganger in that hour seems somewhat wasteful. However, to forego the creation of doppelgangers solely to enhance luck would manifest as an even greater folly. Thus, he faced the dilemma of choosing between 2 conflicting desires. Ultimately, Jiang Ye did not linger in indecision and activated the Lucky Lantern. The diminutive lantern radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. At that moment, he selected yes. Ding. Congratulations. You have created a doppelganger. A flash of white light surged forth, and indeed, Another version of himself materialized in his vision. However, at that instant, Jiang Ye was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness and overwhelming fatigue. He promptly reclined upon the sofa, vaguely deducing that his energy attribute was insufficient to effortlessly control 3 bodies simultaneously. This revelation underscored the paramount importance of his primary attributes. He faced a choice: to either enhance his attributes, thereby gaining the capacity to control more doppelgangers, or to merge the doppelgangers, thus fortifying his original self while simultaneously reducing their number. Consequently, his focus must remain on the enhancement of his primary self. As the clock struck midnight in the game, he would need to contemplate the merging of doppelgangers to elevate his original form. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Ye promptly examined the data panel of his second doppelganger. Upon a glance, a fleeting brilliance flashed through his weary eyes. Jiang Ye possessed an impressive S-grade talent, coupled with the mastery of 2 A-grade skills, both of which could provide a temporary enhancement to his attributes. The skill of absolute focus could even elevate his comprehension, indicating that Jiang Ye's investment in the training facility would yield far greater returns than that of others. Furthermore, the skill of combat stance would facilitate his growth at an accelerated pace. Notably, the attributes of this doppelganger had exceeded 5, with a combat power soaring to 46 points, only slightly inferior to Gao Cheng's 48 points, who commanded formidable lightning-based abilities. However, this doppelganger's development clearly leaned towards close combat, making it unlikely to surpass Gao Cheng for the time being. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye's potential for growth would undoubtedly eclipse that of his peers, provided he truly harnessed that potential. The effect of the Lucky Lantern lasted a full hour. Jiang Ye, reluctant to waste resources, instructed his soon-to-be cleaning doppelganger to wear the colorful lights closely. Concerned about the possibility of the first doppelganger being attacked by monsters, he entrusted the disguise mask to the second doppelganger, who would stealthily follow the first. After a moment's hesitation, he also allocated the poison blood dagger to the second doppelganger. The self-destructing assistant, Xiao Bing, remained with the first doppelganger. With everything arranged, the first doppelganger proceeded into the light, while the second doppelganger lingered in the shadows, and together they departed from apartment 2025. As for the original, due to physical and mental exhaustion, he reclined on the apartment sofa. The cleaning order accepted by the first doppelganger targeted apartment 2064, requiring a journey in the opposite direction of the red-lit elevator. From a distance, the light in that direction appeared indeed dimmer, instilling a sense of lurking danger. Jiang Ye did not let the prowess of the second doppelganger lead him to complacency. Each step he took was slow and cautious. Under the dim light, the first doppelganger meticulously discerned the room numbers, while the second doppelganger remained alert to the surrounding changes. Upon nearing apartment 2048, the first doppelganger felt nothing unusual, yet the second doppelganger acutely sensed a chill. In an instant, both doppelgangers tightened their nerves. It was at that moment that a hissing anomaly emerged from the dark corridor, accompanied by a gust of chilling wind. The first doppelganger instinctively gripped the kitchen knife, only to suddenly feel a cool, slippery sensation around his wrist. Startled, he abruptly shook his hand, catching sight of a dark shape darting from his wrist. It seemed to be a slender creature, akin to a venomous snake. In the pitch-black silhouette, the figure possessed an extraordinary ability to blend into the dim surroundings, seemingly vanishing into thin air in an instant. Jiang Ye faintly sensed that his right hand began to stiffen and tingle, accompanied by a disconcerting feeling of inadequacy as if he could not grasp the kitchen knife. Lacking combat experience, he found himself engulfed in a sense of panic, unable to pinpoint the creature that had ambushed him. Fortunately, his second avatar still retained some degree of strength. Without hesitation, he activated the skills Absolute Focus and Combat Stance. In the blink of an eye, the second avatar entered a state of oblivion. The entire dim corridor seemed to freeze in time. In this seemingly suspended moment, even the slightest rustle became remarkably pronounced. A sudden sound pierced the silence, a gust of wind. The second avatar opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharp and fierce. Raising his hand, he swung the knife, producing a piercing sound. Hiss, hiss. The hissing now resonated like a scream. The venomous snake, with its flickering tongue, abruptly expelled a foul-smelling viscous substance. Jiang Ye's 2 avatars barely managed to evade the attack. The second avatar dared not linger for a moment, maintaining his state of oblivion. He swung the poison dagger once more toward the elongated creature. Due to the dim light, he could not be certain whether it was indeed a snake. Yet, adhering to the principle of striking at the vital spot, He aimed the blade at the creature's critical point. With a decisive thrust, the dagger pierced through. Hiss! Hiss! Jiang Ye had previously trembled when he killed Ding Dang, but this time, as he directed the dagger toward the elongated being, there was an unmistakable air of determination and ruthlessness. Following the final sharp hiss, a flash of white light erupted. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. Successfully defeated a level 1 shadowless ring snake. Earn 10 energy points. Ding. Your level has been upgraded to level 1. Your physical strength has increased by 1 point. Your stamina has increased by 1 point. At the same time, the dissipating white light revealed the shape of a black iron chest. Chapter 21. The Peculiar Cleaning Task. Good heavens. Not only did this encounter elevate his level, but it also yielded a black iron chest. Jiang Ye's first avatar swiftly picked up the chest, while the second avatar quickly examined the data panel. Jiang Ye. Level 10100. Physical strength 6-2. Stamina 6-2. Combat power 54. Survival points 0. Talent. The heavens reward diligence S. Skills absolute focus A. Combat posture A. Indeed, both his physical strength and stamina attributes had increased by 1 point. His combat power had surged to an impressive 54. With such prowess, he was undoubtedly among the elite in the entire apartment complex. Moreover, according to the notification, the creature he had just vanquished was a level 1 monster. The shadowless ring snake. As a level 0, he managed to defeat a level 1 foe. One could only conclude that an S-level talent is truly formidable. Jiang Ye speculated that Yang Wenchao's talent must also be at least S-level, or perhaps even higher. Of course, it was possible that he had other opportunities as well. Jiang Ye quickly composed himself and proceeded to open the newly acquired black iron chest. Inside, he discovered a silver-white ring. As per tradition, it was Assistant Xiao Bing's responsibility to investigate further. Spatial ring level 1. Contains 1 cubic meter of storage space. Cannot store living beings. Goodness. A spatial ring. Although it is not the item Jiang Ye anticipated most for enhancing his strength, it certainly facilitates his mobility. In this light, Bai Ruowan's personal space seems less precious. However, the spatial ring can be seized. In contrast, Bai Ruowan's personal space is not only immune to theft, but likely more expansive. Jiang Ye's limited 1 cubic meter can only accommodate a few scattered items. Nevertheless, it suffices for the initial stage. He promptly adorned the spatial ring on the hand of his first avatar, stowing away a kitchen knife and Xiao Bing within. The right hand of his first avatar still felt somewhat stiff and weak, but after a few gentle rubs, the condition improved. Thus, as he continued to massage his wrist, which had been tainted by the Wuying ring snake, he proceeded with heightened caution towards the 2064 apartment room. However, in the dim light, Jiang Ye failed to notice that as he gradually distanced himself, the door of apartment 2048 suddenly swung open. A shadow flitted past the doorway, and moments later, the door closed silently once more. Upon reaching apartment 2064, he encountered no further perils. Having resolved to undertake the cleaning task, he would not hesitate any longer. Just as he was about to knock, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Apartment announcement. Congratulations to Yang Wenchao for becoming the first player in this apartment to reach level 2. Reward. Black Iron Treasure Chest X1 Goodness. Yang Wenchao has already reached level 2. The speed is astonishing. Jiang Ye hurriedly opened the chat group and found Xiao Likuan sharing news. Xiao Likuan. Yang Wenchao was not ambushed by monsters. He must have just engaged in a battle against players from other apartments. Soon, some classmates reacted. So, engaging in battles in the combat room can also elevate one's level. It must be that Yang Wenchao's strength is extraordinary. He won against players from other apartments, thus leveling up. Therefore, Yang Wenchao is now the strongest among us, right? Damn. I wish to visit the combat room and experience interactions with players from other apartments. But unfortunately, the combat room requires residents to be on the 20th floor or above. I feel that if Jiang Ye wishes to survive today, he should also go to the combat room and battle other apartment players. Otherwise, relying solely on working, he can never afford the exorbitant rent. Alas, some yearn to battle with players from other apartments but lack the opportunity, while others have the chance yet are too afraid to engage. This world is always like this. Just as wealth tends to flow towards those who already possess it. How lamentable. Yet, having a powerhouse like Yang Wenchao in our apartment is indeed a stroke of fortune. Jiang Ye could discern that many classmates still harbored animosity towards him, subtly mocking him both overtly and covertly. He chose to disregard it. Yet he began to anticipate the use of the combat room. If his second avatar participated in the battles, the likelihood of victory should be quite high. With this thought in mind, the first avatar knocked on the door of apartment 2064. However, strangely enough, almost simultaneously as the first clone knocked on the door of apartment 2064, the original Jiang Ye, situated in apartment 2025, astonishingly heard the sound of knocking as well. Startled, he turned abruptly towards the door. Could it be that he was hallucinating? Surely, apartments 2064 and 2025 could not be one and the same, could they? Or perhaps when a door is knocked upon in a particular apartment, all rooms on the same floor resonate with the sound? Uncertain and unnerved by the eerie knocking, Jiang Ye felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, the door to apartment 2064 creaked open silently, yet no one was visible to have done so. The first clone tensed up, his back prickling with unease. However, he soon realized that the door had not been opened by an invisible force, but rather by a domestic assistant robot akin to Xiaobing. Its diminutive stature made it almost undetectable. Just as Jiang Ye began to relax, he heard the assistant's cold, clipped voice. "Are you the cleaning staff with employee number 007? Please present your ID badge." This particular domestic assistant seemed to have undergone personalized adjustments. Its tone lacked the soft and endearing quality of Xiaobing, instead adopting the demeanor of a professional woman, brisk and businesslike. Upon hearing that voice, Jiang Ye instinctively recalled his mathematics teacher, and a wave of pressure enveloped him. Without delay, he presented his ID badge. After the little robot verified it guided him into the apartment, gliding smoothly across the floor while continuing in its formal tone. "The owner is not home. Your cleaning duties will be supervised by me." Jiang Ye felt an increasing sense of relief. No one is doing well. He is somewhat socially anxious, also concerned about the potential dangers posed by the apartment's residents. However, as his gaze swept across the living room, he sensed something amiss. The apartment appeared immaculate and orderly, not resembling a place in need of cleaning. Fortunately, at that moment, the miniature robot spoke up. "The master places great importance on cleanliness, hence the home is exceptionally tidy. Your task is to locate all 10,086 strands of hair that the master has shed. Afterward, you must wash, dry, and meticulously apply nourishing oil to each strand before organizing and storing them. Only then will your task be complete." Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback by such an unusual job description. Nevertheless, despite its peculiarity, the task did not seem overly daunting. Moreover, the domestic assistant robot appeared quite amiable. Thus, he inquired, "Do you possess specialized tools for locating hair?" The information he received from the cleaning service base indicated that the tools required for cleaning were to be provided by the customers, and there was no need to bring any. The master's hair was extraordinarily precious, and it was imperative to avoid using cleaning devices such as vacuum cleaners or floor scrubbers. You must rely solely on your eyes to find them and your hands to pick them up. Exercise utmost caution while collecting, ensuring that not a single strand of the master's hair is harmed. If even one hair were to go awry, the robot's display contorted into a fearful expression before it continued. Then the master would become exceedingly angry, and your fate would be dire. Indeed, very dire. Very dire. Damn it. Jiang Ye swallowed hard and inquired, "Am I still able to cancel this cleaning job?" "Yes, it is still possible," came the reply. Just as Jiang Ye breathed a sigh of relief, the robotic voice continued, "You merely need to settle a compensation of 12,000 yuan. What the hell? His entire wage for this job was only 6,000, and yet the compensation demanded was a staggering 12,000. Why not just resort to robbery? Jiang Ye had already accumulated a debt of 350,000 yuan. While it is often said that a multitude of debts does not weigh one down, one cannot simply succumb to despair. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Then, could you kindly inform me where your master's hair is distributed?" "It is scattered throughout the entire apartment, but the bathroom should contain the most." Jiang Ye sighed, "Then let us proceed to the bathroom first." As the first avatar diligently commenced the cleaning task, the second avatar, cloaked in a disguise, refrained from entering apartment 2064. He lingered at the entrance for a moment, ensuring that the first avatar was momentarily safe before deciding to explore the battle room on the first floor. However, just as the second avatar had taken a few steps towards the elevator, a shadow suddenly obstructed his path. Chapter 22. The eerie shadow. This shadow seemed to have materialized out of thin air, without any prior warning. At this moment, the second avatar remained in stealth mode. He instantly heightened his vigilance, yet he could not ascertain whether the shadow could indeed perceive his concealed presence. Suddenly, a deep and resonant voice emanated from the shadow. Are you in need of money? What? Need money? Jiang Ye, still uncertain, dared not speak. What kind of stealth techniques could possibly deceive anyone? Allow me to inquire once more. Are you in need of money? I can facilitate your swift acquisition of substantial wealth, far more expediently and effortlessly than through menial labor. Such a proposition sounds almost too good to be true, resembling the rhetoric of a con artist, which instinctively aroused skepticism in Jiang Ye. However, uncertain of the shadowy figure's true nature, he refrained from outright rejection. Instead, he inquired in a low voice, "What exactly do you mean by quick money?" It is quite simple. The shadowy figure, seemingly draped in a black cloak, gestured with a raised hand. A jade pendant was tossed in Jiang Ye's direction, which he caught and examined while listening to the figure's explanation. Wear this, and the survival points you accrue from killing will be stored within this pendant. For instance, if you collect 5 survival points, you can exchange this pendant for 500,000. The revelation left Jiang Ye astounded. He was currently burdened with a debt of 350,000. It was evident that he could never repay it through mere labor. According to the Shadow's terms, however, he would only need to eliminate 4 individuals. Not only would he clear his debts, but he would also have some extra cash. This proposition was indeed tantalizing. Jiang Ye harbored grave suspicions that Yang Wenchao's propensity for violence, surpassing that of his peers, might be linked to a similar arrangement with this shadowy figure. Yet, Jiang Ye's circumstances were not akin to Yang Wenchao's. His survival points could manifest a clone. Calculating thus, exchanging 1 survival point for 100,000 is undoubtedly unwise. Moreover, according to his speculation, the true value of survival points and survival stones should far exceed 100,000. This shadow, ostensibly collaborating with him in trade, is, in fact, taking advantage of him. From this perspective, it seems the shadow cannot obtain survival points through murder itself. Hence, it resorts to such methods to collaborate with players. Jiang Ye pondered for a long time. He is not a senseless killer, nor is it likely that he would indiscriminately seek out victims solely for survival points. However, if he truly cannot repay the colossal debt of 350,000, then the transaction with the shadow could indeed represent a means of survival. Therefore, instead of outright rejecting the shadow, he inquired further, "If I simply carry this jade token, will all the survival points obtained from killing be absorbed by it?" The shadow, perceiving the underlying meaning in Jiang Ye's question, nodded and elucidated. "If you wish to acquire survival points for yourself, you need only leave the jade token in your apartment or place it within spatial equipment. However, I must remind you that the survival points you acquire cannot be utilized within this apartment. If you cannot escape this dwelling alive, the survival points you possess will hold no significance." Clearly, this was a counsel for Jiang Ye to store the survival points within the jade token and exchange them for currency with the shadow. Receiving the jade token, he addressed the shadow. "I will consider this matter earnestly." As he spoke, the shadow that had just obstructed his path seemingly vanished into thin air. Jiang Ye glanced towards the west, but the dim light obscured his vision. After a moment of contemplation, he hastened towards the crimson-lit elevator. Disguised with a mask to assume the appearance of a bald man, he descended to the first floor. Upon arriving in the lobby, he noticed several classmates gathered around the front desk, seemingly preparing to seek a loan from the administrator. The sight of Jiang Ye's bald disguise instantly sparked a flurry of discussions among his peers. However, he maintained his focus and proceeded directly towards the direction of the battle room. In an instant, the classmates began to speculate. Is that bald figure a classmate in disguise, or a resident of the apartment? I recall that Li Wenjie from Class 1 possesses a reconnaissance skill. Perhaps she could discern the truth. But what if the bald man is indeed a resident? Would he not become enraged if subjected to such a skill? Surely, he wouldn't, would he? Even if he did, Yang Wenchao is in the battle room. He wouldn't turn a blind eye, would he? Let us be realistic. He would be grateful not to sabotage Li Wenjie's chances. Regardless, whether the bald figure is a classmate or a resident, I believe it's prudent for us to keep a low profile and avoid provoking anyone. Oh, if only I were as formidable as Yang Wenchao. This loan is intended for utilizing the training room's capabilities in hopes of enhancing my physical prowess and stamina. I am eager to see if I can grasp a skill. Jiang Ye paid no heed to the chatter of his classmates. Upon entering the battle room, he was greeted by a series of machines resembling ATMs. There are 2 rows, each consisting of 10 seats, totaling 20 combat devices. Among them, The device on the left side near the door is illuminated with a green light, indicating that Yang Wenchao is currently utilizing it. The remaining 19 devices remain unoccupied. Additionally, 2 classmates stand beside Yang Wenchao's device, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong, who had previously been sharing updates about Yang Wenchao in the group chat. Upon noticing the bald-headed Jiang Ye, their expressions instantly shifted to one of vigilance. However, Jiang Ye approached with poise and cast a glance at Yang Wenchao's device. This glance revealed to him the reason for Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong's watchful presence. The enclosed device, resembling an ATM, featured a display screen the size of an A4 sheet. On this screen, the ongoing battle involving Yang Wenchao was being broadcasted. The scene depicted a combat arena the size of a basketball court, where Yang Wenchao was engaged in a duel with a nimble young woman. She appeared to be a player from another dormitory, likely in her early 20s and resembling a university student. However, she might possess athletic prowess or martial arts training, as she surprisingly held her ground against Yang Wenchao. This sight left Jiang Ye somewhat astonished. He had assumed that given Yang Wenchao's strength, he would dominate the battle arena effortlessly. It now seemed that the formidable opponents willing to engage in combat from other dormitories were equally formidable. Fortunately, the outcomes of the battles in this arena only pertained to monetary stakes, not life or death. Even in defeat, one would merely incur financial losses, without the threat of actual demise. Thus, the battle arena essentially functioned as a form of virtual gaming. Jiang Ye observed for a while from the sidelines. As Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong observed that he was not causing any trouble, their tense emotions gradually dissipated, and their attention returned to Yang Wenchao's battle. Noticing Yang Wenchao gradually succumbing, Wang Chong could not help but express his regret. It's truly unfortunate. Xiao Likuan nodded in agreement, stating, "There is nothing to be done. This opponent is simply too formidable. This girl likely possesses at least S-level talent. Furthermore, I sense that the opponent matched with Yang Wenchao is likely related to the amount he wagered." Wang Chong sighed. "Damn it, I can barely scrape together 100. Yet Yang Wenchao can lose 100,000 in a single match. The disparity between people is utterly infuriating." Xiao Likuan further lamented. If indeed everyone in the world has traversed into various apartments, then those at the pinnacle of the pyramid might surpass both Yang Wenchao and this girl. After all, with such a vast population base, there are bound to be extraordinarily fortunate individuals beyond our imagination. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong couldn't help but exclaim, "Fortunate individuals. Could they possibly be the possessors of SSS-level talent? Ah, how I wish my parents were SSS-level talent holders. That way, when I reunite with them, I would instantly be a wealthy heir." Xiao Likuan was rendered speechless, but upon reflection, he mused that if his parents truly became top-tier powerhouses, and they were alive to reunite with him, it would indeed be quite exhilarating to enjoy the privileges of a wealthy heir. However, just as the two indulged in this line of thought, a new notification echoed in their minds. Ding! Apartment announcement. 8 individuals have ascended to level 1. Automatically activating the apartment level leaderboard. Chapter 23. Apartment ranking list. Ranking list for novice apartment 1008. First place, Yang Wenchao, level 2. Second place, Wang Lingling, level 1. Third place, Zhang Jintian, level 1. Fourth place, Gao Chong, level 1. Fifth place, Ku Jingfei, level 1. Sixth place, Lu Shun, level 1. Seventh place, Jiang Ye, level 1. Eighth place, Su Yuan, level 1. The entire ranking list occupies a third player function beyond the data panel and chat group, displaying a mere 8 players in a desolate manner. However, with its emergence, the chat group erupted in excitement. No way. Really? There are already 8 individuals who have reached level 1. Gao Chong is so formidable, yet he only ranks 4th. This ranking list must be ordered by upgrade time for players of the same level, right? Zhang Jitian and Ku Zhengfei have kept a low profile, not joining any help groups, yet they have both reached level 1. The most astonishing part is that Jiang Ye has also attained level 1. Did he perhaps level up while defeating Ding Ding? Yuziu. It seems Jiang Ye did not level up from defeating Ding Ding, as it is said that a golden light appears during leveling up, which he did not experience at that moment. So, Jiang Ye was later pursued by monsters? He actually survived and leveled up to level 1. If that is the case, the monsters cannot be that strong, right? Not strong at all. I recall Yang Wenchao mentioning that Jiang Ye had opened parcels before. He must possess a formidable tool extracted from the delivery. That is how he managed to slay the monster and ascend to level 1. Alas, I too yearn to pilfer a parcel. I advise against such impulsiveness. Stealing deliveries is sheer mysticism. The likelihood of obtaining something valuable is uncertain, yet the cost of compensation will undoubtedly be exorbitantly high. However, I cannot help but feel envious. Those who have reached level 1 not only possess greater strength, but also ascend the rankings. Meanwhile, we, the 0 levels, are utterly insignificant. It feels as though we are akin to cannon fodder in a novel, unworthy even of a name. You speak truth. I too long for advancement. It resembles Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Merely working to pay rent embodies the most basic survival requirements, while leveling up and growing stronger epitomizes the loftier aspirations we ought to pursue. By the way, could those classmates who have attained level 1 share their experiences? Perhaps we other students might glean something to replicate their success? A fervent discussion ensued in the group regarding the matter of leveling up. However, among the 8 students, not a single one shared their upgrading experiences. At that moment, the screen of device number 1 in the battle room suddenly displayed the word fail. What? Did Jiang Ye truly lose? 100,000, just like that, gone. I recall that rent on the 20th floor is merely 120,000 a day. This is indeed an extravagant display of wealth. I can only imagine that Jiang Ye must be feeling quite despondent after losing that sum. Shall we retreat to avoid being caught in his wrath? Then, let us withdraw. Quickly, let us depart. As they spoke, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong hurriedly exited the battle room. Jiang Ye, glancing at the fail displayed on the screen, felt a pang of anxiety and thus decided to leave the battle room as well. He still yearned to utilize the battle room to challenge the formidable competitors from other apartments. However, accessing the battle room required financial expenditure, and he currently found himself burdened with debt rather than possessing any funds. After exiting the battle room, Jiang Ye proceeded to the front desk where the apartment administrator was stationed. A group of students lingered there, visibly tense and hesitant to engage him in conversation. Ignoring their presence, Jiang Ye directly inquired of the administrator, "May I ask what my loan limit is?" Previously, his first avatar had been informed that the loan limit was 50,000. Now, it was the second avatar before the administrator, who, with an impassive expression, glanced at him and promptly responded, 300,000. Upon hearing this astonishing figure, the students present were left astounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They looked at Jiang Ye as if they had encountered a ghost. From Jiang Ye's loan inquiry, they had already begun to speculate that this bald figure was merely a disguise for one of their classmates. However, they had not anticipated that this mysterious classmate could secure a loan limit of 300,000 for ordinary students like themselves. Receiving a loan of a few hundred was already a cause for gratitude. Those with loan limits exceeding 1,000 were exceedingly rare, and they had never witnessed anyone obtaining a loan in the tens of thousands. Yet, here stood this bald individual, effortlessly acquiring a loan limit of 300,000. Was this not utterly outrageous? They were aware that each individual's loan limit was determined by their potential as assessed by the administrator. The greater the potential for development among the students, the higher the loan limit they receive. In other words, this enigmatic student masquerading as a bald figure is undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Could he possibly be the unassuming Zhang Jintian or Ku Jingfei, who remain inconspicuous on the leaderboard? Several classmates began to speculate about Jiang Ye. However, after inquiring about the loan interest, Jiang Ye ultimately applied for a loan of merely 500, promising to repay 600 before midnight. Just as he was preparing to head to the battle room with his loan approval, he noticed that the chat group had suddenly come alive. The commotion was sparked by a classmate extolling the prowess of players in their novice apartment, noting that within such a short time, there were already 8 level 1 players. As other classmates enthusiastically praised the prominent figures on the leaderboard, Jiang Ye, who had just suffered a loss of 100,000, abruptly doused the excitement with cold water. Just a handful of level 1 players, and you all are getting carried away? You truly lack perspective. In our apartment, I should be regarded as the strongest presence. Yet, the players from other apartments encountered in the battle room are formidable, to say the least. There are countless individuals whose strength rivals mine, and some even surpass it. If you all continue to harbor such optimism, devoid of any sense of urgency, you may indeed become cannon fodder, unable to even pass the assessments of the novice apartment. Had such remarks been uttered by an ordinary student, they might have elicited disdain and ridicule. However, when spoken by Jiang Ye, many classmates immediately felt the weight of pressure. Just as the students began to shift from optimism to pessimism, Jiang Ye suddenly spoke up. Through the battles in the war room, I have discovered that as long as one possesses formidable strength, making money is indeed quite effortless. Perhaps just a single skirmish could yield a victory of 70 or 80,000. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must emerge victorious. However, just recently, in one match, I lost 100,000 right from the outset. Upon hearing this, the entire class was utterly astonished. Their rent for 10 days did not even amount to 100,000, while Jiang Ye lost that sum in a single battle. This was simply outrageous. Was the disparity truly this vast? Indeed, it seems that no matter the circumstances, those at the pinnacle of the pyramid will always be leagues ahead of the ordinary populace. As the students were still reeling from the shock, Jiang Ye continued. Therefore, I now wish to organize a group of classmates to explore the depths of the third-floor corridor, to see if we can achieve team upgrades. At this declaration, the entire class erupted in excitement. Wow, team upgrades? What a brilliant idea. I've been wanting to level up for ages, and it's led by a big shot. This is simply exhilarating. Damn, Brother Chao is amazing. Who would dare speak ill of him again? Iksu Kaishin shall be the first to defend him. Brother Chao is incredible. I'm dropping everything to find you for a team up. Clearly, after the ranking list was released, the students' desire to level up had reached unprecedented heights. Upon hearing Jiang Ye propose team upgrades, they were all filled with exuberance, feeling they could finally latch onto a golden opportunity. However, Jiang Ye then cautioned in the group, exploring the depths of the corridor, even as a team, will inevitably entail risks. What I require are individuals capable of confronting risks and battling foes, rather than those who merely cling to others or hinder progress. Therefore, those with a combat power below 20 need not apply. For those with a combat power exceeding 20 who wish to level up swiftly, gather at the elevator entrance on the third floor within 10 minutes. This resolute declaration elicited varied reactions among the students. Many, whose combat power fell short of 20, lamented their dashed hopes, feeling that their earlier excitement had been in vain. Conversely, those whose prowess surpassed 20 were few and far between. They hesitated at the prospect of forming a team with Jiang Ye for advancement. Naturally, they yearned for progression, yet Jiang Ye had a history of violence. His erratic and brutal disposition raised concerns. What if, upon forming a team, he turned against his allies? However, teaming up with the formidable Jiang Ye would significantly mitigate the risks of exploring the depths of the corridor. This delicate balance of pros and cons left them in a quandary. Similarly, Jiang Ye found himself in a state of indecision. Should he prioritize teaming up to level up, thereby enhancing his strength before engaging in battle? Or should he first engage in combat to earn some rewards, while observing the actions of his peers as they ventured deeper into the corridor? Chapter 24, God of War Rankings. Stubborn bronze Jiang Ye hesitated for only a brief moment before resolutely making his way towards the battle room with the recently acquired loan of 500. After all, he currently embodied the image of a bald uncle. Joining the crowded team for upgrades would undoubtedly invite a barrage of questions. Even if he shed his disguise and approached as Jiang Ye, it would still be inappropriate, as he had previously showcased his data panel using his first avatar, which clearly indicated his talent as a C-grade, gold element affinity. When forming a team, if one is required to display a data panel, and it transforms into an S-level talent of heaven rewards the diligent, it is bound to create unnecessary complications. Therefore, it is prudent to avoid the crowd and first familiarize oneself with the advantages of the battle room. The first avatar, situated in apartment 2064, finally cleared out all the hair from the first bathroom, totaling over 1,000 strands. Each damp, lengthy hair evoked an inexplicable discomfort within him. Following the guidance of the life assistant, he placed the more than 1,000 strands into a vessel resembling a water tank. Subsequently, he proceeded to the master bedroom's bathroom. It was at this moment that Jiang Ye was pleasantly surprised to discover a bronze treasure chest conspicuously resting on the bay window of the master bedroom. Upon closer inspection, he felt that the bronze chest clashed with the immaculate ambience of the apartment. A bold thought suddenly crossed his mind as Jiang Ye's gaze shifted. He instinctively moved towards the bay window. Simultaneously, he explained to the life assistant robot, "I will start cleaning from the bay window in the master bedroom, if that's all right." The life assistant robot had no objections, responding, "As you wish, just ensure that all 10,086 strands of hair are found intact." Jiang Ye nodded and approached the bay window, raising his hand to press down on the bronze treasure chest. At that moment, his body tensed and his emotions were taut. Yet he feigned nonchalance and inquired, "Do I need to clean inside this as well?" The life assistant robot paused momentarily before asking, "Inside what? Under the blanket on the bay window?" It added, Hair typically does not fall beneath the blanket, but if you are uncertain, you may check. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ye's eyes suddenly sparkled with a hint of surprise. This indicated that the life assistant robot seemingly could not perceive the bronze treasure chest. It remained uncertain whether it was merely the robot that was oblivious or if all non-player residents within the apartment shared this blindness. Jiang Ye, unwilling to delay, promptly stored the treasure chest within his spatial realm. Subsequently, he nonchalantly continued to clear away the hair. He chose to enter the second combat room, his mind unable to suppress thoughts of how this combat chamber housed only 20 combat devices. If one day he possessed 20 avatars, would he not be able to monopolize all 20 combat machines single-handedly? The mere thought brought him amusement. However, given the brevity of the novice period lasting a mere 10 days, it seemed improbable that he could simultaneously control 20 avatars. Jiang Ye composed himself and focused his attention on the second combat machine. This device resembled an ATM, and entering it felt akin to withdrawing money from an ATM. As soon as he stepped inside, the door automatically closed behind him, ensuring a commendable degree of privacy. Concurrently, a voice verified his identity as a tenant on the 20th floor and automatically deducted 100 yuan as a usage fee for the combat machine. Immediately upon taking a seat, it appeared that he inadvertently triggered some mechanism. A technologically advanced headset enveloped his head. Subsequently, a wave of disorientation washed over him, as if he were slipping into a dream, transporting him to an entirely new realm. The expansive space resembled the lobby of the apartment's first floor. The hall was bustling with people of various ages and genders, all seemingly players of the apocalyptic apartment. Above the heads of these players, a dark title looms, nameless black iron. In addition, the northern section of the hall is bustling with the largest crowd. Behind the throng, a colossal electronic screen displays the War God rankings. First, Zhu Jing, Stubborn Bronze, 100. Second, Zhang Wenhan, Stubborn Bronze, 100. Third, Sha Bo, Stubborn Bronze, 100. Fourth, Li Junqi, Stubborn Bronze, 100. Fifth, Wang Chengjin, Stubborn Bronze, 100. Sixth, Ku Peng, Stubborn Bronze, 92-3. The entire War God rankings is dominated by Stubborn Bronze. In stark contrast, the players that Jiang Ye observes in the first floor hall are uniformly Nameless Black Iron. It is evident that Nameless Black Iron represents a lower tier than Stubborn Bronze. Those who ascend to the War God rankings must surely be the pinnacle of players. The CRME de la CRME. The rankings record a total of 100 names. Stubborn Bronze serves as a title, and the accompanying percentages likely denote victory rates. Jiang Yu scans the War God rankings from top to bottom, yet he finds no mention of Yang Wenchao. This implies that even the formidable Yang Wenchao from their apartment does not possess the strength to be listed among the War Gods. No wonder he remarked in the group that other apartments are teeming with strong players. One can only imagine the immense battle prowess of those who grace the War God rankings. As Jiang Yu reflects on this, a similarly bald man beside him suddenly strikes up a conversation. Hey there, new to the battle room? Is it merely to broaden one's horizons? Or do you intend to engage in battle with someone? Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment but did not dismiss the man's advances. He first replied, primarily, I am here to gain experience. As for battling, my skills are too lacking, and I possess no confidence at all. This is quite straightforward. Upon hearing Jiang Ye express his lack of confidence, the man's demeanor became even more enthusiastic. The entire combat chamber is essentially a virtual space linked to numerous apartments, reminiscent of the games we used to play. The structure of this space is quite similar to that of an apartment, divided into several levels. New players automatically enter the hall on the first floor, where they can view the leaderboard and admire the elite warriors, who are beyond our reach. Ascending to the second floor allows for matchmaking battles. Furthermore, by spending a bit more money, one can observe the battles of others. As for the third floor, access requires the attainment of the title Stubborn Bronze. Thus, we nameless rookies can temporarily only utilize the first and second floors. Jiang Ye nodded, casting his gaze across the hall. No wonder all the players here are Nameless Black Iron. This first floor hall is likely filled with newcomers, just like me, who are using the combat chamber for the first time, right? The bald man's eyes glinted momentarily, a smirk forming in his mind as he thought, of course. It's not just newcomers. There are also seasoned players ready to take advantage of them. However, he would certainly not disclose this to Jiang Ye. Instead, he cheerfully nodded and said, yes, that is about right. As he spoke, he turned to Jiang Ye with a comforting tone. Brother, You mentioned earlier that your strength is insufficient and you hesitate to seek out battles. However, the truth is that the newcomers who have just arrived in this first-floor hall generally possess little prowess. After all, those who make it to the battle room at this stage have merely been fortunate enough to be assigned to apartments on the 20th floor and above. Many of them awaken talents of D or E rank, and those who manage to awaken C rank talents are already considered formidable. In such circumstances, the likelihood of winning against newcomers is quite high. Moreover, the battle room operates in a virtual environment, akin to playing a game. Even if one were to lose, it would only result in a monetary loss, devoid of any threat to life. At this moment, the bald man leaned in closer and lowered his voice intentionally. I arrived a bit earlier and have gathered some information about the newcomers. If you're interested in trying your hand at a battle, I can introduce you to someone of lesser skill. Chapter 25, Brother, Lead Me. The bald man appeared to be a warm-hearted and well-meaning individual. However, Jiang Ye was no fool. His school had conducted lectures on fraud prevention, so he had no intention of believing the bald man's dubious claims. Nonetheless, he did not outright refuse but instead inquired with genuine curiosity, "Isn't the battle room system based on random matching? Can one actually seek out opponents to battle?" The bald man smiled and clarified, "Indeed, the battle room features both a matching mode and a challenge mode. However, under the guise of a matching system, what is ostensibly a random pairing actually results in opponents whose strength is roughly equivalent to your own. In such circumstances, the probability of victory is a mere 50-50, making it exceedingly difficult to secure profits. Those who are less fortunate may even incur losses. In contrast, the challenge mode allows one to select adversaries of lesser strength, thereby significantly increasing the likelihood of winning. Yet, upon consideration, Jiang Ye found this notion troubling. If everyone were to challenge the weaker players, wouldn't that lead to their swift bankruptcy and deter them from returning to the arena? The bald-headed man chuckled and shook his head. That is certainly not the case. The arena operates on principles of fairness. The challenge mode necessitates mutual consent from both parties to engage in battle. A stronger player can challenge a weaker one, but the latter has every right to decline. However, for newcomers like us, we all start as nameless black iron, essentially anonymous. From mere appearances, it is impossible to discern who is strong and who is weak. Thus, in challenge mode, it is probable that there will be significant disparities in strength between the combatants. For the stronger party, this situation equates to an opportunity to seize a windfall. My intention is to help you capitalize on such opportunities. The opponent is a girl, lacking in strength, innocent in nature, and particularly gullible. I deliberately pretended to be weak and challenged her, winning with ease. Had she not been aware of her inability to defeat me, she would have undoubtedly refused my challenge, and I would not have introduced her to others. The bald-headed man's reasoning, to some extent, is indeed coherent. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, intentionally adopting an expression of a well-meaning, yet guilt-ridden individual, and remarked, "However, the young lady has not provoked me in any way. Is it truly right for me to take such initiative and deceive her?" Upon uttering these words, the bald man appeared momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized Jiang Ye for an extended period, and a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Yet, he quickly suppressed his emotions, deliberately gazing at Jiang Ye with an astonished look. "No way, my friend. Are you really that naive? When you were just transported to the apartment, did you not hear the notification declaring it the doomsday apartment? This is the apocalypse. Are you still clinging to moral standards and playing the saint? The crux of the matter is, if you do not take the initiative to deceive others, they will certainly deceive you. Moreover, I believe that under the backdrop of doomsday, we ought to lower our moral standards a tad. Considering it from a lower moral standpoint, what we do cannot be termed as deception, but rather as a form of education. After all, the battle room does not result in fatalities. By tricking others, we are merely ensuring they learn a lesson. Viewed from another angle, this could even be seen as a virtuous deed. Of course, if your conscience truly weighs heavily upon you, I would not insist. Let us merely consider this a casual conversation, a chance to forge a friendship. However, since you have managed to enter the battle room, it signifies that you reside on the 20th floor or higher, and I suspect your daily rent exceeds 100,000. I wonder if I shall have the pleasure of encountering you again tomorrow. Speaking of which, we both share the same baldness. It seems we are fated to cross paths." Regrettably, the bald man's tone was tinged with a sense of lamentation, as if Jiang Ye had already succumbed to despair over his inability to pay rent. In the recesses of his mind, Jiang Ye discerned that this individual was deliberately provoking him with the issue of rent, akin to the myriad of scams that masquerade as lucrative ventures while merely seeking to extract money. It was highly probable that the bald man and the woman he mentioned were in cahoots, perhaps underestimating his capabilities and conspiring to swindle him. Jiang Ye pondered this for a moment, feeling a twinge of conflict within. According to the bald man's assertions, opponents in random matches would possess comparable strength. Thus, in the absence of absolute prowess and hidden trump cards, it would indeed be challenging to earn a profit through such random encounters. Therefore, to achieve consistent earnings in the battle chamber, engaging in the challenge mode appeared to be a more prudent choice. However, therein lay the dilemma. In challenge mode, opponents had the option to decline. The crux of the matter became how to convince others of one's own weakness, thus enticing them to accept the challenge, a conundrum faced by all players seeking to exploit opportunities. It was likely that individuals like the bald man, who conspired to deceive, were not in short supply. Should he expose the bald man's scheme and subsequently align himself with this band of fraudsters? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Jiang Ye's gaze shifted towards the god of war rankings, prompting him to inquire further of the bald man. Yet, according to your descriptions of these two modes, how is it that the formidable contenders on the rankings maintain a flawless victory rate? Given their immense strength, it is unlikely that weaker opponents would accept their challenges. Moreover, the opponents they encounter in random matches should also possess considerable strength. Under such circumstances, achieving a 100% win rate seems implausible, does it not? The issue at hand is quite straightforward. As the bald-headed man previously mentioned, the matching system aligns players based on their combat strength. The combat strength displayed on a player's data panel is an assessment derived from their attributes, talents, and skills, excluding the items they possess. This implies that two individuals with identical combat strength may still find one utterly overwhelmed by the other if the latter wields superior equipment. Such a conclusion can easily be drawn after observing a few matches, which also elucidates why the Titans on the leaderboard boast an impeccable win rate. However, it is understandable that Jiang Ye, upon entering the battle room, remains unaware of this nuance. The bald man, well aware of this secret, deliberately misleads him, stating that it might simply be that these formidable players possess unique advantages, such as specialized martial arts training, enabling them to maintain consecutive victories even against opponents of similar strength. It is only natural for ordinary individuals to find it difficult to fathom the realm of top-tier elites. Jiang Ye, pondering this, begins to form some conjectures regarding the reasons behind the victor streaks. After these reflections, he gazes at the bald man and suddenly conceives a bold idea. In this very hall, amidst a plethora of novices, how did this bald fellow discern that he was the one to be taken advantage of? Was it due to his honest appearance or mere chance? Likely, it was neither. With a sudden spark of insight, Jiang Ye approaches the bald man and says, "Brother, I've given it some thought, and indeed, conscience cannot be consumed as sustenance. If I do not earn money diligently, I may find myself unable to pay today's rent. Brother, please guide me. I will surely remember your kindness." The bald man, having expended much effort, awaited this very sentence. He silently scoffed, yet maintained a facade of amiability, enthusiastically stating, "Oh, there's no need to be so formal. I simply believe that having more friends opens up more opportunities." Jiang Ye nodded and, with his honest, bald demeanor, replied earnestly, "That is not a problem. My talent is a sea-level affinity for gold elements, with physical ability at 1, 2, stamina at 2, 4, and combat power at 5. I have also mastered a skill called Golden Light Technique." His words flowed smoothly, devoid of any semblance of deceit. The bald man felt a surge of delight and began to praise. "No, my friend, with your strength, you are already considered a formidable presence in the entire battle arena. Just moments ago, you claimed to be weak and hesitant to engage in combat. Isn't that a touch overly cautious?" Jiang Ye, feigning confusion, continued with his innocent demeanor, "Am I truly strong? I am unaware. Before the apocalypse, I was merely an overweight recluse, lacking in exercise and having never even killed a chicken. When it comes to my combat power of 5, it may be significantly diminished in actual performance, perhaps yielding only half that potential." Upon hearing this, the bald man finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, a combat power of 5 could pose a bit of pressure. If this fellow cannot harness it, it works perfectly for him. He comforted Jiang Ye, saying, "It's all right. With your combat power of 5, even if you only exert half of it, victory is assured. Come, I shall take you to find that naive girl. However, my friend, you must approach her on your own, for I have previously tricked her. Should she see us together, she will undoubtedly refuse your challenge." Jiang Ye nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, The bald man led Jiang Ye towards the second floor while sending a private message to his companions. I've managed to reel in another novice with a combat power of 5. He seems rather unsuspecting and likely lacks the cunning to deceive. Does he possess any items? A player on the 20th floor should have a bronze treasure chest as a starting point. This bald man went by the name Jiang Ye. Just like me. He is a poor soul. The bronze chest yielded a disguised mask. Thus, like me, he appears as a bald uncle, yet his true identity, whether male or female, remains uncertain. Chapter 26. Unorthodox strategies. However, I suspect she is merely a young girl, so naive that she wonders whether deceiving others is immoral. Jiang Ye remarked casually. Is it truly inappropriate to deceive such an innocent girl? Moreover, it's merely a battle room. No real harm will come to anyone. Ran. You are tasked with the role of the innocent fool, but do ensure that you do not genuinely act the part at a crucial moment. After Jiang Ye, with her bald appearance, led Jiang Ye up the stairs to the second floor. She indicated a direction from the emergency exit. Do you see that girl in the white school uniform over there? In a moment. You should approach her and ask if she is willing to accept a challenge. She will likely first inquire about your combat power. Do not speak the truth. Simply state that you possess a power level of around 1 X or 2 X, without any skills realized. She will undoubtedly fall for it and accept your challenge. By the way, it seems that girl lives in an apartment with her family, and her parents have provided her with quite a bit of money. When you challenge her, you can raise the stakes. Betting 1 or 2,000 should not pose a problem. Jiang Ye's face was filled with trepidation. Where would I find 1 or 2,000? I only have 500 in total, and that was borrowed from the apartment manager. After paying 100 for the combat room fee, I am left with merely 400. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye felt increasingly confident. After all, a loan limit of only 500 indicated that even the apartment manager held little faith in him. However, after all this effort, earning a mere 100, well, perhaps 100 was acceptable, considering the randomness of matchmaking. One could easily end up losing money. She reassured Jiang Ye a few more times before urging him to seek out Li Ran. The hall on the second floor was considerably larger than that of the first. It resembled a cinema, filled with rows upon rows of seats. As players settled into their seats, an operational panel would automatically materialize in their minds, displaying the maps of both the first and second floors, with each player marked by a red dot. At that moment, Jiang Ye realized that in challenge mode, he did not need to confront his opponent in person. Instead, he could initiate a challenge to the red dot on the map that existed in his mind. Furthermore, players had the option to spectate ongoing battles, albeit at an additional cost. Observing in the Black Iron Arena required a fee of 100, while the Bronze Arena charged a staggering 1,000. Naturally, the decision to make the battle public was contingent upon mutual agreement from both participants. Unless both parties opted for visibility, no other players could spectate. If either party disagreed, the battle would remain private. Additionally, players who ascended to the War God list held the privilege of setting their own spectator fees. A portion of the revenue generated from spectators, 10, would be awarded to the victorious party of that battle. Thus, if 100 individuals chose to observe a match in the Black Iron Arena, the winning side could potentially earn a staggering 1,000 from spectators alone. Moreover, spectators had the option to offer tips, of which only 50 would reach the recipient. However, during the novice period, players were likely not affluent, making it rare for one to spend on spectating or tipping. Consequently, the battles of ordinary players were unlikely to attract an audience. In contrast, the arenas of powerful contenders on the War God list, or those of internet celebrities with a substantial fan base, could indeed profit from spectators. Upon reaching the second floor, Jiang Ye did not hurry to the girl indicated by the bald man, since he intended to deceive. He decided to adopt a more professional approach and refrain from appearing overly intentional. He first sought an empty seat and began to contemplate the operations panel in his mind. After familiarizing himself sufficiently, he turned his gaze to the expansive hall on the second floor. After feigning interest and surveying his surroundings, he made his way toward the girl in a school uniform, whom the bald-headed individual had indicated. At that moment, Li Ran sent a message to Jiang Ye. Are you certain that this bald head is a naive and innocent girl? His pretentious demeanor while searching for a challenge does not resemble someone who has been guided by you to come after me. Jiang Ye, concealed in the stairwell, also noted that Jiang Ye's behavior at this moment did not align with that of a simple and pure individual. Regardless, Sister Ran need not worry. His loan limit is merely 500, and the only sum he can present now is just 400. Upon reading this, Li Ran felt a slight sense of relief. As she noticed the bald-headed individual approaching her, she feigned deep concentration on the operations panel. When the bald man took a seat beside her, he initiated a conversation. Classmate, which school do you attend? Li Ran, adopting a naive persona, paused momentarily before glancing at Jiang Ye and nodding obediently. Yes, uncle, is there something you need? Hello. Jiang Ye casually fabricated. My son is about your age, also a high school student. Unlike me, he isn't in the same novice apartment, and I am quite concerned about his situation. This established the persona of a middle-aged man with a loving paternal nature. Li Ran was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this bald man had forgotten to wear a disguise, with his original image being that of a bald individual. However, even if his bronze treasure chest yielded other items, it was highly unlikely that he would pose a threat to her. Li Ran continued to embody the image of a dutiful girl, offering comforting words. Uncle, please do not worry too much. It appears that the initial players in the novice apartment are typically from a specific group, perhaps from the same class, a neighborhood, or even the same bus. Your son should be in the same novice apartment as his classmates, providing mutual support. He will surely be fine. With a sigh, Jiang Ye expressed his sorrow. I only hope he does not share my misfortune of being assigned to the 20th floor, where the rent is beyond my means. I wonder if I will ever have the opportunity to reunite with my son. Initially, Li Ran felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing his words. However, she soon reminded herself, by sympathizing with the weak, one risks becoming weak oneself. What this uncle says may not necessarily be true. Even if it is merely his misfortune. He cannot blame others. She had previously encountered a notion in her readings that when one sympathizes with others, one may inadvertently bear their misfortunes. Thus, the most detrimental quality for a young woman aspiring to greatness is excessive compassion. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her expression remained one of deep sympathy towards Jiang Ye. She proactively suggested, Uncle, why not challenge me? My parents and I reside in the same apartment, and with the assistance of the apartment administrator's loan, we can certainly manage the rent. I wish to help you within my means. Jiang Ye appeared somewhat embarrassed. Responding, is that really appropriate? It is merely a challenge, she reassured him. Though I may be weak, perhaps I might still have the fortune to triumph over you, dear uncle. At that moment, Li Ran smiled sweetly, seemingly employing a teasing tone to warm the heart of the unfamiliar bald man. She appeared like a pure and kind-hearted little angel. Rendering Jiang Ye somewhat embarrassed, he decided to abandon the usual approach and candidly declared, Forget it, little sister, I shall speak frankly. There is indeed a nefarious bald brute who claims your abilities are exceptionally lacking and that you were easily deceived, which is why I sought you out. However, I now believe that a kind-hearted girl like you should not fall victim to deceit. Thus, I shall refrain from taking advantage of you. As he spoke, Jiang Ye wore an expression of relief, exhaling slowly. But, lo and behold, this left Li Ran utterly bewildered. In this day and age, how could such an honest uncle truly exist? It made her feel a bit embarrassed. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized this uncle was so naive. Even if she did not deceive him today, he would undoubtedly be tricked by other genuine villains, leaving him with nothing. Therefore, she felt compelled to assist the uncle. She must teach him about the harsh realities of human malice. Only then would he be safeguarded from future deception. Yes, that was it. She was doing him a favor. Ultimately, she was simply too kind-hearted. Contemplating this, Li Ran's eyes grew misty. With a deeply moved expression, she gazed at Jiang Ye and resolutely declared, Uncle, you truly are a good person. Good people will surely be rewarded. I must assist you. Challenge me, dear uncle. I am willingly deceived by you. Oh no, uncle. You have not deceived me. I genuinely wish to assist you. Please do not reject my offer. Consider your son. With my help, the likelihood of your reunion with him increases. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye realized that this young lady was undoubtedly ensnaring him. Perhaps she was even moved within herself, believing she was teaching him the treachery of human nature. A smile flickered in Jiang Ye's heart, though his exterior reflected a moment of hesitation before he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Well, since you are so resolutely determined to assist me, I shall no longer decline. With that, he swiftly initiated a challenge to this young lady through the interface in his mind. He possessed a mere 400 in his entire fortune, thus setting the wager at 400. When Li Ran chose to accept the challenge, their consciousnesses suddenly plunged into darkness. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ye found himself on a platform the size of a basketball court. Surrounding the arena were empty seats, indicating the absence of an audience. However, in the battle chamber of Jiang Ye's apartment, Xiao Liquan and Wang Chang were stationed outside the second battle machine. Arranged by Yang Wenchao, they could observe Jiang Ye's battle through the display screens on the battle machine, free of charge, having participated in several matches. Yang Wenchao was well-versed in the nuances of combat. Thus, while ordinary classmates were still speculating, he had already concluded that the bald man was merely a guise. A deception crafted with a mask. Moreover, that disguised mask must be retrieved from the bronze treasure chest. Typically, such chests are found in apartments situated above the 20th floor. Among the residents of the 20th floor that Yang Wenchao is aware of, there are only himself and Jiang Ye. Thus, he instinctively assumed that the bald man was a disguise of Jiang Ye. However, upon further reflection, he realized this was incorrect. According to information disclosed in the chat group, when the bald man appeared on the first floor, Jiang Ye was in the stairwell stealthily unboxing a delivery. In fact, Yang Wenchao himself serves as an alibi witness to his absence. Therefore, it is highly likely that there exists another player residing on the 20th floor of their novice apartment. Could it be the inconspicuous Zhang Jintian or Ku Zhengfei from the ranking list? Or perhaps another classmate yet to reach level 1? Yang Wenchao remained uncertain. However, he was certain that players assigned to floors above the 20th, while facing higher rents, are also presented with greater opportunities. Such players either fail to survive their first day or rapidly evolve. If he were to encounter that bald man again tomorrow, it would signify that the individual indeed possesses the potential to grow into a formidable force. Of course, Jiang Ye does as well. Yet, in comparison to Jiang Ye, Yang Wenchao found himself more intrigued by the mysterious bald man. Consequently, he arranged for Xiao Liquan and Wang Chang to keep watch in the battle chamber, observing the bald man's combat performance. Meanwhile, Yang Wenchao proceeded, as previously stated, to the exit of the red light elevator on the 3rd floor, awaiting the arrival of classmates for team leveling. Regrettably, Zhang Jitian and Ku Zhengfei from the ranking list had yet to join him. However, Wang Lingling, Gao Chang, Lu Shen, and Su Yuan did arrive. These formidable figures from the ranking list came together, forming a mutual assistance group with Wang Lingling at the core. In addition, 7 novice players joined, all members of the mutual aid group. Although the plan to form a team for leveling up was proposed by Yang Wenchao, at the moment of actual formation, he stood alone as the only non-member of the group, with a formidable presence of 4 level 1 experts among them. The assembled players felt little trepidation towards Yang Wenchao. In fact, when Wang Lingling initiated conversation, her words were laced with inquiries aimed at uncovering Yang Wenchao's secrets, including the source of his formidable strength and the circumstances of his revival. However, Yang Wenchao's eccentric nature led him to respond with disjointed remarks, clearly fabricating information to mislead and dismiss Wang Lingling's curiosity. Gao Chang, known for his volatile temper, nearly confronted Yang Wenchao over this, but was thankfully intercepted by Wang Lingling. Ultimately, the group successfully formed their leveling team and ventured into the depths of the corridor. Meanwhile, other players toiled away, earning money while envying the leveling team in their chat group, closely monitoring the leaderboard to see if any advancements were made. At that moment, Xiao Liquan and Wang Chang were exhilarated by their association with Yang Wenchao, believing that serving him was akin to securing an advantageous alliance. Thus, they diligently stationed themselves outside the number 2 battle machine where Jiang Ye was located. As the screen outside the battle machine flickered to life, their eyes lit up in anticipation. At last, it had begun. This must be the debut battle of the bald-headed contender. Yet, to their surprise, his opponent appeared to be a delicate young woman. Even if he triumphed, it would hardly be a testament to his prowess, given the perceived disparity in strength. However, one could not be too certain. Perhaps this seemingly fragile maiden possessed unexpected formidable abilities. Have you forgotten that Yang lost a considerable sum of 100,000 in that match, also at the hands of a young lady? Wang Chang nodded in agreement, reflecting. Indeed, one cannot judge strength merely by gender or appearance. Our apartment's Wang Lingling serves as a prime example. Xiao Liquan interjected, in addition to Wang Lingling. There is also Su Yuan. Among the 8 individuals on our leaderboard, 2 are female. Just as they were speaking, they noticed the countdown on the battle machine screen displaying 3, 2, 1. Concurrently, within the virtual arena, a similar countdown echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. Accompanying the countdown, he innocently remarked towards the young lady opposite him, "Little sister, please stand still. Uncle will be quick." "All right, Uncle," Li Ran replied, nodding while revealing a peculiar smile. This smile bore a resemblance to the character Si Nua from Detective Chinatown. Witnessing this scene left Xiao Liquan and Wang Chang utterly bewildered. What is happening? Why does this seem somewhat off to me? On the stage, Li Ran thought to herself how remarkably oblivious this uncle was. Despite her strange smile, he hadn't detected anything amiss. How naive. This honest uncle, she felt a twinge of sympathy. Yet, as the countdown neared its conclusion at 1, her petite figure surged forth towards Jiang Ye like a sword unsheathed. Such speed! Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong exclaimed in unison. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. This girl is incredibly swift. Speed and strength must surely correlate with her physical abilities. Her attributes must be quite formidable. Nevertheless, she pales in comparison to Yang Wuchao. In just a few exchanges, Li Ran had already dashed to Jiang Ye's side. Simultaneously, her skin astonishingly transformed into a formidable golden hue. Wang Chong gasped in astonishment. What on earth is this? Is she a golden Barbie? Chapter 28. I wish to see your true face, Xiao Likuan. Endowed with an innate talent for comprehension, swiftly deduced. This must be a type of metal-based skill. In this state, even that bald fellow might struggle to breach her defenses. No, it's not merely her defense that is fortified. Her strength is formidable as well. The girl on the screen unleashed a punch toward the bald man, the force of which seemed to summon a roaring wind. From behind the screen, one could almost feel the overwhelming metallic power capable of crushing all. Wang Chong could not help but exclaim again, deeply impressed. In this day and age, one cannot judge a woman by her appearance. She looks delicate and fragile, yet is so incredibly fierce. Xiao Likuan speculated further. Her metal-based skill integrates both offense and defense. She is at least of B rank. Wang Chong was astounded. Does that mean her innate talent is S rank? Xiao Likuan shook his head. That remains uncertain. What if she possesses an intellect akin to Lucian S, exceptionally high? With such intellect, a B-rank talent could still master B-rank skills. Wang Chong inhaled sharply. If her intellect is indeed high, she might possess more than one skill. In a matter of moments, the two spoke rapidly, simultaneously observing the screen where the bald man deftly dodged a fierce punch from the girl. He moved with a speed that surpassed even that of the girl. With a swift motion, he firmly seized her wrist just as she swung her fist. Without the slightest hesitation, he twisted her wrist and executed a flawless shoulder throw. The sound of impact echoed as her back hit the ground with force. This scene left Xiao Likuan and Wang Chang utterly astounded. Is it true? In this day and age, it's one thing for women to be violent, but how can men be so devoid of compassion? Watching the shoulder throw made the two burly men wince in sympathy. However, given that the girl was clad in gold-level defense, her injuries were likely not severe. Yet her expression was a mix of pain and disbelief, her features contorted in shock, especially as she lay on the ground, staring up at the bald man with a look akin to having seen a ghost. But in the next moment, that ghostly look of shock froze on her face. After the shoulder throw, the bald man showed no sign of pause or hesitation. He drew a black dagger and, with a single, swift motion, cut her throat. The depth of the wound was alarming, blood gushing forth. Immediately after, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong stared in disbelief as the screen displayed the word win. Then, the screen faded to darkness. What? Is this truly the end? The girl's gold-level defense should have been formidable, right? How did the bald man breach her defenses? Or was it that the throat is a critical point, leading to her swift demise? No, it must be that dagger. It was likely a powerful item, akin to Super Brother's bracelet. The attributes of this bald man must be significantly higher than those of the girl. Hiss. So this bald man possesses formidable strength. Could he be the low-key Zhang Jitian or Ku Zhangfei? Or perhaps another influential figure? Wait. Quickly, observe the leaderboard. Another player has just ascended the ranks. To my astonishment, a new line appears on the leaderboard, stating rank 9, Lu Shun, level 1. Is it the Lu Shun from class 1? Could it possibly be him? This fellow seems to be a sports specialist, rarely engaging in discussions within the group. Damn. It feels as though those truly capable individuals are quietly amassing wealth while we, the mere cannon fodder, strive for attention in this chat. Damn. Comparing ourselves to others is infuriating. I've resolved to adopt a more composed demeanor and refrain from aimless chatter in the group. Meanwhile, in the virtual combat space, on the second-floor hall, at adjacent seats, Li Ran's expression stiffened. Her sparkling, wide eyes suddenly glared at the bald uncle beside her. The swift motion of her head, causing her bangs to arc, seemed to radiate her fury. How could she not be enraged? This uncle is utterly shameless. Even at this moment, he still wears an innocent expression, cheerfully thanking her. Thank you, little sister, for bringing me the Western pastries. You are truly a good person, and good people shall surely be rewarded. His naive tone, such a repetitive phrase. Li Ran nearly spat blood in frustration. At this moment, she no longer felt the need to feign innocence. The gaze directed at Jiang Ye was now filled with resentment and a hint of wariness. After a brief moment, she coldly speculated, "If I am not mistaken, you do not possess a son of my age, nor are you the bald uncle you pretend to be. The image of this bald uncle is merely a facade. What is your true identity? Are you male or female? How old are you this year?" Jiang Ye smiled. "What? Are you seeking revenge against me? Your bald companion is also wearing a disguise, isn't he?" I was initially curious why. Among so many people in the lobby on the first floor, she focused solely on me. I had thought it was because we were both bald. Only later did I realize it was indeed because we were both bald. Thus, she recognized that the item I obtained from the treasure chest in my apartment was a disguise mask. The disguise mask is an auxiliary item that adds minimal attributes. So compared to other players on the 20th floor, my strength is undoubtedly inferior. Hence, she approached me to strike up a conversation. Am I right? Li Ran maintained a cold expression, remaining silent for a considerable time. Eventually, she uttered, "Is it truly your first time entering the battle room?" Jiang Ye laughed. "Of course it is. Moreover, my claim of borrowing 500 is genuine. You may find it hard to believe, but I am also indebted to the apartment for 350,000. It is uncertain whether I will survive today. I am genuinely impoverished. Would you, dear sister, consider showing some compassion and assist me further?" To hell with your compassion. At that moment, Li Ran found the terms dear sister and compassion to be intentionally mocking. How infuriating. She gritted her teeth and speculated. "If I am not mistaken, you must be a young man, a social elite with a few years of experience?" He continued to display an innocent and sincere smile, replying, "If the little sister is unwilling to show kindness, then I must rely on myself to earn a living." Li Ran remained gritting her teeth, but suddenly called out to him, "Wait. I can share with you some strategies for quickly making money." Jiang Ye turned around. At that moment, he stood beside the seat while Li Ran was seated, creating a natural contrast of power dynamics between them. With that posture, he smiled at Li Ran and remarked, "Ah, quickly making money? That sounds quite familiar. Isn't that right, scammer?" Li Ran's face flushed with anger and embarrassment, retorting, "I have already faced the consequences of my actions. How could I possibly deceive you again?" "So?" Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. "What do you intend to do?" "I want to see your true self once you shed your disguise." "That is impossible." With that, Jiang Ye did not give her a chance to pursue the matter further and left his seat. Chapter 29. The first match of random pairing. Li Ran was left standing there, fuming with frustration. Shortly after, Jiang Ye removed her bald disguise and approached with her true appearance. "How is it, Sister Ran? Have you secured the deal?" Her initially enthusiastic tone diminished as she sensed Li Ran's unusual mood. The excitement in her voice faded into incredulous probing. "No way, Sister Ran. You didn't make a mistake? Or perhaps you have softened your heart?" Li Ran clenched her teeth and replied, "Neither a mistake nor a soft heart. It is indeed the two of us who have fallen victim to that bald man. He is nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. And he has long since discerned that we are allies. He turned the tables and ensnared me instead." Jiang Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. Filled with incredulity, "How could this be? Is his strength greater than yours?" Li Ran pressed her lips together. Hesitant to reveal that she had nearly been defeated in an instant, she merely nodded. "His attributes nearly overwhelmed me. Furthermore, in addition to a disguise mask, he possesses a bronze-level artifact." Jiang Ye gasped, feeling the absurdity of her misfortune. How could she be so unlucky, randomly targeting someone, and yet encountering a formidable adversary masquerading as a fool? Is this not a peculiar twist of fate? Anxiety crept over her as she asked, "What shall we do now? Will that formidable individual harbor resentment towards us and seek revenge? It was she who lost to Shibai. Why should that scoundrel retaliate against her? If there was to be revenge, it should be hers against him, right?" Yet, she ultimately refrained from voicing such spiteful thoughts. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she solemnly addressed Jiang Ye. "I no longer wish to engage in challenge mode." Jiang Ye was taken aback by her words and hurriedly urged, "No, Ranjia. It was merely a singular misstep. We cannot allow one setback to deter us. This mode is the fastest and most reliable way to earn money. Otherwise, whether through random matching or spontaneous challenges, we risk losing our entire fortune in an instant. Please reconsider, Ranjia." However, Li Ran resolutely shook her head. "There is no need for further contemplation. I have already made my decision with utmost clarity. The recent battle with that scoundrel has made me acutely aware of my deficient combat awareness. During the confrontation, I failed to unleash my full potential. I intend to engage in random matchmaking with players of similar strength to enhance my abilities before contemplating any monetary gains. After all, I possess a substantial loan limit, so I can certainly afford my rent. Su Jingyao was momentarily taken aback. Are you serious, sister? Immediately, she accessed her mental interface to select the random matchmaking combat mode. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye found a secluded spot to sit and decided to give the random matchmaking mode a try as well. He vaguely surmised that the players matched randomly would indeed possess comparable strength. However, strength does not entirely equate to prowess. His combat capability with or without the toxic blade blood dagger remains the same, indicating that external equipment and items do not augment the strength displayed on the data panel. Thus, random matchmaking is not entirely equitable. Players with a wealth of equipment possess a significantly higher win rate in such matches. Additionally, combat awareness seems to substantially influence a player's actual capabilities. Even with equal combat strength of 20 points, some individuals, having never engaged in a fight, may exhibit a mere fraction of that potential, while others, particularly those trained or who have backgrounds as special forces or mercenaries, will naturally outperform the average player with the same combat strength. This elucidates the perfect win rates of the top 5 on the War God rankings. They are either equipped with formidable tools that enable them to overpower others, or possess an extraordinary combat awareness even before the impending doom. It is even possible that they embody both traits. After all, in such an environment, success is no longer reliant on influence or background, but rather on sheer combat prowess. Those adept in battle have a markedly higher probability of acquiring powerful tools, creating a virtuous cycle. Fortunately, in the realm of random matchmaking, Jiang Ye also holds a certain advantage. Previously, he believed that his two primary skills, absolute focus and combat stance, were inferior to others' destructive elemental skills. However, his encounter with a student revealed to him that these two skills are by no means less effective than elemental abilities. Both skills enable him to temporarily enhance his attributes during combat. In the recent battle, Jiang Ye personally experienced the benefits of attribute dominance. The student, likely possessing more than one gold-tier skill, may even have had items obtained from a bronze chest. Yet, she did not even have the chance to utilize them before being eliminated. The reason is simple. Under the influence of absolute focus and combat stance, Jiang Ye's attributes overwhelmingly surpass those of the student. Moreover, the effect of combat stance will enhance his combat awareness after each battle. This means he will grow stronger with each encounter. Becoming a powerful entity is merely a matter of time. In such a state, perhaps engaging in random matchmaking with players of equal strength is the most efficient path to growth. Additionally, he possesses the dual tools of a disguised mask and a poison blade dagger. As his combat awareness continued to elevate, he felt confident that his chances of securing victories through random matchmaking remained notably high. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ye proceeded to engage with the operation panel in his mind, opting for a random match. The stakes in random matchmaking were confined within a specific range. For instance, if he chose to wager 800, he would likely be matched against players with comparable strength, specifically those wagering between 100 and 900. Upon the completion of the matchmaking process, the final wager would be determined by the player who staked the lesser amount. If his opponent wagered 200, then the final stake for the duel would be 200. Conversely, if his opponent staked 900, the final wager would align with Jiang Ye's wager of 800. This system allowed him to form an initial assessment of his opponent based on the final wager right from the onset of the battle. After all, players who wager higher typically exhibit greater confidence in their abilities. Additionally, players within the wager range of 100 to 900 were likely to be weaker than those who wagered between 1000 and 900, but this was not an absolute rule. Merely a preliminary gauge. Jiang Ye staked 800 because that was all he had at his disposal. Initially, he had anticipated that the final wager would be lower than 800. To his surprise, the concluding stake turned out to be precisely 800. This indicated that his opponent had either wagered 800 or 900. Was this a deliberate choice to avoid staking 1,000 and entering the next wagering tier? It seemed his opponent possessed some degree of prowess, prompting Jiang Ye to exercise a heightened sense of caution. As his awareness flickered, he once again found himself within the familiar confines of the arena space. Standing opposite him was a delivery rider clad in a striking yellow uniform. The moment the other party laid eyes on him, he immediately discerned, disguised mask? This single phrase plunged Jiang Ye's heart into a state of unease. The tone of the interlocutor suggested that he was no novice. He had undoubtedly engaged in numerous battles before. As the countdown in his mind reached 3, 2, 1, it culminated in an abrupt conclusion. Almost instantaneously, the young man, previously adorned in his conspicuous yellow attire, vanished from the arena. Xiao Liquan, relying on his innate perceptiveness, swiftly concluded, it's a spatial skill. This delivery boy must have awakened a spatial talent akin to Bairuowan's. Moreover, the offensive nature of his spatial skill was significantly more formidable than Bairuowan's. His words were already delivered with remarkable speed, yet before he could finish speaking, he witnessed the yellow figure dart across the arena, reminiscent of a basketball court. In the blink of an eye, more precisely, he had materialized right behind the bald man. Simultaneously, the delivery rider wielded a colossal axe, aiming a decisive strike at the bald man's head. At that moment, Xiao Liquan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this fellow has not mastered the spatial blade skill that ignores defenses. Otherwise, the bald man would be doomed. Despite the delivery rider's mastery of potent spatial techniques, the enormous axe was evidently ill-suited for him. As anticipated, the robust bald man merely tilted his head, narrowly evading the surprise attack from behind. At this moment, Xiao Liquan suddenly sensed that something was amiss. He and Wang Chang had spectated several matches involving Yang Wenchao, as well as 2 bouts featuring the bald man. They had already discerned that almost every participant in these encounters was not unarmed. Each competitor possessed equipment or items. Initially, Xiao Liquan presumed that these formidable players had frequented the upscale shopping mall in their apartment complex, purchasing their gear with hard-earned money. However, he now harbored grave doubts regarding this assumption, for the delivery man's skills evidently aligned better with the use of lightweight weapons for swift victories. Yet, he was equipped with a massive axe. Was it possible that this delivery man was simply too foolish to grasp even the most rudimentary knowledge? Chapter 30. A Life for a Life. No. Xiao Liquan suddenly recalled that a classmate had previously discovered a black iron treasure chest in their apartment. However, among the numerous students, only a select few had stumbled upon such chests. Now, after witnessing so many matches, Xiao Liquan found himself increasingly skeptical. Could it be that every apartment on the 20th floor and above harbored treasure chests waiting to be opened? Perhaps even chests of a higher tier than black iron, bronze chests, perhaps? If this were indeed the case, players residing on the 20th floor and higher, despite the exorbitant rent, must be enjoying remarkable privileges. Initially, Xiao Liquan had thought that most of the players on the 20th floor would likely not survive the day. Yet, upon reflection, he found himself feeling a twinge of envy. Simultaneously, he pondered whether Jiang Ye, who resided on the 20th floor, might also have a treasure chest in his apartment. Had he simply overlooked it, or had he discovered it, but chosen to remain silent? Upon reflection, Xiao Liquan began to contemplate that Ding Ding's demise might not be entirely unjust. Initially stationed on the 20th floor, Jiang Ye possessed a C-grade talent, had previously dismantled packages and opened treasure chests, even ascending to level 1. His prowess had already positioned him among the top of his peers in the 2 classes. However, it was also revealed by Ziyu that Jiang Ye's loan limit was a mere 50,000. The prospect of surviving the day remained a formidable challenge. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Xiao Liquan found himself musing on the implications if Jiang Ye were to perish before nightfall. What would become of his treasure chest items? As he pondered these matters, the confrontation between the bald man and the delivery rider on the screen reached an impasse. It was evident that the bald man's attributes were exceptionally high, allowing him to evade the delivery man's mighty axe consistently. Conversely, the delivery man's teleportation skills rendered the bald man incapable of landing a hit. The exchange persisted, yet neither party could inflict damage upon the other. However, such a stalemate could not endure indefinitely. The combat would inevitably drain their stamina and energy, and their skills could not be continuously unleashed without respite. At this juncture, Jiang Ye felt a growing urgency within the confines of the arena. His abilities, absolute focus, and combat stance were both time-limited and had lengthy cooldowns, permitting their use only once per battle. If he could not achieve a swift resolution, the temporary enhancements to his attributes would swiftly diminish once the skill duration elapsed, severely impairing his combat awareness. Consequently, he risked succumbing to this delivery man. Simultaneously, the delivery man too felt the weight of anxiety, for his use of the blink ability also demanded considerable energy. Moreover, the colossal axe was heavy and would significantly deplete his stamina. If the battle could not be resolved swiftly, it would be equally detrimental to him. The anxiety and urgency felt by both combatants resonated with Xiao Liquan through the screen. For a moment, he found himself unable to discern which party would ultimately prevail in this confrontation. He believed that both sides on the battlefield must have recognized their opponent's precarious situation. Just then, the bald man made his first mistake. As the delivery man's massive axe swung towards him once more, the bald man's evasive maneuver was noticeably less agile than before. His left shoulder was struck by the axe, resulting in a grievous wound, the heavy weapon even becoming lodged in his bone. This scene indeed elicited a look of astonishment on the delivery man's face. However, the very next second, as he prepared to press his advantage, his smile froze in place. Despite appearing weary and sluggish, the bald man, who had just been struck by the axe, displayed an astonishing agility that surpassed all previous moments. He completely disregarded the agony in his left shoulder, even choosing to twist and tear at the wound to enlarge it, swiftly pivoting to slash at the delivery man's throat with a dagger in his right hand. At that moment, Xiao Liquan realized that the bald man was trading the price of his grievous injury for a chance to strike the delivery man. If the delivery man reacted swiftly and evaded this attack, the severely wounded bald man would surely face defeat. Yet, if the delivery man failed to respond in time and allowed the more formidable bald man to cut his throat with that dagger, then the bald man would undoubtedly secure victory in this confrontation. This was a gamble of life for life. Xiao Liquan held his breath, his eyes barely daring to blink. Ultimately, the outcome revealed that the delivery man possessed a rather lackluster combat awareness. He did not evade the impending strike. Consequently, the joy of landing a blow froze upon his face. His pupils widened momentarily, only to gradually dissipate as his throat was severed. The sheer ferocity of the bald adversary was astonishing. With a dagger, he nearly cleaved the delivery man's head in half. Fortunately, the horrifying scene did not linger for long. As the screen soon displayed the word win, Wang Chang was once again left in stunned silence, eventually exclaiming in awe, "Is this bald fellow truly a classmate of ours? He appears as though he is trained. Do you know if any of the 80 students in our 2 classes have ever practiced martial arts?" Xiao Liquan pondered briefly before responding, "Perhaps Lu Shun? I believe he is trained in Taekwondo." Upon hearing this, Wang Chang could not suppress his envy. "Damn. I too wanted to practice Taekwondo or karate when I was younger, but my family's circumstances were modest, and my parents hoped I would concentrate solely on my studies. In the end, what good is excelling academically? Being formidable in a fight is the true way." Xiao Liquan shot him a glance, internally scoffing, "The issue is that, my friend, your academic performance isn't exactly stellar either." Meanwhile, although the battle was virtual, the pain inflicted felt profoundly real. Had it not been for the battle stance that allowed him to maintain absolute composure, he might have faltered due to the agony, enabling his opponent to evade that lethal blow. The thrill was truly harrowing, and he increasingly recognized the significance of combat awareness. However, at that moment, he felt a twinge of hesitation. Having already amassed a sum of 1,600, he pondered whether to continue matching within the 100 to 900 bidding range to further hone his combat instincts, or to boldly challenge the 1,000 to 900 betting range. As he wrestled with this dilemma, a familiar announcement chime suddenly resonated in his mind. Player Zhao Yudi has issued an announcement in the battle room. "Hello everyone, I am Zhao Yudi, the actress who portrayed the female lead in Overbearing Master, 3 Lifetimes of Entangled Fate. In 5 minutes, I will engage in a random match. Those who wish to observe my combat process can search for battle room number 151 after 5 minutes. Thank you all for your support. Yudi is immensely grateful." Aside from the initial system prompt, the remainder of the announcement was indeed in the voice of the starlet Zhao Yudi. Jiang Ye was astonished to hear this. How could a player issue an announcement? People in the surrounding seats were equally incredulous, expressing disbelief. Is this truly Zhao Yudi? Incredible. I'm a fan of hers. But I've only ever seen her on television, never in person. Unbelievable. Is she planning to leverage her celebrity status to amass a large audience? With 100 viewers, she could potentially earn 1,000 yuan. What a joke. Given Zhao Yudi's fame, a mere 100 viewers would be an underestimation. I wager at least 1,000. I suspect it could be even more. After all, she specifically made an announcement. Hearing this news, even those who aren't her fans might be inclined to watch her match. Thus, I estimate that the audience count might even surpass 10,000. Isn't it somewhat exaggerated to claim that breaking 10 is a bit much? Given that we are currently in the novice phase, there shouldn't be that many individuals willing to spend 100 just to spectate, right? Am I the only one curious about how Zhao Yudi issued her announcement? It's quite simple. Achieving 3 or 5 consecutive victories in random matches grants a small reward. The ability to make such announcements must indeed stem from Zhao Yudi's winning streak. Thus, one could surmise that Zhao Yudi's prowess is quite formidable. Wouldn't you agree? Of course she is strong. If she weren't, how could she dare allow others to watch her? After all, the fees generated by spectators ultimately allocate only 10 to the victorious player of that match. If she were to lose, she would essentially be dressing her opponent in finery, as all the spectator fees would go to them. Goodness. Upon reflecting on this, I find myself inclined to become Zhao Yudi's opponent in that match. Oh, come on. If Zhao Yudi dares to engage in such a manner, her combat strength must be exceptionally high. Moreover, it is likely that she possesses more than one powerful item. She might even stand a chance of ascending to the Hall of Warriors. Incredible. Truly, she is my goddess. Even in the entertainment industry, she was a breath of fresh air, and now, in the Apocalypse apartment, she has become a powerhouse. Oh please, where is the freshness in the entertainment circle? Some players, upon hearing Zhao Yudi's name, began to discuss her. Jiang Ye realized, through their chatter, that achieving consecutive victories in random matches indeed results in random rewards. Thus, could Yang Wenchao's ascension to level 2 be attributed to his winning rewards? Surely, when he achieved 3 consecutive victories, there must have been a reward as well. Upon such contemplation, he inclined towards continuing to engage in 2 more matches within the wagering range of 100 to 900. This strategy, he surmised, would augment his chances of achieving consecutive victories. Thus, he placed a bet of 900 and commenced a new random match. His interest in Zhao Yudi's battles was minimal. However, within the expansive second-floor hall, numerous players were attentively observing, including Li Ran, who had just concluded a random match and could not help but feel envious upon hearing the announcement. In this era, being a star was indeed lucrative. It was one thing to earn millions before the apocalypse, but to still profit handsomely from the celebrity effect, even in the face of impending doom, was astonishing. Su Jingyao also found it profoundly unfair. She could not restrain herself from expressing her bitterness. It would be best if Zhao Yudi matched against a formidable opponent and lost the battle, thus allowing her to use the audience fees generated from the announcement to enrich her adversary. Li Ran surveyed the players seated around her and remarked, "I suspect many players share your sentiment. Indeed, some may even aspire to defeat Zhao Yudi themselves in 5 minutes and secure a substantial profit." Su Jingyao's eyes brightened at this thought. If Sister Ran, you could match against Zhao Yudi and triumph over her, we would stand to gain immensely. Such profits would far surpass any deceitful schemes we could devise. However, Li Ran shook her head. Given my current capabilities, my probability of winning against an opponent of equal strength is already quite low. What more when facing Zhao Yudi? She has the means to announce her streak of at least 3 consecutive victories. Moreover, she boldly invited everyone to observe, demonstrating her profound confidence in her abilities. Such a presence, even if her combat prowess were merely comparable to mine, would undeniably overwhelm me. Sigh. Su Jingyao listened and let out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye effortlessly triumphed in his second randomized match. Unfortunately, his opponent only wagered 100, resulting in a meager gain of the same amount. Fortunately, the skill, combat stance, ensured he reaped rewards after each battle. With each encounter, Jiang Ye increasingly appreciated the remarkable power of the talent heaven rewards diligence. He suspected that this talent was likely the pinnacle among S-tier abilities. The growth it afforded him was exceedingly evident. If all proceeded as expected, by the next 0 hour, Jiang Ye should integrate this crucial avatar into his main body to facilitate its advancement. Contemplating this, he made slight adjustments and promptly initiated a new round of randomized matches. Chapter 31. 2 new players on the other side. The first avatar sat in room 2064. Jiang Ye initially believed that the task of locating the hair might encounter some difficulties. However, to his surprise, the entire process unfolded with remarkable smoothness. After thoroughly searching every room in the apartment, he indeed managed to collect a pristine total of 10,086 strands of hair. Yet, these hairs possessed a peculiar uniformity. Typically, a normal person's hair varies in length, and the thickness of the roots and tips differ. Strangely, however, the hair he gathered was not only uniformly thick, but also consisted of 10,086 strands, all of identical length. As they were neatly arranged together, Jiang Ye gazed upon them, a chill inexplicably coursing through him. Just as he was about to conquer his trepidation and inquire of the domestic assistant robot on how to proceed with the hair, An unusual sound echoed from the direction of the living room. He turned to look and found the enormous television inexplicably activated. To his astonishment, the screen displayed a woman clad in white with long hair, seemingly emerging from the television itself. Jiang Ye found himself momentarily entranced. During this spellbound reverie, he noticed that the image of the figure reminiscent of Sadako crawling out of the television was rather peculiar, for it appeared to be an endless loop. In the initial scene, Sadako extricated herself from the screen. Then the scene shifted, revealing that the world outside the television was merely a continuation of the storyline. Thus, Sadako persisted in her endeavor to escape the confines of the television. Each time she emerged, it was still within the narrative. She continued to crawl, time and again, seemingly breaking through an innumerable number of screens. As Jiang Ye became increasingly numb to the spectacle, an unexpected jolt coursed through him. The latest iteration of this television scene felt somewhat different. Wait a moment. What is this? How could this colossal screen be shattered? This woman in white. She has truly emerged from the television. Paralyzed as if under a spell, Jiang Ye stood utterly still. Meanwhile, Sadako maintained a hunched posture at a 120-degree angle, her long black hair obscuring her face. In such a position, she ought not to perceive Jiang Ye or her surroundings. She merely advanced a few steps with practiced ease. Then, like a zombie, her fingers, resembling chicken claws, clawed at the air, seemingly in search of something intangible. It appeared as if she intended to tear through the very fabric of this television realm. Jiang Ye held her breath, scarcely daring to exhale. She had hoped that this eerie entity would eventually find an escape route and vanish, as if it had never existed. However, after a considerable duration of this peculiar action, the figure abruptly halted. Gradually, she straightened her body, which had bent at an angle of 120 degrees, her long black hair cascading elegantly behind her, revealing a face adorned with a white facial mask. Only her almond-shaped eyes, elongated at the corners, were visible. As her gaze swept across the apartment, she emitted a soft, almost ethereal voice. Jiang Ye remained utterly still, her heart racing, as she overheard the domestic assistant robot address this enigmatic woman in white as mistress. The woman in white paid no heed to the robot, instead focusing her attention on Jiang Ye, inquiring, "Are you the cleaning service?" Jiang Ye nodded stiffly, responding, "Yes." The woman in white then asked, "How have you managed my hair?" At that moment, Jiang Ye found herself at a loss for words, but fortunately, the domestic assistant robot interjected, "All of it has been gathered and soaked in water." The woman in white glanced towards the glass tank containing the hair, seemingly assessing its quantity with a mere sweep of her eyes, and complimented Jiang Ye, "Well done." She continued with her instructions, "Next, apply hair oil to these strands, and then dry them." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye felt a sense of relief wash over her. To his surprise, the woman in white suddenly lifted her gaze towards the ceiling and remarked, just in time for dawn, "The sun is splendid today. Let us dry it on the rooftop." "What? The rooftop? Sunlight?" A sense of foreboding surged within Jiang Ye. Tentatively, he inquired, "May I ask, where's the rooftop?" "Of course, it's the rooftop of the apartment. Are you unaware?" The woman in white replied with an air of certainty. Jiang Ye felt a pang of unease. He pressed on, "But according to the apartment regulations, I can only ascend to the 20th floor via the elevator, and I lack the qualification to reach the rooftop." Yet, the woman in white responded with equal conviction, "Not to worry, there's no need for the elevator. I can take you directly to the rooftop." Jiang Ye paused, his mind racing with frustration. Why must they go to the rooftop? Who could possibly be there? The crux of the matter was that he had previously unsealed a parcel, and stepping out of his apartment left him vulnerable to potential monstrosities. However, a different thought crossed his mind. Danger and opportunity often coexist. If he were the first player to reach the rooftop, an area inaccessible to others, perhaps there would be rewards awaiting him. Of course, without his duplicity ability, he would never dare to take such a risk. Furthermore, the demand posed by the woman in white seemed to leave him little room for refusal. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously asked. The woman in white, adorned with a facial mask, rendered her emotions somewhat inscrutable. Yet, her demeanor exuded an air of coldness and authority. Jiang Ye braced himself, anticipating her denial. To his surprise, after a brief moment of contemplation, she acquiesced. "I can grant you 10 minutes, exceed this time frame, and I shall leave you a negative review." With their agreement established, the first avatar departed from apartment 2064. Fearing that even this short passage in the corridor could attract the attention of lurking monsters, he hurriedly exited the apartment. Not long after, he promptly retrieved a bronze treasure chest from his spatial ring and opened it on the spot. The lucky lantern was still in his possession, suggesting that this opening might yield an extraordinary surprise. However, upon unveiling the bronze chest, he discovered nothing but a blank sheet of paper. It was indeed a pristine sheet, devoid of any patterns or text, possessing a smooth, oily texture. Jiang Ye was not disheartened, as he immediately summoned the life assistant robot, Xiaobing. A probing spell was cast, revealing the information about the blank paper on Xiaobing's screen. Skill scroll, bronze level. Upon tearing it open, there is a significant probability of comprehending a skill not exceeding one's own talent level, with a smaller chance of gaining nothing at all. What a remarkable find. A scroll that grants the ability to comprehend skills. This was truly a valuable item. Regardless of how one perceives equipment and items as external, attributes, talents, and skills are intrinsic to oneself. Although the data displayed on the panel may enhance combat power, it does not guarantee an advantage in random matchups. Ultimately, in the apocalyptic apartment game, the battle room constitutes only a fraction of the experience. The enhancement of true strength is the key to survival in the apocalyptic apartment. Thus, Jiang Ye felt quite satisfied with this skill scroll. He was eager to seize the opportunity to comprehend the skill while the effects of the lucky lantern still lingered. Upon further reflection, it seems that the skill scroll is intended for players of higher talent levels, as its efficacy is proportionate to one's innate abilities. After all, the skills one comprehends cannot exceed their talent level. Therefore, utilizing it on a character with a C-level talent would be far less advantageous than bestowing it upon one with an X-level talent. Who knows? One might even grasp an SSS-level skill. However, upon deeper consideration, it appears improbable to attain an SSS-level skill. The skill description, while not explicitly stated, is undeniably marked by the glaring bronze level, which cannot be overlooked. If one could truly comprehend an SSS-level skill from a bronze-level scroll, what would become of the silver level and gold level skills in the future? Thus, it is reasonable to conclude that the skill level attained from this scroll will not be exceedingly high. As Jiang Ye continued on his way to apartment 2025, he held the scroll and cast a glance at the chat group. At that moment, he discovered that the chat had erupted once more. This time, the commotion was unrelated to the mysterious bald man or the team leveling up with Yang Wenchao. The issue lay with the leaderboard. Wow. Brothers, quickly check the leaderboard. Two individuals have suddenly landed in first and second place, pushing Yang Wenchao down to third. Wow, I see it too. Two level 3 players. Indeed, previously, when players reached levels 1 and 2, announcements were triggered. Why haven't we received any upgrade notifications for these two level 3 players? Can upgrade announcements be selectively hidden? Wait, don't you find it peculiar that the names of these two level 3 powerhouses are rather unfamiliar? Are there any Huangqi or Su Xiangming in our first or second classes? I seem to have no recollection of these two classmates. Is there anyone among you who remembers them? Goodness, brothers, a significant discovery. Quickly, take a look at the member list. Previously, the member list displayed 80 individuals, and now it astonishingly shows 82. Jiang Ye was equally taken aback by this revelation. Indeed, the member list had changed from 80 to 82. The group chat instantly erupted in excitement. Could this indicate that these two level 3 players have suddenly parachuted into our apartment? Might they be classmates from other classes within our school? But how could they have suddenly appeared in our apartment? Could they be the so-called veteran players? However, the announcement stated that veteran players were only allowed entry on the 8th day. It is merely the first day. How could the rules be broken to admit veteran players? I have been curious about why all of us worldwide are not entering the apartment for survival at the same time. Why then is there a distinction between veteran and new players? So, the veteran players must have entered the apartment for survival earlier than us, correct? Are all individuals globally being released into the apartment in batches, thus resulting in different entry times? Or is there a division between beta testers and regular players, with the so-called veteran players being the beta testers? Or, to entertain a more fantastical notion, could there be other human worlds beyond ours? Could it be that veteran players hail from these alternate worlds? Did they enter the apartment to survive before us? I feel that Yang Wenchao resembles an experienced player. Could he possibly possess some insight? However, that is not necessarily the case. Does being powerful equate to being an old player? Perhaps they are simply exceptionally gifted, exhibiting a remarkable adaptability to such environments. Since Huang Qi and Yu Xiangming are listed among the members, they should be able to contribute to our discussions, shouldn't they? Would both of you care to share your thoughts? Huang Qiyu Xiaoming. Yet, despite the classmates' attempts to engage, these two new arrivals remained silent in the group chat. This silence instilled a sense of panic among the students. After all, there is a saying, "Those not of my kind will have different hearts." Although they are all human and hold no grudges against one another, the juxtaposition of familiar classmates and these enigmatic newcomers breeds an instinctive fear and hostility. Jiang Ye, too, felt a tinge of unease regarding the presence of these two new players. Meanwhile, an unexpected turn of events unfolded in the match involving Clone 2. The opponent in the third randomly matched game was a young man clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a mask. His entire figure was shrouded, making it difficult to discern his gender. Jiang Ye deduced he was male, not female, due to the young man's relaxed demeanor as he engaged in a tug-of-war battle, showing no urgency to conclude the fight and even initiating a conversation. This must be a random match following your 3 or 5 consecutive victories, right? Jiang Ye felt a sudden jolt of realization at being accurately assessed. Certainly, the skills of absolute focus and combat stance have yet to be employed. The figure in the black robe is not exerting full effort, maintaining an air of ease as he fights while calmly explaining. This battle chamber has a hidden setting known as victory streak. When a player is on the verge of achieving 3 or 5 consecutive victories to earn rewards from the chamber, they will encounter formidable opponents like myself, whose purpose is to interrupt such streaks. You might also perceive me as a seasoned player. I can unequivocally inform you that under normal circumstances, you are destined to lose this match. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye felt a jolt of anxiety. Could it be? This so-called victory streak mechanism is akin to a rigged casino, designed to prevent players from receiving their well-deserved rewards? Then why introduce such rewards at all? Is it merely for show? No. This mechanism merely heightens the difficulty of achieving consecutive wins. Only those who can attain victory under such challenging conditions are the true champions. Jiang Ye initially believed that securing 3 consecutive victories would be a trivial endeavor given his skill, but now he realizes that his opportunistic mindset was utterly misguided. His psychological pressure surged instantaneously. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed exterior, revealing no signs of trepidation. You're not sharing this with me out of sheer boredom, are you? The figure in the black robe seemed to chuckle lightly, complimenting. Among the novice players I've encountered, your strength and mentality are quite commendable. Chapter 32. The survival token, is my strength commendable? Jiang Ye is uncertain about that. However, his mindset is indeed resilient, as he possesses the advantage of a backup plan. Each clone serves as a form of insurance, and the combat arena is not a place where lives are truly at stake. Winning streaks are merely that, victories unworthy of internal strife. With this in mind, he further steadied his thoughts and calmly addressed the figure in the black robe. You just mentioned that under normal circumstances, my defeat against you is inevitable. Does that imply the existence of abnormal circumstances? Indeed, the black-robed figure chuckled. I can even assert that more than 80 of the players currently on winning streaks in this combat arena have likely achieved their victories through unconventional means. This includes many whose prowess is inferior to yours, including those you perceive as champions on the War God leaderboard. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye was taken aback. Does that mean that those who truly achieve winning streaks through skill are exceedingly rare? Even the so-called champions are not exempt? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he suddenly heard the black-robed figure's tone shift to a more serious note. Now, I must ask you, have you encountered a mysterious shadow on a floor above 20 in the apartment building? At this question, Jiang Ye's gaze flickered. The black-robed figure seemed to glean the answer from his expression alone. His stern demeanor softened slightly as he chuckled. It appears my instincts were correct. You are indeed fortunate. Fortunate? If encountering a shadow qualifies as good luck. Jiang Ye now understood that it must be the effect of the lucky lantern. However, the enigmatic shadow had bestowed upon him something. Just as Jiang Ye pondered this, the black-robed figure continued. Since you have seen the mysterious shadow, you must have also received a survival jade token, correct? Jiang Ye nodded. Is it the jade tablet that automatically stores survival points after a murder? The figure in the black robe chuckled. Indeed, that is the survival jade tablet. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye felt increasingly certain that the black-robed figure had intentionally conceded to him, allowing him to secure this crucial 3 consecutive victories. However, in return, he must offer something to the black robe as compensation. This was, in essence, a transaction. The notion of consecutive victories had transformed into a commodity with a clear price. Reflecting on this, Jiang Ye felt immensely relieved that he had not rejected the jade tablet when the enigmatic shadow had offered it to him. Despite initially feeling disdainful that a single survival point could only be exchanged for a mere 100,000. In hindsight, he was grateful he had accepted it. Yet, upon further contemplation, Jiang Ye sensed that the situation was likely not as straightforward as he had assumed. The mysterious shadow had bestowed upon him an item, and he could simply exchange it for consecutive victories? Surely there must be some hidden cost involved? Drawing from his prior experience of being pursued by monsters after tampering with the delivery, he had grown wiser. He turned to the black robe and inquired, "What exactly is that enigmatic shadow? If I hand over the survival jade tablet to you, will I face retaliation from a shadow? Hand over the survival jade tablet to me?" The black-robed figure chuckled softly. "However, what I seek is not the survival jade tablet." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye instantly realized he had misunderstood. What the black robe desired was not the jade tablet itself, but rather the survival points stored within it, which could be utilized for trade. It became evident that survival points were indeed precious. The initial game announcement had hinted at their value, and the mysterious shadow had given him the jade tablet with the intent of acquiring survival points. The seasoned player, willing to assist him in the artifice of match-fixing, sought merely the means of survival. Jiang Ye could not help but ponder, just how precious are survival points? It is said that they can be exchanged for anything one desires. Yet, we novice players can enhance our prowess solely through the treasure chests and deliveries found in the beginner's apartment. I can scarcely imagine the magnitude of power one could attain by utilizing survival points to acquire items. The man in the black robe seemed to perceive his potential and patiently elucidated. "You have misunderstood. The true significance of survival points lies not in exchanging them for formidable items, but rather in survival." Indeed, the term survival points denotes the very essence of existence. Without them, you cannot endure. Truly, you cannot endure. The reason your current beginner's apartment is referred to as beginner is that its survival mode is exceedingly simplistic. It could even be said to offer a protective period for novices. Once you conquer the beginner's apartment and arrive at the genuine doomsday apartment, you shall inevitably understand the true meaning of doomsday. Firstly, the rent for the doomsday apartment must be paid with survival points. Failure to afford it results in death. Furthermore, at midnight each day, a fixed deduction of 1 survival point occurs for each individual. Should your survival points fall into the negative, annihilation awaits. Thus, survival points equate to life. Without them, you cannot persevere. As for exchanging survival points for powerful items, that is a pursuit only for the elite among seasoned players, those who can afford such indulgences. Newcomers need not concern themselves. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye finally comprehended why a single survival point could yield 1 clone. It turned out that survival points were indeed so precious. However, he then realized that if every individual was to have 1 survival point deducted daily at midnight, would it suffice for the main body to be charged? Or must each clone also incur a deduction? If each clone was required to be charged, it would inevitably compel him to merge some unnecessary clones. Nevertheless, pondering such matters seemed rather distant at the moment. He merely needed to acknowledge that survival points were, indeed, incredibly valuable. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Ye resumed the conversation. "So, how many survival points are you prepared to sell for this 3 consecutive victories?" The figure in the black robe chuckled softly, the sound imbued with an inexplicable eeriness. In a remarkably formal tone, he elaborated, "As I have just mentioned, the sale of consecutive victories is quite common in the battle chamber and has already developed into a considerable commercial enterprise." As he spoke, he gestured to the black mask adorning his face. "As you can see, this black mask serves as the emblem of our organization." He pointed to the right eye of the mask, where a diagonal shape ascended. The reason for this introduction was to convey that our organization is vast and well-established, having tailored various packages to cater to different clientele. For instance, purchasing a 3-game winning streak individually comes at 1 price. Acquiring a 5-game winning package, which includes the 3-game winning streak, incurs a different cost. Similarly, the 10-game winning package, which encompasses both the 3-game and 5-game winning streaks, is yet another price altogether. In essence, as long as one can afford the survival points, the service will naturally be exemplary. Furthermore, we possess specialized contractual tools to ensure that both parties honor their commitments. To Jiang Ye's astonishment, he initially believed he was merely engaging in a simple random match for the 3rd time. However, he soon realized that he was not facing an opponent, but rather a merchant. He had previously assumed that this mechanism for consecutive victories was generated by the matchmaking system. Yet now, It seemed plausible that it was orchestrated by a vast organization of seasoned players who deliberately hindered newcomers' winning streaks while simultaneously offering leniency to those willing to pay. On the surface, they appeared to be selling victories, but in reality, it was they who elevated the odds of consecutive wins, an intricate web spun by the very same individuals. This was nothing short of a capitalistic facade, snatching away others' fortunes only to sell them back to unsuspecting players. At this moment, Jiang Ye resolved not to use his survival points to purchase victories anymore. Nevertheless, he still inquired, "Could you elaborate on the respective prices for purchasing a 3-game streak, a 5-game streak, and the package deals?" The figure in the black robe replied earnestly, "It's quite straightforward. A standalone 3-game winning streak costs 3 survival points. A 5-game winning streak is priced at 5 survival points. However, the package for both the 3 and 5-game winning streaks is merely 4 survival points." This left Jiang Ye bewildered, pondering how the combined price for 2 matches could be less than the cost of purchasing them separately. The figure clad in black seemed to perceive his confusion and began to elucidate. The situation regarding the package is as follows. For instance, if you purchase it during a 3-game winning streak, we will manage your 3-game and 5-game streaks. The 3-game streak can be delivered immediately. However, for the 5-game streak, you must complete the 6th match yourself before we can assist you. Should you fail in that 6th match, the responsibility lies with you, and we will no longer provide delivery for the 5-game streak. In essence, the reason the package is more economical is that a portion of the risk must be borne by the customer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye understood. It meant that those who purchased the 2-match package were, in reality, only benefiting from the 3-game winning streak. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the package offered significantly greater value than purchasing matches individually, akin to the irresistible promotions offered by many stores for membership cards. Jiang Ye felt that, were he to pursue consecutive victories, he would likely opt for the package. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that the price was, in fact, anything but reasonable. Setting aside the use of survival points to create duplicates, the transaction with the strange shadow would yield 100,000 for a single survival point. Thus, the 3-game victory, amounting to 3 points, equated to 300,000. This substantial sum far exceeded the rewards provided by the battle room for achieving a 3-game streak. Therefore, the price for this consecutive victory was indeed exorbitant and utterly unjustifiable. However, before he could voice his objections regarding the cost, the figure in the black robe appeared to see through him and continued to promote. "What you must consider is that the 3-game streak represents not merely the rewards bestowed by the battle room. More critically, it serves as the foundation for a series of victories, be it 5 consecutive wins or even 10. Without this bedrock, you shall inevitably descend into the realm of mediocrity, becoming an inconsequential player. Even the esteemed leaderboard of warriors will be forever beyond your reach." It is essential to recognize that there exists an energy field surrounding individuals. Once you succumb to despair and allow your energy to dissipate, a single defeat may signify a lifetime of failures. Conversely, if you resolutely commit to securing this victory, you may very well gamble on a lifetime of brilliance. What a remarkable eloquence! Could it be that this figure in the black robe is indeed a masterful salesman for their organization? Chapter 33. The fusion of clones. Such words genuinely led Jiang Ye to ponder that if he were to falter in this encounter, he would resemble a deflated balloon, spiraling downwards for the rest of his life, ultimately becoming an ordinary individual among the masses, devoid of distinction. Notably, in the fantasy novels he had perused, many indeed posited the concept of an invincible path, wherein the protagonist experiences no defeats throughout their life. Only upon reaching the pinnacle does one attain true fulfillment. Thus, he initially deemed this streak of victories inconsequential. Yet, upon hearing the esteemed salesman's assertion, he instantly recognized that this confrontation could not be lost. However, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ye turned to the figure in black and inquired, "But what should I do if my survival token currently holds no points?" This query did not take the black-robed figure by surprise. He responded with assurance, "You need not worry about this matter. I can apply for a pay-later arrangement on your behalf. In essence, you may first achieve consecutive victories and subsequently repay the accrued survival points within the specified time frame. However, due to the ever-present danger of players perishing in the apartment survival game, the risk associated with the pay-later scheme is borne by the seller. Consequently, the buyer is required to pay a higher price to compensate for the risk undertaken by the seller." Jiang Ye quickly grasped this concept and inquired, How much more is the price? It appears to be roughly double the original amount. Indeed, just about double? Originally, a 3-game winning streak would only cost 3 survival points, but with the pay later option, it would amount to 6 points. This is nothing short of usury. As if that wasn't enough, the figure in the black robe continued to elucidate, given the high mortality rate in the apartment survival game. The repayment period for the pay later option is generally required to be within 24 hours. Our automatic deduction time is typically at midnight in the game. If at the time of deduction, the survival points in the customer's survival token are insufficient to cover the repayment, there remains an additional 24 hours for overdue repayment. However, late repayment incurs a penalty fee for default. Should the survival points remain inadequate during the overdue repayment period, then, according to our contractual provisions, the debtor will face obliteration by the contract rules. The obliteration of a player results in a compensation of 1 survival point for our organization. Additionally, eliminating a player in a normal encounter also yields 1 survival point. This is something you should already be aware of, correct? The figure in the black robe spoke with an air of nonchalance. At this moment, Jiang Ye suddenly grasped the true horror of this apartment survival game. Each life represents a walking point of survival. If the previous shadowy figure's price is to exchange 1 survival point for 100,000, then Jiang Ye would not indiscriminately take innocent lives for mere monetary gain. However, once he incurs a debt of survival points, when that debt threatens to consume him, he may very well resort to killing anyone he encounters to secure the survival points necessary for his own preservation. If he is capable of such desperation, so too are others, and some may even take more extreme measures. This is the essence of human nature, seeking benefit while avoiding harm, where one might sacrifice a companion rather than face peril themselves. According to the words of the figure in black, over 80% of the victorious contenders in the battle room have purchased their winning streaks. This implies that those players with winning records have either already taken lives to settle their debts or are in debt and will inevitably resort to murder to repay what they owe. In this apocalyptic survival scenario, the genuine peril does not stem from unknown monsters or unaffordable rent, but from the hearts of men. It is humanity's capacity for violence against one another. Jiang Ye's expression seemed to betray his thoughts, as if the figure in black had discerned his inner turmoil. The figure chuckled lightly and remarked in a dismissive tone, "Indeed, your speculations are not unfounded. The initial announcement of the novice apartment mentions what will transpire after 8 days or 10 days. Yet, in reality, many apartments do not await the 10th day for self-destruction. Rather, they often meet their end around the 5th day. Do you believe that the arrival of seasoned players signifies a massacre of new ones? In truth, there is no need to await the seasoned players. Those incapable of adapting to the harsh realities of survival will inevitably become mere fodder for the stronger." This revelation profoundly shocked Jiang Ye. He had indeed contemplated the confrontation between new and veteran players. However, according to the ominous figure in the black robe, it is highly likely that by the time the seasoned players arrive, very few will remain in the novice apartment. In such a scenario, the clash between the two groups sent a chill down Jiang Ye's spine. He could not help but inquire of the figure, "So, do you know the survival rate of novice players after the assessment concludes?" Yet, the black-robed figure merely smiled and remained silent. He shifted the topic, continuing his promotional pitch. "In fact, the survival points we sell based on consecutive victories are quite trivial. Among the newcomers I am aware of, several have already demonstrated the capability to amass 10 to 20 survival points. Furthermore, there is even a formidable warrior from the Battle God rankings who has accumulated survival points exceeding 3 digits. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye was once again taken aback. To have surpassed 3 digits in survival points means having eliminated over 100 individuals, does it not? But wait, he quickly posed another question. Isn't the initial player count in a novice apartment only 80? The response was straightforward. It's simple, they merely harvest from other novice apartments. Each novice apartment's top floor is equipped with a teleportation pathway leading to other apartments. Generally, as long as one can find the opportunity to ascend to the rooftop and pay a mere point of survival, they can be teleported to other novice apartments. Thus, some of these novice residences may have already fallen before the arrival of seasoned players. This revelation sent a profound shock through Jiang Ye, who instantly understood how those 2 new players had come to his apartment. Moreover, by the looks of it, those 2 newcomers were likely not benign. Jiang Ye's heart raced rapidly. Meanwhile, the figure in the black robe maintained a casual demeanor. having shared sufficient information for free. Would you like to purchase a package for 10 consecutive victories? To be frank, players of average skill could not access the pay after use 10 consecutive victories package. However, I hold great faith in you, and thus, I am willing to reserve a precious opportunity as a top-tier salesperson for you. Surely, you will not disappoint me with the 10 victories, will you? This statement was delivered as if he genuinely believed Jiang Ye to be a chosen one destined for triumph. Yet, Jiang Ye recognized this as mere sales rhetoric. He likely employed the same lines with other customers. Even his initial praise of Jiang Ye's strong mentality and skill could be seen as a tactic of persuasion. Meanwhile, as the second avatar and the top salesperson engaged in their banter, Jiang Ye, in his true form, seized the moment with only a few minutes left of the Lucky Lantern and tore open the bronze-level skill scroll. His two avatars possessed skills related to their innate talents. Yet his own true form, endowed with the X-level talent of infinite duplication, surprisingly lacked any skills. Uncertain as he was, he pondered whether this extraordinary talent for infinite duplication could lead to the acquisition of skills. Should a rare event truly unfold, leaving him with nothing, it would indeed be a significant loss. Jiang Ye held his breath, an inexplicable tension coursing through him. At the moment the white paper was torn, it transformed into a beam of white light, swiftly merging with his being. In an instant, he felt as though he had indulged in several restful slumbers, his fatigue dissipating entirely, leaving him invigorated. His mind became crystal clear, and he sensed, almost instinctively, that he had extended the tendrils of his consciousness, grasping at something elusive. As this peculiar sensation subsided, he quickly turned his gaze to the data panel. Jiang Ye, level 0, physical ability 0, 8, energetic level 1, 2, combat power 1, 8, survival points 0, talent, infinite duplication X, skill, duplication fusion D, can designate up to 3 duplicates for targeted fusion, all attributes, talents, skills, etc. Of up to 2 duplicates can be comprehensively combined into the designated main duplicate for a duration of 3 minutes. Hiss. What is this? Duplication fusion. Wait. According to the description of this duplication fusion skill, this merger is not permanent. Instead, it lasts merely 3 minutes. Jiang Ye immediately contemplated that if he chose his second duplicate in battle as the main duplicate for duplication fusion, could he possibly defeat the cloaked figure within those 3 minutes, relying solely on strength? Chapter 34. The young man's lack of martial virtue regardless of the odds. He must give it a try? Jiang Ye's original self hesitated not at all. On the side of the second avatar, it seemed that he had finally made up his mind. With a look of determination to purchase a winning streak, yet feeling somewhat guilty, he suddenly turned to the figure in the black robe and said, "Before I enter the battle room, I noticed that the external screen of the battle machine automatically displays the player's combat process. Does this not mean that our arrangement for purchasing victories could potentially be discovered by other players in the same apartment?" The black-robed figure chuckled. "You need not worry about this. When the battle officially commences, I will have disabled the spectator function. Thus, not only will there be no unintended spectators entering this room, but the external screen of your battle machine will also not display this match. So that is how it is. In that case, does it mean that Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong, who had observed Yang Wenxiao's matches, might not have witnessed his 3 consecutive victories? Did Jiang Ye actually see the moment when Yang Wenxiao lost to a female player, marking his failure after a streak of victories? Or perhaps it was a setback following his 5 consecutive wins. One could not help but wonder if Yang Wenxiao had indeed purchased any victories. As these thoughts lingered, Jiang Ye's original self in the apartment caught sight of the latest messages in the chat group. What the heck? How is it that within such a short time, 2 members have gone offline again? Who is it this time? Is it a classmate who teamed up with Yang Wenxiao? I've said it before. Partnering with someone who has killed in the game, regardless of their formidable strength, was a mistake. No, it's not a classmate who teamed up with Yang Wenxiao. It's Lu Shun, ranked 9th on the leaderboard, and He Weiwei from Class 2. What? It's one thing for He Weiwei to have perished, but how could even level 1 Lu Shun have met the same fate? Was it during the solitary endeavor of battling monsters that one fell victim to a sudden counterattack? Thus, it seems prudent to suggest that when engaging in such endeavors, one ought to form a team. However, just as the classmates assumed that Lu Shun had met an unfortunate demise during his quest, a message suddenly emerged from Cushing Fei, a prominent figure on the leaderboard, who had previously remained silent in the group chat. His inaugural message bore an urgent tone. Lu Shun was not defeated by monsters, but rather annihilated by an unknown, formidable adversary. It is highly probable that this assailant is one of the two newly arrived players. He further added, "Even I am currently being pursued by this powerful entity." Yet, as soon as this message was sent, it inexplicably vanished into thin air, reminiscent of previous instances where players' messages were erased following their untimely deaths. The classmates swiftly realized that Ke Zhengfei's name had disappeared from the leaderboard, and his presence in the member list had faded. This implied that the seemingly unassuming classmate, revered as a mysterious powerhouse, had been eliminated in an instant upon sending the message. In that moment, the entire chat group was engulfed in an eerie silence, and a chilling atmosphere began to permeate the air. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye's secondary avatar suddenly inquired of the figure in the black cloak. "You previously mentioned a contractual item that could secure our transaction, correct?" The black cloak, upon hearing this question, understood. Another deal was successfully concluded. He could not help but admire Jiang Ye's prowess as a top-tier salesperson within the organization, even as he internally scoffed, viewing Jiang Ye as a novice player who, despite achieving 3 consecutive victories, resembled a self-important frog at the bottom of a well. Unbeknownst to the vastness of the heavens above, one harbors an inflated sense of self-importance. This vanity, when entwined with an insatiable desire for consecutive victories, intensifies the longing to achieve a trifecta of triumphs. Consequently, one might even resort to borrowing funds to secure such a winning streak. At this moment, within the mind of the cloaked figure, Jiang Ye epitomizes the self-deluded frog at the bottom of the well. While the cloaked figure mocks Jiang Ye internally and prepares to elucidate the signing process, Jiang Ye, on the other hand, examines the data panel following the avatar fusion. Upon glancing at it, his confidence surges instantaneously. Jiang Ye, level 1, physical ability 7, 4, energy 8, 6, combat power 72, survival points 0, talent, diligence is rewarded S, affinity for gold element C, skills, absolute focus A, combat posture A, golden light technique D. Indeed, although there are currently 3 incarnations of Jiang Ye, the main body does not belong to the avatars, thus precluding the possibility of avatar fusion. Ultimately, he merges only Avatar 1 and Avatar 2. The attributes of the 2 avatars indeed combine, while talents and skills also stack. However, the combat power is not merely a sum of the 2. Avatar 1 possesses a combat power of 5, while Avatar 2 boasts a combat power of 54. The expected sum would be less than 60. Yet, the combat power post-fusion reaches an impressive 72 points. This perfectly exemplifies the principle that 11 exceeds 2. Jiang Ye concedes that the cloaked figure is formidable. Nevertheless, according to the matching mechanism, the cloaked figure's combat power should be comparable to that of Jiang Ye's Avatar 2, which stands at approximately 54 points. Even amidst fluctuations, they would not exceed significantly. The combat prowess of Jiang Ye, following the fusion of his clones, surpasses that of the Black Robe by a substantial margin of 20 points. Of course, the seasoned player's combat experience and formidable items may potentially bridge this 20-point disparity. However, Jiang Ye was prepared to abandon any sense of chivalry. As the Black Robe was elucidating the contract procedures, Jiang Ye feigned earnest attention, seemingly resolute in his decision to invest in consecutive victories. Yet, just as the Black Robe was engrossed in his explanation, a brilliant flash of golden light suddenly streaked past him. Almost simultaneously, a chilling metallic sensation grazed his throat, and blood began to pour forth from the wound. The Black Robe, endowed with extensive combat experience, instinctively retreated with remarkable speed. Clutching his throat in disbelief, he turned his incredulous gaze towards Jiang Ye. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye was equally astonished. It is noteworthy that he had previously annihilated Ding Deng with a single strike of the Golden Light art, utilizing the meager strength of Clone 1. With Clone 2's capabilities, he had also swiftly dispatched Li Ran. Yet now, although the mask had somewhat mitigated the impact, he witnessed the golden light indeed penetrate the Black Robe's brow. Furthermore, the poison blade had undeniably sliced through the Black Robe's throat, blood gushing forth. This individual was astonishingly agile. Jiang Ye had merely 3 minutes of fusion time. Without an ounce of complacency, he surged forward once more towards the Black Robe, fortified by the enhancements of absolute concentration and combat stance. Logically, Under equal combat strength, the Black Robe's attributes should be inferior to his. Yet, his speed was evidently superior. It must be the equipment. At this moment, Jiang Ye suddenly realized that the Black Robe he faced might very well be part of a complete set of equipment. On his feet were a pair of sharply pointed black shoes. Draped over his form was a finely crafted black robe. His hands were adorned with black gloves, and his visage was concealed behind a pure black mask. Such a standardized uniform suggested the possibility of a cohesive ensemble. Those who have dabbled in gaming know that a complete set of gear wields far greater power than disparate pieces. No wonder. Despite Jiang Ye's superior combat prowess and his dual sneak attack with the Golden Light technique and the Poison Blade Blood Dagger, the figure in black remained unyielding, appearing unscathed, even uninjured. As he hastily retreated, the black-robed figure raised a hand to his neck. When the gloved hand withdrew from the previously gushing wound, it miraculously healed in an instant. However, while the external injury healed rapidly, the Poison Blade Blood Dagger was laced with venom, coupled with the golden light piercing his forehead. The black-robed figure's condition was far from optimal. His mind felt foggy, and his body slightly stiffened, lacking the agility he possessed in peak form. As he retreated, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Jiang Ye. Due to his throat injury, his voice emerged raspy and fragmented, akin to a damaged tape. "Kid, do you comprehend what this ensemble represents? It signifies not just my individuality, but the vast organization that stands behind me, even if you manage to defeat me through ambush. From this moment forth, every crucial victory of yours will be targeted. Henceforth, you shall find no possibility of consecutive victories. I must admit, I misjudged you. I never anticipated that you possess some abilities, yet you are more foolish than any novice I have encountered." Chapter 35, Consecutive Victory Reward, Privilege Card. The tone of the figure in the black robe was one of condescension, dripping with disdain, as if Jiang Ye had committed an egregious folly. However, upon hearing these words, Jiang Ye felt a surge of joy within. Initially, after witnessing the black-robed figure skillfully evade critical strikes, he assumed this adversary was astonishingly formidable, leaving him without hope of a consecutive victory. Yet, upon hearing the black-robed figure's remarks, he swiftly deduced that despite appearing unaffected by the assaults, the black-robed individual was merely a spent force. In light of this revelation, Jiang Ye was certainly not intimidated by his words. The first move was to exploit the weakness and seize the opportunity. He propelled himself like a blade in the direction of the black-robed figure's retreat. With a swift motion, a streak of golden light shot forth, mercilessly aimed at the black robe. Simultaneously, the dark, venomous dagger. Wait, what? His venomous dagger? How did it fly out on its own? No. Jiang Ye observed the layer of golden light enveloping the black dagger and instantly realized it had not been launched by him. Rather, even without being grasped in his hand, it could be manipulated with the precision of an extension of his own limbs. Could it be that under the influence of absolute focus, he has comprehended a new skill? In the heat of battle, there was no time for Jiang Ye to consult his data panel. Yet, this did not hinder him from deftly commanding the venomous dagger. The black-robed figure was unaware that Jiang Ye had acquired a new skill during combat, but he was still profoundly astonished. Given Jiang Ye's circumstances, it was abundantly clear to him. This young man possessed merely two pieces of equipment, a disguise mask that rendered him bald, and a venomous blood dagger, the effects of which were well understood by the dark-robed figure. However, when stripped of these two items, the young man's raw combat power, according to the matching mechanism, should approximate a mere 55. At most, it could not exceed 60. Yet, the combat prowess he exhibited at that moment was not only above 60, it likely surpassed 70. This was utterly perplexing. Was there an error in the matching mechanism? Did this young man conceal some hidden artifact that had eluded detection? Or perhaps, he was one of those rare prodigies, a veritable anomaly among the masses? Generally speaking, combat power and actual capability are distinct concepts. For instance, if an individual's combat power registers at 100, then their true strength typically aligns with that figure. If their strength reaches 80, one might assert that they can exert 80 of their combat potential. Should their strength attain 100, it can be said they can fully realize their combat power. Players capable of manifesting their full combat potential are quite rare and are often referred to as peak flow masters. Beyond peak flow, there exists a peculiar phenomenon where an individual, despite a mere 100 combat power on paper, can exhibit strength exceeding that limit in a bare state. Such an extraordinary occurrence is labeled as a breaking limit prodigy. Undoubtedly, peak flow masters are already a rarity, while breaking limit prodigies exist only in legends. Even though the Black Robe was an experienced player, he had only heard of such a notion, never having witnessed it firsthand. Yet at this moment, he couldn't help but question whether this audacious young man before him was, indeed, a rare prodigy, a remarkable anomaly capable of defying the odds. How else could one explain his combat prowess, which hovered around 55, and his seemingly inadequate equipment? Yet he exhibited the ability to counterattack with such ferocity. The Black Robe was filled with astonishment, yearning to converse further with Jiang Ye, when Jiang Ye, constrained by the 3-minute limit of avatar fusion, sought to conclude matters swiftly. The poisoned dagger danced effortlessly in his hands, targeting the Black Robe's vital points with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, the Black Robe's evasion became increasingly rigid. Jiang Ye sensed that his previous ambush had taken effect and pressed his advantage. However, in the next instant, the evading Black Robe suddenly vanished, leaving behind only an empty garment, pierced by the short dagger. The figure of the Black Robe had completely disappeared. Jiang Ye's pupils constricted, and his nerves tensed in an instant. Fortunately, under the influence of absolute focus, his attention was acutely sharpened. A glint of cold light rushed past him from behind. A shadow emerged abruptly, blood splattering forth. The blade moved with a fierce swiftness, like a whirlwind. The Black Robe's pupils trembled, and in the next moment, they dulled into a haze. Within 3 breaths, his form dissipated entirely. Concurrently, alerts echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. Ding! Congratulations on winning this match. You have received a wager of 100. Ding! Congratulations on achieving a random 3-match winning streak. Please select your consecutive victory reward. As the second notification appeared, 3 cards materialized before Jiang Ye. He had won. He had truly triumphed over an experienced player. However, upon reflection, it makes sense. His combat power exceeds that of his opponent by approximately 20 points. Coupled with the unscrupulous ambush, he effectively suppressed the state of the Black Robe figure. It is entirely reasonable for him to emerge victorious. Jiang Ye suppressed his elation, swiftly redirecting his focus to the 3 cards before him. Each card, the size of a playing card, was a deep black, revealing no discernible differences. He was to select one at random from the trio as a reward for his 3 consecutive victories. Since it was a random selection, Jiang Ye pointed to the 3rd card. After confirming his choice, the 3 cards were flipped in succession. The first card revealed itself as Announcement Card. You may publish an announcement in your current battle zone. It was likely that Zhao Yudi had utilized this announcement card when she made her previous announcement. The second card flipped over to display Upgrade Card. If your level is below 10, you will automatically advance by 1 level. If your level exceeds 10, this card becomes invalid. Well, the first instance of level enhancement. It seems that Yang Wenxiao, who was the first to reach level 2, likely drew the Upgrade Card as a reward for his consecutive wins. Next, the 3rd card that Jiang Ye had chosen flipped over, revealing Privilege Card, Privilege 1. During random matchmaking, you may designate an opponent for battle among those of equal combat power. Privilege 2. For the designated battle. The stakes will not be compatible with lower tiers. Initially, Jiang Ye did not fully grasp the utility of this privilege and thought it to be of little significance. Yet, upon further consideration, he realized that if wielded wisely, this card could yield substantial financial rewards. The first privilege was quite straightforward. Normal random matching is purely a game of chance. However, upon utilizing a privilege card, one can actively select an opponent from those who meet specific criteria. If this were the only privilege, the card would hold little value, as the matching mechanism still requires both players to have comparable strengths. Within this framework, one merely chooses an adversary. Yet, with the addition of Privilege 2, the card becomes remarkably advantageous. The concept of downward compatibility in stakes implies that, in a scenario where one bets 100 and the other 900, the final stakes are determined by the lower bet, which is 100. However, when the stakes are no longer downward compatible, Jiang Ye bets 100 and selects an opponent who bets 10, 000. If he wins, he gains 10, 000. If he loses, he only loses 100. This is the true utility of the privilege card. Typically, when he wagers 100, even in victory, his gain would only be 100. Yet, with the privilege card, he can leverage a small bet to win a substantial amount, potentially 10, 000, or even 100, 000. Of course, this hinges on his ability to choose the right opponent and secure victory in the match. Jiang Ye reflected as the chosen privilege card seamlessly integrated into his possession. At this moment, the effect of clone fusion was nearly coming to an end, and Jiang Ye couldn't help but marvel at the formidable skills corresponding to X-level talents. The skill of clone fusion is merely classified as D-level, yet its effects surpass those of other D-level skills, such as the Golden Light technique, by a significant margin. The power augmentation provided by clone fusion is already immensely powerful. What's more, using this skill within the confines of the battle room feels akin to cheating. Originally, according to the mechanism of random matching, the combatants were expected to possess similar strengths, engaging in a contest of equipment and combat awareness. However, after his initial match concluded, he utilized a technique to merge with a clone. In an instant, his power surged, overwhelming his opponent effortlessly. In the numerous novels Jiang Ye had previously read, the protagonists often relished the thrill of challenging those beyond their level, triumphing against the odds. He had found such narratives exhilarating. Yet now, he questioned the joy of underdog victories. The true exhilaration lay in overpowering the weak, in delivering a decisive blow from a superior position. Moreover, not only was it gratifying, but it also offered a sense of security. Thus, when faced with formidable adversaries in future matches, he would possess a formidable trump card. Even when weaker clones embarked on solitary missions, this advantage would ensure his safety. In summary, Jiang Ye was immensely satisfied with this D-grade talent, clone fusion. He even believed this skill surpassed the A-grade abilities of absolute focus and combat stance. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Chapter 36, VIP Player, Du Yi. Player Xingxiu has issued an announcement in the battle chamber. Clearly, this was an announcement released by a player using an announcement card. At first, Jiang Ye paid little heed to the notification. However, he was taken aback when he recognized that the voice in the announcement belonged to the same cloaked figure from before. Bald Kid in seat A06-5525. You are currently basking in the rewards and joy of a 3-game winning streak, are you not? I specifically made this announcement to remind you of something. What I said in the arena was not an idle threat. You will indeed pay the price for your foolish actions. The voice emanating from the black-robed figure in the announcement was imbued with an air of condescension and ridicule, excessively arrogant. Meanwhile, the players in the battle room engaged in fervent discussions regarding this puzzling proclamation. Is it not true? This player, Xingxiu, seems rather extravagant, does he not? To squander an announcement card merely to address another player with such content? And what is this nonsense about my energy surpassing your imagination? Has he fallen prey to delusions of grandeur? Who does he think he is? Humph. He appears to be a pretentious loser who, unable to accept defeat, resorts to such theatrics. Indeed, as I listened to the announcement, I too found it quite amusing. Many regarded this inexplicable proclamation with a tone of derision. However, the laughter did not endure for long. In the minds of the battle room players, a new announcement echoed. Emergency announcement from the battle room. VIP player Du Yi is linking 1 million battle machines to this combat zone. 1 million battle machines will be connected within 10 minutes. At that time, 1 million veteran players will gain access to this combat zone. This announcement left the players in the battle room utterly bewildered. Some took a while to comprehend, staring blankly and asking, What? What does this mean? Of course, there were those with quick wits who instantly grasped the implication. Wait, does this mean that our battle zone is about to be inundated with 1 million veteran players? When the time comes for us to engage in random matchmaking or challenge others, the likelihood of encountering seasoned players will significantly increase. Encountering veteran players? What a joke. I can barely compete against randomly matched opponents of the same strength. Facing veteran players is utterly hopeless. Indeed, the sudden influx of 1 million experienced players will drastically diminish our chances of victory in the matchmaking arena. Who is this to you? What motives drive his actions? And what level of player qualifies as a VIP? How absurd. The sudden arrival of 1 million veteran players. I sense that this VIP player possesses considerable authority. Goodness. Do you recall the announcement made by that individual named Xingxiu prior to this? Do you notice? He mentioned something about making a bald fellow pay the price. I can't believe it. So this influx of 1 million veteran players is somehow linked to that Xingxiu. Thus, it appears he is neither whimsical nor pretentious. He is genuinely formidable. This is not about making some bald fellow bear the consequences, but rather, it has ensnared our entire combat zone in its ramifications. How outrageous. Which bald fellow has provoked such a remarkable figure? In an instant, the mockery directed at Xing Xiu transformed into lament and resentment aimed at the bald fellow. As they realized that the dire circumstances their combat zone now faced were entirely the result of the actions of that bald individual who had offended someone of such significance. At this moment, the bald player, Jiang Ye, who was fervently condemned by the spectators in the battle room, had already swiftly changed his seat following Xing Xiu's announcement. During the process of swapping seats, he suddenly realized an intriguing issue. Spectators could simply search for the seat number to observe the battles of the player occupying that seat. The randomly matched opponents only possessed information regarding their rival's seat number, without any additional details. Previously, Zhao Yudi had announced her seat number, 151, to attract viewers to observe her matches. Through this method, spectators could easily watch her battles. At that time, Jiang Ye was still unfamiliar with the dynamics of the battle room, so he did not perceive any issues. However, he now noticed that the seat numbers he observed in the second-floor hall predominantly followed the format of XXXXXX. This raised a question. Why was Zhao Yudi's seat number 151? Could it be that Zhao Yudi, being a stubborn bronze, was situated on the third floor? Interestingly, the seat numbers on the third floor were indeed three-digit numbers. This seemed plausible. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye began to wonder if, aside from the apparent seats in the second-floor hall, there might exist some private seats as well. He even contemplated the possibility that if the battle machines in the first-floor battle room were analogous to computers in an internet CAF, might there be individuals who owned their own private battle machines, akin to possessing personal computers? In truth, his speculation was correct. Room 985 in the novice apartment, room 2008. At this moment, Zhao Yudi was situated in a battle machine within her apartment room. Certainly, the combat machine in question was not an inherent feature of her apartment. Rather, it was acquired through the cunning act of dismantling a package. By employing this personal combat machine, she could secure her own seat number within the virtual battleground. The second-floor hall was replete with seats, allowing any player to occupy them at will. Once vacated, those seats could easily be claimed by others. However, with a personal combat machine, she enjoyed the privilege of a dedicated seat, free from the anxiety of it being usurped by another in her absence. Thus, this exclusive seat bore resemblance to a premier room number, possessing enduring validity. This was, in fact, the true motive behind Zhao Yudi's public announcement inviting spectators. While she merely expressed a desire for an audience to witness her battle, her underlying intention was to ensure her exclusive seat number became widely known, akin to a premier room number. Consequently, with each subsequent battle, she envisioned an audience akin to that of a social media influencer's debut. Once the reputation of her seat number was established, the audience revenue generated from each victory would be substantial. In this model, her earnings could rival those of a true star, making a daily income in the hundreds of thousands a tangible dream. However, such aspirations were abruptly shattered by the unexpected influx of 100,000 seasoned players, which jeopardized her dreams of stardom and profit. The foundation of her audience revenue relied on her ability to secure victories. Yet the arrival of these veteran players would undoubtedly diminish her chances of success. Moreover, the premier rooms of these seasoned players could potentially overshadow her own. Contemplating this, Zhao Yudi found herself filled with disdain for that nefarious bald figure who had stirred up the formidable competition. However, after quickly regaining her composure, she resolved to seize the opportunity to amass a fortune before the seasoned players made their complete descent. At this moment, Jiang Ye, having changed his seat, acutely sensed the pervasive hostility directed at his bald appearance. Yet, due to the disguising mask, which rendered all its wearers bald, the surrounding players could not definitively ascertain that he was the troublemaking bald individual. Jiang Ye remained calm and collected, albeit with a tinge of confusion. Logically, that Xing Xiu should only possess a battle power of around 55. What warranted such audacity in his tone, to even summon a staggering 1 million players, referred to as do E, into his battleground? Furthermore, wasn't it merely an underhanded ambush? Was there truly a need for such an uproar? He pondered if there might be some underlying reason behind it. He recalled that when he ultimately ambushed the figure in the black robe, that individual seemed to have intended to articulate something, but he had not afforded him the opportunity. Now, he found himself questioning what the black-robed figure had wished to convey. Unable to decipher it, Jiang Ye chose to set the thought aside. Presently, he grappled with the dilemma of when to utilize the privilege card. Should it be deployed after the arrival of the veteran players, or within the 10 minutes prior to their descent. Chapter 37. The tattooed youth. At this juncture, having switched seats, he noticed a considerable shift in the discussions among the surrounding players. In my opinion, there is no need for such alarm. The integration of 1 million battle machines merely signifies that 1 million veteran players can log into our battleground, but it does not imply that all 1 million will descend simultaneously. In the apartment where I reside, there are 20 gaming machines in the battle room, yet currently, I am the sole user. Thus, this situation may not significantly impact our battle zone. The VIP player, Du Yi, and the one who made the initial announcement, Xing Xiao, are evidently in cahoots, targeting primarily the bald individual who provoked them. Therefore, when veteran players log into our battle zone, their objective is likely directed at the bald man as well. These sentiments are largely self-soothing. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye took them to heart. Indeed, in this battle zone, achieving crucial consecutive victories can yield random rewards. The rewards he is aware of include the announcement card, upgrade card, and privilege card. However, there may be other cards with unique purposes that he is unaware of. The organization selling these consecutive victories must be immensely affluent, akin to a colossal conglomerate in the real world. Such an entity would find it trivial to deal with an ordinary individual lacking any connections. As a result, Jiang Ye initially contemplated using the privilege card once veteran players descended upon the battle zone, thinking he might earn more. Yet now, he believes it prudent to log out of the battle room to avoid attracting attention until the veteran players arrive. This would inevitably slow his pace of earning. Therefore, it is best to make optimal use of the privilege card, allowing him to secure a substantial profit before the veterans land. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ye activated the spectator function on the control panel. Upon entering the spectator functionality, the entire interface resembles that of a food delivery application. At the very top lies the search feature, designed for locating the desired seat number for observation. The majority of the page, however, is dedicated to displaying various battle arenas. In the bottom right corner, a small numeral indicates the current number of spectators present in a given arena. The arenas are initially showcased in a default sorting manner, which presents them at random. Naturally, certain established arenas may attract more traffic, positioning them at the forefront of the default display. It remains uncertain whether the arenas that appear at the top of this arrangement have purchased additional visibility through traffic cards. Beyond the default sorting, players have the option to select sorting methods such as by number of spectators, by battle power, or by title, among others. Since Jiang Ye aims to capitalize significantly with his privilege card, yet cannot ascertain the bet amounts of his target opponents, his strategy naturally gravitates towards the spectator fees. If a match utilizing the privilege card garners a substantial audience, winning the battle will yield him considerable earnings from the spectator fees. Thus, he opts for the by number of spectators sorting and prepares to invest some time in research. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye, in his first clone, hastens to depart from room 2025 after concluding the clone fusion, making his way towards room 2064. After all, the time granted to him by the woman in white is a mere 10 minutes. The corridor between rooms 2025 and 2064 is not an extensive distance. He has traversed it twice already. Nevertheless, he remains vigilant, tightly gripping a kitchen knife in his hand. During the battle against the black screen, a newfound skill was comprehended, which only manifested on the data panel of Clone 1 upon the conclusion of Clone Fusion. Cicada's shedding D. By firmly grasping a metallic weapon for 1 minute, one can manipulate it for an additional 3 minutes, within a range of 5 meters. This is a rather mundane D-grade skill. The effectiveness of this ability likely hinges on the attributes of the metallic weapon itself. This realization further led Jiang Ye to understand that the potency of skills is indeed closely tied to one's innate talent. If he were to acquire skill scrolls in the future, it would be more advantageous to bestow them upon clones with higher grade talents. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he remained vigilant. Clone 1, Jiang Ye, was traversing past room 2060 when he suddenly sensed an ominous intent. Instantly, his entire being tensed. The palms of his hands slick with perspiration as he gripped his blade. His body instinctively pressed against the corridor wall, his gaze darting from side to side. At that moment, a brazen male voice emerged from the shadows to his right. "You must be Jiang Ye from the 20th floor." Accompanying this voice was a lean youth. Emerging from the dim corridor, the young man sported a buzz cut and bore a tattoo on his forehead, seemingly intended to conceal some scar. This portrayal of a societal youth clearly indicated that he was not a fellow student from their apartment. Evidently, He was one of the two third-level players who had come from another apartment. Huang Qi, or Yu Xiaoming. The names Lu Shun and Ku Jingfei, who ranked on the leaderboard, had fallen victim to the hands of these two individuals. Moreover, they had been annihilated in an instant. However, what heightened Jiang Ye's tension was the approach of a tattooed youth, whose indifferent gaze swept over him before suddenly furrowing his brow in confusion. How curious, he remarked. Is it possible that this novice apartment has two individuals named Jiang Ye? Is there another Jiang Ye ranked level 1 on the leaderboard? Hearing this, Jiang Ye's heart sank. The tattooed youth continued to draw nearer, gradually analyzing the situation. Or could it be that you possess the ability to prevent others from probing into your data panel? No, that shouldn't be the case. Could it be that you have the power to disguise your data panel? Is such a unique ability even conceivable? The tattooed youth seemed perplexed, and his demeanor turned brusque as he demanded, "Come on, buddy, just fess up. Why does your data panel indicate a level of 0, while the Jiang Ye on the leaderboard is at level 1? At that moment, Jiang Ye realized that this fellow possessed the ability to scrutinize others' data panels. How fortunate that he had only accessed the data panel of his first avatar. Otherwise, if the data panel of Jiang Ye's true self had been revealed, it would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. An X-level talent would undoubtedly cause a sensation. With this thought, Jiang Ye concluded that it would be best for his true self to remain in the shadows and refrain from wandering about. Everything should be managed by his avatars. Nevertheless, even if the situation wasn't the worst, he was still facing the risk of exposure. He truly had no idea how to explain the discrepancy between being level 1 on the leaderboard and level 0 on his data panel. But why should he need to explain? This individual is not even his classmate, and yet he has the audacity to have harmed one of them. Jiang Ye's entire being was taut, his back pressed against the corridor wall, appearing as the quintessential level 0 player gripped by fear. However, deep within, he contemplated the possibility of merging with his second avatar, thereby swiftly eliminating this tattooed youth. Indeed, achieving a decisive strike in a single blow would be ideal. After all, this youth could perceive his data panel. During the fusion of avatars, his panel would undergo alterations. If the youth were to notice any anomalies and divulge them in the chat group, it would spell disaster. Chapter 38. Conclude this apartment yet? Did he possess the capability to eliminate this tattooed youth in an instant? After all, this fellow had the audacity to conduct operations across apartments, indicating formidable strength. Moreover, it was likely he had a companion. It remained uncertain whether the two were acting separately or if the companion lay in wait, concealed in the shadows. Jiang Ye lacked absolute confidence in his ability to execute a swift kill, while he wrestled with the dilemma of waiting for the opportune moment versus taking the initiative. The tattooed youth leisurely remarked, "Relax, my friend. With my prowess, had I wished to kill you, it would have been done without you even having the chance to react." Ah, such bravado. Jiang Ye felt a sense of indifference within, while maintaining an outward appearance of anxiety. The tattooed youth continued, casually toying with the small knife in his hand. "My name is Huang Qi, and I am not from the same apartment as Yu Xiaoming. So why are we acting together? It's quite simple. We share a common goal, to grow stronger, to reach an unimaginable level of power in the swiftest manner possible. Thus, I inquire of you, what do you believe is the swiftest method to attain strength?" Jiang Ye found himself perplexed by the intentions of this individual. Nevertheless, he cooperatively uttered 2 words, "killing." The tattooed youth responded with delight, exclaiming a phrase in English, even snapping his fingers, but quickly corrected himself. "What I meant to say is the supercharged version of killing. In other words, a massacre. Of course, we should refer to this as an apartment slaughter." At this juncture, the tattooed youth offered a sinister smile, which accentuated the ink on his forehead, rendering him akin to a malevolent demon emerging from the depths of hell. His subsequent words were equally chilling and devoid of humanity. "In my apartment, there are no surviving players apart from myself. Furthermore, Yu Xiaoming's apartment is the second. The one you currently inhabit is the third. Jiang Ye, is it? You are fortunate. Although your strength is average, you have been initially assigned to the 20th floor. This has become your reason for survival. You may choose to become my dog, just like Yu Xiaoming. I shall lead you, one apartment at a time, to harvest survival points. This rate of growth will undoubtedly surpass that of labor or combat by leaps and bounds. I shall establish a formidable organization, and those who follow me will become founding members. Naturally, I do not accommodate idlers. To follow me, one must be prepared to pay a price. After each expedition in the apartment, My followers are required to surrender 10 survival points to me. Of course, as long as you have vanquished enough adversaries. Any surplus beyond the 10 can be utilized for your own advancement. Once the number of individuals in my organization surpasses 8, I shall make some adjustments and establish more detailed regulations. By the way, it is only fitting to inquire if you possess a survival token. The tattooed youth raised an eyebrow, his tone remaining relaxed and untroubled. However, a profound shock coursed through Jiang Ye's mind. He had initially assumed that the two new players arriving at their apartment were merely ordinary level 3 strongholds who had fortuitously discovered the method of teleportation. To his astonishment, they had eradicated 2 entire groups of apartment players. This realization struck Jiang Ye with immense relief. He was fortunate not to have acted rashly. Otherwise, given the survival points acquired from this individual, who had slain over 100 foes, his prowess was surely beyond what he could easily contend with. Not to mention defeating him outright. Jiang Ye now felt a genuine sense of anxiety. He stiffly replied, "I do possess a survival token." The tattooed youth smiled. "Then it shall be easy. We have at most 2 hours to conclude this apartment, and then we shall proceed to the next." The way this individual spoke was chillingly ruthless and brazen, utterly disregarding the value of human life. At this moment, Jiang Ye dared not entertain thoughts of a swift kill any longer. He maintained an anxious demeanor and stammered, I am preparing to work as a cleaner in room 2064. However, before he could fully articulate this delaying tactic, the tattooed youth scoffed derisively. "What? My friend, are you pulling an international joke on me? Killing someone can yield a swift profit of 100,000, and you dare mention cleaning work?" With a smirk, the tattooed youth toyed with the knife in his hand and coldly taunted, "Now I ask you, will you continue with your cleaning job, or will you join me in murder?" Jiang Ye's heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely declared 2 words, "Kill." He shouted them with considerable volume, as if he had made a firm resolution to become a ruthless, cold-blooded demon, akin to the tattooed youth. Smart choice, kid. First, do you comprehend the prowess of Yang Wenshao on the 20th floor? Second, are you aware of the mysterious bald man mentioned in the chat group, who is also presumably on the 20th floor? What do you know of his background and strength? Third, back to the earlier query. Why is your panel level at 0 while the leaderboard shows you as level 1? Upon hearing the first 2 questions, Jiang Ye realized that this individual was likely intent on recruiting Yang Wenshao and the mysterious bald man into his organization. Alternatively, if Yang Wenshao and the bald man's abilities exceeded his control, they might be prioritized for elimination. Yang Wenshao possesses remarkable strength. He paused for a moment and asserted that during his previous encounter with the monster, he seemed to have utilized the ability of resurrection. Later, he mentioned in the group that it was a survival point that enabled his revival. I find his claim to be highly dubious. Do you, esteemed one, know if survival points can be used for resurrection? Upon hearing this, the tattooed youth's expression grew somewhat grave. Resurrection? Survival points do not inherently grant the ability to resurrect. Therefore, Yang Wenshao's revival ability must stem from his innate talent. He then inquired, "Can you roughly gauge his talent level?" Jiang Ye pondered for a moment and cautiously speculated. "In our apartment, we have Wang Lingling, who possesses an S-grade talent, and it appears that Yang Wenshao's strength surpasses hers. However, it remains uncertain whether his talent exceeds S-grade. After all, Wang Lingling does not reside on the 20th floor, while Yang Wenshao does, which gives him a distinct advantage." As he spoke, he seemed to recall something and added, "Esteemed one, since you can view my data panel, you should also be able to see Yang Wenshao's, correct?" Huang Qi shot him a glare, responding with an impatient tone, "I can only access the data panels of players who are 3 levels lower than me. Yang Wenshao is currently at level 3, therefore, it's beyond my reach." "I see. It is indeed Jiang Ye's low level that allowed this fellow to access his data panel." However, Jiang Ye surmised that aside from the inability to probe Yang Wenshao's data panel, the tattooed youth likely did not wish to confront Yang Wenshao directly. It is likely that he is concerned about Yang Wenshao's formidable strength, fearing a mishap. Therefore, this individual remains rather cautious. Suddenly, the tattooed youth's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 39. Is this considered a bug? Jiang Ye's countenance also changed abruptly. He too had observed the messages that erupted in the chat group. Goodness! New player Yu Xiangming has vanished from the level rankings. His name has also faded from the member list. What the heck? Who killed Yu Xiangming? Lu Shun. It was Yang Wenshao. What? Yang Wenshao defeated Yu Xiangming in an overlevel kill? Are you blind, buddy? Your bro has already reached level 3. What? He's only at level 3? But even at level 3, for him to take down such a prominent figure across apartments is truly impressive. Moreover, these two players from different apartments clearly had ill intentions. Yang Wenchao's actions in eliminating them are entirely justified. I wholeheartedly support this. Agreed. Those two players from different apartments are nothing but trouble. If it weren't for Yang Wenchao, we wouldn't know how many of our classmates might have perished. Wang Chong. I have long asserted that our apartment desperately needs a genuine powerhouse like Yang Wenchao. It's baffling that some even suggested eliminating Yang Wenchao. I wonder what those individuals are thinking. Xiao Likuan. When will Bro Chao go and take care of that Huang Qi as well? I feel these two players from different apartments are specifically here to wreak havoc in ours. Agreed. Bro Chao, hurry and eliminate Huang Qi. Otherwise, I won't dare to continue delivering packages. In the chat group, voices of admiration for Yang Wenchao filled the atmosphere. It was as if he had transformed into a hero of the apartment after resolving Yu Xiangming's predicament. Those classmates who had previously accused Yang Wenchao of murder remained silent, perhaps having changed their views or fearing his prowess, unwilling to provoke him further. Simultaneously, those who fervently praised Yang Wenchao naturally hoped he would eliminate Huang Qi as well. At that moment, Huang Qi, observing the jubilant chatter, wore a grim expression. His eyes narrowed, revealing a fierce glint of malice. This swarm of exultant insects, how utterly detestable. I much prefer witnessing the sight of these worthless beings pleading for mercy in their final moments. With that, he coldly glanced at Jiang Ye. And you? Jiang Ye pressed his lips together, his gaze resolute as he replied, I too aspire to become powerful. To grow stronger, one must be ruthless. Huang Qi remarked, adding with a meaningful tone, what is your relationship with that Yang Wenchao? Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, revealing almost no concealment, before arriving at this apocalyptic apartment. My relationship with my classmates was rather ordinary. However, there was an instance when I spoke up for Yang Wenchao, and after coming to this apartment, he had an opportunity to kill me but chose to spare me, claiming that we were even. Ah, is that so? Huang Qi appeared somewhat taken aback, his eyes darting as he continued to inquire. So, strictly speaking, you are not well acquainted with that Yang Wenchao, nor with the other classmates? Jiang Ye nodded, sensing that Huang Qi's words seemed to be laying the groundwork for something more. Indeed, upon receiving his nod, Huang Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of intrigue flashing beneath. Jiang Ye nodded in response, articulating, as for the enigmatic bald individual, my knowledge is limited. However, since he is capable of utilizing the battle chamber, it stands to reason that his initial apartment must reside on the 20th floor. Furthermore, my classmates are inclined to believe he is Zhang Jintian from the ranking list. As for the discrepancy between my panel level and the ranking level, Jiang Ye paused momentarily, sharing a rare glance with Huang Qi. In that instant, his expression was no longer fraught with anxiety. Rather, it exuded an air of calmness. It was quite simple, because I have concealed a portion of my prowess. His tone was forthright yet laden with significance. Huang Qi squinted, chuckling softly, concealing one's strength. Interesting. Now, let me witness your true abilities. After a brief silence, Jiang Ye willingly presented his data panel. Jiang Ye. Level 1. Physical strength, 7. 4. Energy, 8. 6. Combat power, 75 survival points. 0. Talent, diligence repaid by heaven. S. Gold element affinity. C. Skills, absolute focus. A. Combat posture. A. Golden light technique. D. Golden cicadas shedding. D. Indeed. At this juncture, Jiang Ye once again employed the technique of avatar integration, yet he harbored no intention of striking at Huang Qi. The latter, upon observing his panel, was evidently taken aback. His gaze now held a hint of peculiarity, dual talents. No wonder you chose to conceal your abilities. Oh, so you are quite adept at playing the fool while concealing your true prowess, are you? I wholeheartedly concur with your earlier notion of methodically eliminating each apartment. However, if you expect me to surrender 10 survival points for each unit, you must demonstrate some merit. At this moment, he no longer exhibited the anxious demeanor from before, but instead radiated an air of formidable confidence. This transformation elicited a bemused chuckle from Huang Qi. Ah, now that your strength is revealed, your words carry much more weight. Nonetheless, your true capabilities remain insufficient in my eyes. With that, Huang Qi proactively displayed his data panel. Curiously, he managed to reveal only 3 attributes. Huang Qi. Level 3. Combat power, 88. As he showcased this, He waved his hand dramatically. Suddenly, a 2-meter-tall bronze dressing mirror appeared before him. He continued to address Jiang Ye. Having such combat power at level 1 is indeed commendable. However, your unadorned combat power falls short of mine. Do you truly believe that your equipment and items can rival someone who has vanquished 2 apartment dwellers? Jiang Ye, quick to grasp the situation, promptly replied, no problem at all. I will pay 10 survival points for each apartment. Huang Qi was quite pleased with his response and beckoned him closer, saying, come here and display your data panel before this mirror. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat hesitant. Huang Qi shot him a look of exasperation. As I have already stated, killing you is a trivial task. There is no need for me to resort to any cunning schemes. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment before complying and stood before the mirror, displaying the panel. Huang Qi added, for a duration of 30 seconds. Jiang Ye remained silent. However, 30 seconds later, he discovered that the reflection in the mirror began to move of its own accord. After a short while, the mirrored version of himself astonishingly stepped out of the mirror. Furthermore, the data panel displayed by this reflection was identical to his own. What on earth is this contraption? How extraordinary. This has replicated him. Huang Qi then leisurely remarked, moving forward, you may continue with your cleaning duties. The task of testing Yang Wenchao can be entrusted to this mirrored doppelganger. Huang Qi's tone was unusually relaxed, seemingly pleased and smug about Jiang Ye's astonishment. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ye's shock stemmed not only from the mirror's ability to create an exact replica of him. More significantly, he sensed that the entity located in room 2025 could actually utilize his D-level doppelganger fusion skill on this mirror-crafted doppelganger. What? So, does this qualify as a game bug? If he were to fuse this mirrored doppelganger with his primary doppelganger at this moment, what would transpire? Chapter 40. The replica mirror doppelganger fusion is indeed subject to a cooldown. However, its cooldown mechanism operates as follows. For instance, if doppelgangers A and B are fused into C, only A and B enter a cooldown period. This means that Jiang Ye could only possess the first and second doppelgangers at this time. In a brief moment, it was possible to merge the first avatar with the second, and subsequently, the second with the first, allowing for 2 complete fusions. However, he had already exhausted both opportunities, causing the skill to enter a state of complete cooldown. Yet, when the mirror avatar emerged, astonishingly, the previously dormant skill became available once more. It indicated that he could indeed merge with this mirror avatar. What on earth? This truly left Jiang Ye at a loss. He gazed at the mirror avatar with a look of utter astonishment. Huang Qi, on the other hand, burst into hearty laughter. Is it really that shocking to see just a mirror avatar? As he spoke, he stroked the antique-looking dressing mirror with a sense of pride and elaborated. The high-end mall in the novice apartment does allow for the exchange of game currency for certain items. However, to be frank, those items are rather mundane, accessible to any novice player with sufficient game currency. But my avatar replication mirror is entirely different. It was not purchased with game currency from the high-end mall. Instead, when I sought to exchange survival points for game currency with Black Shadow, he noted that my survival points exceeded 100 and granted me a special privilege. I was thus able to exchange survival points for items from his inventory. This avatar replication mirror was acquired through that exchange, and it possesses a unique quality. Huang Qi's pride was palpable as he spoke. For not everyone is afforded such favor from Black Shadow. As Jiang Ye listened, he could not help but swallow hard. In his eyes, the mirrored avatar had already become his possession. Coughing lightly, he realized he must not appear so overtly eager. He quickly suppressed his emotions, adopting a facade of reasonable admiration. Suddenly struck by a moment of folly, he inquired of Huang Qi, is this avatar, created in my likeness, obedient to my commands? Huang Qi, taken aback, regarded him with an expression of incredulity. Are you thinking of Peach? The item I exchanged over 100 survival points for cannot possibly yield an avatar that listens to you. Even if the supreme deity were to arrive, the avatar it produces would still heed my command. However, this item possesses a rather lackluster aspect. It necessitates that the individual being replicated stands before the mirror for 30 seconds to exhibit their data panel. Thus, it fundamentally cannot contravene another's will when it comes to replicating formidable opponents. Yet, it can reach level 100, as long as I am sufficiently strong. The avatars generated will also be more powerful. Once my organization grows and I encounter individuals with robust base data, I shall prioritize their replication to become a formidable asset. He then cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Ye, remarking, "Your base data is quite commendable, and since you were among the first to follow me, rest assured, I shall nurture your potential." Jiang Ye nodded vigorously and turned his gaze back to the mirrored avatar, pondering, "This avatar must have a time limit for its existence, correct? Might it suddenly vanish while in use? This concern is not yours to bear. The survival tools are far more formidable than you can imagine." As he spoke, Huang Qi displayed evident impatience, waving his hand to indicate his desire to cease wasting time with Jiang Ye. He promptly issued commands to the mirror clone, instructing it to join Yang Wenchao's team under the pretext of leveling up. His ulterior motive was to find an opportunity for a surprise attack, testing Yang Wenchao's strength. Jiang Ye understood that Huang Qi's actions were not solely intended to gauge Yang Wenchao's capabilities. They also aimed to sever his escape route. Should the mirror clone of Jiang Ye engage in nefarious deeds among their peers and become a pariah, Jiang Ye would find himself with no option but to follow Huang Qi in a path of annihilation, slaughtering their classmates indiscriminately. In essence, Huang Qi harbored little trust in Jiang Ye himself, placing greater faith in the clone he had created. However, to his astonishment, the mirror clone suddenly vanished into thin air. What? Huang Qi was momentarily frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye, having successfully executed the bug to complete the clone fusion, swiftly examined his new data panel. After all, he was uncertain whether this identical fusion would allow for the stacking of attributes, talents, and skills. If it merely resulted in fusion without altering the data panel, he would have to tread carefully. Fortunately, the data panel revealed a tremendous surprise. Jiang Ye, level 1, physical strength, 14, 8, energy, 17, 2, combat power, 208, survival points, 0, talent, diligence is rewarded, S, gold element affinity, B, skills, absolute focus, S, combat posture, S, golden light technique, B, golden cicadas shedding, C. With an astonishing combat power surpassing 200 for the first time, Jiang Ye has also acquired 2 S-level skills. The originally D-level golden light technique has advanced to B-level. This is truly exhilarating. Jiang Ye's spirit surged with excitement, solidifying a resolute thought. Today, even the mightiest of kings would be challenged, for this replication mirror bears the name Jiang, not Huang. Thus, driven by formidable combat prowess and an intense yearning for the replication mirror, Jiang Ye, without a moment's hesitation, began to stack buffs. Absolute focus, combat posture, golden light technique, golden cicadas shedding. A swifter beam of golden light, imbued with a more menacing aura, surged toward Huang Qi's forehead. Simultaneously, an ordinary kitchen knife sliced through the air, aimed directly at Huang Qi. Jiang Ye, undeterred, clenched his fist and dashed forward. After all, even the protagonists in novels, when faced with lesser power, dared to fight beyond their mates. With a combat power of 208 against Huang Qi's 88, it was a complete domination. If he were to lose this battle. However, in the face of Huang Qi's incredulous gaze, the jade pendant around his neck shimmered, and a faint green energy shield materialized before him. With a resounding clang, the kitchen knife was thwarted by the shield. Even as he fell to the ground, his blade dulled. Huang Qi did not revel in his triumph. For in his shattered gaze, he witnessed that piercing golden light shattered his shield, piercing resolutely into his vulnerable brow. A sharp pain surged through his mind. Yet, this was not the end. Jiang Ye's bare fists similarly shattered his defenses, as if propelled by an immense force, mercilessly striking at his heart. Speed, power, all were utterly overwhelming. Blood seeped from the corners of Huang Qi's mouth and brow, his shattered pupils filled with disbelief and shock. Was this truly the strength exhibited by someone with a combat power of 75? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But why? Why was Jiang Ye so formidable? Why had the clones he created suddenly vanished? Until his last breath, Huang Qi could not comprehend. He could only collapse, burdened by his unfulfilled grand aspirations and intense resentment. Chapter 41, The Third Clone. Almost instantly after Huang Qi's demise, the apartment chat group erupted in fervent discussion. What the hell? Huang Qi has vanished from the ranking list. No way. We just suggested that Super Brother take care of Huang Qi, and he actually did it? Of course. Do you even know who Super Brother is? He only needs to exert a fraction of his power, regardless of the apartment overlord, and he can dispatch them in an instant. Damn, Super Brother is mighty. Super Brother is incredible. I hereby declare that from this moment on, you are my deity, and I am your devoted servant. Xiao Likuan. I must say, Xiao Gu is truly formidable. That kind of cross-apartment powerhouse is utterly no match for him. Wang Chang, indeed. One must remember that previously, Lu Shun and Ku Zhengfei were completely powerless against the cross-apartment elites, being swiftly eliminated in the initial encounter. Qiao Ji's speed in dispatching these cross-apartment foes is likely just as swift. So, it seems that Yang Wenchao's strength in our apartment has already reached a level of unparalleled superiority, has it not? I suspect that not only is he the undisputed top in our apartment, but he must also be among the elite in all novice apartments. Absolutely. Having a powerhouse like Qiao Gu in our midst is indeed a privilege for our novice apartment. The entire group continued to resonate with praises for Yang Wenchao. As for those who harbored disdain for him, fearing his potential for indiscriminate violence, they dared not voice their opinions in the face of Yang Wenchao's overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, in the depths of the third-floor corridor, Wang Lingling's cooperative team could not help but murmur quietly. Yang Wenchao had only just left the team, and Huang Qi is already dead. This pace is rather alarming, isn't it? Was it truly Yang Wenchao who killed Huang Qi? Who else could it be? Huang Qi was a cross-apartment powerhouse capable of eliminating Ku Jingfei in an instant. Surely he wasn't slain by some insignificant nobody, was he? Indeed. Lu Xin nodded slightly, quickly speculating. Based on the speed at which Yang Wenchao dispatched Huang Qi, I surmised that when he was teaming up with us to battle monsters, he was deliberately concealing his true strength. Wang Lingling nodded in agreement. His innate talent and understanding likely surpassed mine. Moreover, he was initially assigned to the 20th floor, and the privileges he enjoys facilitate his growth at a pace more rapid than my own. Gao Chong furrowed his brow and quickly suggested, "Why don't we expedite our efforts to earn money and rent an apartment on the 20th floor?" He then deliberately lowered his voice to add, "Given Yang Wenchao's personality, I truly cannot trust him to dominate in our apartment alone. After all, he has already killed one of our classmates. If he continues his murderous ways, there is no one among us capable of stopping him." Lu Xin glanced around cautiously and whispered, "Brother Chong is right. While Yang Wenchao is indeed powerful, he is like a ticking time bomb." Seeing that they all expressed their fears regarding Yang Wenchao, Wang Lingling seized the opportunity to add, "The only entity that can currently restrain Yang Wenchao is likely our mutual assistance group. However, to be honest, given Yang Wenchao's ability to eliminate Huang Qi in an instant, even if all members of our group join forces, we would still be no match for him. Hence, I propose an idea. We could concentrate the manpower of our entire mutual assistance group to nurture a new resident for the 20th floor." Upon hearing this, Lu Shen, Gao Chong, and the other strong members of the mutual assistance group exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with understanding. They immediately grasped Wang Lingling's intention to cultivate a strong individual to counter Yang Wenchao. Yet, the underlying implication was unmistakable. She was suggesting that the entire mutual assistance group should support her. What a preposterous notion. Even though Gao Chong and Lu Shun are members of the mutual aid group, they both harbor their own selfish motives, particularly since they are boys. Deep down, they are not entirely comfortable with the idea of a girl like Wang Lingling leading the group. Indeed, Wang Lingling's insinuations were glaringly apparent. Yet none of the boys in the team responded. Only Su Yuan, another girl, followed Wang Lingling's lead and suggested, "I think we could pool our loans in the mutual aid group. After each member has paid their rent, perhaps the surplus could allow Ling to move into the 20th floor apartment first." She hesitated when mentioning Jiang Ye, seemingly reluctant to utter anything too cold-hearted out of respect for their camaraderie. Lu Shun then chimed in, "Speaking of the 20th floor, that mysterious bald man also resides there. I wonder about his capabilities. Could we possibly recruit him into our mutual aid group?" Observing Lu Xin and Gao Chang's attitudes, Wang Lingling realized that these boys were not inclined to accept her leadership. While feeling helpless, she decided to refrain from discussing the idea of nurturing a strong ally any further. Her only regret was her insufficient strength. If only she possessed the absolute power like Yang Wenchao, then the entire mutual aid group would abide by her will. At that point, Gao Chong and Lu Shun would dare not confront her with such attitudes. Ultimately, it boiled down to her lack of strength. Meanwhile, as the mutual aid group's monster hunting team harbored their own ulterior motives, Yang Wenchao had just exited the red light elevator, staring blankly at the chat group. What? He hadn't even located Huang Qi yet. Had he already met his demise? Who could have done this? Surely, it couldn't be some random passerby who dispatched him so easily. Could it? Are the cross-apartment powerhouses truly this inept? He was still contemplating the prospect of killing Huang Qi and striking it rich in one fell swoop. However, he was thwarted by another player who claimed the kill. No, given his status as a novice in the apartment, it should be impossible for anyone besides him to eliminate Huang Qi. So, could it be that this individual had foolishly ventured deep into the corridor and met his demise at the hands of a monster? Could cross-apartment players truly be so naive? Yang Wenchao found himself perplexed, an inexplicable sense of unease brewing within him. As for the misunderstandings in the chat group, he had always maintained an aloof demeanor and saw no need to clarify at this moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye, the one who had actually vanquished Huang Qi, was busy collecting the spoils, the spatial watch, jade pendant, bracelet, dagger, and various other items that Huang Qi had dropped. He swiftly stowed these treasures, along with the avatar replication mirror, into Huang Qi's spatial watch. Then, like a thief, he dashed towards room 2025. With a combat power exceeding 200, his speed was remarkable. Wealth was within his grasp. This counterattack against Huang Qi was nothing short of a windfall. It is no wonder that there is a saying, killing and arson lead to golden belts. Harming such affluent individuals was indeed a lucrative endeavor. The survival points and the avatar replication mirror were invaluable, and any item that could enhance his avatars was the most coveted resource he desired at present. In addition, there were various equipment and items. Jiang Ye promptly summoned Xiao Bing and began to utilize his identification technique on each item. Protective Heart Jade, Stamina 4, automatically generates a shield upon being attacked. Physical Defense 50, Magic Defense 50. Ghost Ring Blade Stamina 4. Lucky Bracelet, Energy 1, slightly enhances luck attributes. Duration, 38 minutes, can be recharged. What a marvel. Yet another item to enhance luck attributes. Moreover, unlike the Lucky Lantern, this bracelet boasts the remarkable ability to be reused. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ye donned the bracelet onto his wrist. Subsequently, he transferred the one survival point acquired from defeating Huang Qi onto his main body. In a swift motion, he utilized this single survival point to create a new clone. Ding! Congratulations on generating a clone. However, this time, the creation of the new clone rendered Jiang Ye's main body utterly incapacitated. A throbbing pain surged through his head, leaving him devoid of any strength. In that instant, he realized that his main body's attributes were far too weak. 3 clones were already his limit. If he wished to generate further clones, he must urgently enhance the attributes of his main body. Hastily, he commanded the clones to carry his collapsed main body to the bed, just managing to inspect the data panel of the 3rd clone. Upon doing so, he was once again filled with astonishment. Jiang Ye. Level 0. Physical Fitness 5. 8. Energy 7. 2. Combat Power 58. Survival Points 0. Talent Ice Element Affinity S. Skills Ice Domain S. Ice Fog Assault A. Extreme Cold Ice Blade B. Initially possesses an S-level talent for comprehending 3 skills, with one of those skills being an S-level domain ability. Furthermore, among these 3 initial skills, Ice Fog Assault and Extreme Cold Ice Blade are formidable offensive techniques. Notably, the A-level Ice Fog Assault can bypass defenses and infiltrate the lungs through inhalation. Despite being an ice-type skill, it rivals biochemical weapons, rendering defenses futile. It can be said that among Jiang Ye's 3 avatars, the newly formed Avatar No. 3 possesses the greatest strength. Of course, Avatar number 2 also holds significant potential, albeit requiring some time for development. However, there is no time to revel in joy. Both Avatar number 1 and Avatar number 2 are tasked with urgent missions. Avatar number 1 must complete its cleaning duties and return within 10 minutes. Avatar No. 2 must utilize its privilege card before the arrival of veteran players in the combat zone. Jiang Ye, without the luxury to examine other items in the Huangqi spatial watch, refocused his attention on the avatar reproduction mirror. He wished to test whether this avatar reproduction mirror could still exploit glitches. Since one of his avatars can only undergo fusion once within a short time frame, the avatars emerging from the mirror should always be considered new avatars, right? Thus, could he potentially use the mirrored avatar to bypass the cooldown of avatar fusion? Even so, could he replicate a new mirror clone using the merged clone after the fusion? Jiang Ye attempted this, and as expected, it ended in failure. A brief examination revealed that the replication mirror's limitations dictate that only one mirror clone can exist at any given time. Even if he merges that mirror clone into another clone, it still counts as an existing mirror clone, thus preventing further replication. To restore the replication mirror to a usable state, it is imperative to first eliminate the existing mirror clone. According to this principle, even when employing the clone fusion skill, the mirror clone can only merge once, and it is impossible to exploit a bug for multiple fusions. However, the cooldown of the clone fusion skill can indeed be circumvented using the mirror clone. Each newly created mirror clone is considered a completely fresh clone, allowing it to merge with other clones without any cooldown. This implies that Jiang Ye now possesses a mirror clone that can disregard cooldowns and repeatedly merge with other clones. This significantly enhances the value of his clone fusion skill, allowing for immediate and impressive results. At that moment, the first clone, having released its fusion state, set out once again, continuing its cleaning duties in room 2064. With newfound confidence, he felt increasingly compelled to explore the top floor of the apartment. Meanwhile, the similarly released mirror clone was promptly eliminated by Jiang Ye. Subsequently, he employed the third clone alongside the replication mirror to create another mirror clone capable of further fusion. Simultaneously, the second avatar in the battle room anticipated the arrival of seasoned players in the combat zone and utilized a privilege card. Ding. You possess a privilege card. Would you like to use it? Yes, no. Yes. Please select your opponent from the list of matched opponents. Accompanied by this prompt, an extensive list materialized before him, displaying only the seat numbers of opponents that met the matching criteria. Indeed, it revealed only seat numbers, devoid of any additional information. However, Jiang Ye had already gleaned insights into the affluent seat numbers through the observation feature. At this juncture, he could simply filter through the seat numbers. To his surprise, he discovered that the seat number 151, where Zhao Yudi was situated, was also present in his matching list. After comparing with other wealthy seat numbers, Jiang Ye swiftly made his choice. Designate seat number 151 as the matching target. Ding. Privilege card successfully utilized. Matching completed. With this notification, Jiang Ye found himself in the familiar arena space. However, unlike before, this time the surrounding seats were populated with numerous spectators. Even more astonishingly, the previously treacherous Su Jingyao was seated among the audience. She widened her eyes in disbelief and hurriedly messaged Li Ran. Sister Ran, the bald man who previously betrayed us has matched with Zhao Yudi. According to the spectators' speculation regarding Zhao Yudi's combat power, this means that this despicable bald man possesses a combat power exceeding 50 points. Damn it, with a combat strength exceeding 50. How dare he take advantage of us, two weak women. How utterly shameless. Chapter 42, Annihilating Zhao Yudi. Oh my. As Su Jingyao was busy sending messages to vent her frustrations, she suddenly noticed that Li Ran had also descended into the audience area, conveniently seated right beside her. She gasped in surprise and then turned to Li Ran, incredulous. Wait a minute. Sister Ran, didn't you say you didn't want to waste your money and time on mere spectatorship? Why have you suddenly come to watch Zhao Yudi's match? She instinctively questioned, but quickly realized, oh, I see. You wish to witness Zhao Yudi decisively teach that shameless bald man a lesson, avenging us, right? You need not worry. With Zhao Yudi's prowess, she will undoubtedly crush that bald head effortlessly. I heard from the surrounding audience that when Zhao Yudi announced her participation, she had already achieved 5 consecutive victories. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the spectators, she secured 6, 7, and 8 consecutive wins. This match is her chance for a 9th victory. Facing that bald man, it will be a walk in the park. Furthermore, many spectators speculated that with her luxurious equipment and remarkably strong combat awareness, Zhao Yudi has likely become an invincible presence at her level of strength. Su Jingyao's tone was filled with admiration and envy for Zhao Yudi. She seemed convinced that this battle would undoubtedly culminate in Zhao Yudi's triumphant 9th victory. Li Ran, however, remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the bald man in the arena. She pondered for a moment, then suddenly pressed her lips together slightly, uttering a startling remark. Do you think he might be the enigmatic bald man who attracted 1,000,000 battle machines to the VIP players? Upon hearing these words, Su Jingyao's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had seen a ghost, and she turned to Li Ran with disbelief. Simultaneously, the surrounding audience, who had also caught wind of this statement, cast incredulous glances her way. Soon, the entire audience began to engage in fervent discussions on this topic. Could this bald man truly be the mysterious figure who lured numerous seasoned players into our battle zone? Surely not. He appears to lack any formidable equipment. Furthermore, this bald man must possess only around 50 battle points to match with Jiang Ye. In contrast, the enigmatic figure who has drawn the attention of significant players must have a battle power of at least 100. Perhaps his true identity is that of a champion from the War God rankings. Let us hope that this bald man is not the same as that one. Otherwise, it would be a great pity for Jiang Ye to fall after a 9-win streak. It simply cannot be. Jiang Ye is simply too fortunate. There is no way she could lose after such a streak. As the audience engaged in animated discussions, on the stage, Jiang Ye, upon seeing the bald figure of Jiang Ye, felt a sudden jolt in her heart. However, she quickly reassured herself, believing that her luck could not possibly be that poor. Besides, anyone capable of attracting the attention of significant figures must possess battle power exceeding 100, making it improbable for them to match with her. Therefore, this match should pose no issue. Jiang Ye, on the other hand, remained oblivious to the thoughts of others. He surveyed the audience from the Westzhou region, feeling quite elated. After all, these spectators represent potential wealth. At the same time, he discovered that in previous matches devoid of spectators, the battle commenced immediately after a countdown of 3. However, this particular confrontation was different, whether due to the presence of a substantial audience or Jiang Ye's distinctive seating arrangement. There was an unexpected 2-minute preparation period before the battle officially began. Fortunately, during these 2 minutes, more and more spectators trickled into the arena. Meanwhile, in the combat room of apartment 1008, Xiao Liquan and Wang Chang gazed at the screen of combat machine number 2, utterly astonished. Wang Chang stammered, This woman looks so much like Jiang Ye. Xiao Liquan swallowed hard and retorted, What do you mean looks like? This is Jiang Ye herself. In an instant, Wang Chang's eyes reddened with envy and jealousy as he exclaimed, What? Who is this bald guy? What incredible luck he has to encounter a star like Jiang Ye. Moreover, this is the first time I've seen her dressed this way. The black vest and tight pants accentuate her figure. She is the epitome of allure. Xiao Liquan nodded in agreement. Indeed, stars are stars. Their beauty and physique are beyond reproach. And her striking demeanor, it is simply to my taste. Damn, this bald guy, even if he loses the match, is undoubtedly a winner in life. I wonder which novice apartment Jiang Ye resides in. The players sharing an apartment with her are truly fortunate. I feel that Jiang Ye looks quite formidable. The bald-headed contender is likely to face defeat. Amidst the envious and resentful murmurs of the spectators, and under their watchful gazes, the 2-minute preparation time came to an end. The battle of Jiang Ye, aiming for her 9th consecutive victory, swiftly commenced. As the countdown to the official start of the contest concluded, Jiang Ye, clad in form-fitting black attire, surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages upon the arena. These phantoms lingered, indistinguishable from her true self, permeating the entire space of the platform. To the audience's perspective, it appeared as though the arena was entirely populated by Jiang Ye's likenesses, making it nearly impossible to discern which one was the authentic Jiang Ye. Li Ran, witnessing Jiang Ye's combat prowess for the first time, was astounded by this spectacle. Beside her, Su Jingyao quickly elucidated, This must be an ability of Jiang Ye's outfit. While these numerous doppelgangers lack offensive capabilities, distinguishing the genuine Jiang Ye among them is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, she seems capable of fluidly transitioning between these illusions, showcasing remarkable agility. Additionally, she possesses. Just as Su Jingyao was about to elaborate on Jiang Ye's other abilities, an abrupt chill enveloped the entire arena. In the blink of an eye, all the Jiang Ye replicas were rendered sluggish, and soon after, they all collapsed, none escaping the fate. This sudden turn of events left the audience in stunned silence, many still grappling to comprehend the unfolding situation, when a familiar notification echoed above the arena. Ding! Congratulations to the victor of this match, the contestant seated at G79-1049. Immediately thereafter, both combatants vanished from the arena, leaving the audience area enveloped in an eerie silence. The atmosphere grew bizarre, as no one dared to speak for an extended period. It was not until a series of astonished exclamations erupted from the Western spectator zone that a wave of fervent discussion ensued. What? Jiang Ye was eliminated in an instant. Moreover, it was not the typical reveal of one's true form. Every single clone was obliterated in one fell swoop. How is that even possible? Such a widespread area attack skill could not possibly possess such outrageous power. Indeed, the two combatants should have been evenly matched. So how could an area attack skill wield such devastating lethality? This defies logic. The instant demise of Jiang Ye was not the result of a skill, but rather a formidable item. A skill with comparable power to Jiang Ye's could not reach such extraordinary heights. Yes, it must be a powerful item. Moreover, one that could be exchanged for survival points. Goodness, Jiang Ye has been extraordinarily unfortunate. After achieving a remarkable 9 consecutive victories, it has all come to an abrupt halt. Could it be that this bald individual has provoked a VIP big shot? I can hardly believe it. I fervently advocate for the seasoned players in our battle zone to eliminate this bald man and avenge Jiang Ye. Indeed, to have 9 consecutive victories interrupted. This bald man is truly heinous. As Jiang Ye's fans seethed with righteous indignation, they were consumed with a desire to exact retribution upon Jiang Ye. Su Jingyao and Li Ran stood there, seemingly dazed, gazing at the now desolate arena. Su Jingyao, with great difficulty, swallowed hard and poked her arm with her fingertip. Sister, I just had a sudden thought. Perhaps we were not merely deceived, but rather toyed with. Chapter 43, Finding the Survival Stone. Wasn't that precisely being toyed with? How could such a formidable opponent possibly have a mere lone limit of 500? With his strength, he could easily seize victory in the battle arena. Yet, he deliberately played along with their act, only winning by 400 points. This was unequivocally blatant teasing. What was more infuriating was that he maintained such a seemingly honest and simple demeanor. Jianshou was truly detestable. Su Jingyao's face flushed with anger, and she lamented, "Yet this fellow is remarkably ruthless." Jiang Ye had a 9-game winning streak, and he just severed it like that. To achieve a 10-game winning streak again will require starting from scratch. Moreover, once the veteran players arrive, the challenge will only intensify. That bald-headed man is truly nothing but a source of offense. After a moment of silence, she suddenly exclaimed, "I am truly, exceptionally weak." With that, she turned and left the spectator area. On the other side, in room 2008 of the 985 rookie apartment, the thought of her 9-game winning streak being interrupted was disheartening. Jianshou, how regrettable. The crux of the matter was that the bald-headed opponent possessed the strength to eliminate her in an instant. Had it not been for that instant defeat, she realized that if she could not overcome her adversary, they could have negotiated terms. For instance, the opponent may request a certain number of game coins or survival points. She would consider acquiescing, as long as it meant preserving her 9 consecutive victories. Yet, her downfall came swiftly, leaving her with no opportunity to negotiate. The situation grew increasingly frustrating, for Jiang Ye had purchased a package for 10 consecutive victories. Consequently, this defeat not only meant starting the winning streak anew, but also forfeiting the benefits of the 10-win package. She initially intended to achieve 9 consecutive victories before the seasoned players fully emerged. However, the opponents matched against her for these 9 victories exhibited capabilities that seemed even more outrageous than those of veteran players. She suspected that even players of equivalent strength would struggle to dispatch her with such ease. Had she foreseen this, she would have preferred to wait for the arrival of the veteran players before engaging in matches. Clenching her teeth in frustration, Jiang Ye felt increasingly resentful with each passing thought. Suddenly, she vanished from her exclusive seat in box 151. Meanwhile, in the second-floor hall, a tall figure clad in tight black attire materialized next to seats G79-1049. However, at that moment, only an empty seat remained at G79-1049. With no sign of the bald-headed individual nearby. That damn bald head. He certainly moved swiftly. Jiang Ye, unable to locate him, seethed with anger. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye, having exited the virtual combat space, remained oblivious to the aftermath of the battle. As he emerged from the combat pod in his apartment, he encountered the astonished gazes of Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong. Wang Chong was likely so stunned that his mind was clouded, staring at him in shock, muttering, "Dude, you're incredible." After uttering that, he was gripped by a sudden fear, stepping back a few paces. Jiang Ye cast a casual glance at the two before choosing to disregard them entirely, departing from the combat room. Although taking a life could yield survival points, the mere notion of killing was far from simplistic. It was not akin to a game or a novel where death merely represented data or a paper avatar. It entailed the genuine cessation of a life. Having grown up in a peaceful era, Jiang Ye found it impossible to engage in senseless slaughter, even when faced with familiar classmates. Perhaps, in a different apartment, amidst complete strangers, he could adopt a more ruthless demeanor, akin to a gamer tackling monsters with ease. Jiang Ye was uncertain. For the moment, his primary self could not bear the burden of additional avatars, so there was no urgency to claim more lives for survival points. Meanwhile, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong exhaled deeply as they observed the bald figure exiting the combat room. Xiao Likuan, still trembling from the encounter, reflected, "Thank goodness that bald guy is indeed one of our classmates. Otherwise, if he had turned against us, we would have had no means of resistance." Wang Chong, still shaken, patted his chest to calm down, while indulging in a fantasy. If only that bald guy were Luo Rue. We're the best of friends. If he took off, I could ride his coattails. Xiao Likuan couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. You really know how to dream. Always thinking about either your parents soaring or your best buddy taking flight. If he were truly the kind of steadfast friend who would elevate you, would he feel the need to conceal his identity? I surmise that this bald individual previously maintained a rather indifferent relationship with us. He bears no grudge. Hence he refrains from taking any lethal action against us. Yet he is not particularly close, which is why he chooses to ignore us. In the future, it would be prudent for us to exercise caution in our communications within the group. Should we inadvertently utter a phrase that offends someone formidable, our camaraderie as classmates may prove utterly insignificant. Wang Chong nodded vigorously. I have also observed that the number of classmates speaking up in the group has dwindled, and those who do so are increasingly circumspect. It seems everyone is somewhat apprehensive. Xiao Likuan had initially intended to address this matter in the group to prevent any classmates from provoking the bald man. However, he ultimately concurred with Wang Chong's perspective. If a classmate were to provoke him, it would be solely the fault of that individual for their lack of discernment. He resolved to refrain from meddling in others' affairs, ensuring that he does not offend those with power. Consequently, the tale of Jiang Ye's exploits in the battle chamber did not circulate within the chat group. When he approached the apartment administrator regarding his loan, he discovered that the classmates were engaged in discussions about their meals. Upon their arrival at the novice apartment, it was precisely midnight in the game. By this time, daylight had already broken. Many classmates were performing errands, which greatly depleted their physical energy. Now weary and fatigued, some of them wandered into the low-end shopping mall within the apartment, seeking to resolve their dining dilemmas. However, they soon realized that while entertainment expenses in the low-end mall were quite affordable, the prices for food and beverages were considerably elevated. In the group chat, some classmates were engaged in a discussion regarding their dining predicaments. Goodness! A bowl of porridge costs 10 yuan. A small bowl of vegetarian dishes is 20, while meat dishes are 40. This is sheer robbery. They dare to charge 10 yuan for a bottle of mineral water. The tourist spots I visited would never be this extortionate. Based on my usual spending habits, a single meal would cost me around 1,000 yuan. And that's when I'm being exceptionally frugal. Damn it. After paying the rent, I can barely afford to eat with the meager earnings from my hard work. Are we here to toil like beasts of burden? Wait, you've already paid your rent? I've been hustling all morning, and I can't even afford to pay my rent, let alone eat. Is there any other way to tackle our food issue? When I used to ask my parents for money, I wouldn't bat an eye at spending 1,000 yuan for a meal. But now that I earn my own money, slogging through a delivery nets me just a handful of coins, and I truly hesitate to spend it. Aren't Ling Jie and Chang go off to the 3rd floor to battle monsters? I wonder if the meat from those monster carcasses is edible? If it is, it could save us a pretty penny. Wang Lingling Gao Chong Lu Shun. Could you think of some alternative solutions? I'm absolutely starving. If my parents knew I was suffering like this, they would be heartbroken. Lucian replied, Stop mentioning your parents. There is no one here to coddle us. And to be blunt, our parents in other apartments may not be in a better situation than ours. After the speech by Lu Shan, the group fell into a prolonged silence, enveloped in an indescribable gloom. It was a girl's voice that eventually shattered the stillness. Wang Rue exclaimed, by the way, do you all know how those two players managed to cross the apartment? I really wish I could reunite with my family right now, with no other option. Wang Rue continued to speak candidly. Yang Wenxiao, do you know how to cross the apartment? Yang Wenxiao. Once this message was sent, another girl quickly interjected, Wang Rue. Are you out of your mind? Yang Wenxiao warned us before not to mention him again. Wang Rue replied, I'm sorry, I forgot. I didn't mean to. I just really want to be with my parents, sob sob. It was evident that Wang Rue had already begun to cry. The atmosphere in the group grew increasingly somber. Where are you? I'll take you to reunite with your parents. Wang Rue. This statement shocked many students. Did Yang Wenxiao truly know how to cross the apartment? Moreover, could he accurately lead Wang Rue to where her parents were? Yet, it seemed that Yang Wenxiao indeed exhibited an air of omnipotence. Many classmates did not ponder further. The girl named Wang Rui was particularly moved, expressing her gratitude with tears. Thank you, Yang Wenchao. You are such a good person. We all misunderstood you before. I am currently at the red light elevator on the 6th floor. Yang Wenchao. Yang Wenchao responded, Okay, I'll be there shortly. The affable demeanor of Yang Wenchao left the other students somewhat taken aback. Soon, other girls expressed their desire to reunite with their families, tentatively asking Yang Wenchao if he could assist them as well. To their surprise, Yang Wenchao responded with gentlemanly kindness, inquiring about their locations and promising to escort them to their families one by one. Many female classmates were overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of happiness as they revealed their whereabouts to him. Meanwhile, several male classmates envied Yang Wenchao, suspecting that his friendly demeanor toward the girls harbored ulterior motives. Perhaps he was enjoying an unexpected fortune. However, it wasn't long before the girls' joyful cries and the boys' envious speculations morphed into sheer terror. For shortly thereafter, Wang Rui met her demise. Soon after, the second girl who had disclosed her location to Yang Wenchao also perished. The consecutive deaths of these two girls instilled fear in the remaining female classmates who had sought Yang Wenchao's help to reunite with their families, prompting them to hastily retract their requests in the group chat. No. I don't want to reunite with my family anymore. Please don't kill me. Lingjie, save me. Wang Lingling, help me. Lucian, please save me. I've had a crush on you for 3 years. Sob Lu Shun by Ruan. What should we do? Lingjie, Changgu, you must find a way to manage Yang Wenchao. In an instant, a somber and terrifying atmosphere once again enveloped the group chat. Jiang Ye observed the unfolding events, choosing not to involve himself. He too felt a pang of hunger, having settled his loan, and thus ordered a Western dish and soup from a low-end marketplace to indulge in. Simultaneously, his avatar number 1 accompanied the woman in white from room 2064 to the top floor, while avatar number 3 remained in room 2025 to continue organizing the tools acquired from the demise of Huang Qi. He had no intention of engaging in the disputes amongst his classmates. Soon, Wang Lingling stepped forward to take charge of the situation. Those who have just revealed the coordinates to Yang Wenchao should quickly take the elevator to the 1st floor for assembly. Other members of the mutual aid group, please also gather on the 1st floor as soon as possible. Everyone has been busy for the entire morning. On one hand, they have gained some understanding of the apartment's circumstances, and on the other, they all need to address their dining issues. Therefore, I would like to utilize our mealtime to strategize the future development of our mutual aid group, striving to swiftly alter our challenging predicament through unity and cooperation. Wang Lingling's words instantly instilled a sense of reassurance in the girls who had been frightened by Yang Wenchao. They, feeling a newfound sense of support, hurried to the 1st floor without a hint of doubt. Others, who found personal advancement daunting and were also facing dining difficulties, hesitated briefly before making their way to the 1st floor as well. At that moment, Wang Lingling suddenly addressed Jiang Ye specifically. Jiang Ye, how much have you earned? Did you discover any survival stones during your activities on the 20th floor? Jiang Ye, I am currently on the 20th floor, and my cleaning tasks are yet to be completed, so I have not found any survival stones at this time. Wang Lingling did not hold out much hope for him. Yet she reminded him, none of the other students have reported finding any survival stones, which leads me to suspect that they are likely located in the apartments above the 20th floor. If you wish to survive, you will most likely need to exchange survival stones for money. Therefore, while working on the 20th floor, it would be wise for you to pay extra attention to any survival stones. It is also for the sake of your own rent. As the other students observed the exchange between Wang Lingling and Jiang Ye, they quickly deduced, previously, we believed that survival stones were meant for preserving life, and trading them for money was unwise. However, with nearly 10 classmates having perished already, thus, the 80 survival stones allocated to our apartment are certainly in surplus. Therefore, our initial decision to trade survival stones for currency appears to have been a prudent choice. Just as many students focused their attention on the survival stones, a classmate suddenly announced in the group chat, actually, I have found a survival stone. At this revelation, the entire chat fell silent. Even Jiang Ye could not help but cast a sidelong glance. After all, survival stones are not merely a means of currency. They are essential for navigating the novice apartment and ensuring one's survival. Chapter 44. Drawing hair on the rooftop, it was palpable that both Jiang Ye and her classmates experienced a shift in mentality. Upon arriving at the apartment and learning that the rent exceeded 120,000, Jiang Ye initially contemplated trading survival stones for money. Conversely, her classmates regarded survival stones as pivotal tools for clearing the novice apartment, with each stone representing a potential failure to complete the challenge. Therefore, such critical resources should be conserved unless absolutely necessary. However, now, after enduring a grueling period of labor, Jiang Ye had earned money through the battle room and found herself no longer inclined to exchange survival stones for currency. Instead, her focus shifted to acquiring a survival stone promptly to ensure her passage through the novice apartment. In contrast, her classmates began to rationalize that since many had already succumbed, there were likely excess survival stones available. They toiled tirelessly, earning a meager sum, and after paying rent, they find themselves struggling to afford even basic meals. It would be far better to exchange some survival stones for money early on, thereby improving their quality of life. Suddenly, upon seeing someone claim to have discovered a survival stone, the previously quiet group chat erupted with excitement. Is it true? Did you really find a survival stone? Yang Xiaoman, where did you find the survival stone? Please share the details of your discovery. Yang Xiaoman, what does the survival stone look like? Let's all take a look when we gather on the first floor of the mutual aid group later. Yang Xiaoman indeed. The student proclaiming to have found a survival stone was none other than Yang Xiaoman. However, Jiang Ye had no recollection of this individual. The chat was soon filled with inquiries from classmates. Is this Yang Xiaoman from our school? I don't remember her at all. She wouldn't be one of those new players who moved over from another apartment, would she? Yet, this comment was quickly countered by students from Class 2. Come on. Class 1. Yang Xiaoman is from our Class 2. She just transferred here less than a month ago, so she isn't familiar with many of us. Some students from Class 2, who also couldn't recall Yang Xiaoman, began to piece it together. Oh, now that you mention it. I do remember we have a classmate by that name. She is a rather slow-moving girl, not very tall, sitting at the back of the classroom. I remember her too, but I can't shake the feeling. Did Yang Xiaoman really find the survival stone? The Wanderer Fish remarked. It appears that classmate Yang Xiaoman has not joined the mutual assistance group, as there is no record of her in my members' registry. Is that true? This makes me increasingly skeptical about whether Yang Xiaoman has indeed found the survival stone. Could it be that she is aware of her lack of presence and is deliberately attempting to attract attention in this manner? A few boys, known for their loose tongues, were the first to express their doubts about Yang Xiaoman in the group chat. Of course, it is also possible they wish to provoke her into revealing more information regarding the survival stone. Observing this, the classmates became even more suspicious that she might be intentionally seeking attention. However, the controversy did not linger for long. Unexpectedly, Wang Lingling took the initiative to speak up, stating, I have interacted with Yang Xiaoman. She is not the type of girl who would lie merely to seek attention. Therefore, I believe she has genuinely found the survival stone. With Wang Lingling's affirmation, those who had questioned her fell silent. Wang Lingling continued to mention Yang Xiaoman, saying, Xiaoman, do you have any reservations? Rest assured, we will not pressure you to relinquish the survival stone that you found on your own. I understand that you have just transferred and may not be familiar with your classmates, hence your reluctance to trust them. But would you be willing to place your trust in me? Yang Xiaoman, if you are inclined to trust me, please consider joining the mutual assistance group. I will protect you. Yang Xiaoman, if you truly do not wish to join the mutual assistance group, would you be willing to share some information about your discovery of the survival stone? Alternatively, could you leave me a signal, and I will come to find you? It must be said that Wang Lingling, as a young woman, is far more reliable in soothing her female peers than a group of older men. One can almost perceive her tenderness and patience towards Yang Xiaoman through the words exchanged in the chat group. At this moment, the other classmates have chosen to remain silent, entrusting the matter entirely to Wang Lingling. Jiang Ye, too, watches with anticipation, hoping that Yang Xiaoman will share the information she has gathered about the survival stones. In truth, I had not intended to disclose the matter of the survival stones. However, within our apartment, the number of new players who have perished has nearly surpassed 10. Thus, I believe it is essential to remind everyone, if we genuinely wish for our apartment to uncover as many survival stones as possible, it would be prudent to refrain from indiscriminately taking lives. For if I am not mistaken, each of us who remains alive corresponds to an opportunity to find a survival stone. The difficulty of locating the stones associated with those who have died is exceedingly high. In other words, with each player that perishes, the likelihood of finding their corresponding survival stone diminishes significantly. Yang Xiaoman's words came to a conclusion, leaving the chat group enveloped in silence for a considerable time. The perceptive among them could easily discern that her remarks were aimed squarely at Yang Wenchao. After all, he is the one responsible for the most indiscriminate killings within their apartment. Currently, nearly 80 of the names on the death list can be traced back to him. Just recently, he had slain several girls who wished to reunite with their families. However, viewed from this perspective, Yang Xiaoman's words only deepened the classmates' suspicions. Perhaps Yang Xiaoman never truly found the survival stone. She might have intentionally brought it up as a means to warn Yang Wenchao against the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. However, as Jiang Ye observed the group chat, he leaned more towards the belief that Yang Xiaoman was not lying. Her choice of words suggested that she referred to her schoolmates more as players than as classmates, indicating that due to her brief time at the school, she had not formed deep connections with them. Furthermore, her statements were logically constructed. A logical young woman, if indeed fabricating a tale, would have to contemplate the possibility that Yang Wenchao was aware of the truth regarding the survival stone. Yang Wenchao had demonstrated exceptional abilities and insights that surpassed those of his peers. If Yang Xiaoman were to deceive, could she confidently assume that her concocted narrative would successfully mislead Yang Wenchao? Thus, it is highly probable that she spoke the truth. According to her assertion, it implies that each player corresponds to a singular survival stone, and the likelihood of a player locating their respective stone is considerably heightened. Conversely, should a player meet their demise, the challenge of finding their corresponding survival stone would intensify. From this perspective, where might the survival stones be concealed? Jiang Ye's immediate thought turned to the apartment, specifically, the initial apartment rooms assigned to each individual. The issue, however, lies in the fact that all 80 students should have thoroughly searched their initial apartments from the outset, including Jiang Ye himself. Yet, none of them had uncovered a survival stone. Could it be that the stones are not hidden within the apartments, but rather tied to each student's personal identity information? Or, is there some concealed mechanism within the apartment rooms? As Jiang Ye contemplated, the other classmates in the group were engaging in scattered discussions. There were doubts, speculations, and calls for Yang Xiaoman to divulge more information. However, despite Wang Lingling's patient prodding, Yang Xiaoman remained silent in the group chat. Gradually, the students began to gather on the first floor. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye's first avatar, clutching a large tank filled with 10,086 strands of hair, accompanied the woman in white to the top floor of the apartment. According to her, a poor review awaited him. Nonetheless, receiving a bad review was preferable to being penalized for a cancellation and incurring a breach of contract fee. She appeared as though she had taken a brief shower during the 10 minutes, her bathrobe dry yet enveloped by a veil of moist air. Her long, raven hair, reminiscent of Sadako, was now tightly wrapped in a towel. Upon Jiang Ye's tardy return, she shot him a sidelong glance, her gaze sharp as a blade. Ultimately, however, the woman in white had little to say, merely instructing Jiang Ye to bring along the hair care toolkit and the tank filled with hair as they ascended to the top floor. This ascent was not via the radiant elevator, but through the enormous television that had facilitated the woman's sudden appearance in the apartment. When she stated her intention to take him to the top floor, she first pressed her hand against the television screen. Then, she instructed him to affix his janitorial badge to the screen. To be honest, Jiang Ye felt quite anxious at that moment, having witnessed Sadako emerge from the television with his own eyes. Fortunately, it was merely a C-level talent avatar. Gathering his courage, he affixed the janitorial badge, only to be enveloped by a powerful force that drew him into the television. In the blink of an eye, his gaze fell upon a series of barren trees, stripped of leaves, their stark branches adorned with pristine white sheets. Some of these sheets bore unsettling stains of crimson. The trees appeared utterly lifeless, exuding an eerie, ghostly aura. This peculiar scene evoked the essence of a horror film. Yet, the woman in white remained remarkably composed, guiding him through the multitude of withered trees before selecting an untainted white sheet. With a firm gesture, she instructed Jiang Ye to affix the janitor's badge once more. Jiang Ye felt a surge of audacity. Amidst such a chilling and sinister atmosphere, he had even taken note of the specific tree and sheet the woman had chosen. Subsequently, he dutifully adhered the badge. Then, an inexplicable force pulled at him, and in another fleeting moment, the ominous ambience vanished. In its place emerged a brilliant, blinding sunlight that compelled one to instinctively squint. Within the confines of the apartment, whether in the brightly lit lobby, the dimly illuminated corridors, or the pitch-black elevator aglow with red light, sunlight was a rare commodity. Jiang Ye had not been in this apartment for long, but the sudden warmth of the sun imbued him with a sense of revival. Even his original self, sprawled on the bed of apartment 2025 from the exertion of controlling three avatars, was enveloped in an unfamiliar comfort. Had he not been clutching a water tank filled with hair, he would have been tempted to stretch languidly beneath the sun. The woman in white had exuded an air of ghostly eeriness, yet now, bathed in sunlight, she appeared inexplicably cheerful. She supported her head, wrapped in a towel that encased her hair, and gazed upwards, exclaiming, "Such splendid sunlight is truly a rarity. My dear little Strands, today you are in for a treat." The peculiar appellation of Little Strands sent a shiver down Jiang Ye's spine. The woman in white then pointed at him and instructed, "In this outer circle, apply hair oil to my 10,086 strands and lay them out one by one under the sun. Your task will be complete." Jiang Ye squinted, struggling to adjust to the sunlight as he surveyed the so-called rooftop. The space was remarkably vast, and he found himself in what appeared to be the outer circle as described by the woman in white. This outer circle resembled an enormous Western-style corridor, boasting an opulent marble floor and abundant sunlight streaming in. At the center, encircled by the corridor, lay what could perhaps be termed the inner circle. The ground there was black, its material unknown. Scattered throughout the inner square were numerous half-height black workstations. Some of these desks bore signs of ownership, cluttered with various tools or strewn with unidentified items drying in the sun, while others appeared pristine and untouched. Jiang Ye wondered if the method of sending items from the rooftop to other apartments, as hinted at by Huang Qi, involved those workstations. He felt a strong urge to explore one that showed no signs of use. However, it seemed that the woman in white intended for him to remain only within the outer circle of the marble floor. Reluctantly, Jiang Ye pondered for a moment before deciding to complete the cleaning task first. Meanwhile, as the first doppelganger applied hair oil under the sunlight, the third doppelganger residing in room 2025 began to explore the television in his apartment. Given the considerable value of the third doppelganger, he decided to transform into a less valuable mirror doppelganger, manipulating the massive screen in the living room with curious fingers. Jiang Ye wondered whether the television in his apartment might conceal some enigmatic secrets. Perhaps it held the key to discovering the stone of survival. However, despite his relentless probing, the television remained utterly unresponsive. He recalled his work ID, but the one left in the apartment belonged to his original self. The newly created third doppelganger had yet to obtain an ID. He dared not involve his original self in such risky endeavors, especially since his original was in a state of complete paralysis. At that moment, the second doppelganger finished his meal and prepared to head to the upscale mall, contemplating whether he could procure some attribute-enhancing fruit to elevate his original self's capabilities. However, as the bald second doppelganger made his way towards the upscale mall, he was intercepted by a figure clad in a black windbreaker. "Hey, wait up." The voice was familiar. It was Yang Wenchao. Jiang Ye turned, and indeed, he saw Yang Wenchao approaching from the direction of the mall entrance. Rather than walking, he seemed to flash toward him, moving with such speed that his legs were barely visible. Like a ray, he instantly traversed from point A to point B, and then from B to C, arriving before him in just a few moments. This peculiar manner of walking, Jiang Ye felt somewhat taken aback as he glanced at the man's legs. Noticing the black cloth shoes he wore, which were of an ancient style, they were completely incongruous with his black windbreaker. Hence, it seemed these shoes were likely a form of equipment, perhaps even of bronze quality. This thought lingered in Jiang Ye's mind as he remained on guard, prepared to once again merge with his doppelganger to confront Yang Wenchao. However, this time, Yang Wenchao appeared to harbor no hostility, merely stating in a nonchalant tone, "Shall we head to the high-end mall together?" To be honest, Jiang Ye wasn't too keen on embarking on this venture alongside Yang Wenchao. Although he surmised that after merging, his combat prowess would surpass that of Yang Wenchao, the fusion was time-limited. He preferred to activate it just before a confrontation. Furthermore, strength alone did not guarantee success, for reality often diverged from the narrative arcs found in novels and films, where protagonists triumph over formidable foes against all odds. The absence of even a shred of trust between them rendered the prospect of a leisurely mall outing a source of anxiety. Thus, from the depths of his being, Jiang Ye wished to decline Yang Wenchao's proposition. Previously, he had been powerless, with no choice but to comply, but now that he had gained strength, he was eager to refuse. Unexpectedly, Yang Wenchao cast him a meaningful glance, then leaned in slightly, lowering his voice as he asked, "You aren't a player from Doomsday Apartment, are you?" "What? Not a player from Doomsday Apartment?" Jiang Ye was initially taken aback, mistakenly believing Yang Wenchao had misjudged his identity. assuming he was not one of the 80 novice players from the newbie apartment. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he found himself captivated by Yang Wenchao's profound gaze. He felt an inexplicable sense that Yang Wenchao's words seemed to convey a different meaning. What other interpretations could this statement hold? In the Doomsday apartment, the experience of the players bore a striking resemblance to a game. From the initial prompts that referred to them as novice players, to the use of the term offline when a classmate met their demise, the parallels were evident. However, in their interactions, the students rarely mentioned the word game. When referring to players, they would distinguish between novice and veteran players, but seldom did they use the term game players. Coupled with Yang Wenchao's enigmatic gaze, a startling thought suddenly emerged in Jiang Ye's mind. Could it be that before their collective transmigration, someone had played a game inspired by this doomsday apartment? Is that why Yang Wenchao exhibited such prescient awareness and developed at a pace surpassing that of ordinary individuals? And what of the first person to discover the survival stone? Yang Xiaoman. Was she also a player? Did her choice to refer to her classmates as players rather than classmates in the group chat stem from her prior experience with a game entitled Doomsday Apartment? Uncertain of his conclusions, Jiang Ye glanced at Yang Wenchao, who responded with a calm smile. He then reiterated his earlier question, "Shall we head to the high-end mall together?" Ah, there it was, waiting for him. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ye ultimately nodded in agreement. All right. Thus, the two of them set off towards the direction of the high-end mall. The low-end shopping mall within the apartment resembles a large marketplace accessible to all players. In contrast, the high-end mall features a dedicated entrance, restricted solely to residents residing on the 20th floor and above. Upon entry, there exists a specialized security checkpoint that verifies identity. As two individuals pass through the detection gate, a customary beep resonates, and an entry fee of 1,000 is deducted from their accounts. From a distance, a classmate observes the silhouettes of the two entering the high-end mall and promptly expresses envy and jealousy in the group chat. Yang Wenchao and that enigmatic bald man have just entered the high-end mall. High-end mall? Wasn't there an entry fee of 1,000? How could they possibly afford that? Damn it. 1,000 yuan could cover 10 meals for me in the low-end mall. Well, you certainly eat quite lavishly, don't you? I could manage 20 meals. It's truly disheartening to see how the wealthy indulge in lavish feasts, treating money as if it were inconsequential, while those without funds toil endlessly, meticulously counting every penny, struggling to pay rent and afford meals. Damn, if it weren't for this wretched place, I would have been wealthy too. Spending 3,000 to 5,000 on a meal would have been considered modest. And what about now? How much do you spend on a meal? I could only afford a bowl of plain porridge and still found it too expensive. You're making me want to cry. This has been the most severe case of consumption downgrade I've witnessed this year. But wait. I heard from Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong that Yang Wenchao lost all the money he earned in his last battle. How does he have money now? Could it be that he earned it by slaying monsters in the depths of the corridor on the 3rd floor? It should not be the case. Both Ling and Chong have stated that defeating monsters only leads to leveling up, without any monetary gain. I understand now. The wealth must have come from eliminating those two affluent figures from the neighboring apartments. They must possess considerable riches. When Yang Wenchao eliminated them, he undoubtedly acquired their wealth. However, from where did these affluent figures amass such substantial funds? They must have obtained it through nefarious means. Is it not the same in reality? The fortunes of the wealthy often stem from the toil of hardworking individuals, do they not? The discourse surrounding the disparity of wealth was nearing its conclusion when Wang Chong suddenly interjected, having observed the battle room for quite some time alongside Xiao Likuan. We have noticed that those within the battle room seem to be quite affluent. The other students became intrigued, eagerly inquiring, damn, previously, I thought living on the 20th floor and paying exorbitant rent was tragic. Yet now, it appears the 20th floor is teeming with prominent figures. Thus, finding a way to reside on the 20th floor seems to be the true essence of unlocking the new player experience. I too harbor serious doubts. Only by residing on the 20th floor can we truly consider ourselves apartment players, unlocking the gateway to a new world. Damn, what about Jiang Ye? Does he not also reside on the 20th floor? Why is he not as formidable or wealthy as Yang Wenchao and the bald fellow? Curse it, Jiang Ye has taken a job as a cleaner. Damn, what a waste of such a prime opportunity to reside on the 20th floor from the outset. Had I started on the 20th floor, I would surely have become as powerful as Yang Wenchao and the bald fellow by now. Indeed, residing on the 20th floor, Jiang Ye has clearly fallen behind. By the way, do you recall that in the initial announcement, It mentioned the availability of services for lease termination and subletting. I wonder if Jiang Ye's apartment on the 20th floor can be sublet to someone else? Ah, that's right. Since Jiang Ye was originally contemplating terminating the lease, subletting should save a considerable sum compared to outright termination, right? Many classmates previously believed that Jiang Ye, unable to afford the rent on the 20th floor, was doomed. However, now that they have witnessed the glory of two initial residents on the 20th floor, their perspective has shifted. Living on the 20th floor is no longer seen as a financial burden, but rather as a mark of honor, a crucial step toward empowerment. Consequently, numerous classmates began to suggest that Jiang Ye should sublet his apartment to a true elite. After all, Jiang Ye was already intending to terminate his lease. The penalty for lease termination is indeed higher than that for subletting. Now, with someone willing to take over Jiang Ye's exorbitantly priced apartment, it could be seen as a form of assistance, helping him save the difference between terminating and subletting the lease. Even Wang Lingling entertained such an idea. As Jiang Ye entered the upscale mall alongside Yang Wenchao, he naturally took note of his classmates' discussions in the group. He did not take it to heart, instead remaining vigilant towards Yang Wenchao while surveying the upscale mall. This upscale mall appeared significantly smaller than the lower-end counterpart, yet its decor was evidently far more luxurious. Within the dazzling glass display cases, an array of various props was showcased. Additionally, there was a row of display cases dedicated to treasure chests, indicating that players could either purchase props directly or buy treasure chests to obtain props. Purchasing treasure chests to acquire items may indeed allow one to spend less while obtaining more valuable possessions. However, it also carries the risk of receiving items that do not meet one's desires. Clearly, there exists an element of chance in this endeavor. Meanwhile, as Jiang Ye surveyed the western area, he observed Yang Wenchao striding purposefully towards a display stand situated directly to the north within the upscale shopping mall. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to follow Yang Wenchao. To his surprise, he discovered that the display cabinet in the northern direction exhibited no merchandise whatsoever. Instead, there was an operational console to the right. Yang Wenchao approached the console and began to engage with it. Jiang Ye, observing intently for a brief period, quickly discerned that this display was, in fact, a venue for players to facilitate inter-apartment transactions. Yang Wenchao nodded in affirmation, casually remarking as he continued to manipulate the console. The items showcased for sale in the mall are generally priced quite high, offering little value for money. Conversely, when players wish to sell their items, they typically do so at prices lower than those in the mall. Yet, despite being cheaper, these transactions among players are akin to second-hand exchanges, resembling platforms like Xianyu or Zhuan, where most items are pre-owned. Jiang Ye harbored no objections to second-hand goods. Saving a sum of money was undoubtedly advantageous. Furthermore, certain items he had deemed obsolete could be converted back into currency through player transactions. This trading feature was likely to be highly favored by the gaming community. At that moment, Yang Wenchao's actions involved listing his unwanted items in the player trading area. As Jiang Ye watched his adept maneuvers, he contemplated inquiring about the gaming players. However, before he could formulate his question, Yang Wenchao suddenly exclaimed, "You are Yang Xiao, man, aren't you?" "What?" Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Yang Wenchao regarded him and spoke to himself. "It seems that is not the case. Are you Jiang Ye?" Jiang Ye furrowed his brow. Yang Wenchao continued to muse aloud. "It appears that you are not. So who exactly are you?" The disguise mask is presumably more practical for stealth than for mere deception, yet you chose to masquerade rather than become invisible. Is there an imperative reason for your concealed identity? Initially, Jiang Ye observed this individual with a calm demeanor, attempting to gauge his reactions, believing he might glean some insight. However, it turned out he was merely posturing. Jiang Ye, confident in his own abilities, was unperturbed by his probing. Just as he was about to turn the tables and inquire about Yang Wenchao's gaming prowess, Yang Wenchao preempted him. Continuing his investigation, "I heard from Xiao Likuan and the others that you used an ice-based area attack skill to eliminate Zhao Yudi. Such prowess should render a hidden identity unnecessary, no? Moreover," he paused, his expression suddenly becoming serious, his gaze towards Jiang Ye laden with complexity. "Your consecutive victories could not possibly be solely attributable to your own efforts, could they?" Jiang Ye was on the verge of admitting that he had purchased his streak of victories. However, before he could formulate a lie, Yang Wenchao incisively remarked, "The consecutive win rewards granted to players by the battle room may appear random, as players draw from 3 cards for their rewards. Yet, That is not the case. Generally speaking, if one has purchased their consecutive wins, they are likely to draw nothing more than the low-tier announcement card that bears little utility. However, if I am not mistaken, the match against Jiang Ye likely involved the use of a privilege card. Generally, those who receive the reward of a privilege card have achieved consecutive victories through their own efforts. Remarkable. Such a hidden mechanism exists. Jiang Ye was entirely unaware. Suddenly, he pondered. The upgrade card must also be a high-tier card, right? Did you also achieve consecutive victories through your own prowess? His inquiry implied an acknowledgement that he indeed secured victories through skill. Yang Wenchao's expression grew increasingly serious as he regarded Jiang Ye with heightened caution. Simultaneously, he shook his head and clarified. The upgrade card is indeed considered a high-tier card, but I also purchased my consecutive victories. Is that not contradictory? Was it not stated that purchased consecutive victories only reward low-tier cards? Before Jiang Ye could voice his question, Yang Wenchao proactively elaborated, much like the issue of match fixing. Some instances are blatantly obvious, easily recognizable as fraudulent. However, there are cases of match fixing that can be convincingly disguised as genuine. I purchased consecutive victories, but with additional stipulations, requiring my opponent to cooperate and perform convincingly, creating an illusion of my strength. Thus, through sheer acting, I deceived the victory reward mechanism into believing I achieved my wins through skill. Incredible. It can be done this way? According to Yang Wenchao, such practices must be known by those selling consecutive victories. Yet unscrupulous merchants would not willingly disclose such hidden information to their customers. Only individuals like Yang Wenchao, who are well-versed in the field, can truly procure advantageous deals. This further elucidates. At this moment, Jiang Ye followed Yang Wenchao's words, stating, before you entered the battle room, you eliminated 4 contestants and earned 4 survival points. This precisely aligns with the price of the 5 consecutive victories package. Therefore, you were already aware of the circumstances prior to entering the battle room, cognizant of the possibility of purchasing consecutive wins, and even familiar with the package price. Because, what are you, a gamer? Chapter 46, The Hidden Owner of the Apartment. Jiang Ye's interrogative phrasing, however, was delivered in a declarative tone. After all, Yang Wenchao's performance was indeed extraordinary. Compared to the absurdity of reincarnation or possession, having played a similar game seems far more plausible. If we consider this perspective, then it is likely that Yang Wenchao is not the only one who has experienced that game. Many of those stubborn bronzes on the God of War rankings in the battle room might very well have played the game too. With greater access to information, their development naturally accelerates beyond that of ordinary individuals. In contrast, Yang Wenchao does not appear to be particularly formidable among the players who have played the game. After all, Jiang Ye witnessed Yang Wenchao lose a match in the battle room, a staggering loss of 100,000. With this thought in mind, could it be that the female contestant he lost to for that 100,000 was also a gamer? As he contemplated this, Yang Wenchao showed no intent to conceal anything. In fact, he cast a casual glance at Jiang Ye and declared with an air of candor, I indeed spent 4 survival points to purchase the 5 consecutive victories package, and I have already achieved 5 consecutive wins. As he pondered, Jiang Ye contemplated that the match he lost occurred during his pursuit of a 10-game winning streak following a 5-game victory. However, Yang Wenchao appeared to discern his thoughts and interjected, nonetheless, my winning streak was not interrupted by the loss of that match worth 100,000. What? Despite losing the contest, the winning streak remained unbroken? What is the reasoning behind this? The random reward I received after my 5-game winning streak was a waiver card. The effect of the waiver card is to nullify a record of 1 defeat in battle. For instance, if one loses after achieving 9 consecutive victories, the waiver card may be employed to erase the record of that loss. In the next match, it would still count as 9 consecutive victories. Such a card exists? Jiang Ye mused, quickly surmising, this waiver card must be classified as a premium card, correct? Yang Wenchao nodded, explaining that the rewards for consecutive victories in the battle room continuously escalate with each additional win. For players who have already accumulated a certain number of consecutive victories, experiencing a defeat that interrupts their streak is undoubtedly disheartening. Thus, a waiver card that can avert the disruption of a winning streak is naturally considered exceptionally valuable. In fact, in some respects, it may be even more precious than a privilege card. Jiang Ye nodded in agreement, while he did not feel overly concerned with his current 3-game winning streak. The prospect of an abrupt interruption during a future 99-game streak would be quite distressing. Hence, as time progresses, the waiver card becomes increasingly invaluable to those who excel in maintaining winning streaks. If an opportunity arose, Jiang Ye would indeed wish to acquire a waiver card as a safeguard. Is it possible for players to trade the consecutive victory rewards obtained from the battle room? Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow. Of course it is. As he spoke, he gestured on the control panel and pointed towards the display stand. You see, through the player trading function in the high-end mall, various cards acquired from the battle room can indeed be traded. At this moment, Jiang Ye glanced at the display stand and discovered an array of cards listed for sale. Among them, the announcement card was the most common and least expensive. Yet, even so, its price soared above 100,000. The price for the upgrade card generally started at 300,000. The privilege cards were exceedingly rare, with only 3 listed. One was priced at 600,000, another at 800,000, and the last at 1,000,000. This was utterly absurd. Such exorbitant demands. However, upon reflection, for ordinary players, relying solely on labor made life quite challenging, with rent and food being unaffordable. Yet for players above level 20, they could earn 100,000 simply by eliminating a single opponent. This setup led to rampant inflation among them. If one were to tell players below level 20, like Wang Lingling, give me 300,000, and I will let you upgrade your level, she would undoubtedly refuse. She would rather grind monsters to level up than spend 300,000 on an upgrade card. But for players above level 20, a mere 300,000 was just the equivalent of 3 lives. It was far less risky to casually eliminate 3 unskilled players than to engage in monster grinding for experience. For these players, a upgrade card, priced at 300,000, does not seem exorbitant. This arrangement allows Jiang Ye to once again perceive the disparities within the world. It appears that prior to arriving at the doomsday apartment, the real world mirrored this reality. Some individuals toil under the harsh elements, barely earning 100 or 2, while others revel in luxury, possessing opulent cars and mansions, with the amount they evade in taxes surpassing what others may earn in several lifetimes. Indeed, such outrageous wealth inequality exists everywhere. Contemplating this, Jiang Ye was suddenly approached by Yang Wenchao, who, eyeing the price of the privilege card, inquired curiously, "How much did you earn from your match with Jiang Ye?" If we consider the price of the privilege card, anything less than 600,000 would mean a loss. Less than 600,000 would be deemed a loss. Initially, after his match with Jiang Ye, Jiang Ye felt elated upon seeing the money he had earned. However, upon hearing Yang Wenchao's remark, he instantly felt as if he had indeed suffered a loss. After all, he had not actually made 600,000 from that encounter. He had presumed that the majority of the earnings from his match with Jiang Ye would stem from the audience fees, given her considerable following. Yet, to his astonishment, when the final tally was made, the audience fees amounted to merely over 60,000. This indicated that there were only about 6,000 spectators. Nonetheless, Jiang Ye was pleasantly surprised to discover that Jiang Ye's wager reached an astounding 500,000. Consequently, he ultimately earned 560,000 from that match. This immense fortune not only allowed him to offset his substantial debts, but even provided him with surplus funds to indulge in the high-end mall. However, now, glancing at the price of the privilege card, he couldn't help but feel perhaps he had indeed made a regrettable decision. At that time, he had aimed to avoid the seasoned players who suddenly appeared. Had he delayed the use of the privilege card until there were more players in the battle room to match with formidable opponents, he surely could have reaped greater rewards. This line of thought left Jiang Ye feeling a twinge of remorse. Had he known better, he would have refrained from using the privilege card to challenge Jiang Ye and instead traded it in the marketplace for profit. Alas, one cannot foresee the future. If Jiang Ye were to learn of Jiang Ye's intentions at this very moment, she would be infuriated, especially if she discovered that this cunning player had deliberately employed the privilege card to match against her, causing her streak of 9 consecutive victories to be interrupted. Such a revelation might drive Jiang Ye to despair. After all, such a precious privilege card, why on earth would you squander it on me? And to naively believe that you could profit handsomely at my expense? Moreover, you managed to disrupt my 9-game winning streak. This is not merely a waste of a rare item, but a reckless misuse of it that adversely affects an innocent bystander. How infuriating! Fortunately, Zhao Yudi remained oblivious to this. Yang Wenchao, however, had an inkling of the situation and felt a pang of sympathy for Zhao Yudi. Yet, there was little he could do, as new players often lacked understanding, and such erratic maneuvers were not uncommon. He pondered for a moment before specifically explaining to Jiang Ye. To be candid, the privilege card is not meant to be utilized in that manner. Its true value, which allows it to fetch exorbitant prices among players, lies primarily in its ability to secure consecutive victories. Key consecutive victories, such as 3, 5, or 10 in a row, can be obstructed by formidable veteran players. Among novice players, there are likely some who consciously engage in similar behaviors, utilizing privilege cards to disrupt others' 8 or 9 consecutive wins. They then urge these players to spend money to maintain their streaks. Players who reach the stage of 8 or 9 consecutive victories are generally not short on funds. Even if they are financially constrained, they would often be willing to pay a hefty price to preserve their winning streak. For instance, after demonstrating your prowess against Zhao Yudi, if you were to negotiate with her, I believe she would be inclined to offer a greater sum to retain her consecutive wins. It is conceivable that she might even accept a few million. Remarkable. A few million. Just recently, Jiang Ye was fretting over a debt of 350,000. Yet in the blink of an eye, he has the capability to earn a few million. Indeed, as long as one possesses sufficient skill, making money is hardly a challenge. However, Jiang Ye then pondered, if I were to deliberately lose to her, wouldn't my own winning streak be broken? Yang Wenchao nodded in agreement. Precisely. Thus, the optimal destination for the privilege cards is the trading zone, where they can be sold to organizations specifically dedicated to interrupting winning streaks. Within these organizations, individuals are trained to disregard win rates in their pursuit of disrupting others' victories. It appears that wherever there are people, there is a community. Veteran players have formed various organizations, while newcomers are also considering establishing their own factions. Jiang Ye inquired further, in the game you play, are there also individuals who establish such organizations? Yang Wenchao nodded affirmatively. After a brief pause, he chuckled, seemingly relieved, and remarked, to be honest, my proficiency in that game stems from the desire to profit from those organizations. Although you have not experienced Doomsday Apartment, you might still grasp its essence through your time in the Novice Apartment, right? The game is fundamentally inequitable. Players who spend money and casual players seem to be engaged in entirely different games. Upon the mention of the game, Jiang Ye's interest was piqued. He was eager to uncover the nature of this game and any hidden intricacies of which he was unaware. However, Yang Wenchao deliberately kept him in suspense, refraining from divulging any game-related information and instead addressing his intentions. You should realize that I am not a benevolent philanthropist. Therefore, if you wish to learn about the game, you must be prepared to offer something in return. Jiang Ye understood his implication. After a moment of contemplation, he astutely replied, you approached me first. So it is you who seeks to engage in a transaction using the information at your disposal. Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow. Rather than a transaction, I would prefer to refer to it as a collaboration. As I mentioned earlier, the ordinary mode and the premium mode within this game offer distinct experiences. I propose we collaborate to navigate the Novice Apartment using the premium mode. Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering the proposition. It seemed Yang Wenchao had recognized his potential. However, he mimicked Yang Wenchao, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, is it truly impossible for me to conquer the game in pay-to-win mode without the information you provided? His tone exuded a certain pride, reflecting Jiang Ye's confidence in his own abilities. Nevertheless, Yang Wenchao smiled enigmatically and replied, you may indeed be formidable, but... He paused and suddenly asked, do you know how to traverse between apartments? Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow and promptly responded, there is a teleportation device on the rooftop of the apartment. This piece of information had been relayed to him by the figure in a black cloak he encountered during his 3 consecutive victories. Yang Wenchao appeared unfazed and continued to inquire with a smile. And do you know the conditions for activating the teleportation device? Jiang Ye answered again, without hesitation. One must pay 1 survival point. However, this time, Yang Wenchao shook his head, saying no. The survival points paid are merely the teleportation fee. To cross between apartments, there exists a more significant requirement, gaining the favor of the unseen master of the apartment. The master of the apartment. This sounded like an entity that governed the entire establishment. Yet, Jiang Ye had yet to even become acquainted with the apartment administrator. The notion of the apartment's master was entirely new to him. However, could the shadow he encountered on the 20th floor, while obtaining the survival token, be the apartment's master? It seemed unlikely. A master of such stature should not be so clandestine. Thus, if he had never even met the apartment's master, how could he possibly earn their favor? As Jiang Ye pondered, a sudden thought of Huang Qi crossed his mind. Since Huang Qi has successfully executed the inter-apartment operation, does that imply he has garnered the favor of the apartment owner? And what of Yu Xiangming? What qualities do they possess that could attract the apartment owner's attention? Suddenly, Jiang Ye turned to Yang Wenxiao and speculated. Could it be that eliminating all players in the apartment would earn the apartment owner's favor? Upon hearing this, Yang Wenxiao was taken aback. Did you figure it out? Or did you acquire some information? I deduced it, Jiang Ye replied, maintaining a composed facade while uttering a half-truth. Indeed, he had been inspired by Huang Qi's words, so it wasn't entirely unfounded speculation. Observing Jiang Ye's expression, Yang Wenxiao's thoughts grew intricate. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and said, "All right, since you've deduced it, I shall share further insights with you. Within the entire novice apartment, there are actually 3 unique entities, which can be referred to as the 3 major bosses. The first is the overtly present apartment administrator. The second is the shadow lurking in the corridor, accessible only to tenants on the 20th floor and above, who distributes survival tokens. The third is the apartment owner, who will only reveal themselves after all players in the apartment have been eliminated. As you have surmised, the inter-apartment operation necessitates the eradication of all apartment players in order to confront the apartment owner and obtain their permission for the inter-apartment endeavor." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye felt a sudden weight in his heart. He had initially believed that reaching the top floor would enable the inter-apartment operation, but now he was confronted with the grim reality that it required the annihilation of all other players. No, this cannot be. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment before abruptly turning to Yang Wenxiao. Since you dare to divulge this information, you must be aware that aside from eliminating all the apartment players upon encountering the apartment owner, there are alternative methods to traverse between apartments. Am I correct? Otherwise, do you not fear that I might, as a consequence of your revelation, eradicate all my classmates? Chapter 47. Once again witnessing VIP player tactics. Naturally, all my classmates include Yang Wenxiao. Surely, he cannot be so presumptuous as to believe that, merely due to his identity as a gamer, I would hesitate to take his life. Thus, his willingness to share this information must indicate he has a contingency plan. Yang Wenxiao had never intended to conceal anything, and thus he nodded affirmatively. Indeed, generally speaking, the only way to operate across apartments is to eliminate all the apartment players. However, our apartment's situation is somewhat unique. At this juncture, he paused, seemingly curious to see if Jiang Ye could deduce what made their apartment special. Jiang Ye recalled a particular item within Huang Qi's space watch and smiled knowingly, boldly hypothesizing. The uniqueness lies in the fact that 2 cross-apartment players have already arrived in our apartment. They possess items that allow them to bypass the apartment owner and achieve inter-apartment movement. Remarkably, he had guessed correctly. Yang Wenxiao's gaze towards Jiang Ye grew increasingly astonished and complex, laced with an undercurrent of wariness. He pressed his lips together and nodded, affirming, precisely. Yu Xiangming and Huang Qi possess cross-apartment items acquired from their respective apartment owners. This cross-apartment tool can also be utilized by other players. Yang Wenxiao's words reached their conclusion here, yet the implication was unmistakable. The chat group tacitly acknowledged that Yang Wenxiao had slain 2 players from different apartments. Thus, his subtext suggested that he possessed 2 cross-apartment tools. However, Jiang Ye understood that this individual only held the cross-apartment tool obtained from defeating Yu Xiangming, while the remaining tool belonging to Huang Qi was in Jiang Ye's possession. Yet, Yang Wenxiao was evidently unaware that Huang Qi had been killed by Jiang Ye, as the latter's demise occurred while the bald man was in the battle room. Therefore, Yang Wenxiao sought to create the illusion that he had 2 cross-apartment tools and intended to use this as leverage in negotiations with Jiang Ye. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ye refrained from exposing him, instead following his lead and raising an eyebrow, stating, "Since you are using the cross-apartment tool as a bargaining chip, does that imply that your so-called pay-to-win model must be realized through cross-apartment means?" Yang Wenxiao nodded, pondered briefly, and then voluntarily elaborated. "Let me clarify further. The pay-to-win model for clearing the novice apartment essentially entails eliminating the apartment administrator before the apartment self-destructs. However, it is evident that the administrator's strength far exceeds that of an ordinary player. They even possess the authority to obliterate players. Thus, Defeating the administrator necessitates meeting exceedingly stringent conditions. The mere aspect of strength alone requires the use of survival point tools. The so-called survival point tools are items that can be exchanged using survival points. These tools are far superior to those available for purchase in high-end shops. However, to trigger the exchange for survival point items, one must possess over 100 survival points within the survival jade plate. In a novice apartment, even if you were to eliminate both new and veteran players, accumulating 100 survival points is simply unfeasible. After all, with 100 individuals, one cannot eliminate oneself. Thus, to redeem survival point items, one must venture across apartments and eliminate a sufficient number of individuals, specifically 100. The information revealed by Yang Wenxiao aligns perfectly with Huang Qi's insights. However, beyond the survival point items, Jiang Ye is more concerned with the fact that the apartment administrator possesses the authority to obliterate players. Such authority must surely require specific items to counteract, right? Indeed. Yang Wenxiao raised an eyebrow, his tone elevating slightly. I can unequivocally inform you that this specific item to counteract the obliteration privilege cannot be exchanged, no matter how many survival points you offer to the shadow for redemption. This crucial information is also a significant bargaining chip for our collaboration. Very well. This information is indeed pivotal. Furthermore, Yang Wenxiao has already shown ample sincerity by divulging so much. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ye promptly expressed, "Go ahead. Tell me how you plan to collaborate." Yang Wenxiao's eyes shifted momentarily before he unexpectedly exclaimed, "You must be a girl, right?" "What?" Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Yang Wenxiao, this time, appeared to be self-assured, analyzing with a meticulous demeanor. "You reside on the 20th floor?" Fully aware that a survival point at 1 o'clock can be exchanged for 100,000, yet you have never taken a life. Moreover, when faced with a goddess like Zhao Yudi, you show no mercy whatsoever. Hence, I surmise that, akin to Wang Lingling, you are a formidable woman. Furthermore, you seem to value the bonds of friendship, reluctant to strike against acquaintances without cause. Goodness, this is truly absurd. Jiang Ye felt a peculiar discomfort at Yang Wenxiao's unwavering judgment of him as a female. However, recalling that this individual had recently dismissed his own confidence, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yang Wenxiao exuded a facade of confidence, yet his ability to discern character was merely pedestrian. It was this very self-assurance that rendered him particularly intimidating. Desiring to conceal his identity, Jiang Ye opted against clarification, silently observing as Yang Wenxiao continued to express his thoughts with unwavering confidence. "I can comprehend your reluctance to act against familiar classmates. However, when it comes to crossing apartments to eliminate strangers, you should be more than capable of doing so, correct?" Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, adopting an air of tacit agreement. Noticing his acquiescence, Yang Wenxiao proceeded. "Thus, the first step in our collaboration entails my provision of a cross-apartment tool, alongside instructions on how to traverse the boundaries. In return, you are tasked with accumulating over 500 survival points within the span of 3 days." Yang Wenxiao's initial proposal for collaboration seemingly requires Jiang Ye to earn 500 survival points within 3 days. However, in reality, it imposes nearly no substantial restrictions on Jiang Ye. If the two parties do not formalize a contract, he has virtually handed Jiang Ye a cross-apartment item without any cost. Moreover, Jiang Ye is acutely aware that Yang Wenxiao possesses only one such item. If this singular item has been granted to Jiang Ye, how does he intend to traverse between apartments? Will he resort to eliminating all his classmates to earn the favor of the apartment owner? From this perspective, Yang Wenxiao's so-called collaboration may merely be a facade. His true intent could be to lure away a potential threat, removing Jiang Ye, who may pose a challenge to him, from the apartment, thereby ensuring his continued dominance within its confines. Furthermore, after Jiang Ye's departure, Yang Wenxiao may have other ulterior motives. His presence here is undeniably a hindrance. Of course, it is also plausible that the notion of luring Jiang Ye away is genuine, as is the collaboration itself. Once Yang Wenxiao has distanced him from the apartment, he could seize the opportunity for 3 days of independent development. After this period, they would reconvene in accordance with their collaborative plan, at which point the dynamics may not necessarily favor Jiang Ye. After all, Yang Wenxiao possesses more information and exhibits a more ruthless approach to his actions. Thus, he likely harbors confidence in surpassing Jiang Ye's capabilities within the span of 3 days. When the time comes for the so-called next phase of collaboration, he would emerge as the one wielding greater influence. In an instant, Jiang Ye pondered the myriad motivations behind Yang Wenchao's actions, contemplating how to extract additional game information from him. Yet, unexpectedly, an announcement notification suddenly resonated in his mind. Emergency announcement for newbie apartment. VIP player UUMA is merging this apartment with newbie apartment 1010. The fusion of the two newbie apartments will be completed in 10 minutes. The rules for apartment fusion are as follows. Chapter 48 Apartment Fusion. 1. The apartment chat group and the apartment level leaderboard will undergo a standard fusion process. 2. The apartment administrators will perform an optimized screening for the fusion. Within 10 minutes, a competition among administrators will take place. If an administrator emerges victorious within this time frame, they will be promoted to the administrator of the merged apartment. If no administrator prevails within 10 minutes, the selection of the administrator for the merged apartment will be based primarily on the number of players in the apartment level leaderboard, with the total number of players in the apartment serving as a secondary criterion. 3. After optimization by the administrators, the newly merged apartment will be named according to the original apartment number of the winning administrator. 4. During the room fusion process, if two players occupy the same room number, an optimized screening will take place. The two co-tenant players will engage in a PK battle within 10 minutes. If no winner is determined within this time frame, the player with higher combat power will be declared the victor. The winner retains the right to use the room, while the loser forfeits their rights to the room. The rent already paid by the loser will not be refunded, and if rent has not been paid, they must compensate for the termination penalty. 5. For more details, please consult the optimized apartment administrator after the fusion. Upon the release of this announcement, the students were left astonished. The chat group was in an uproar. What is this? What on earth is a VIP player? Why have they suddenly decided to merge our apartments? Isn't the regulation regarding room fusion excessively unreasonable? Why is it that the rent already paid by the defeated is non-refundable, and they are even subjected to additional charges for termination? Indeed, shouldn't the losses incurred by players due to this merger be borne by the apartment? Absolutely. In my previous gaming experiences, whenever there was a server malfunction, players were typically compensated by the game. Now, with the abrupt merging of apartments, not only are players left uncompensated, but those who find themselves sharing a room number with others even have to incur extra costs. This is utterly unfair. If this were a normal game, I would undoubtedly leave a scathing review and report the issue with a full complaint service. However, considering the multitude of floors and rooms in a single apartment, the likelihood of room number collisions should be relatively low, right? Even if the probability of such collisions is low, I have a strong intuition that this apartment merger cannot bode well. Just think about it. Previously, Yang Wenchao was our classmate, yet he would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Now, the apartment we are merging with is likely populated by unfamiliar faces, possibly even individuals with dubious backgrounds. In such a scenario, I fear that conflicts could easily arise, potentially leading to casualties. I, too, share the sentiment that this apartment merger is far from a positive development. What is the true intention of the VIP player who orchestrated this operation? Moreover, how did they acquire the ability to merge apartments? Is it merely because they are a VIP player, thus granting them superior privileges? Will we ever have the chance to become VIP players ourselves? Do not indulge in dreams too distant. The fact that we are able to navigate through this novice apartment is already quite commendable. I estimate that among us, only someone like Yang Wenchao, a top-tier player, has the potential to become a VIP member. Even Wang Lingling seems to fall slightly short. Speaking of our apartment S integration, could it possibly be related to Yang Wenchao in any way? After all, the chat group is public. Now, everyone is aware of Yang Wenchao's prowess, and whenever he is mentioned, the tone becomes somewhat cautious. Following this wave of comments, the group indeed fell silent for a moment. Didn't the announcement state that this apartment integration is an operation for VIP players? Why do you all want to shift the blame onto Brother Chao? This is primarily because Yang Wenchao has been exceptionally outstanding, and the classmates know too little about him, leading them to engage in wild speculation. Many now suspect that Yang Wenchao is a reborn individual or possesses an SSS-level talent. Some even believe he is the destined protagonist, with an unlimited future. Numerous classmates dream of clinging to his coattails. Jiang Ye, having personally interacted with the enigmatic Yang Wenchao, sought to dispel the myths surrounding him. He quickly scanned the group chat and, finding it devoid of any substantial information, decided to seize the opportunity to inquire about VIP players and the apartment's integration. However, while he remained composed within the high-end mall, his counterpart, the #1 avatar basking in sunlight on the top floor, encountered a predicament following the announcement of the apartment integration. Specifically, the issue arose with that woman in white. She seemed to revel in the sunlight. While Jiang Ye was attending to the tresses on the rooftop, the woman in white had arranged a chaise lounge, donned sunglasses, and was basking in the sun on the outer perimeter of the rooftop with leisurely abandon. In that particular state, one might have mistaken her for being on a sun-kissed beach rather than a rooftop terrace. Jiang Ye was apprehensive that she might suddenly utter, "Come hither, young sir. I shall augment your compensation if you provide me with a particular service." However, such untoward circumstances did not transpire under the sun's golden rays, but rather after the announcement of the apartment's integration. The woman in white's countenance underwent an abrupt transformation. The contentment she had experienced while reclining on the chaise lounge evaporated, supplanted by fury and trepidation. After a moment of hesitation and contemplation, she appeared to suppress her emotions and abruptly rose to her feet. Jiang Ye, who was attending to the hair strands in close proximity to her, naturally grew apprehensive upon witnessing this. His hand, which was meticulously applying hair oil to each strand, trembled slightly. Consequently, the woman in white, provoked by his trembling hand, erupted in anger. "Why do you tremble so? You've squandered a precious drop of my exquisite hair elixir." This inexplicable surge of emotion was obviously a displaced grievance. Jiang Ye remained silent, pondering whether the apartment's integration had any effect on the NPC-like residents of the apartment. He wondered what would transpire if the rooms of the players and the NPC residents of the apartment happened to coincide after the integration. However, before he could delve deeper into his musings, the enraged woman in white suddenly exploded into action. She raised her arms, and the strands of hair that Jiang Ye had yet to finish attending to seemed to come alive, surging toward her outstretched arms. Even at this moment, each strand of hair appeared significantly thicker. The way it flowed towards the arms of the woman in white resembled two serpentine shadows. Ultimately, these serpents ascended from her arms to her head, displacing the towel that had been wrapped around her hair. However, beneath that towel, the long black hair of the woman in white appeared as if each strand were a living black serpent. They writhed atop her head, hissing ominously. Even in the brilliance of sunlight, this bizarre scene and sound sent shivers down one's spine. Jiang Ye felt an immediate numbness wash over him. He was poised between the decision to merge with his clone or relinquish the C-class talent of the first clone. Chapter 49. I save myself. Hiss, hiss, swoosh. As one of the black serpents shot forth from the head of the woman in white, fiercely coiling around Jiang Ye's neck. He had already steeled himself to abandon this first clone. However, the slender, slippery black serpent merely encircled his neck without tightening further. Meanwhile, the emotionally unhinged woman in white had transformed into a woman in black. Her white robe fell away, and her strands of black hair morphed into a flowing black cloak, billowing in the stillness of the rooftop, creating a haunting rustle. This stark contrast of black and white evoked in Jiang Ye a vivid recollection of the characters from the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3, one gentle and serene, the other frenzied and violent. It was evident that this woman in black embodied the more aggressive disposition. Her gaze transformed, becoming increasingly sharp and aggressive. As it swept over Jiang Ye, she left behind a chilling remark, "Pray that I survive. Otherwise, you shall accompany me to the grave." With that, she vanished from sight in an instant. Meanwhile, the black water serpent remained coiled around Jiang Ye's neck. He stood frozen, hesitant to touch the serpent, cursing under his breath as he suddenly realized that the integration of this apartment might pose catastrophic risks to the NPC residents. The woman in white, now clad in black, could very well perish in this apartment amalgamation. Lost in thought, he noticed that other classmates in the chat group were mentioning similar occurrences. Wang Hengyi exclaimed, "Holy cow. After the apartment integration, those NPC residents have become incredibly irritable. I spent the entire day delivering packages, and the NPC residents I encountered were generally quite amiable. Most would gladly grant me 5-star reviews, allowing my errand runner badge to level up to level 3. But just now, after the apartment integration, when I approached a resident for a 5-star review as per usual, that guy erupted in anger and berated me, even giving me a 1-star review on the spot." Wang Hengyi was the quintessential high-achieving student, a prodigy as described by his teachers, an exemplary candidate for prestigious universities. Yet, upon entering the apartment, this scholar had remained silent until now. His first utterance instantly elicited gasps from his peers. "Wait, what? Hengyi's errand runner badge has leveled up to 3. How on earth did he manage that? Damn, the academic genius truly lives up to the title. Even in a new environment, he remains leagues ahead. If the comprehension of initial skills is indeed related to intelligence, then Yi Shun should possess initial skills as formidable as Lu Shun's. However, that's not necessarily the case. Lu Shun rarely studies, spending his days gaming, yet he still excels in mathematics. In contrast, Yi Shun is diligent, but his intelligence may not match that of Lu Shun. What good is high intelligence? Lu Shun's talent is only rated at level C. Perhaps Wang Hengyi's talent is even greater? If he truly had superior talent, why hasn't he made it onto the rankings yet? In my opinion, reaching level 3 with a work badge is hardly impressive. It merely signifies a higher tier of menial labor. In the realm of apartment survival, the only path to success is to level up and grow stronger. Working is futile. How ridiculous. No future in working? Who pays your rent, Ling Jie or Changguo? Yang Wenchao has never worked a day in his life, yet he shines brightly, effortlessly dominating over former academic elites. At this, an inexplicable argument erupted once more. Some classmates maintained their original mindset, believing that even in a changed environment, scholars remain superior to average students. Others felt that in apartment survival, talent and strength are what truly matter. No matter how illustrious a scholar's past, if their current abilities falter, they will inevitably fall from grace and become ordinary. Ironically, the issue raised by Wang Hengyi regarding the irritable behavior of the apartment NPC residents went largely unaddressed. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment and decided to contribute to the discussion in the group. The NPC residents have indeed become irritable. I am currently trapped on the top floor of the apartment by the very resident I serve. This revelation swiftly captured the group's attention. How did you reach the rooftop of the apartment? Jiang Ye, the cleaning staff of the apartment requested me to dry my hair, which is why they took me to the rooftop. Subsequently, Wang Lingling inquired further about the rooftop, and Jiang Ye openly shared what he had observed. He also expressed his predicament of being trapped on the rooftop, hoping his classmates could devise a solution. Meanwhile, Wang Lingling, having gleaned information from Jiang Ye and Wang Hengyi, speculated about the potential changes the apartment integration might bring to the NPC residents. Unable to contain her curiosity, she tagged Yang Wenchao. Yang Wenchao? Do you know what challenges those NPC residents might face during the apartment integration? Yang Wenchao. However, Yang Wenchao completely ignored her. At that moment, Jiang Ye, who was with Yang Wenchao, posed a similar question directly to him. Yet, Yang Wenchao merely shook his head and replied, "To be honest, I am aware of the apartment integration, but I have not experienced it myself, so I cannot ascertain how the NPC residents will be affected. However, once the integration is fully completed, we can inquire with the administrator." Jiang Ye remained uncertain whether Yang Wenchao was genuinely uninformed or deliberately withholding information. He refrained from further questioning and speculated. According to Jiang Ye, that woman in white did not kill him outright, but instead confined him. Moreover, I have not heard any reports of classmates being killed by NPC residents in the group. Does that imply that those NPC residents cannot kill players? Yang Wenchao nodded and further conjectured. It seems to be the case. Under normal circumstances, NPC inhabitants cannot take the initiative to eliminate players. However, during the apartment fusion, when their own lives are at stake, they naturally become indifferent to the fate of the players. The implication of the woman in white is clear. Should she perish, Jiang Ye would be buried alongside her. At this point, Yang Wenchao couldn't help but frown and remark, "This Jiang Ye possesses remarkable audacity. He doesn't appear to be a gamer, yet he dares to ascend to the top floor first. This is Jiang Ye's first experience using a concealed identity to discuss himself with others, and it feels rather nuanced. Nevertheless, he is unwilling to relinquish his first avatar, so he cautiously probes Yang Wenchao. Is Jiang Ye's fate solely dependent on the life and death of that woman in white? You previously mentioned that our initial step of collaboration involves assisting me in crossing the apartments, while also revealing the method to reach the top floor. If I manage to ascend to the top floor, is there a possibility of saving Jiang Ye's life?" Yang Wenchao, initially taken aback, blurted out, "Do you wish to save Jiang Ye?" However, after speaking, he reconsidered, realizing that this bald man has never taken a life and seems genuinely concerned about the bonds of camaraderie. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised, the black water serpent that ensnares Jiang Ye must be a form of special artifact. It is an inanimate object, yet imbued with a certain spirit, seemingly guided by an unseen command. Once the woman in white meets her demise, it will proceed to strangle Jiang Ye. At this juncture, Yang Wenchao pondered for a moment, and suddenly his gaze flickered with intensity, his tone rising several notches. I cannot guarantee that I will be able to save Jiang Ye. But if fortune favors us, we might just be able to tame that black water snake. The mention of taming the black water snake startled Jiang Ye, who was about to inquire further. However, Yang Wenchao spoke rapidly. If you have truly made up your mind, there is no time for lengthy explanations. We must act immediately. Every second counts, for time is running out. The life of Jiang Ye at stake was not merely that of an ordinary classmate, but rather his very own doppelganger. Thus, without hesitation, he resolved, very well. Please instruct me on what to do. This decisive and swift determination led Yang Wenchao to harbor suspicions that the girl behind the bald-headed figure might harbor a secret affection for Jiang Ye. Indeed, one could not deny that Jiang Ye possessed a certain charm. It seemed rather normal to be the object of a crush from a lovely girl. Yang Wenchao dismissed such thoughts and proceeded to swiftly maneuver across the various display cabinets in the high-end mall, finally shaking his head. There is none. We will have to purchase it from the shop. As he spoke, he navigated through the aisles of the high-end mall with agility. Meanwhile, he called out to Jiang Ye, the items we need will cost approximately 300,000. However, the endeavor to save Jiang Ye and tame the Blackwater snake may not necessarily succeed. Are you willing to bear this risk? 300,000. Jiang Ye found himself with just over 560,000, and as a result, this initial expenditure would consume a significant portion of his resources. Moreover, according to the exchange rate for survival points, 300,000 equates to 3 survival points, sufficient for him to generate 3 additional avatars. Should he abandon the idea? Is the demise of the first avatar truly inconsequential? The avatars he could create anew with survival points might even possess stronger talents than the first. However, Jiang Ye soon realized that such calculations were simplistic. Indeed, 1 survival point could be exchanged for 100,000, but 100,000 could not procure survival points. In the case of seasoned players, they accumulate survival points by maintaining winning streaks, while novice players, like those utilizing privilege cards, gather game currency to thwart others' winning streaks. According to Yang Wenchao, during Jiang Ye's match against Zhao Yudi, he could have amassed several million in game currency from her. Yet, purchasing survival points for 10 consecutive victories costs a mere 10 points. Thus, when one reflects upon it, the fee for 9 consecutive victories is, paradoxically, more expensive than for 10. However, it is not merely a matter of arithmetic. No amount of game currency can compare to survival points. In fact, to veteran players, game currency may hold little value. Only survival points possess true worth. Therefore, from this perspective, Jiang Ye found himself less troubled by the 300,000. The avatars remained paramount. Thus, he resolutely declared, I can bear the risk of 300,000. All right. Yang Wenchao continued his search among the various display cabinets, while Jiang Ye seized the opportunity to explore the player trading feature via the control panel. His primary objective in entering the high-end mall was to acquire attribute fruits. The attribute fruits can enhance attributes upon initial acquisition, thereby allowing their host to endure more manifestations. However, after a thorough search, it became apparent that the player trading zone had no attribute fruits available for purchase. Thus, he inquired of Yang Wenchao, do you know if there are any attribute fruits for sale at the high-end mall? Attribute fruits? Yang Wenchao expressed surprise. After all, while both are of the bronze tier, the attributes enhanced by attribute fruits do not match the benefits provided by bronze equipment. Moreover, the combat power augmented by attribute fruits is prominently displayed on the data panel. Once the combat power on the panel increases, it is highly likely that match players will be considerably stronger. Additionally, the price of attribute fruits, even at the bronze level, far exceeds that of equipment items. Thus, many players prefer to purchase bronze equipment rather than contemplate attribute fruits. This, of course, applies solely to ordinary players. Those like Yang Wenchao, seasoned gamers, are well aware of the advantages of attribute fruits, as they are among the few survival point items that can be exchanged for in-game currency. However, the attribute fruits obtainable with game currency are severely limited in level. This bald man, evidently not a seasoned player, should not have encountered the survival point exchange list. Yet he displayed such decisiveness. Yang Wenchao felt an increasing wariness towards this enigmatic figure. He promptly directed, you can find the attribute fruits at the display stand to the northeast. Thus, Jiang Ye hurried towards the northeastern display stand. Indeed, He soon discovered physical fruits and energy fruits within a meticulously crafted showcase. The quantity was rather limited, and there were only 3 levels available: black iron, bronze, and silver. To Jiang Ye's astonishment, the prices of these items were absurdly exorbitant. A black iron level fruit cost a staggering 10,000 each, while the price for a bronze level item soared to an astonishing 100,000. As for the silver level, it reached a staggering 500,000 per piece. This was truly outrageous. However, at that moment, Yang Wenchao had already located the items he desired and began to urge Jiang Ye onward. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Ye purchased 1 each of the bronze level stamina and energy fruits, along with 2 of the black iron level. In one fell swoop, he spent a total of 240,000. Subsequently, Yang Wenchao's selection of 2 items swiftly consumed another 300,000. In an instant, the substantial sum of 560,000 was reduced to a mere 20,000. As Jiang Ye hurriedly followed Yang Wenchao out of the upscale mall, he could not help but inquire, what exactly is the purpose of that 300,000 for a single herb and a vial of water? While they rushed through the stairwell, Yang Wenchao replied casually, "You will understand when we deal with that black water serpent later. There is no time for explanations now. If the woman in white can survive, then we still have ample time. But if she perishes, it would likely occur during the apartment fusion. Thus, time was of the essence." This was indeed exceedingly urgent. At that moment, over 8 minutes had already elapsed since the fusion announcement. This meant they had barely over a minute remaining. Would they make it in time? Just as they entered the stairwell, the notification in their minds resonated. Apartment fusion complete. Indeed, previously, the announcement indicated that the fusion would be completed within 10 minutes, rather than being precise to a mere 10 minutes. Thus, having 1 minute to spare also falls within that time frame. Yang Wenchao instantly realized his misinterpretation of this verbal game, and his expression soured. However, he quickly took the initiative to speak in the group. "Jiang Ye, are you still alive?" Jiang Ye. Chapter 50. The arrogant Class 9 students. Am I still alive? I am standing right in front of you. Moreover, even if Jiang Ye's primary avatar were to perish, he could not openly declare his demise. After all, any player's death would be reflected in the chat group's member list. If it were merely the avatar that had fallen, the list should not indicate a logout. Therefore, even in the event of his avatar's demise, he must find a way to conceal this fact to avoid revealing it in the group. Fortunately, the primary avatar located on the top floor has not met its end. Upon hearing this, many classmates felt that Jiang Ye was doomed. After all, earlier, Yang Wenchao had willingly offered to help Wang Rui reunite with her parents, only to turn around and kill Wang Rui instead. Now, he claimed he would ascend to the top floor to rescue Jiang Ye. Could this truly be a rescue? Nevertheless, due to Yang Wenchao's formidable strength, no one dared to voice any dissent. After all, what if he became displeased and decided to eliminate those who had spoken against him in the group chat? At that moment, the apartment fusion was complete, and their chat group had undergone a transformation. The member list now displayed 108-162. Soon after, another apartment player chimed in. "Zhou Qiong, Jiang Ye? Yang Wenchao? Are you referring to Jiang Ye and Yang Wenchao from Class 1, Grade 3 of Mingli High School? Ren Zi, what the heck? Lu Shun, Xiao Likuan, Gao Chong. These are all familiar classmates, aren't they? Xian Hang, oh my. Indeed, it appears that the residents of apartment 1008 are predominantly from our high school. My goddess, Su Yuewan, is also here. Xing Man, damn it. Why is Wang Rui's name crossed out? Who is it? Who killed Wang Rui?" Quickly, the students from apartment 1008 reacted. What the heck? In this merged apartment 1010, it turns out to be filled with fellow schoolmates. This is fantastic. It's Teacher Zhou. We're saved. Could it be that the close numbering of apartment 1008 and 1010 increases the likelihood of encountering nearby acquaintances when we cross apartments? Xing Man, Ran Zi. These seem to be classmates from Class 9, right? Initially, we thought that after the merging of the apartments, we would face unfamiliar individuals from society, but unexpectedly, they are all classmates. Moreover, there are even teachers. What a load of nonsense. Didn't you see the member list? Our apartment originally had 70 people, yet after the merger, the total count is 108. This implies that only 38 individuals from the opposing apartment 1010 survived the merging. Over half of the 80 people are dead. Hiss. How could so many die? Aren't we all classmates? It shouldn't lead to mutual slaughter, right? Could it be that they perished during monster hunting and leveling up? As the residents of apartment 1008 were astonished by the survival count of apartment 1010. A response soon emerged from the latter. Shou Qiang remarked, "This isn't a game of leveling up, it's truly a massacre among classmates. I never anticipated that there would still be 70 of you alive in apartment 1008. Xing Man retorted, "Teacher Zhou, you still have a penchant for being loquacious. It seems you have no gratitude for my leniency." Upon this declaration, the students of apartment 1008 were left in utter disbelief. Zhou Qiang was the language teacher for both Class 1 and Class 9. Instantly, several students from Class 1 expressed their shock in the group chat. "Isn't that so? Teacher Zhou is merely speaking normally. Are you threatening her?" "Xing Man, indeed. Your words are rather harsh. Is this the attitude a student should have towards a teacher?" "Xing Man, what on earth happened in apartment 1010? Why is the atmosphere so bizarre?" "Xing Man. That name sounds familiar. Isn't he the notorious troublemaker from Class 9? I feel like the students in Class 9 are predominantly delinquents and underachievers. Are there any students among them who rank in the top 10 of the grade? With so many exams in the senior year, it seems they consistently come in last. I even heard that Xing Man's father has a criminal record. His mother abandoned him. He truly has no one to guide him, living without any constraints." While apartment 1008 was engaged in discussions about the situation in Class 9, the relatively quiet apartment 1010 suddenly erupted with comments. Xian Hang exclaimed, "Ha! This is truly amusing. This group of exemplary students from classes 1 and 2 must have become rather foolish from their studies, haven't they? Ranzi, ha, indeed. Their manner of speaking is so naive and amusing. They actually dare to brazenly discuss the underachievers from our Class 9 in the group? Do Hemming, ha. Good students. Perhaps you should first check the rankings and see the standings of us so-called underachievers? Xian Hang, it's truly hilarious. These diligent students clearly have no grasp of the situation. In their recent remarks, they even claim that the teacher is wonderful. Haha, I nearly laughed myself to death. Ranzi, it's hard to imagine these are actually seniors. If one didn't know better, they might think they were elementary school students. Ha. Tangxian, what can we say? Well-behaved students are always like this. They must heed their teachers. Ha. Xing Man, I've memorized the names of those from Class 1 who spoke just now. And remember this, when it comes time to face challenges or toil, be careful, for you may not even realize how you met your demise. Xing Man's words were brimming with arrogance and veiled threats. Meanwhile, it seemed that only a few students from apartment 1010 were speaking, all of whom were followers of Xing Man Xian Hang, good students from classes 1 and 2. Have you not yet realized? In apartment 1010, it is only us few who possess the right to speak. Those who defy our brother Xing are either hiding in the apartment awaiting their fate or have already met their end. Now, do you understand the situation? Little chicks from classes 1 and 2. Ranzi, if you haven't grasped the situation, allow me to elucidate further. This group, ostensibly a public chat channel, is now restricted to only Brother Xing and his followers for discourse. Should anyone dare to chatter nonsensically, they must prepare for the consequences. Xing Man, all right. Now that we have clarified matters, the group has indeed quieted down considerably. Now, we inquire about who in apartment 1008 was responsible for Wang Rui's demise. Do not suggest that she was slain while leveling up. Given her timid nature, it would be astonishing for her to even leave her apartment. The notion of her venturing into the depths of the corridor to engage in combat is utterly implausible. So, who was the perpetrator? A profound silence enveloped the group, as the students from apartment 1008 felt the mounting pressure from the leaderboard. Leaderboard of the 1010 newbie apartment. First, Xing Man, level 5. Second, Ranzi, level 4. Third, Xian Hang, level 3. Fourth, Tang Xian, level 3. Fifth, Do Heping, level 3. Sixth, Yang Wenxiao, level 3. Seventh, Yin Zhua, level 3. After the merger of the two newbie apartments, it was renamed the 1010 apartment. The leaderboard is predominantly occupied by students from Class 9 of apartment 1010, with their strongest, Yang Wenxiao, astonishingly ranking only 6th. Their second strongest, Wang Lingling, has slipped further down, beyond the top 10. The disparity is staggering. If one were to liken the past, when Class 1 was akin to an elite rocket class and Class 9 merely an ordinary one, the roles have now been completely reversed in this survival apartment. Those who once struggled academically have now emerged as formidable contenders on the leaderboard, while the erstwhile diligent students find themselves languishing, many failing to even attain level 1. This immense gap has left the diligent students of apartment 1000 and 8 profoundly shaken. Coupled with the arrogant proclamations from individuals like Xing Man, they naturally refrained from engaging in idle chatter within the group, fearing the repercussions. It appears that he became aware of the dialogue between Yang Wenchao and Jiang Ye when the apartment had just completed its integration. Observing that Yang Wenchao was the sole level 3 powerhouse in apartment 1008, he sought to further establish his absolute authority. However, at this moment, Yang Wenchao and Jiang Ye remain oblivious to the dynamics within the group. After all, as Yang Wenchao has asserted, the urgency of rescuing Jiang Ye is paramount. And every second counts. Once he confirmed that Jiang Ye was alive, he swiftly proceeded to the stairwell, retrieving a poster-like sticker. After affixing it to the wall of the stairwell, he pressed his hand against the poster. Jiang Ye, observing this, surmised that the poster functioned similarly to the television in the home of the woman in white, serving as a form of teleportation device. Indeed, they were instantaneously transported to the top floor without traversing any eerie, forest-like space. Upon reaching the pinnacle, they were met with the sight of Jiang Ye ensnared by a black water snake around her neck. As Yang Wenchao hurried forward, he spoke rapidly to the bald-headed version of Jiang Ye. Given the current circumstances, it appears that the woman in white has survived the apartment fusion. Therefore, according to her words, she should come to release Jiang Ye. However, if we attempt to forcibly subdue her black water snake at this juncture, it may provoke her ire. Nevertheless, we possess inter-apartment tools that will allow us to escape with the captured black water snake to another apartment. Within a few moments, he reached Jiang Ye's first avatar. His gaze fixated on the black water snake coiling around Jiang Ye's neck. The bald-headed Jiang Ye soon approached, frowning as he remarked, "If we have fled to another apartment, what will become of Jiang Ye?" Yang Wenchao, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "Did we not mention earlier? These NPC residents typically do not harm players unless their lives are in jeopardy. Moreover, it was we who attempted to seize her black snake, not Jiang Ye. Therefore, Jiang Ye will likely face nothing more than a poor rating or perhaps forfeit the cleaning fee. In any case, it is not a significant issue." As he spoke, Yang Wenchao carefully held a small grass-like item purchased from the high-end mall, offering it to the black water snake. He appeared composed, though his hands betrayed a slight tremor. When he observed the black water snake flicking its tongue and gradually approaching the small grass, he slowly exhaled in relief, though a hint of tension lingered. While keeping a close watch on the black snake, he presented a dark, diamond-shaped crystal to the bald-headed Jiang Ye. This, he explained, was the inter-apartment tool. The control panel over there can be activated using this chip. Subsequently, by paying 1 survival point, you can teleport to an apartment within the same area. However, teleporting to apartments in more distant regions will require additional survival points, which are unnecessary. Of course, by accepting this chip, you implicitly agree to the collaboration we previously discussed. It is evident that Yang Wenchao is resolutely determined to reassign the enigmatic bald man. This operation appears to assist the bald man in acquiring a special item. But in reality, it also sets him at odds with the woman in white, thereby providing him with another reason to cross into a different apartment. Moreover, the urgency of the situation compels the bald man to act without much deliberation. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye has already contemplated this matter thoroughly. He had originally intended to arrange for a doppelganger to venture across apartments. At this moment, faced with Yang Wenchao's scheme, he is naturally inclined to play along. He took the diamond-shaped chip from Yang Wenchao's hand, only to furrow his brow and inquire, "But what if I do not have any survival points?" Yang Wenchao appeared speechless, yet he harbored no suspicions. After all, aside from Huang Qi, the identity of those who had died in their apartment had been largely deduced within their group chat. This bald man had indeed never taken a life. However, from the information shared in the chat, Yang Wenchao quickly recalled that Jiang Ye had, in fact, killed Ding Ding. Thus, as he guided the black water snake that had consumed the small herb into the test tube, he assertively addressed Jiang Ye. "You must have at least 1 survival point in your survival token, right? We specifically came to save your life. It would not be unreasonable for you to hand over that survival point." Jiang Yexin remarked, "Are you really here to rescue me? You obviously came to collect the black water snake and orchestrate the departure of the bald man." However, with his current persona as an ordinary tenant on the 20th floor, it was not appropriate for him to openly criticize Yang Wenchao. At that moment, having been led to consume the black water snake, he appeared somewhat dazed, much like being guided into a small glass vial resembling a test tube by Yang Wenchao. Within that small vial was a transparent liquid. reminiscent of the substance the woman in white had instructed Jiang Ye to use for collecting her hair from the tank. Having freed himself from the black water snake that had coiled around his neck, he felt considerably more at ease. He turned to Yang Wenxiao and explained, "But when I killed Ding Ding, I had not yet acquired the survival jade token. Therefore, my survival jade token contains no survival points. If you do not believe me, see for yourself." With that, he produced the survival jade token, displaying a prominent 0 upon it. Yang Wenxiao felt a sense of helplessness. After all, only the survival points stored within the jade token could be traded, while those displayed on the data panel were untouchable. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. Yang Wenxiao's gaze hardened. "Fine. Without survival points, you shall serve as a substitute." Chapter 51. Across the apartment, the woman in white pursues. "You dare to kill me right before my eyes. Do you truly disregard my achievement of swiftly eliminating Zhao Yudi?" Without uttering another word, Jiang Ye merged with the clone, and the bald man's power surged instantaneously. Another ice field coalesced, causing Yang Wenxiao's speed to plummet dramatically. The actions alongside Yang Wenxiao became sluggish, and suddenly, 2 unfamiliar classmates appeared on the rooftop. Huh? Unfamiliar classmates? Wait a moment. Yang Wenxiao's fierce gaze seemed to be directed towards these unexpected intruders. Jiang Ye, quick to adapt, promptly shifted the boundaries of the frozen domain towards the direction where the 2 unfamiliar classmates had emerged, instantly aligning himself with Yang Wenxiao. At the same time, he seized a moment to glance at the chat group. Upon doing so, he discovered that the chat group, which had swelled in numbers following the apartment merger, was even quieter than before. The chat interface displayed messages exclusively from students of the other merged apartment. "Xing Man, so, you're ignoring me? Do you still think it's impressive to reach the rooftop? I heard you plan to ascend to save Jiang Ye?" "Yang Wenxiao, no problem. I'll ensure you and that Jiang Ye meet your demise on the rooftop." Then, the group fell silent. Even those who previously referred to Yang Wenxiao as bro did not speak up. Jiang Ye scrolled further up the chat interface and quickly realized that the classmates who had merged from the other apartment were, in fact, their high school peers. However, it appeared that the camaraderie among the classmates of Class 9 was not as strong as that of their own Class 1 and Class 2. Out of 80 students, only 38 remained after the apartment merger. Yet, from the chat messages, it was evident that not all of Class 9 was inclined towards indiscriminate killing. Rather, a few individuals, represented by Xing Man, exhibited a notably aggressive demeanor. The deaths of the 42 students from the other apartment were likely orchestrated by them. This group of merciless classmates displayed an air of arrogance in their chat group, hurling threats and mockery at the students from Classes 1 and 2. Ultimately, their attention turned towards Jiang Ye and Yang Wenxiao. It appeared that a certain Xing Man had deemed Yang Wenxiao the strongest among them, thus intending to make an example of him. Coincidentally, during the merging of their apartments, the conversation between Yang Wenxiao and Jiang Ye had inadvertently revealed their presence on the top floor. Therefore, among the 2 classmates who had suddenly descended upon the rooftop, one must be Xing Man. Jiang Ye quickly glanced at the leaderboard. To his astonishment, it became clear why the students from Class 9 were so audacious. They virtually dominated the top 10 of the rankings. The most outrageous revelation was that Xing Man had already ascended to level 5. Undoubtedly, he was the strongest among the residents of apartment 1010. Upon this realization, Jiang Ye's alertness heightened immensely. He moved with remarkable speed, swiftly pressing his palm against the face of a frozen classmate. In the next instant, a surge of icy mist invaded their lungs with devastating effect. Meanwhile, he remained vigilant, prepared to merge his third avatar should this initial strike prove insufficient. At that moment, the fusion of the third avatar's mirror image would significantly amplify his strength, surpassing the 200 combat power he had achieved when defeating Huang Qi. Eliminating the level 5 Xing Man should pose no challenge. Of course, this was merely Jiang Ye's speculation. In reality, he never even needed to summon his third avatar. The icy mist attack instantly obliterated the classmate he had subdued, while another peer fell victim to the frigid domain, their body freezing in an instant. The expression of terror etched upon his face slowly materialized, reminiscent of the slow-motion scenes found in horror films. Yet, ensnared in the icy grip of extreme cold, with his body rendered rigid and his thoughts sluggish, he managed to send a desperate plea in the chat group. "Tang Xian, Brother Xing, save me." This solitary utterance made Jiang Ye realize that among the 2 unfamiliar classmates, there seemed to be no sign of Xing Man. That fellow was scheming. He had not ascended to the rooftop, but had sent his underlings instead. However, Even those subordinates were at level 3. Meanwhile, Yang Wenchao and Jiang Ye each occupied levels 3 and 1 respectively. Logically, 2 level 3 subordinates should suffice to handle the situation. Yet, the outcome was far from favorable. At this moment, Yang Wenchao found himself ensnared within the realm of ice, his body frozen and his thoughts and movements hindered. He was experiencing firsthand the prowess of this enigmatic bald man. Were it not for his resurrection ability and the safety net of being a gamer, he surmised that the bald man would not hesitate to end his life. Otherwise, he would likely be engulfed by the chilling dread of death at this very moment. What in the world? Was this the combat power of over 50, matching with Zhao Yudi? Yang Wenchao harbored grave doubts, suspecting that it might indeed surpass 100. Furthermore, this skill was undeniably a highly advanced domain technique. Domain skills, at the very least, are classified as A-grade. Moreover, A-grade domain skills are exceedingly rare. Commonly, domain techniques are typically S-grade. It is essential to note that within their apartment, it was already known that Wang Lingling and Gao Chong both possessed S-grade talents. Yet, they had failed to comprehend S-grade skills. Yang Wenchao was acutely aware that grasping an S-grade skill was no simple feat, let alone a domain technique. Such skills generally require the use of skill scrolls for comprehension. Moreover, it is primarily after reaching level 10 that the probability of comprehending domain skills significantly increases. Yet, this bald individual, how is it that he possesses a domain skill at such a low level? What luck? What insight? What strength? He should promptly leave and not linger here as an eyesore. Deep down, Yang Wenchao berated the bald man fiercely. Simultaneously, he felt immensely relieved that he had opted to divert attention rather than confront the bald man directly. However, he couldn't help but wonder if, in 3 days, he would surpass the bald man's strength. He also found it perplexing. How could that love-struck girl have taken a liking to Jiang Ye? He, Yang Wenchao, was no slouch either, with handsome features and, most importantly, considerable strength. Generally, don't girls have an admiration for the strong, favoring exceptional and powerful men? Just then, an even more absurd scene unfolded before him. The bald man, spotting another classmate who was not Xing Man and was equally weak, unexpectedly waved his hand and summoned Jiang Ye over. Here, take this head and survival point. In truth, it was the same individual performing a clever ruse. Jiang Ye, not being a professional actor, was oblivious to the quality of his own performance. He feigned a hint of confusion as he glanced at the bald man, then cautiously approached, refraining from saying much before eliminating the unfamiliar classmate. Only then did the bald man withdraw his icy domain. Subsequently, holding a diamond-shaped crystal in one hand, he swept Yang Wenchao's black water snake test tube over to himself with the other. At the same time, his gaze shifted, and he snatched the spatial ring adorning Jiang Ye's hand. After placing several attribute fruits purchased from the high-end mall into the spatial ring, he returned it to Jiang Ye. Yang Wenchao, witnessing the scene unfold, was utterly dumbfounded. This is utterly ridiculous. It cannot simply be termed a love-stricken mentality, but rather a love-inflicted affliction, wouldn't you agree? The bald man solemnly addressed Yang Wenchao. Jiang Ye is my steadfast comrade. He has saved my life. Therefore, our collaboration may very well be at an impasse. Yang Wenchao listened, increasingly speechless. How absurd. Just to collaborate with you, I must also safeguard your little romantic interest. Is that it? However, he was not particularly invested in the partnership anyway. In 3 days, the true strengths would be revealed, and who could say what the outcome would be? Yang Wenchao pondered. If after 3 days, his prowess eclipsed that of the bald man, would it not be exhilarating to ruthlessly vanquish Jiang Ye right in front of him? Lost in this reverie, he suddenly felt a chilling presence. Yet this chill was distinct from the frigid aura of the bald man's ice domain. This sensation was not the cold of ice abilities, but rather, the ominous essence of dark powers. A chilling wind swept through. Yang Wenchao's expression shifted dramatically. The next moment, he indeed witnessed the once bright and sunny sky above the rooftop now shrouded in a veil of shadow. In an instant, a gust of sinister wind arose. The bald man reacted swiftly, darting towards the operations console in the inner circle of the rooftop. As he drew closer, he noticed a diamond-shaped indentation on the console. He inserted a diamond chip, and the console successfully powered on. The screen displayed a multitude of functions. However, Jiang Ye had no time to explore. He quickly located the most prominent feature for cross-apartment travel. It required the payment of 1 survival point to access apartments numbered 0000 to 9999. By that calculation, their apartments 1008 and 1010 were indeed relatively early in the sequence. Jiang Ye wished to avoid any acquaintances. So he chose the apartment with the furthest number, apartment 9999, almost as soon as his figure vanished from the control panel. A black water serpent lashed out violently towards the spot where he had just been. However, regrettably, the bulkier and longer black serpent ultimately struck only the control panel. It was uncertain what material the control panel was made of, for despite such a forceful blow, it bore no scars. Seeing this, Jiang Ye tensed up instantly. There stood the enraged woman in white, her bare toes perched precariously on the railing at the edge of the rooftop. She had donned a white bathrobe that billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. Above her, a multitude of black water serpents writhed menacingly, their movements creating an eerie spectacle that sent chills down one's spine. Yet, her demeanor remained one of fury. She cast a fierce glare in the direction of Jiang Ye and Yang Wenchao, immediately followed by a chilling threat. "You too. Wait for me." As she spoke, a luminous screen materialized before her, reminiscent of a television screen. With a bare hand, the woman pressed against the screen, and in an instant, her figure vanished. Jiang Ye stared in astonishment and swiftly turned to Yang Wenchao, asking, "What? Does this woman in white possess the ability to traverse between apartments as well?" Yang Wenchao shot him a withering look and replied, "Look at this rooftop. With such splendid sunlight, how many residents have come up here?" After pondering for a moment, Jiang Ye soon realized that the woman in white, capable of ascending to the rooftop, was no ordinary resident among the myriad of apartment dwellers. This is quite something. So, she intends to pursue the bald man across apartments. Thus, Jiang Ye abruptly turned his gaze towards Yang Wenchao, exclaiming, "You deliberately set up that bald fellow." Yet, Yang Wenchao remained unfazed, replying, "That is not the case. Do not speak without reason. After all, I had no inkling that the woman in white could traverse apartments. Moreover, NPC residents in the apartment seldom act against players. It was merely to create a bit of trouble for the bald man. All of this is beyond my knowledge. I cannot be held accountable." His words were delivered with an air of nonchalance. However, Jiang Ye could not suppress a curse in his heart. "You scoundrel. Whether you knew or not is irrelevant. I perceive your intention was quite deliberate." At that moment, a thought flickered through his mind. Perhaps he should merge the third avatar and the mirror avatar into the first avatar, and then teach Yang Wenchao a lesson in humility? Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed. After all, Yang Wenchao appeared to possess the ability to resurrect, and there might be other hidden cards up his sleeve. As he pondered these matters, Yang Wenchao initiated the conversation once more, stating, "By the way, I had not noticed that you have quite a commendable social standing. I previously let you off the hook, while that bald man was wholly intent on safeguarding you. A life-saving grace. Are you some sort of living lay phone, tirelessly seeking good deeds to perform?" Jiang Ye mused to himself. Wasn't that merely to craft a more believable narrative? Otherwise, why would such a formidable bald man take such an interest in my well-being? Yang Wenchao casually expressed his thoughts and then inquired, "Given that you owe him your life, you must be able to guess the true identity of that bald man, right?" As he spoke, he also checked the apartment's chat group, eager to see whose names had faded during this time. After all, the effect of crossing apartments was akin to death, as it would reflect in the member list showing them offline. However, in such a brief moment, quite a number had perished. Moreover, in the chat group, a few from Class 9 were already clamoring. To be precise, it was actually the students from Classes 1 and 2 who had initially risen up. After Tang Xian's plea for help to Xing Man, Wang Chang's message suddenly appeared in the group. Indeed, given the circumstances, Tang Xian and Yin Zhuo from Class 9 were swiftly taken out by Brother Chao. "I had thought as much. Brother Chao can even eliminate the big shots from across the apartments. Though Xing Man has a higher level, he may not necessarily be a match for Brother Chao. Now it is proven that my thoughts were indeed correct." With Wang Chang's initiation of the conversation, it became clear that despite their fear of death, these young men possessed a sense of valor. None wished to be ridiculed by the very underachievers they once looked down upon, especially not to the point of being unable to retort. Consequently, many classmates quickly rallied in support of Wang Chang's viewpoint, asserting that although Yang Wenchao's level did not match that of Xing Man, his prowess surpassed it. Following these remarks from their classmates, students from Classes 1 and 2 began to fall one after another. Several names on the member list faded within a short span, leaving Yang Wenchao unable to discern which specific student from across the apartments had met their demise during this tumultuous period. Chapter 52, Is My Apartment Safe? Yang Wenchao couldn't help but repeat, "You can't possibly be a living lay phone, can you? Have you done so many good deeds that you've forgotten?" Jiang Ye immediately shook his head. Of course not. In truth, I seldom meddle in others' affairs, nor have I performed any notable acts of kindness. As he spoke, he wore an expression that indicated he was completely at a loss regarding the bald man in question. Listening to his description, Yang Wenchao's gaze became somewhat dazed. He thought to himself, this fellow truly has peculiar luck. He rarely interferes in others' lives, yet has been involved in his. He has not done much good, yet somehow owes his life to the bald man. It seems the world is indeed extraordinary. Some people dedicate their entire lives to good deeds, yet suffer from grave illnesses and meet tragic ends, while others may only perform a single act of kindness and are rewarded, living in wealth and prosperity. The saying that good people are rewarded seems to be rather selective. Yang Wenchao even began to doubt whether those who receive rewards are truly good people. Perhaps doing good is merely a flimsy excuse when fate favors someone. As he pondered deeply, Jiang Ye suddenly appeared to recall something, exclaiming with excitement, I've remembered. When I was very young, I saved a little girl who was nearly abducted. However, that was a long time ago, and I can't even remember what she looked like. I only recall it was winter, and the girl was bundled up so much she resembled a plump penguin. So, could it be that little girl grew up to be my classmate? However, upon reflection, it is evident that he only recalls having saved someone, yet remains oblivious to the identity of that individual. A childhood connection, a reunion in adulthood? Yang Wenchao felt an inexplicable surge of emotions, casting a peculiar glance at Jiang Ye. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ye instantly realized that players crossing between apartments would disconnect from the original apartment as if meeting their demise. However, after the merging of the apartments, several arrogant classmates from Class 9 had activated a killing spree. In a short span of time, numerous students had already gone offline. Initially, the member list had displayed 108 individuals, but now, only 96 remained. This meant that within a brief period, 12 members had perished. The atmosphere in the chat group was once again thick with panic. Yet at this moment, the members of the mutual aid group who had previously teamed up with Yang Wenchao attempted to stabilize their classmates' morale. Notably, Wang Lingling stepped forward to take charge. Given the current situation, mutual aid group members should refrain from gathering on the first floor. The safest place for players in the entire novice apartment is within their respective apartment rooms. We, the mutual aid group, shall devise a plan to deal with these arrogant killers. Upon hearing this, a student expressed delight. Does Lingjie have confidence in eliminating Xing Man? With the mutual aid group members teaming up, along with Yang Wenchao and the enigmatic bald figure, there should be hope to vanquish Xing Man, right? Wang Chong added, I still believe that Yang Wenchao alone could take down Xing Man. After all, he has the power to eliminate even the overlords of other apartments in an instant. Wang Chong has evidently become an ardent devotee of Yang Wenchao. In his heart, Yang Wenchao is nothing short of omnipotent. Simultaneously, he audaciously provokes Xing Man in the group chat. Xing Man, weren't you asking who killed Wang Rui? I can tell you, it was Yang Wenchao who took her life. Previously, 2 influential figures from other apartments visited us, and Wang Rui expressed her desire to cross over and reunite with her parents. Yang Wenchao offered to escort her to her family, and shortly thereafter, Wang Rui met her demise. If you truly wish to avenge Wang Rui, you should confront Yang Wenchao. Though I suspect you lack the courage to do so, because my brother can effortlessly annihilate those formidable figures from other apartments. While his level may not match yours, defeating you would be as simple as slicing through melons. Now I ask you, Xing Man, do you still dare to utter threats against my brother? Alas, this Wang Chong, is he not too arrogant? Is he not concerned that Yang Wenchao and Xing Man might join forces to eliminate him first? In truth, Wang Chong does not perceive his words as inciting enmity towards Yang Wenchao. He genuinely believes Yang Wenchao can overpower Xing Man. He is merely expressing his loyalty. As for whether Xing Man might deal with him first, he harbors no worries, for he has already retreated to the sanctuary of his apartment room. It is certain to be a place of safety. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye appears to be deducing the identity of the bald individual from the member list, yet in reality, he is simply observing the group chat. It is at this moment that he suddenly realizes a significant detail. According to Yang Wenchao, the diamond-shaped chip from the cross-apartment visit was bestowed by the apartment owner. The condition for gaining the favor of the apartment owner is to eliminate all players within the premises. However, if players simply remain within their own apartments, wouldn't they be absolutely safe? How then can those players, sheltered in their apartments, be targeted? Yet, Huang Qi claims he has indeed exterminated all players in an apartment. Therefore, it seems Yang Wenchao is not lying. This implies that even a player's initial apartment is not entirely secure. This is quite alarming. Jiang Ye suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. After all, he had nothing to fear while his avatars roamed freely outside. As long as his main body remained unharmed within the apartment, he would be safe. But now he learns that the apartment itself is not safe. Moreover, his main body had once heard a knock on the door in room 2025. To this day, he remains unaware of the exact cause of that incident. Jiang Ye's emotions became tense, worrying for the safety of his main body, which was currently in a paralyzed state. Regardless of how strong or integrated his avatars might become, if his main body were to be found and eliminated, he would be lost. Yet, before that could happen, he anxiously turned to Yang Wenchao and inquired, "If we simply hide in our respective apartments, are we truly safe?" Almost simultaneously, a message appeared in the group chat, coincidentally echoing his thoughts. Xing Man wrote, "Do you really believe that hiding in your own apartment guarantees safety?" The words made Jiang Ye's pupils constrict. For according to Xing Man, it seems he truly could invade others' apartments to commit murder. No, it's not merely an impression. Subsequently, Xing Man arrogantly declared, "I've discovered that you diligent students are naively foolish. Establishing a seemingly foolish mutual aid group is one thing, but to go so far as to register member information in a booklet is absurd. Moreover, the registration includes not only the initial talents of your group members, but also their room numbers. How ludicrous. Zhou Qiong, dear teacher, come and see. This is the student from class 1 whom you often praise in our class 9. Now, teacher, upon seeing these top students, do you not begin to question whether they have all lost their minds?" Zhou Qiong Xing Man's remarks remained exceedingly arrogant. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye suddenly realized that a player's room number might hold even greater significance than their initial talent. At this moment, Yang Wenchao was evidently paying attention to the information in the group. He did not wait for Jiang Ye to speculate about the bald man's identity, nor did he care much about it. After all, the bald man had already departed. In contrast, it was this excessively arrogant Xing Man who truly grated on his nerves. Yang Wenchao frowned, noticing Jiang Ye's stiff expression, and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Have you also exposed your room number?" Jiang Ye nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yang Wenchao scornfully muttered, "So foolish. Xing Man, shouldn't he be released by now? Didn't he just say something about dying with Jiang Ye on the top floor? Yet the ones who ended up dead are your two little minions, Xing Man. With both of your minions dead, I'm still on the top floor. Why haven't I seen you come up to settle the score with me? Xing Man. Moreover, what Wang Chang said is indeed correct. I was the one who killed Wang Rui. If retribution is what you seek, hasten to the summit. I shall await you there for a mere 3 minutes. Should you fail to appear within the allotted time, I shall deem you craven. Henceforth, upon encountering Chao, you shall yield the right of way. Cease your incessant and irksome pronouncements within the group, Xing Man." Such audacious pronouncements rivaled those of Xing Man himself. The students of classes 1 and 2 were instantly elated, as if they had discovered a cornerstone. Wang Chong, in particular, was ecstatic that Yang Wenchao had mentioned his name in his address. This was, in essence, the zenith of his existence. Thereupon, Wang Chong resumed his vehement pronouncements. "Did I not forewarn you? Chao fears Xing Man not. On the contrary, Xing Man, knowing full well that Chao resides on the summit, dares only to dispatch subordinates to probe the situation. What does this signify? It signifies his cowardice. Ha ha ha. Chao is supreme. Xing Man of class 9 is not but a triviality." The other students were, of course, emboldened. Ha ha ha. Chao is indeed the supreme. Exterminate Xing Man. That son of a cur. Indeed, did not Xing Man proclaim his intent to slay Yang Wenchao and Jiang Ye? They await you on the summit. Go forth and slay them. Methinks you dare not. Have ye yet discerned? This Xing Man dares only to bully us. Insignificant level 0 rabble who have yet to ascend the ranks. Yang Wenchao he cannot provoke. A level 5 individual, cowering before the level 3 Yang Wenchao. One wonders whence Xing Man derives the audacity to swagger. The students, employing deliberate provocation, hoped that Xing Man, spurred by stimulation, would indeed seek out Yang Wenchao on the summit. And Yang Wenchao, daring to make such audacious pronouncements, should be capable of vanquishing Xing Man. Though Yang Wenchao may exhibit a certain arrogance and has indeed taken lives, his actions do not seem to possess the same reckless audacity as Xing Man. In their eyes, Yang Wenchao is merely a peer from the same apartment, while Xing Man, who has recently integrated into their abode, appears as an alien intruder, one whose heart is untrustworthy. It has become imperative for Yang Wenchao to eliminate this invader. Ideally, these two brash individuals would perish together on the rooftop, allowing Wang Lingling's mutual aid group to reclaim control of the apartment. In contrast, Wang Lingling's faction boasts a greater number of supporters. At this moment, these classmates even indulge in the fantasy of Yang Wenchao and Xing Man engaging in a fierce duel on the rooftop, resulting in their mutual destruction, with Jiang Ye reaping the benefits by eliminating both. Although this would be too lenient for Jiang Ye, it seems he does not kill indiscriminately. Allowing him to profit is far preferable to permitting either Xing Man or Yang Wenchao to survive. Meanwhile, the classmates, who believe themselves safe within the confines of the apartment, are not only fantasizing but also daringly provoking Xing Man, compelling him to confront Yang Wenchao on the rooftop. Suddenly, Xing Man sent a message in the group chat. "All right, since it is thus, let this classmate Wang Chong explain to everyone why I am so audacious." This statement was rather perplexing, and the group fell silent for a moment. Xing Man continued, "Speak up, Wang Chong. Were you not quite eloquent just now?" Wang Chong. After a considerable pause, Wang Chong's halting messages began to appear in the group chat. I was wrong. I beg you, please spare me. Brother Xing, Master Xing. I don't want to die. Upon receiving this message, the students from Class 1 and Class 2 erupted in an uproar. How could Wang Chong, who was previously so arrogant, suddenly beg for mercy? Though it was merely text, his disjointed tone was evidently unsettling. The situation quickly escalated as Wang Chong, seemingly under some form of duress, began to hurl insults at Yang Wenchao in the group chat. "Yang Wenchao, worthless. You big fool. Woa, please spare me. Woa, save me. Who will rescue me? Super brother, help me." After a final, desperate plea for help, Wang Chong's name dimmed in the list, and his recent messages vanished. At that moment, it became crystal clear to the classmates. Wang Chong was dead. He had been slain by Xing Man. In his final moments, he had been coerced by Xing Man to insult Yang Wenchao in the group. But had Wang Chong not taken refuge in his own apartment? How could he still be killed under such circumstances? In an instant, the students who believed they were safe in their apartments were once again engulfed by a wave of panic. The lower floor apartments were far from the opulence of Jiang Ye's residence on the 20th floor. Some of the more modest accommodations featured little more than a bed and a wardrobe. Terrified, the students hastily concealed themselves in closets, trembling in fear of meeting the same grim fate as Wang Chong. Yet, even then, Xing Man continued to post in the group. "Now, let me take a look at the registry of your little support group. Guzining, apartment 0602. Yang Wei, apartment 0836. Bairuo Wan, apartment 1208. The list detailing the apartment numbers of various classmates resembled a somber roll call. Upon reaching the familiar name of Jiang Ye, Xing Man couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, Jiang Ye resides on the 20th floor, does he?" However, if he is currently on the top floor, it is likely that the apartment is unoccupied. As for Yang Wenchao, if you summon me to the rooftop, would that not be a blow to my pride? Let us do this. You go to Jiang Ye's apartment 2025. Allow me to ascertain whether you are merely boasting or if you possess genuine skill. Chapter 53. It is your turn. Am I not your friend, Yang Wenchao? He retorted in the group chat. What does this have to do with Jiang Ye? Yang Wenchao has dispatched your little brother. I, Jiang Ye, am merely an onlooker. Why must the conflict between you formidable figures ensnare an innocent bystander? This is utterly unreasonable. Do you presume that a mere passerby lacks temperance? At that moment, the true Jiang Ye and several of his avatars were all incensed. Fortunately, his apartment 2025 still housed a third avatar. The mirror avatars were also readily available for deployment. However, within the room lay a paralyzed original body, an encumbrance that could hinder progress. Jiang Ye contemplated the unprecedented peril of the situation involving his original self. Above all, he must ensure the safety of his original body at all costs. The third avatar swiftly gathered all the items scavenged from Huang Qi, packing everything that could be accommodated. The new mirror avatar stood ready for action. On the top floor, the first doppelganger wore a look of panic, exclaiming, "It's over. What should I do, Brother Chao? Are you truly confident in eliminating Xing Man? If not, perhaps you should stand guard at my door. The moment Xing Man arrives, you can swiftly take him out." As Jiang Ye voiced these concerns, he felt an inner turmoil. What if Yang Wenchao, in a moment of despair, eliminated Xing Man and then sought entry into his room? Thus, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Should Yang Wenchao and Xing Man engage in a mutual destruction? Yet, that did not sit well with him. Jiang Ye reconsidered and recognized that the crux of the matter lay in unraveling the enigma of this room. Figures like Xing Man and Huang Qi, along with those murderous entities intent on annihilating every player in the apartment. How had they invaded the sanctity of others' rooms? On one hand, he needed to guard against unauthorized entries into his own domain. On the other, if the second doppelganger across the apartment wished to massacre the entire building, it would be prudent to acquire the ability to breach others' apartments. While feigning panic, his mind raced with contemplation. Suddenly, he felt a firm yet reassuring grip on his shoulder. It was Yang Wenchao, exuding calmness, who placed a hand on him and remarked nonchalantly, "Calm down, my friend. Do you genuinely believe that Xing Man refrains from coming to the top floor out of some notion of face? It is merely his ignorance of my capabilities. Conversely, I remain unaware of his strength. Therefore, if he requests that I visit your room, I would certainly reject such a proposal out of face as well." Indeed, the implications were clear. If you expect me to comply, would that not render me equally lacking in face? Jiang Ye swiftly discerned the situation. So it was. These two individuals were vociferously boasting in the group chat, each more audacious than the last, as if they could effortlessly obliterate one another. Yet, in reality, they were merely probing their opponent while projecting a facade of bravado. Neither was prepared to engage in combat. They each invoked matters of pride as a pretext for the other to approach them, all the while refraining from making the first move. Thus, the resulting scenario was one where neither party would instigate trouble for the other. Consequently, while it appeared that the two were at odds, poised for a fierce confrontation at any moment, they had no intention of clashing in the near future. However, prolonging this standoff was hardly a viable solution. Sooner or later, they would inevitably confront one another, wouldn't they? Jiang Ye cast a puzzled glance at Yang Wenchao. Yang Wenchao squinted slightly, then replied with a grin, "Should we truly face Xing Man, I possess a certain degree of confidence, though I cannot claim it to be absolute. For now, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to enhance our strength. I believe the opponent is likely contemplating the same." He continued, "Thus, it will come down to who can elevate their prowess more swiftly in this brief interval." As he spoke, Yang Wenchao waved his hand, producing a poster. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly stated, "Your room has been exposed to Xing Man, rendering it exceedingly perilous. In fact, the entire novice apartment is fraught with danger." After another brief pause for thought, he elaborated, "At this juncture, if you wish to survive, you essentially have two options. The first is to sublet. In essence, relinquish your room number 2025 and seek another accommodation. Subsequently, refrain from disclosing your new room number to anyone. Should your financial situation permit, you might even consider relocating to a higher floor, perhaps the 30th, 40th, or even the 50th. However, a rather pragmatic concern arises. You are financially constrained. Furthermore, the apartment manager on the first floor is likely under the watchful eye of Xing Man's underlings. Thus, undertaking the transfer process there inevitably carries certain risks. Consequently, your options are largely limited to the second choice." Jiang Ye listened intently, mistakenly believing that Yang Wenchao's second option involved forming a team with him. He even began to contemplate whether he should join forces with Yang Wenchao. After all, it seemed that Yang Wenchao was preparing to enhance his capabilities in a short span of time. Teaming up might afford him insights into rapid advancement strategies, enriching his experiences. Yet, aligning himself with Yang Wenchao undoubtedly posed dangers, including the significant risk of exposing his doppelganger. He had yet to come to a conclusion in his mind. However, to his surprise, Yang Wenchao's second option was not to collaborate with him at all. Instead, he pointed out that the current situation was rather unique. That woman in white had gone to pursue the bald man. "Are you aware of her room?" This statement startled Jiang Ye. "Me, go to the woman in white's room? Is that feasible?" Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow. "Why wouldn't it be feasible? Were you not working as a cleaner there? The cleaning order displayed on your ID badge should still be marked as incomplete, correct? Given this, coupled with the hurried departure of the woman in white who failed to provide clear instructions, her household's intellectually challenged domestic assistant is unlikely to refuse your visit request. Although such behavior, waiting for order confirmation in someone else's home, may appear rather foolish and warrant suspicion, your own demeanor tends to evoke a similar impression. Thus the woman in white would likely harbor no doubts. Furthermore, her room is inherently designated as NPC housing, and neither Xing Man nor his accomplices would dare intrude. Oh, it seems to make a certain degree of sense, does it not? Yet, Jiang Ye could not shake the suspicion that Yang Wenchao might be attempting to deceive him once more. As he hesitated, Yang Wenchao bluntly interjected, How you choose to proceed is entirely your affair. Your fate is of no concern to me. Should you prefer not to enter the room of the woman in white, wandering aimlessly throughout the apartment is certainly an option. However, the notion of dragging me down with you is utterly out of the question. Such coldness and indifference were truly heartless. Jiang Ye indulged in a moment of inner turmoil, simultaneously realizing that while Yang Wenchao presented him with choices, he was ultimately disinclined to take any responsibility for him. The decision rested solely upon Jiang Ye. Yang Wenchao merely offered a suggestion. In fact, he did not even wait for Jiang Ye to reach a resolution, abruptly seizing him and pressing his hand against the poster. In an instant, Jiang Ye felt as though he had been thrust into the very fabric of the poster itself. With a staggering motion, the surrounding environment shifted dramatically. He seemed to have arrived at the stairwell of the 20th floor. Yang Wenchao left behind a remark. Whether you live or die is up to fate. And then, with a flicker of his form, vanished without a trace. Jiang Ye, this first clone, was indeed lacking in prowess. He hastily departed from the stairwell, rushing towards his room, 2025. At this moment, Xing Man had yet to reach the 20th floor. Following the death list he had previously contemplated, Xing Man commenced his actions. Currently, Gazining from room 0602 and Yang Wei from room 0836 had already logged off. Moreover, it seemed they were coerced by Xing Man into sending desperate cries for mercy in the group chat before their demise. From their messages, it was evident that both had faced despair and torment in their final moments. Yet, Xing Man appeared to be captivated by this morbid form of textual debut. Who will be next? Ah, it's the little girl by Ruowan from room 1208. That name sounds like a girl, doesn't it? Well, I must be gentle with girls. The simple act of traversing the West seemed to be imbued with a sinister undertone. An atmosphere of terror permeated the group chat, spreading throughout the novice apartment. At this juncture, the majority of the students trembled in utter despair. They dared not voice their thoughts in the chat, yet in their hearts they seethed with resentment. Why? Was Yang Wenchao's reputation truly of such paramount importance? Did he not realize that the gratitude of his classmates for eliminating Xing Man would yield a far greater sense of accomplishment than mere pride? Or was it that Yang Wenchao was merely posturing, lacking the conviction to confront Xing Man, thus using his reputation as a flimsy excuse? But what will they do? Will they all perish? If only heaven would send someone to eliminate Xing Man. What about that VIP player who merged the apartments? Doesn't she possess privileges? Could she perhaps leverage her advantages to perform some actions that might save the players in their apartment? The sensation of being engulfed by the fear of death is truly unbearable. Many classmates are steeped in despair, utterly unaware of where to place their hopes. They previously complained about the exorbitant prices of meals in the low-end marketplace, and now, having endured hunger, they feel a profound sense of injustice. Now, they acutely realize that there are situations more despairing than starvation. They once believed that nothing could be more arduous than the final year of high school. Knock, knock, knock. Classmate by Rowan, it is now your turn to open the door. The broadcast of Xing Man's message continues. The first action is to feed the paralyzed body one by one with the attribute fruits from the spatial ring. The first black iron level stamina fruit increased her stamina by 0.5. However, upon consuming the second, it only increased by 0.4 when she ingested the bronze level stamina fruit. Jiang Ye expected a surge of 5 points in stamina, considering its price was tenfold that of the black iron level. Yet, the bronze level stamina fruit only yielded an increase of 1 point. This means that after consuming 3 stamina fruits and spending 120,000 game coins, her stamina had only risen by 1.9. The same was true for the 3 energy fruits consumed, resulting in an additional 1.9 in energy attributes. Jiang Ye deduced that there must be a limit to the quantity that can be consumed of these attribute fruits. After all, the effects of the 2 black iron grade fruits differ when consumed. The benefits derived from the first fruit are not equivalent to those from the second. Moreover, the effects do not correlate with their prices. If each fruit provided identical benefits, with the black iron grade yielding an enhancement of 0.5 and the bronze grade an increase of 1, then their prices should only differ by a factor of 2. The reason for the tenfold discrepancy likely stems from usage limitations. It is conceivable that the attribute increase from consuming the third black iron grade fruit may dwindle to merely 0.3, and by the time one reaches the 6th black iron grade fruit, it could potentially become entirely ineffective. Thus, the exorbitant price of 5 million for a single silver grade attribute fruit may not deliver the potency one might expect. However, Upon reflection, this makes sense. If attribute fruits were devoid of any limitations, it would enable individuals to wreak havoc indiscriminately and subsequently exchange survival points for wealth, consuming attributes until they attain invincibility. In this line of thought, Jiang Ye was suddenly struck by a wave of excitement. He realized that ordinary players face certain restrictions when enhancing their attributes through fruits. Yet he would not be constrained by such limitations. This is due to his ability to create infinite clones. Once one clone has consumed enough attribute fruits, it can transfer the benefits to another clone, and coupled with the potential for clone fusion. This effectively means there are no constraints whatsoever. Of course, contemplating such matters at this juncture may be premature, as he currently found himself with a mere 20,000 in his possession. Nevertheless, even so, he remained resolute in his decision not to exchange survival points for currency. Instead, he transferred the survival points obtained from defeating Tang Xian with Clone No. 1 back to his main body. Following this, his main body experienced an approximate increase of 2 points in attributes and subsequently generated the 6th clone. This 6th clone should represent the pinnacle of his capabilities for the day. As midnight approaches, he might need to opt for a clone fusion to significantly elevate the attributes of his main body, ensuring the generation of more clones on the following day. In contemplating this, it would be prudent for him to ensure that prior to the fusion of the avatars, he fully consumes as many attribute fruits as possible for the avatar that is about to undergo complete integration. However, to achieve a full consumption of attribute fruits from black iron to silver level entails an exorbitant expense, particularly the silver level attribute fruits, which are priced at a staggering 5 million. Meanwhile, the avatar residing in apartment 2 has already stirred quite a commotion in apartment 9999. This is akin to the sudden appearance of Huang Qi and Yu Xiangming in their apartment. Naturally, Jiang Ye's unexpected arrival in apartment 9999 has captured the attention of its players. Yet, their focus is encapsulated in the exclamation, "What on earth? How does a mere level 1 player dare to traverse between apartments?" Chapter 54. A gathering of titans at apartment 9999. Upon reading this, Jiang Ye sensed something amiss. It reminded him of the initial reactions when Huang Qi abruptly descended upon their apartment 1008. The students' first response was one of bewilderment, and after some discussion, they arrived at the conjecture of cross-apartment movement. However, in apartment 9999, the very first comment explicitly articulated the phrase cross-apartment, delivered with a tone that dismissed the notion of him being a cross-apartment player. Instead, it carried an air of condescension, tinged with disbelief at his level 1 status. Jiang Ye, intrigued, quickly glanced at the leaderboard for apartment 9999, only to find that the revelation left others utterly astonished. Ranking of newbie apartment No. 9999. First, Zhu Jing, level 10. Second, Wang Qingjin, level 10. Third, Ku Peng, level 10. Fourth, Jiang Wenhan, level 10. Fifth, Li Junqi, level 10. Sixth, Xiaobo, level 10. 42nd, Yuya, level 10. 43rd, Cheng Kun, level 9. 118th, 1xin, level 8. 119th, Jiang Ye, level 1. What is this? Jiang Ye is truly bewildered. The number of participants on the ranking board of apartment number 9999 astonishingly exceeds 80. Could it be that there has been an amalgamation of apartments? Or perhaps an influx of players from other apartments? Regardless of whether it is an amalgamation or a cross-apartment migration, the ranking board of apartment number 9999 is utterly outrageous. Before Jiang Ye's arrival, the last place on this ranking board was already at level 8. Yet after his arrival, he, the unexpected newcomer at level 119, appears to be in an entirely different league from the preceding 118 players, all others uniformly at levels 10, 9, and 8. Here he is, a mere level 1. This evokes a distinct sensation of a novice stumbling into a high-end arena, having mistakenly entered the wrong stage. Furthermore, the names of the top 6 players on this ranking board seem somewhat familiar. If Jiang Ye's memory serves him right, these 6 names appear to belong to the tenacious bronzes on the God of War rankings in the battle chamber. So, what exactly is the situation with apartment 9999? Why is it so densely populated with formidable individuals and influential figures? At the same time, as Jiang Ye was struck with astonishment, this group of high-level players were equally taken aback by his arrival, engaging in animated discussions. Level 1 crossing apartments is one thing, but to come to our 9000 series apartment? This kid, could he possibly be a mere novice who stumbled into the wrong apartment? Otherwise, I can hardly believe that a typical player would dare to cross over to our apartment 9999 at level 1. Could he be concealing his true strength? Perhaps an SSS-level talent, fully equipped with survival points? After all, under normal circumstances, even a novice would be frightened enough to flee upon glancing at our leaderboard. Wouldn't he? This kid, having overheard our conversation for so long without running away, could he be a cunning player masquerading as a fool? Or could it be that the novice is too foolish, with only one survival point, thus venturing into our apartment 9999 and fleeing without additional survival points? Jiang Ye thought to himself, this is bad. They've hit the nail on the head. He truly intended to escape now, but he lacked any surplus survival points. Damn it. He regretted not thinking clearly at that moment, being greedy for a fourth avatar. He had thought that crossing apartments would be akin to Huang Chi's experience, arriving in an unfamiliar apartment, confronted by unknown players. Surely, he would have to steel himself to eliminate those strangers. Yet, the reality was, he could summon the resolve. But did he possess the capability to defeat this group of strangers? Thus, this second avatar can only find a place to hide within this 9999 and endure until midnight to merge with the main body. Speaking of such cross-apartment scenarios, will a primary connection for fusion be feasible at that time? Jiang Ye found it utterly absurd. Simultaneously, he envisioned the last-ranked individual on this apartment's leaderboard, the level 8 Wanqing. He pondered about the extent of their combat strength. In the event of an avatar fusion, would he stand a chance to vanquish the opponent? However, such hope appeared exceedingly bleak. He had an inkling that the level 8 players within this 9999 might not be on par with their counterparts in ordinary apartments. To eliminate an 8-level player here as a level 1 seemed an insurmountable challenge. While he was lost in thought, Jiang Ye suddenly sensed that someone was watching him. Yet, as he scanned the western horizon, he saw no figure. A wave of tension coursed through him, and he placed his hand upon the control panel on the top floor, feigning a demeanor of passive observation, ready to depart the apartment at any moment. Just then, a message abruptly appeared in the group chat of this 9999 apartment. Wanqing, goodness. Truly a formidable figure masquerading as a simpleton. Can you guess who this level 1 individual daring to cross apartments is? Yuya, who is it? The whale from the game leaderboard? Shun-kun. Even if they were once a whale, it seems no special treatment awaits them in a real apartment, right? Wanqing, incorrect. You're all mistaken. It's not someone from the game. It's the mysterious bald figure who recently caused a stir in the battle chamber. Li Junqi. What? The one who defeated Zhao Yudi and seemingly provoked the Dewey organization, attracting the attention of VIP players? Wang Qingjin. Are you sure you're not mistaken? The image of a bald figure wearing a disguise resembles someone quite closely. Wanqing exclaimed. I am certain I did not misinterpret. I personally witnessed the battle where Zhao Yudi was defeated in an instant. There is no way I could be mistaken. He continued. Are you coming to our apartment, my friend, intending to engage in a fight to the death? Jiang Ye Zhouqi interjected. Is that really the case? That bald fighter possesses formidable combat awareness. However, if he were to be matched against Zhao Yudi, he would have a combat power exceeding 50, which aligns with his first-level status. He pondered, yet, with a first-level status and a combat power of over 50, does he truly dare to approach our apartment? Is he not afraid that a mere gesture from us could reduce him to a mere survival point? Wanqing responded, this fellow must have come prepared. He is currently resting his hands on the control panel, seemingly poised to teleport away at any moment. He speculated he is likely gauging our attitude. If we can negotiate, we shall, but if not, he will flee. Wang Qingjin remarked, flee? Does he possess such confidence that he could escape? He added, if our esteemed Jiang Ye were to intervene, even if he pressed his hands upon the control panel, no matter how swift his reflexes, he should not be able to evade us. In this context, Jiang Ye refers to the illustrious figure ranked first on the 9999 level leaderboard, Feng Jing, who also holds the top position on the Battle Room's God of War rankings. As Jiang Ye contemplated this, he noticed the next message in the group chat, with the prefix clearly displaying the name Feng Jing. Feng Jing wrote, what do you intend to discuss with us? Please begin. Jiang Ye upon this announcement, the group chat of the 9999 apartment erupted with activity. What had previously been a sparse exchange suddenly transformed into a flurry of messages, obscuring Feng Jing's initial remark. What on earth? The emergence of Lin Shun has ignited fervor among fans, akin to the excitement of adoring followers witnessing their idol. The rapid influx of messages praising the esteemed figure of Guijing fills the screen, with a dazzling array of fervent expressions. Yet, amidst the flurry of chatter, Jiang Ye adeptly discerns salient information. Jing seems to be on the brink of challenging for 100 consecutive victories in the battle arena. Furthermore, it appears that players within this apartment are poised to confront the administrator. The mention of a wealthy player suggests that these individuals, much like Yang Wenchao, are indeed dedicated gamers, and it is likely that they rank among the elite within this community. Their intent seems to be to navigate the apartment using the pay-to-win strategy mentioned by Yang Wenchao, perhaps aiming to topple the administrator on their very first day. As Jiang Ye reflects upon this, he realizes that Jing and the other prominent figures in the apartment might mistakenly believe he has come to negotiate with them. In reality, Jiang Ye merely selected a distant apartment at random and stumbled upon this situation entirely by chance. He harbors no intentions of negotiation and remains oblivious to the true nature of the circumstances surrounding him. However, should the first encounter divulge the truth, the subsequent events might prove quite unfortunate. I wish to engage in a life-and-death battle with Jing. In all honesty, Jiang Ye is entirely unfamiliar with the concept of a life-and-death battle. Yet, during a recent exchange among the prominent figures in the chat group, someone speculated that he had come for such a contest. Thus, he decided to align himself with this conjecture. As for what the life-and-death battle entails, it sounds perilous, as if it could result in fatalities. Nevertheless, it is prudent to gather some insight. If one can fight, then let the battle commence. If not, one may simply delay until the stroke of midnight, perhaps hoping to escape by merging with a clone. Zhang Jing remarked, "Report your battle results, Jiang Ye. It's over." Jiang Ye felt that his novice identity was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. What on earth does this battle results refer to? Would his initial inquiry appear foolish? Yet, responding haphazardly might lead to an even more embarrassing situation. 100 consecutive victories in a life-and-death battle. It seems that the question pertains to consecutive victories, doesn't it? Jiang Ye hesitated before attempting to respond. Does consecutive victories in the Western arena count as battle results? Upon his utterance, the entire group chat fell into an uncanny silence. After what felt like an eternity, messages began to emerge. Wang Qingjin, no way, buddy. You haven't even achieved 10 consecutive victories, so what on earth are you doing in a life-and-death battle? Wan Xian, exactly. Are you here to amuse us? You've even startled Lin Shun, only to reveal a mere few victories in the Western arena. Yuya, though I must admit, I find this utterly hilarious. I can't wait to see Lin Shun's expression right now. Chen Kun, you should look at me, as my expression must be quite similar to Lin Shun's right now. Yuya, ha 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 ha, Jiang Ye, what can I do? He only has 4 consecutive victories. Moreover, how could he boast of his victories when he has only played 4 matches? Perhaps by the time he reaches 100 matches, he might indeed attain 100 consecutive victories. Who knows, he might surpass Lin Shun in achieving 100 consecutive victories even sooner. Do you understand the saying? Do not underestimate a young man's poverty? Jiang Yu silently observed the laughter around him, contemplating that since it was merely a clone, he might as well be a bit audacious. Thus, he boldly typed in the group chat, "What if I achieve 100 consecutive victories before you, Lin Shun?" As soon as this statement was made, an eerie silence enveloped the group. After a considerable pause, messages began to appear. No way, buddy, that's not how you boast. Exactly. Do you even comprehend what 100 consecutive victories entails? Do you know how many Lin Shun has achieved already? Jiang Yi thought to himself, I do not know. Nor do I wish to find out. He merely intended to make a jest for everyone's amusement, hoping it would be taken lightly. Jiang Yi was at a loss for how to navigate the current situation. Meanwhile, his fate was being determined. Zhu Jing stated, "You have 10 minutes to secure 10 consecutive victories. If you fail, we will escort you out." The implication of escort you out was clearly reminiscent of Yang Wenchao reuniting Wang Rui with her parents. Observing Jiang Yi from the rooftop, Wan Xin believed that this arrogant bald man was likely to make a hasty retreat. After all, achieving 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes was utterly implausible. Even if this lad had already completed several victories, he would still need to contend with 6 matches. However, the 5th and 10th matches were notorious hurdles for seasoned players. While others might expedite their progress through purchased victory services, this bald fellow had already made enemies of the organization responsible for granting consecutive victories. In other words, his 5 consecutive victories and 10 consecutive victories can only be achieved through his own efforts. Moreover, he may even become the target of the Duhua organization. As a result of provoking them, they have already connected 1 million old players' battle machines to the combat zone. While this does not necessarily mean that a million old players will log in simultaneously, the probability of encountering experienced players in regular battlefields has significantly increased. Under such circumstances, attempting to achieve 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes is utterly impossible. Therefore, if this lad possesses any sense, he should promptly make his escape. However, what these esteemed individuals do not realize is that Jiang Ye has long contemplated fleeing, yet he lacks the financial resources to do so. He can only muster the courage to maintain his facade of bravado. Thus, he soon made a seemingly impressive statement in the group chat. All right, no problem. However, since you are all esteemed individuals, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? It wouldn't be like speaking utter nonsense, would it? This statement sounded incredibly arrogant, as if he truly had the confidence to secure 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes, while simultaneously fearing that Jing would not uphold his promise. This bold remark rendered the chat group silent for quite some time before various retorts emerged. Exactly. A single life is merely one survival point. With our Lin Shen's prowess, we wouldn't even consider it. If you could really achieve 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes, do you realize what that would imply? It would mean your worth is equivalent to infinite survival points. In such a scenario, no fool would dare to go back on their word and kill you. Jing, 1xin, take him to the 99th floor. 10 minutes. The timer starts once you enter the battle machine. Chapter 55. The scheme of the mutual aid group. Jiang Ye's true self was still lying on the 20th floor, while his avatar had already ascended to the 99th floor. This was truly exhilarating. Observing the group of prominent figures, he could tell they did not seem like the type to deceive him and then turn against him. Moreover, lacking any escape funds, he had no choice but to face the situation head-on. Thus, when the individual concealed on the top floor suddenly emerged and beckoned him, stating, "Enough." Whether you are feigning confidence or genuinely assured, those who wish to achieve 10 consecutive victories should follow me. Jiang Ye did not hesitate much and calmly walked from the control panel to the outer circle. He even casually inquired, "Are you 1xin?" He held a vivid impression of that name, as it belonged to the player who ranked last, just above him, and was the first to reveal in the group that he had defeated Zhao Yudi, the bald-headed one. Indeed, it was 1xin. The man nodded in acknowledgement. Dressed in a black tactical jacket similar to Yang Wenchao's, he had a dark complexion and rugged features, appearing rather youthful, reminiscent of a young conscript. 1xin scrutinized Jiang Ye, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. Initially, Jiang Ye was unaware of the source of his astonishment. A glance at the group chat revealed. 1xin had just shared his data panel with everyone. What the hell? Is there no sense of privacy anymore? At that moment, the chat was abuzz with reactions from various big shots, stunned by his panel. Goodness, he really is level 1, with over 50 combat power, and only an S-level talent. This panel? It looks rather underwhelming. Moreover, it appears that he has not fully consumed the attribute fruits. And yet he managed to achieve 10 consecutive victories in merely 10 minutes? Let alone 10 minutes. Is it even feasible for him to attain such a streak? No. Have you not noticed the remarkable details? This individual, during his match against Zhao Yudi, evidently employed ice-based abilities. It even seems he utilized an ice domain skill. If he has indeed activated an ice domain skill, how is it that his panel reveals no ice affinity or ice skills? I suspect that he is concealing his true strength. The talent of diligence is merely a fa meant for our observation. This fellow must possess another ice-related talent. Dual talents? To be frank, the talent of diligence, in conjunction with any other talent, yields results vastly superior to mere addition. If it truly is diligence paired with an ice talent, then this individual is indeed formidable, possessing grounds for arrogance. Yet this does not add up, does it? Even if he does harbor a hidden dual talent, how do we explain the discrepancy in combat power? His match against Zhao Yudi indicates a combat power exceeding 50. Indeed. So, is the panel we observe truly reflective of his abilities? Thus, could his ice domain skill be a one-time use spell scroll? Surely that cannot be the case. How much could he possibly earn from defeating Zhao Yudi? Even if Zhao Yudi is affluent, could he really profit 5 million? But the value of a one-time spell scroll, 5 million? Even if it were worth 10 times that, he would still incur substantial losses, wouldn't he? Could it be that someone was hired to deliberately interrupt Zhao Yudi's consecutive victories, not for monetary gain? Who would harbor such animosity towards Zhao Yudi, so affluent and powerful? In any case, Jiang Ye's data panel and his performance against Zhao Yudi are clearly incongruous, and all attempts at explanation fall short. These individuals discuss him in the group as if he were non-existent. Meanwhile, one Xin, while observing the group chat, used a poster-like teleportation device to bring Jiang Ye to the 99th floor. This level appeared almost identical to the top floor, with an expansive area devoid of corridors or individual apartments, resembling a vast space akin to the uppermost floor. However, this space had a ceiling and was filled with rows of battle machines, giving it the appearance of an extravagant internet CAF, or perhaps a luxurious professional esports arena. The rows of battle machines seemed even more opulent than the 20 machines on the first floor of the apartment, appearing taller and more refined in design. Besides the number 1 battle machine, a group of 7 or 8 individuals gathered around, while scattered onlookers surrounded a few other machines. All these spectators donned black tactical jackets, which Jiang Ye now perceived as a uniform indicative of a cohesive esports team. In that moment, he suspected he had been subjected to an unknown number of reconnaissance spells. Then, a robust individual approached him from outside the number 1 battle machine and opened with, "Why don't you explain how your data panel allowed you to defeat Zhao Yudi so decisively?" Jiang Ye remained vigilant within, yet outwardly presented himself as an individual of formidable strength, exuding an air of aloofness, with an expression of calm and a certain elegance. He spoke slowly. "I am here to achieve 10 consecutive victories." The underlying implication was clear. He was not there to provide enlightenment for them. The burly man paused momentarily before breaking into a laugh. Very well. Go ahead and pursue your 10 consecutive victories. In 10 minutes, I shall see how you continue to boast with such limited prowess." While Jiang Ye maintained a facade of composure, internally, he was in turmoil. He was confident in his ability to secure 10 victories, but the next 10 minutes posed a significant challenge. This meant he would need to eliminate his opponents almost instantaneously in each match. Yet, creating a new mirror clone required him a full 30 seconds. Moreover, in matches attended by spectators, the preparation time before the battle would extend from 3 seconds to 2 minutes, allowing more observers to join. Should fortune not favor him, he could find himself in 6 matches with an audience, leading to an agonizing wait of up to 12 minutes. However, it seemed that in duels against seasoned players aiming for consecutive victories, the presence of spectators was typically not anticipated. Thus, for both 5 and 10 consecutive victories, one could rely on the certainty of an immediate start without onlookers. Yet, he had previously offended veteran players engaged in the pursuit of consecutive wins. Could he still swiftly dispatch his opponents in the upcoming 5 matches? To be frank, Jiang Ye was far from assured. At that moment, his main body generated the latest mirror clone. Yet, despite the apparent luck-enhancing effect, the attributes of this new clone were disappointingly average. Jiang Ye, possessing a mere enhancement talent of energy augmentation, finds himself lacking initial skills, rendering his attributes seemingly ineffective. A considerable amount of time has elapsed since Xing Man's last utterance, and logically, he should have breached Bai Ruowan's apartment by now. However, no reports of his violent conquest over Bai Ruowan have surfaced, nor has her name vanished from the records. A flicker of hope ignites within the despairing classmates. Could it be that Yang Wenchao, unable to bear the sight of the unfolding tragedy, has finally intervened to save Bai Ruowan? Nonetheless, Jiang Ye believes that Xing Man's relentless pursuit has already demonstrated his capacity to infiltrate others' residences. For those classmates whose room numbers have been exposed in the registry, it would be wiser to flee to safety rather than await their demise. Thus, he surmises that Bai Ruowan likely vacated her apartment before Xing Man's arrival. Likewise, it is probable that the next individual, Shen Lu, has also left his own quarters. Consequently, it stands to reason that Xing Man may soon make his way to Jiang Ye's location. To ensure the safety of his true self and to keep his doppelganger's existence concealed while eliminating Xing Man, Jiang Ye will undoubtedly resort to the fusion of his clones. To be doubly cautious, he is likely to merge both the 4th clone and the mirrored clone into the 3rd, ensuring absolute security for his original form. Therefore, the scene is set at apartment 9999 on the 99th floor. Jiang Ye resolved to delay the time for achieving 10 consecutive victories. Coincidentally, he possessed an object that could aid in this endeavor. Thus, when the robust young man and one Xin intended to lead him to a battle machine, Jiang Ye deliberately produced a small vial containing strands of hair from a woman in white. He pondered how to weave a tale using this peculiar item. To his surprise, one Xin, upon witnessing his actions, exclaimed, "Goodness, is that an NPC item? Have you accepted an NPC quest?" Wang Shenjin, the brawny young man, also regarded Jiang Ye with astonishment. However, He quickly adopted a disdainful tone, retorting, "Surely you don't believe that having accepted an NPC quest will elevate your status in our eyes. If you don't complete 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes, it matters not if you have received a world-saving task from the deity himself. You are still doomed to fail." Jiang Ye contemplated for a moment and raised the small vial before his eyes, scrutinizing it while questioning, "How is it that you immediately recognize this as an NPC item?" Meanwhile, the trembling by Ruowan, while anxiously monitoring the group chat, felt her legs weaken as she ventured deeper into the corridor. The further she walked, the dimmer the light became, and at any moment, monsters could emerge. The darkness and the unknown instilled a profound fear within her. But the presence of Xing Man filled her with even greater dread and despair. Her petite face turned pale, and finally, upon catching sight of a familiar figure in the depths of the corridor, a tear that had gathered in her eyes fell with a swift motion. Like the crystalline raindrops cascading from the eaves of ancient dwellings, an unending stream of fear gripped her heart. With a trembling voice laced with sorrow, she called out, "Ling Jie, Wan Wan, and Gao Chong, Lu Shun." A sob escaped her lips. You are indeed here, Wu Wu." Upon discovering the members of the mutual aid group, Bai Ruowan felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if she had found family. The oppressive aura brought by Xing Man was terrifying beyond measure. Lacking the strength to defend herself and being targeted, fear enveloped her. Wang Lingling and the others had been engaged in hushed discussions when they suddenly spotted Bai Ruowan. Su Yuebai's eyes lit up with surprise. "Wan Wan, you truly did not foolishly remain in your room. But how did you know we were here?" Bai Ruowan stifled another sob, sniffled, and struggled to compose herself, saying, "I dared not venture to the first floor, as I feared being discovered there. As for other locations, I had no idea where else to go. Then it occurred to me that you had previously fought monsters together with Yang Wenchao in the depths of the third-floor corridor. Thus, I reasoned this place was the only other location where our mutual aid group had gathered, aside from the first floor. With nowhere else to turn, I came here with a glimmer of hope, and to my astonishment, I truly found you all, QAQ." Indeed, the chat group had become ineffective for communication. Nonetheless, Bai Ruowan was convinced that the mutual aid group would not idly stand by while Xing Man acted so arrogantly. Thus, she sought them out here. To her surprise, they were indeed deliberating on how to deal with Xing Man, were they not? Bai Ruowan spoke, and suddenly, to her delight, she noticed Yang Xiaoman was also present. Yang Xiaoman nodded slightly, pursing her lips as she remarked, "Xing Man is indeed excessively arrogant. If we do not intervene, he may very well annihilate all of us." Bai Ruowan shrank her neck and hastily inquired, "Do you have any confidence in this?" Yuziu exhaled softly. "We were just discussing it when you arrived and startled me." With that, they prepared to continue their deliberation. Lu Shun seized the opportunity to cast a significant glance at Wang Lingling. He then took the initiative to say, "Considering our current predicament, even if we collaborate in numbers to ambush Xing Man, the probability of success remains rather low. Unless, Sister Ling, you have concealed your true abilities." He continued, "All members of our cooperative group have voluntarily displayed their data panels, yet yours, Sister Ling, has only been showcased through the written format in the chat group. I had my suspicions at the time. The data panel you presented in the chat may not have been authentic. Later, you deliberately mentioned using Shadow Doppelganger, yet there was no perspective from the Doppelganger. After it perished, you claimed you could not utilize that Doppelganger again for 24 hours. I must admit, I was quite skeptical. The Shadow Doppelganger is an A-grade skill. How could there be no perspective from the Doppelganger? Moreover, even if it did meet its demise in the depths of the corridor, the cooldown should not extend to a staggering 24 hours. Thus, Sister Ling, it appears you must possess some hidden prowess, including the subsequent alliance and upgrade with Yang Wenchao. One must possess a degree of self-assurance to dare to agree to this collaboration. Wouldn't you agree?" Lu Shun's words exude a certain confidence, suggesting that he has long harbored suspicions regarding Wang Lingling's concealed prowess. The conversation then shifts to the topic of ambushing Xing Man. Our location for the ambush should not be on the 20th floor, as we cannot access it. Moreover, any alternative sites we consider should ideally provide dim lighting for stealth and be accessible to all members of our team who intend to surround Xing Man. Indeed, they were just deliberating on the ambush site and strategizing how to lure him there. As for the likelihood of success, they are numerous, with skilled individuals like Wang Lingling, Gao Chong, and Yang Xiaoman among them. Coupled with the element of surprise, perhaps their chances of victory are not entirely negligible. Just as Lu Xun was about to delve deeper into the analysis, unexpectedly, Wang Lingling paused mid-sentence. She adjusted her glasses and, with utmost seriousness, stated, however, before that, there is a matter of greater significance. A matter of greater significance? What could it be? The members of the mutual aid group exchanged puzzled glances. Yet, in the next moment, a cold glimmer flashed from the shadows. A figure collapsed slowly, eyes wide open. Chapter 56. Deceit and Intrigue Within the Mutual Aid Group. With the body hitting the ground, a heavy footfall echoed ominously. In an instant, the members of the mutual aid group in the depths of the corridor stiffened with tension, particularly for Bai Ruowan, who had just arrived. Her legs weakened to the point of near collapse. She nearly let out a scream. However, the overwhelming terror rendered her voiceless. With eyes wide in fear, she stiffly turned her neck, only to behold the figure sprawled on the ground. Yuzi Fish. Yet, looming behind him was a skeletal warrior, possessing a physique as formidable as steel. Wait, a skeletal warrior? Bai Ruowan abruptly turned her gaze towards Wang Lingling. To be precise, the moment she discerned the skeletal warrior, everyone present instinctively directed their eyes towards Wang Lingling, their expressions tinged with an unspoken dread. After all, this skeletal warrior must have stemmed from Wang Lingling's shadowy abilities. Yet, during their previous team leveling, she had never revealed such prowess. At that time, she had already been one of the strongest in their cooperative group, relying solely on a black whirlwind and her high attributes. And now, the power she had unveiled indeed corroborated Lucian's assertion that she had concealed her true strength. But why had she suddenly resorted to taking a life? Was it merely because Lucian had pointed out her hidden abilities? In that fleeting moment, many recoiled in fear, as if dreading that Wang Lingling might strike again. Nevertheless, Lucian, despite his own rigid tension, summoned the audacity to address Wang Lingling. Is this what you referred to as the more important matter? Wang Lingling's gaze remained tranquil as she nodded slowly. Lucian's eyes flickered, and suddenly, he feigned nonchalance as he spoke to the other members of the cooperative group. In fact, I had my suspicions about Yuzi Fish as well, but I refrained from voicing them out of regard for our camaraderie. Do you not find it peculiar? The registration of our cooperative group was managed by Yuzi Fish. However, now the register has fallen into Xingman's hands, yet Yuzi remains unharmed. Have you not harbored any suspicions? Upon hearing this explanation, the other students were suddenly enlightened. Indeed, the register has ended up with Xingman. So how is it that Yuzi Yu has suffered no consequences? Given his capabilities, how could he possibly escape from Xingman's grasp? Moreover, what basis does Xingman have for knowing that their apartment possessed a register? Thus, is it true that Yuzi Yu has betrayed them? Yet, perhaps it is not so. Wang Lingling did not even pose a single question. She immediately acted with lethal intent. What if, in her haste, she wrongfully eliminated an innocent? Furthermore, Bai Ruowan, who had just joined, was instantly filled with terror. She feared that Wang Lingling might strike again, taking her life as well. In the aftermath, could she be suspected of being a traitor on Xingman's side? In a moment of panic, Bai Ruowan stepped back 2 paces. Just moments ago, she had seen Wang Lingling here, weeping uncontrollably, as if she had found a long-lost relative. Yet now, looking at Wang Lingling, she felt an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity. It was as if this was no longer her former classmate, but rather, a formidable tyrant? Yes. In that instant, the term flashed through Bai Ruowan's mind. It was not that Wang Lingling possessed a truly domineering aura of a tyrant. The reasons behind Cao Cao's falling out with Chen Gong have been debated throughout history. Was El Bosch truly wrongfully slain by the suspicious Cao Cao? Or did he deserve his fate, subsequently romanticized by history? Including now, Yuzi Yu is already dead. She finds it increasingly difficult to discern whether Yuzi Yu truly betrayed them or was unjustly slain by Wang Lingling. However, his death, along with the concealed strength of Wang Lingling, seems to suggest that her establishment of the mutual aid group was not merely out of altruism to protect her classmates. Much like Cao Gong's affection for talent, which is not genuine love for it, there are ulterior motives at play. Bai Ruowan hesitated, retreating only 2 steps before feeling unable to withdraw further. She swallowed hard, her gaze rigid. Lucian cast a fleeting glance in her direction before addressing the members of the mutual aid group, stating, I find no fault in Lingjia's actions. The manner in which the register fell into Xingman's hands is rather suspicious. If Yuzi Yu is indeed worthy of suspicion, then his demise is not without justification. In contrast, consider Ge Zining and Yang Wei. Those classmates committed no wrong, yet fell victim to Xingman's violence. If a formidable individual like Lingjie must face scrutiny for eliminating a traitor, Do you desire that the strong in this apocalypse, like Xing Man, act with impunity, taking lives without reason? This rhetoric, while somewhat fallacious, resonated with the members present. The logic was straightforward. Xing Man kills without cause, while Wang Lingling has a reason to do so. Thus, she is indeed stronger than Xing Man. With her prowess, she could just as easily engage in indiscriminate slaughter like him, yet she refrains, which is commendable. The moral standards of the past, when applied within this apocalyptic setting, serve only to restrain the weak and cannot bind the strong. Now, regardless of whether Yu Ziyu has betrayed or not, he is deemed a traitor. For Wang Lingling perceives him as such. This may well be considered a sophisticated version of calling a deer a horse. The difference lies in their inability to distinguish whether Yu Ziyu is indeed a deer or a horse. Ziyuan glanced at the pale-faced Bai Ruan and then at Lu Shun, deliberately praising. Lu Shun, as expected of you, I never suspected Yu Ziyu's dubiousness before. Gao Chong cast a sidelong glance at the steel-gray, coldly charismatic skeletal warrior, pursed his lips slightly, and nodded in agreement. At that moment, all my attention was captivated by the arrogant Xing Man, and I completely overlooked Yu Ziyu's issues. The other members of the mutual aid group echoed in unison. Yes, we were all terrified by Xing Man, who had time to notice Yu Ziyu. In retrospect, if the registry had fallen into Xing Man's hands, it would have been more reasonable for Yu Ziyu to have perished, right? The fact that Yu Ziyu survived then certainly raises questions. Bai Ruan observed the unfolding scene and, surprisingly, did not feel any astonishment. She suppressed her trembling legs, mustered her courage, and took 2 steps forward. Her timid voice echoed. Indeed, Lu Xun's deductions are always accurate. It appears Yu Ziyu truly has issues. However, after voicing her agreement, she noticed Wang Lingling's unwavering gaze fixed upon her. A chill ran down Bai Ruan's spine, and tears threatened to spill uncontrollably. After all, if one could be slain merely on the basis of suspicion, then, to fabricate a crime, what need is there for justification? She ought to have been brutally slain by Xing Man in that room. Yet, the outcome has manifested itself here. This is indeed worthy of skepticism. Is it not? Bai Ruan, who initially believed that finding the organization would lead her to hope, was suddenly engulfed in despair. She cast a frantic glance towards Lu Xun. After all, she had joined the mutual aid group alongside him. She yearned for Lu Xun to utter a few words of assistance. However, to her astonishment, Lu Xun appeared to act according to Wang Lingling's unspoken cues, showing no intention of aiding her. Instead, Wang Lingling abruptly averted her gaze from Bai Ruan and addressed the group with a somber tone. We have already shared our encounter with the creatures on the 3rd floor in the group chat. Thus, the classmates in the apartment should be well aware of it. I do not believe our peers possess the fortitude to maintain secrets under severe duress. Indeed, it seemed that their classmates would readily divulge everything at the slightest hint of threat. Therefore, if Bai Ruan could locate this place, Xing Man would undoubtedly be able to as well. Hence, we must swiftly relocate our position. With Wang Lingling advocating for a change of venue, the others naturally refrained from dissent. Nevertheless, Lu Xun, with a spark of ingenuity, proposed in a hushed tone how splendid it would be if, while relocating, we could also mislead Xing Man, divert him to the spot where we planned to ambush him. This was indeed a brilliant notion. However, how could they execute such a ruse? We could leave a message here, feigning it to be for any other members of the mutual aid group who might come searching. In reality, it would be intended for Xing Man. When he arrives and discovers the signal we left for our classmates, he would follow the clues to find us. Lu Xun articulated, his thoughts flowing seamlessly. However, other students lacked such confidence. Can this truly work? In reality, is it indeed possible to anticipate others' actions and lead adversaries into traps? Sui Weibai, also an academic achiever, stepped forward to support Lu Xun, stating, from what I know, Xing Man possesses an average intellect. In the context of the 3 kingdoms, he would likely be of a level inferior to El Bu. His current arrogance is merely a product of fortune, having acquired formidable power. Much like a newly wealthy individual, such a petty person, upon achieving success, is most prone to arrogance. His boastful demeanor in the group suggests he intends to seek out and annihilate individuals one by one. Yet, after several failed attempts, he is bound to feel humiliated and enraged. He will undoubtedly yearn to discover the whereabouts of those classmates who evaded him. Subsequently, by randomly capturing a classmate, he should be able to trace the location on the 3rd floor. Yet, if he again fails to find anyone on the 3rd floor, his fury will only intensify. At that point, upon discovering the information we left for our study group members, He will surely shift from rage to delight, eagerly anticipating our demise. With his inflated ego, he would never suspect that we would dare to encircle him. Therefore, this strategy is indeed feasible. The only uncertainty lies in whether his limited intellect will enable him to uncover the information we provided to our classmates. If only we could also place a traitor among his ranks as a spy. As Su Weibai contemplated and analyzed, a hint of excitement flickered across her expression. Wang Lingling was also inclined to explore the propositions put forth by Lu Xun and Su Weibai. However, after a moment of contemplation, she slowly articulated. This method is indeed feasible, but the issue lies in its passivity. We must await Xing Man's actions. We must wait for him to interrogate our classmates to locate the third floor, and for him to discover the information we deliberately left behind on that floor. All we can do is passively wait, while the initiative rests entirely in Xing Man's hands. We are utterly unable to predict when he will compel his classmates to the third floor. Indeed, the other classmates fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, Wang Lingling interjected, "In truth, I wish to protect Jiang Ye." This statement took the others by surprise, their gazes shifting to her in astonishment. Wang Lingling offered no further explanation and turned her attention towards Bai Ruowan. Bai Ruowan, still shaken from earlier, paled instantly under Wang Lingling's gaze. Previously, she regarded Wang Lingling merely as a classmate, but now she perceived her as a figure of authority. She found herself unable to call her Lingjie, instead wanting to exclaim "Big shot." Fortunately, this formidable figure did not harbor intentions to harm her. Rather, she inquired, "I recall you have an affinity for the Three Kingdoms. So you must have heard of the strategy of self-inflicted suffering, correct?" Bai Ruowan instantly comprehended. I am to play the role of Huang Gai? However, Wang Lingling shook her head. There is no need for you to endure the same level of hardship as Huang Gai. In fact, you need not risk your life by going to Xing Man to perform a charade. After all, your psychological resilience is rather weak, and your acting skills leave much to be desired. It is highly likely you would be exposed at first glance. By QQ, so what can I do? Wang Lingling remained calm and composed, methodically arranging the situation. Just now, Yuziyu has perished, according to the member list of the group chat. The other classmates must have taken notice. However, given the peculiar circumstances, no one dares to speak up in the group, nor has any discussion ensued. Yet, you may voice your grievances in the group, accusing me of suspecting Yuziyu of betrayal and subsequently eliminating him. Now, I also harbor doubts about your loyalty, preparing to eliminate you as well. You could exhibit a degree of despair in your remarks, perhaps even rambling incoherently. Through this desperate and disjointed discourse, you might convey some information to Xing Man. Indeed, this approach is far swifter than waiting for Xing Man to come forth on her own. Moreover, should Xing Man indeed be drawn to this revelation, she may temporarily abandon her pursuit of Jiang Ye on the 20th floor. Perhaps we could genuinely safeguard Jiang Ye. Furthermore, the information disclosed by Bai Ruowan could suggest that their mutual aid group is rife with suspicion and internal strife, significantly lowering Xing Man's defenses. Lu Xun and Su Weiwan exchanged glances, agreeing that this tactic could work. Nevertheless, they needed to prepare further. While they were in the midst of preparation, Bai Ruowan's act of betrayal needed to be executed immediately. Otherwise, if she waited until Yuziyu had been dead for a considerable time before betraying Wang Lingling, it would appear exceedingly contrived. Thus, Wang Lingling and the others swiftly began their preparations, while Bai Ruowan simultaneously commenced her performance in the group chat. Harboring a lingering frustration at being accused by Wang Lingling of lacking acting skills, determined to dazzle everyone with this performance, Jiang Ye remained oblivious to the actions of the mutual aid group. He sat quietly in room 2025, awaiting Xing Man's arrival, contemplating that if he could eliminate Xing Man, the crisis would be averted. During this time, he noticed the name of Yuziyu fading away, but he gave it little thought. After all, in his perspective, once the name had fallen into Xing Man's hands from the registry, Yuziyu must have already met with misfortune. The delay in death could likely be attributed to the intense interrogation from Xing Man's subordinates. However, to his astonishment, while he was anxiously waiting for Xing Man to arrive, he instead received a sudden cry for help from Bai Ruowan in the group chat. "Help! Is there anyone who can save me? Wqaq." Jiang Ye's heart sank. Had Bai Ruowan ultimately fallen victim? Had Xing Man found her? This suggested that Xing Man hadn't gone to the 20th floor, but was instead seeking Bai Ruowan. Just as he pondered this, a knock echoed from outside his apartment. Chapter 57. Stealing from the woman in white. Here it comes. Finally, the confrontation was at hand. Jiang Ye swiftly entered a state of readiness. He concealed himself in the farthest room of the apartment, wearing a protective jade pendant against his chest and a lucky bracelet on his wrist. In his hand, he grasped a completely black syringe, a tool procured from Huang Qi's spatial watch, capable of releasing poisonous needles twice. Additionally, he possessed a scroll that could randomly teleport him, though he had no intention of using it unless absolutely necessary, as the teleportation could lead to perilous locations. Before his demise, Huang Qi did not employ any means of defense, adhering to the same principle. He had prepared various protective measures. However, Jiang Ye's true self was not inclined to engage in combat. In his contemplation, he believed that no one would be permitted to enter the chamber where his essence resided. Yet, should Xing Man summon all his subordinates, the sheer number of individuals could pose a threat. Nonetheless, it seemed improbable, for even though Xing Man possessed considerable wealth, not everyone resided on the 20th floor. Therefore, the intruders would likely be few. After the amalgamation of his avatars, he anticipated resolving the situation within 3 minutes. Thus, all of Jiang Ye's focus was directed towards the third avatar, preparing for battle, even as he found his attention wavering towards the second avatar in apartment 9999. Thump, thump, thump. Jiang Ye's heart raced in tandem with the mounting tension. He had arranged for a mirror avatar to peer through the peephole at the door. In the dim light, a shadowy figure appeared to be fiddling with the doorknob, seemingly brandishing an object. The indistinct silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Xing Man, manipulating what appeared to be a black card against the door. Meanwhile, in the group chat, Bai Ruowan continued to cry for help. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment why Bai Ruowan was pleading at his doorstep. Could it be that she had been captured by Xing Man's minions? However, to everyone's astonishment, Bai Ruowan subsequently revealed, "Help, help, Wang Lingling is chasing me. Can anyone rescue me?" Sob. What? Wang Lingling? She was being pursued by Wang Lingling, not Xing Man or his lackeys. How could this be possible? Observing the bewildered expressions of the classmates from both Class 1 and Class 2 in the group chat, Bai Ruowan's desperate cries for help echoed. "I assure you, it was Wang Lingling who killed Yuziyu." What she said was that the register fell from Yuziyu into Xing Man's hands, yet Yuziyu remains alive, suggesting he has betrayed us and aligned himself with Xing Man. Now she claims that I was approached by Xing Man and survived, suspecting that I too have defected to his side. What should I do? No matter how I explain, she refuses to believe me. She is determined to kill me, wailing. Wang Lingling. She is merely fabricating reasons to commit murder. She desires to survive. She wishes to become like Xing Man or Yang Wenchao. But I do not wish to die yet. What should I do? Jiang Ye remained vigilant, closely monitoring the door that could burst open at any moment, while simultaneously reading the messages in the group chat. The revelations left him stunned. Wang Lingling aspired to massacre like Xing Man and Yang Wenchao. After killing Yuziyu, she now sought to eliminate Bai Ruowan. This left Jiang Ye in a state of confusion. If it were true that Yuziyu had indeed been slain by Wang Lingling, there was a significant possibility he had defected to Xing Man. However, Bai Ruowan's assertions warranted further consideration. It could indeed be, as she claimed, Wang Lingling, unable to restrain herself, yearned to savor the thrill of murder, thus fabricating reasons to kill Yuziyu and subsequently target her. Alternatively, it was plausible that both Yuziyu and Bai Ruowan had genuinely allied with Xing Man, and Wang Lingling, having discerned this, eliminated Yuziyu and attempted to kill Bai Ruowan, who managed to flee and turned the tables on her. Of course, it was also possible that Wang Lingling had simply misjudged the situation, preferring to err on the side of aggression rather than allowing any escape, regardless of whether it stems from skepticism or self-interest. She undeniably possesses a motive to eliminate Yuziyu and Bai Ruowan. However, Jiang Ye cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. It was Wang Lingling who first suggested that when under attack, one could promptly expose the assailant in the group. Yet now, as she embarks on her murderous endeavor, she grants her target the opportunity to unveil her. Jiang Ye is convinced that, had Wang Lingling genuinely intended to slay Bai Ruowan, the latter would hardly have had the chance to expose her. Yet, if she does not truly wish to kill, another scenario swiftly crossed Jiang Ye's mind, leaving him slightly astonished. How formidable is Wang Lingling and her entourage? Do they truly possess the capability to counterattack Xing Man successfully? As the ruse unfolded fervently within the group chat, Jiang Ye was suddenly drawn to a more vigorous knocking at the door. After waiting an eternity, Xing Man had yet to burst through, her intermittent knocks growing increasingly irksome. He found himself hesitating, contemplating whether to take the initiative and open the door himself. However, just as he wavered, his mirrored reflection caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure through the peephole, seemingly filled with impatience. Clutching a card-like object, the figure repeatedly fumbled near the doorknob, appearing agitated as if unable to open the door. Unable to open the door? Why is that so? Jiang Ye's heart raced with uncertainty, while outside, Xingman finally ceased her forceful attempts to breach the door and took a step back. In this manner, her indistinct form became increasingly discernible, confirming that it was indeed Xingman. Yet, Jiang Ye remained perplexed. In the group chat, Xingman suddenly tagged him, exclaiming, 2025. Did you fill in a false room number on your registration? Jiang Ye, it seems your mutual aid group is not as united as it appears. Previously, a member provided a fake room number, and now the leader is eliminating their own subordinates. What a fascinating display of human nature. I am aware of the thoughts circulating among some of you. Do you still believe that Yiziu and Bai Ruoan genuinely sided with me, thus justifying Wang Lingling's actions against them? Have you not considered that with my strength, I would require the allegiance of mere level 0 Karamis? Moreover, I can assure you that individuals like Wang Chong, Ge Zining, and Yang Wei, when they perished, they were eager to serve me, desperate to survive. However, I have no need for such worthless servants. So, have you come to a realization? Wang Lingling is not questioning a traitor. Rather, she has finally discerned the true nature of the doomsday apartment and is beginning to awaken. She is learning from me. She aspires to become a formidable force like myself. Alas, it is regrettable that it may be too late. Wang Lingling, you have already squandered your opportunity to evolve into a powerful being. Unexpectedly, this outburst from Bai Ruoan against Wang Lingling only prompted Xingman to boast about himself. In an instant, the entire chat group seemed to transform into his personal echo chamber, with his domineering and arrogant remarks flooding in one after another. Oh no. There were also Bai Ruoan's desperate pleas surfacing intermittently, although they were woefully out of place. Xingman appeared to grow impatient. Addressing AI Tay with urgency, where were you being pursued by Wang Lingling? I shall come to your rescue. Under normal circumstances, Bai Ruoan would hardly believe such claims. However, in her current state of disarray, she seemed bereft of reason. It was in the corridor on the 3rd floor, where we were leveling up in a team. Hurry, come save me. It seems she only then noticed it was Xingman, which sent her into a fresh panic. Why is it Xingman? No, please, don't. Is there no one else coming to my aid? Wu QQ. Bai Ruoan appeared to be on the brink of madness. This left Jiang Ye in the apartment utterly bewildered. Wait, my friend? Wasn't the plan to burst through the door? You haven't even breached it yet. No, this fellow has indeed arrived. So why claim the room number he registered was false? Is it because he was unable to break in? But why? Could it be a ruse? Or perhaps he sensed danger? Or is there some other condition needed to break through? Does he not meet the criteria for this apartment? Jiang Ye was fully prepared for battle, yet his opponent suddenly fled. This left him in quite an awkward position. Should he pursue Xingman? What if this was merely a ploy, and stepping outside played right into their hands? Or might Xingman possess some extraordinary life-saving item or a lethal weapon? Filled with hesitation, Jiang Ye chose not to chase after him. Instead, he summoned his 4th clone to guard the doorway, keeping a watchful eye through the peephole. Meanwhile, within the confines of apartment 9999, as he inquired how Wang Qingjin and Wan Xian recognized the NPC items, the situation unfolded further. Those two individuals cast peculiar glances in his direction, causing Jiang Ye to feel a sense of unease, as if he had inadvertently revealed his novice status. However, Wan Xian, perhaps lost in his own thoughts, promptly clarified, nonsense. With our investigative techniques, the presence of items in the novice apartment that are entirely marked with question marks can only indicate NPC items. Jiang Ye contemplated this, realizing that with a time limit of 10 minutes to achieve 10 consecutive victories, he had little to fear in exposing his novice traits. Thus, he inquired further. Even items exchanged with survival points would not manifest as entirely question-marked? He posed the question casually, seeking additional information. To his surprise, the expressions of the two men shifted dramatically, their gazes revealing astonishment beneath their initial bewilderment. Wang Qingjin, who had previously regarded him with disdain, suddenly wore a complex expression. After a moment of silence, he slowly responded, "Of course, items exchanged with survival points can occasionally exceed the boundaries of the novice apartment. However," he paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle before continuing. Do you truly possess the means to exchange for an item exceeding 1,000 survival points? This statement, while seemingly a provocation, bore an underlying gravity. It was evident that Jiang Ye's two seemingly naive inquiries had sparked conjectures in the minds of these two seasoned experts. They were unaware of Jiang Ye's novice status, and thus instinctively felt that someone of such enigmatic stature would not pose meaningless questions. Consequently, the implications of his inquiries suggested that his items might indeed not be NPC-related. However, the non-NPC items exhibited an entire series of question marks during their investigation. What a remarkable survival point item that must be. 10,000 survival points? This is merely an estimation. Therefore, could it be that the item within this test tube is the very reason this enigmatic bald individual stirred the and swiftly defeated Jiang Ye? Could it be that with such an item, he could indeed achieve 10 consecutive victories within just 10 minutes? In that moment, Wang Qingjin and Wan Xin could not help but entertain a few thoughts. Yet, they remained uncertain, for how could one possibly accumulate over 10,000 survival points in such a brief span of time? Jiang Ye, on the other hand, was entirely oblivious to the musings of the two prominent figures. He was simply inquiring out of curiosity to broaden his understanding. Upon hearing Wang Qingjin's assertion, his immediate reaction was, an item exceeding 10,000 survival points, yet your investigation reveals nothing but question marks. Moreover, the NPC items also display the same. Does this imply that the value of NPC items is comparable to 10,000 survival points? However, as soon as he uttered this, both Wang Qingjin and Wan Xin were left dumbfounded. Their expressions grew increasingly peculiar. How could this young man pose such an absurd question? Was he genuinely unaware? Or was he attempting to mislead them through feigned ignorance? Could it be that he discerned their covetous glances toward the item he possessed and thus made this statement to dispel their suspicions regarding its non-NPC nature? Yet, were they not prompted to suspect precisely because this bald individual had prattled on a bit too much? The two esteemed figures grew ever more perplexed by this bald man. Were you merely engaging in a ruse, or were you attempting to buy time? Within Jiang Ye's heart, a sense of helplessness arose as he contemplated his predicament. Should he admit that he was utterly clueless? Was it too late to claim he was merely a novice who had stumbled in? Clearly, the moment had passed. Previously, he had boisterously made extravagant claims in the group chat, inciting considerable discontent from the two seasoned players. It was as if they were poised to make an example of him if he failed to secure 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes. Wan Xin, the first to initiate, presented a timer, stating, "Let it not be said that we are bullying you. I shall begin the countdown only after 30 seconds have passed since your entry. Now, commence your challenge." This method of timing was indeed quite considerate. However, Jiang Ye, ever the unpredictable one, turned to Wan Xin and asked, "By the way, could I borrow some game currency from you? Alternatively, I could seek a loan from the apartment manager." After all, he hoped to profit from this series of victories. Wan Xin, rendered speechless, was interrupted by Wang Qingjin, who scolded, "Enough of your prattling. Finish your game and meet your fate swiftly." His tone suggested he would gladly kick Jiang Ye into the battle machine if given the chance. With no other option, Jiang Ye trudged toward the battle machine. Meanwhile, his first avatar was also set into motion. Leaving the apartment, he did not pursue Xing Man. Rather, he cautiously made his way to the apartment 2064, where the woman in white resided. Indeed, he intended to heed Yang Wenchao's advice. Seizing the opportunity while the woman in white was preoccupied with her pursuit of the bald man, he planned to tidy up her abode. Just as the second avatar was about to enter the battle machine, and the first was approaching room 2064, Wang Qingjin, urging Jiang Ye to enter the battle machine, suddenly erupted with a terrified exclamation. Chapter 58, Multiple Choice Questions Such Ease. The exclamations echoed, a cacophony of astonishment filling the air. Simultaneously, an eerie chill, unique to the Dark Realm, enveloped the entirety of the 99th floor. The formidable beings within the advanced combat machines remained unperturbed. Yet those outside felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. In an instant, they were all on high alert. However, no adversary was visible, only a select few. Endowed with acute perception, swiftly deduced that this ominous breeze emanated from the ceiling of the 99th floor. They promptly gazed upward towards the towering ceiling, exceeding 5 meters in height. To their astonishment, the ceiling was suddenly adorned with intricate black lines, reminiscent of fissures in the dark. Yet, they soon realized these were not mere cracks. After all, one would hardly expect a fissure to exhibit movement. The lines appeared to writhe upon the ceiling, even emitting a faint hissing sound. Thus, They began to suspect that these lines were not mere threads, but rather some form of living entity. As other powerful players remained bewildered and on guard due to this unexpected turn of events, Wang Chenjin and Wan Xian suddenly turned their gaze towards Jiang Ye. More precisely, their attention was directed towards the test tube in his hand, containing strands of hair. Were these strands not also black lines? Could it be that this upheaval was orchestrated by this bald individual? What was his intention? Did he dare to challenge the entire 9999 apartment complex single-handedly? Just as they speculated that Jiang Ye was the architect of this chaos. Suddenly, a chilling female voice resonated from above, commanding and ominous, before I truly lose my temper. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Chenjin and Wan Xian abruptly realized that this unexpected turn of events was not instigated by the bald man. The true situation appeared to be that this bald individual had stolen an NPC item and was subsequently confronted. Feeling the oppressive aura and the chilling wind overhead, Wan Xian did not dare to speak out directly, opting instead to voice his thoughts in the chat group. Isn't this guy excessively audacious? He has not only offended the doer organization, but also the NPC. Wang Qingjin could only express his exasperation. So, he came to our 9,999 not for a life-and-death battle, but merely to seek refuge? The other members of the apartment, still oblivious to the circumstances, began to inquire. What? Is this ceiling dweller targeting the newcomer Jiang Ye? Wan Xian replied, Indeed. It seems he stole an NPC item. What the hell? He stole an NPC item? Is it that explosive? So, he really is seeking asylum in our 9,999? Could he possibly think that the strong among us would dare to confront those NPCs head-on? Even if we had such courage, we wouldn't risk it for him. What is this guy thinking? The key point is, don't you find this absurd? He crossed apartments to come here, which means the NPCs he offended also span across apartments. Cross-apartment NPCs. I need not elaborate on the weight of that significance. In the novice apartment, it seems that one could only be second to the landlord in terms of significance. Such an entity is potentially more formidable than the apartment manager. The mere audacity to confront the apartment manager is already quite remarkable, yet this fellow dares to offend a boss-level NPC. Wanxin expressed, I suspect he might be mentally unstable. Truly, at this moment, Jiang Ye, the one suspected of having issues, could only sigh in a calm manner. At this very moment, Yang Wenchao in apartment 1008 is sneezing. He feels a certain turmoil within, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity to sneak into room 2064 while the woman in white is preoccupied with hunting the bald man. However, he ultimately decides against it. After all, that is an NPC capable of traversing apartments. It is wise not to offend such a being carelessly. To be frank, when he assisted the bald man in capturing the NPC item, it was not his intention to ensnare him. Indeed, NPCs with the ability to cross apartments are exceedingly rare. Generally speaking, as per his understanding, typical NPCs cannot traverse between apartments. Who could have anticipated that he would encounter such a capable NPC? This cannot be blamed on Yang Wenchao. If anyone should bear the brunt of blame, it should be Jiang Ye. That fellow truly has abysmal luck. Merely accepting a cleaning job, he finds himself entangled with such a high-caliber NPC. Nevertheless, the line between extreme misfortune and extraordinary fortune is often razor-thin. It ultimately depends on whether the bald man possesses the capability to turn the tide. However, it seems unlikely. After all, that individual is not a gamer. Jiang Ye himself harbors little hope. However, he recalled Yang Wenchao's earlier assertion that the NPC residents of the apartment seemingly would not initiate attacks against players. Therefore, by voluntarily returning the test tube to the woman in white, he should be safe, right? Ultimately, the loss incurred was merely the 30,000 he spent on 2 items to steal hair. Although 30,000 still constituted a substantial sum for him, it paled in comparison to the value of his own life. Yet, he suddenly remembered that both he and Yang Wenchao had been ambushed by monsters. Yang Wenchao had faced a giant cockroach in the battle room, while he himself had encountered a venomous snake in the corridor on the 20th floor. According to Yang Wenchao, the reason for these ambushes was their prior theft of a delivery. However, they had pilfered an NPC's delivery, yet the assailants had been monsters. Considering this perspective, perhaps NPCs truly could not directly attack players. But could it be that they might employ the monsters they had nurtured to ambush players? Given the strength of the woman in white, she should be capable of forcefully seizing her hair, yet she refrained from doing so, instead granting Jiang Ye the opportunity to relinquish it willingly. Suddenly, a realization struck Jiang Ye as he recalled a prior incident while he was cleaning. At that time, The living assistant robot of the woman in white had stated that every single strand of hair was extraordinarily precious, and any damage incurred would be borne as a consequence. He suddenly understood that the reason the woman in white had not forcefully seized the hair might stem from her concern for its integrity. Thus, the object in Jiang Ye's possession was akin to a hostage. If he were to relinquish it willingly, it would indeed spell disaster. Clutching it tightly, it became a bargaining chip instead. As he pondered, Jiang Ye tightened his grip on the test tube, exerting such force that it seemed he might shatter it at any moment. Simultaneously, his expression regained its composure as he raised his gaze to the ceiling and spoke. Sister Bai, please calm your anger. I assure you, I have no interest in your hair. However, if you appear too intimidating and I inadvertently harm a strand, it would be detrimental for both of us, would it not? His tone, while seemingly cordial, carried an unmistakable hint of menace. Instantly, the atmosphere on the 99th floor grew even more oppressive. Many players could not suppress a shiver, as if a venomous serpent were slithering up their spines, bringing with it an icy dread. At the same time, they observed this bald man, audaciously defiant even in the presence of a cross-apartment NPC, calmly sending messages in the group chat. Jiang Ye, by the way, do you know what will happen to these NPCs when the novice apartment is destroyed? A sudden silence enveloped the group chat. It seems the NPCs in the game are merely pure data when the novice apartment is annihilated. The NPC data should also be obliterated. Yet, we remain uncertain about what will transpire in this real-world novice apartment. Yuya, it is likely that, similar to the data, the novice apartment will be destroyed along with it, right? Jiang Ye inquired further, what about the apartment owner? One Xin provided a clear response, the apartment owner will, of course, remain unharmed. After all, once we clear the novice apartment and transition to the apocalyptic apartment city, we will still have the opportunity to interact with the apartment owner. Therefore, the apartment owner should be regarded as a high-level NPC who transcends the limitations of the novice apartment. Wang Qingjin remarked, indeed, for the apartment owner, the novice apartment is merely a trifling enterprise. Even if players like us were to create chaos within the novice apartment, the apartment owner typically remains indifferent, entrusting matters entirely to the apartment administrator. During this period, it is likely that the apartment owner is engaged elsewhere, in the grander realm of the apocalyptic apartment city. As the group casually discussed, a woman's voice resonated from the ceiling once more, this time directed coldly at Jiang Ye. Are you threatening me? The tone suggested that the woman in white was thoroughly incensed, seemingly on the verge of taking action. However, Jiang Ye maintained his composure, his voice steady and calm as ever. Certainly not. I merely wish to discuss another matter with you before returning your hair. Without further ado, Jiang Ye held up a test tube and inquired, are you aware that the apartment will be destroyed in 10 days? Upon hearing this, the prominent figures of apartment 9999 were taken aback. What was this young man thinking, speaking such things to an NPC? Was he tired of living? Typically, when the novice apartment nears its demise, specifically between the 8th and 10th day, seasoned players make their entrance, causing all NPCs to erupt in chaos upon sensing impending destruction. This includes instances of apartment fusion, which similarly incites NPC rebellion. The rebellious NPCs pose a significant threat. Under the looming specter of death, they disregard the rules and turn against the players. At this moment, Jiang Ye declares that the apartment will be destroyed, seemingly provoking an uprising among the NPCs. However, to the astonishment of the prominent figures present, the NPC on the ceiling appears unaffected by Jiang Ye's words, as if she had already foreseen the impending destruction of the apartment. Conversely, Jiang Ye remains composed and states, whether it is the fusion of apartments or their destruction, it will surely cause you some troubles, will it not? What if I were to offer my assistance in alleviating your concerns? Upon hearing this, the influential figures of apartment 9999 are left utterly bewildered. Is he truly aware of what he is implying? Offering to resolve the NPC's troubles? Does he genuinely believe he can ensure their survival amidst the apartment's demise? Could he be so naive as to think that providing these NPCs with survival stones will grant them life? This fellow is utterly absurd. He seems to be actively seeking tasks from the NPCs. Moreover, the task he requests is one that is fundamentally impossible to accomplish. Not just the players, but even the white-clad woman herself is taken aback. After a prolonged silence, her voice finally emanates from the ceiling, dripping with disdain, to resolve my troubles. Huh? Do you even comprehend whom you must address to alleviate my concerns? At this, Jiang Ye's gaze flickers with a glimmer of hope. However, the question posed by the woman in white was directed towards resolving a particular individual. Thus, the inquiry becomes pointed, the term who generally refers to a person. Consequently, it can be translated into the following options. A. Apartment player B, apartment manager C, shadow in the corridor D, apartment owner E. Others. The multiple choice question becomes rather simple. Even guesswork could yield the correct answer. Furthermore, based on the discussions among the prominent figures of apartment 9999, combined with the woman's disdainful attitude towards their remarks, one must undoubtedly choose the most challenging option. Confidently, Jiang Ye provided his guess. Isn't it to deal with the apartment owner? As soon as these words left his lips, Jiang Ye sensed a sudden stiffness in the atmosphere on the 99th floor. The chilling air descending from the ceiling could not permeate this tense environment. Thus, the originally eerie and cold ambience was abruptly reduced to mere awkwardness and rigidity. What is so awkward? Did he guess correctly or incorrectly? Or perhaps, is the apartment owner particularly difficult to resolve? Upon reflection, it seems indeed quite challenging. After all, from the information he had gathered, the apartment owner is significantly more formidable than the apartment manager. Even those elite players dare only to confront the apartment manager using a pay-to-win strategy and would never dream of targeting the apartment owner. Moreover, Yang Wenchao had previously mentioned that the apartment manager possesses the ability to eliminate players. To counteract such power, one would require a specific item. This implies that defeating the apartment manager is already an insurmountable challenge for the players. Resolving the apartment landlord is a scenario that even the most seasoned gaming tycoons have scarcely contemplated. Has he, in a moment of carelessness, inflated his own bravado? Suddenly, from the previously oppressive ceiling, an unusual voice, not devoid of eeriness, emanates. Are you truly certain you wish to resolve the apartment landlord? Chapter 59, NPC Quest. The Masked Maniac. I am not. I did not. I was merely speaking in jest. Is it still possible to regret this decision? Clearly, it is too late for such sentiments. Since you are so intent on resolving the landlord, allow me to assign you a task. What? The other 9,999 apartment moguls appear utterly bewildered. Is this truly an NPC quest being offered? However, this task is likely far from straightforward. Jiang Ye, too, is taken aback as a private notification resonates in his mind. Ding! The apartment resident, In Su, has initiated an SSS-level confidential mission. Mission requirements. Resolve the landlord of your current area. Mission deadline. Before the destruction of the novice apartment. 1. Game currency, 50 million. 2. Skill scroll, bronze level 1-3. Bronze treasure chests, 3-4. Exemption cards, 10-5. A golden level combat machine. 1. Mission failure penalty. None. Do you accept the mission? Yes, no? What in the world? 50 million in game currency. Skill scrolls. Bronze treasure chests, exemption cards, and a golden level combat machine? This is tantamount to an instant fortune. Although Jiang Ye was unaware of the specific utility of the golden level battle machines, their placement at the end suggested a considerable value. What was crucial, however, was that upon accepting the task, rewards would be dispensed without any penalties for failure. Wasn't that somewhat unreasonable? If he accepted the task but failed to complete it, wouldn't the white-clad woman suffer a significant loss? Or was she planning to take matters into her own hands and personally administer the punishment? Given this perspective, the supposedly SSS-level secret mission appeared to lack substance. Having accepted the task, it seemed unlikely that the white-clad woman would trouble him further during its execution. As he mingled with the game players and dealt with the apartment administrator, he anticipated no significant obstacles. Thus, he decided to proceed with the task. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the options of yes, no, in his mind automatically selected yes. Shortly thereafter, another notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. You have accepted the SSS-level secret mission. Ding. You have attracted the attention of the apartment owner. A nagging feeling suggested that he might have stumbled into a trap. Was there truly no penalty for failing this task? There was no time for further contemplation. From the dark threads adorning the ceiling, one slowly descended, bearing a silver ring that fell before Jiang Ye. Upon retrieving it, he discovered it to be a level 1 spatial ring. Just as he began to inspect the items within, the black thread ensnared the test tube in his hand. Jiang Ye realized that the items in the spatial ring corresponded closely with the task rewards. After a moment's hesitation, he relaxed his grip on the test tube, allowing it to ascend along the dark line towards the ceiling. Moments later, A voice belonging to a woman in white echoed from above. You must be aware that the frenzied mask, required to eliminate the apartment administrator, can only be acquired by achieving 100 consecutive victories in the battle room. Hence, I have provided you with 10 exemption cards and a golden level battle machine. Strive to secure those 100 victories swiftly and obtain the frenzied mask to vanquish the apartment administrator. Jiang Ye sensed an unusual undertone in the word surprise as it slipped from the lips of the woman in white. He couldn't help but wonder if it would turn out to be less a surprise and more a fright. He wished to say more, but he noticed the dark line in the ceiling flickering before vanishing in an instant. The atmosphere on the 99th floor seemed to revert to its usual state. It was evident that the others on the 99th floor had not heard the task prompt that had just played in his mind. However, they had caught the last words spoken by the woman in white. Juan Xian could not contain himself any longer, exclaiming, 10 exemption cards and a golden level battle machine. You must have foreseen that you could obtain NPC tasks from the pursuit of the NPC, and that the task rewards would conveniently assist you in swiftly achieving 10 consecutive victories? Is that why you spoke so confidently about accomplishing 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes? And the reason you delayed entering our battle machine was to wait for the NPC task to grant you the golden level battle machine. Juan Xian's indignation was palpable. His gaze fixated on Jiang Ye as if he intended to peel him alive. Even Wang Qingjin could not suppress his peculiar gaze, exclaiming, no wonder you dare to claim that you can achieve 100 consecutive victories before Linshin. It turns out you were relying on a golden tier battle machine. Jiang Ye was, in truth, entirely oblivious to the specific advantages of a golden tier battle machine. However, he was intrigued, as it seemed from the recent remarks of the woman in white and the current discourse of these two individuals that the golden tier battle machine might enable players to swiftly conquer 100 victories. Just as he intended to inquire about the precise benefits of the golden tier battle machine from them, he was suddenly alerted by a cacophony emanating from the position of battle machine number 1 on the 99th floor, interspersed with the murmurs of formidable players. Linshin. Linshin has emerged. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye hastily turned his gaze towards battle machine number 1. And there he beheld a slender young man clad in a black windbreaker stepping out from within the battle machine. He maneuvered through the throng of spectators surrounding him and approached Jiang Ye directly. Is your mission to eliminate the apartment administrator? Even though there had been players who had succeeded in this task, the administrator of the novice apartment was far from an easy target. Firstly, when a player attempts to attack him, he gains the right to obliterate the player who initiated the assault. Such a terrifying privilege must be countered by the maniac mask, which can only be acquired through achieving 100 consecutive victories in the battle room. Yet, the reward for 100 victories involves selecting from 3 distinct items. This implies that the likelihood of choosing the maniac mask is merely 1 in 3. Thus, the rarity of this item is evident. The crux of the matter lies in the fleeting efficacy of nullifying privileges, which is constrained to a mere 3 minutes. In other words, even while adorned with the madman mask, one must eliminate the apartment manager within this time frame. I recall a particular instance in the game where a group of affluent players managed to assemble a 10-person team, barely succeeding in vanquishing the administrator after countless failures. This implies that, as a novice, it is virtually impossible for an individual to slay the apartment manager alone. Is it truly the case that a minimum of 10 individuals is required for the task? Furthermore, those 10 must presumably be among the elite players in the novice zone. Thus, Jiang Ye cast a sweeping glance at the 99th floor of the 9,999 apartments, brimming with combat potential. He then turned to ask Zhang Jing, "Are you all gathered here for the madman mask and to confront the apartment manager?" His inquiry was delivered with a casual air. Simultaneously, Zhang Jing approached him. This esteemed figure, with his rugged features and stern demeanor, unexpectedly broke into a smile, conveying a profound meaning as he remarked, "You are indeed not a player." Jiang Ye had no intention of concealing the truth, nodding in affirmation. After all, it is far easier for a scholar to feign ignorance than for an underachiever to masquerade as an academic. He had indeed not engaged with the game Doomsday apartment, rendering him susceptible to exposure at any moment. Moreover, these distinguished individuals from 9999 had hastily categorized him as a player. Had they pondered a moment longer, they would have easily discerned his true identity. By a stroke of misfortune, I inadvertently eliminated a player from another apartment, and through their inter-apartment chip, I unexpectedly found myself in the distant apartment 9999. I spoke this with an unblemished candor, leaving the seasoned players present utterly astonished. Particularly, Wang Changjin suddenly grasped the situation. Wait, So your inquiry regarding the NPC items was genuine ignorance? Wanxin, equally flabbergasted, chimed in. So you're not even a gamer. Yet you managed to eliminate Zhao Yudi in an instant? What about that 3 consecutive victories? Are you the bald fellow targeted by the DUA organization? Jiang Ye, maintaining a straight face, replied with feigned nonchalance. There are numerous bald individuals employing disguise masks. It may not necessarily be me, you know. Wanxin shot him a disbelieving glare. Cut the act. The announcement clearly stated the seating number. How could you possibly be unaware of that? Ah, it seems so, Jiang Ye admitted, yet remained unabashedly obstinate. I truly don't know if it was me. Wanxin rolled his eyes again, entirely unconvinced. Meanwhile, the surrounding elite players could not restrain their discussions. What an audacious lad. He stumbled upon the belongings of an inter-apartment player and ended up in our 9,999 apartment. Is such a coincidence even plausible? How did we not consider the possibility of a novice wandering in? After all, it's only day 1. Which novice could possibly cross into another apartment on their very first day, and by sheer fortune, land in ours? Yet this novice is no ordinary one. His audacity is remarkable. He actually provoked an NPC into pursuing him across apartments, ultimately securing an NPC quest. The crux of this NPC quest lies in the unexpected reward of a golden tier battle machine. However, Jiang Ye paid no heed to the surrounding discussions. His primary concern was the combat prowess of the apartment administrator. He pondered whether there existed a more comprehensive strategy for defeating the administrator beyond merely acquiring the madman's mask. Just as he contemplated inquiring with the stoic elder, he noticed the latter squinting thoughtfully before solemnly stating, "Given your circumstances, it seems ill-advised to utilize a golden tier battle machine. Do you recall our previous agreement? Achieve 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes, and we will guide you. Otherwise, you shall be dismissed. At present, you need not rush to demonstrate your prowess through 10 consecutive victories. If you hand over the golden tier battle machine to me, I shall assist you. What say you? What say I? I say no." Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, casting a peculiar glance at the elder, and replied with equal gravity, "Why should I relinquish the golden tier battle machine when I am capable of achieving 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes? Upon uttering these words, the surrounding atmosphere grew palpably tense, and the whispers that had previously filled the air fell abruptly silent. The elder's expression became even more austere, his features hardened. After a brief silence, he reiterated with a grave demeanor, "My offer to assist you extends to confronting the apartment administrator." After a brief pause, he continued to elaborate. Essentially, within the novice zone ranging from 0,000 to 9999, those players who stand a considerable chance of achieving 100 consecutive victories and acquiring the mask of the madman, while also potentially contributing during the battle against the apartment administrator, are already situated in apartment 9999. In other words, without joining us, the task of defeating the apartment administrator is virtually impossible to accomplish. Thus, for him to fulfill the mission he received from the woman in white, it is highly likely that he must face the apartment administrator alone. Whether these individuals choose to include him in their endeavors is of no consequence. Furthermore, Jiang Ye reiterated his earlier statement. Are you truly prepared to go back on your word? Did you genuinely expect that achieving 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes would grant you the privilege of being included in our activities? Or did you merely consider it idle chatter? His words were laced with an unmistakable air of confrontation. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, with many gazes directed at him as if they had encountered a ghost. Although no one spoke or posted in the group chat, their expressions clearly conveyed a sentiment. Is this young man overly audacious or simply lacking in common sense? How dare he speak so arrogantly to the esteemed Elder Gu Jing? Despite being merely a level 1 with abysmal combat skills, could he possibly believe that simply accepting an NPC task elevates his status? The golden tier battle machine would be utterly squandered on such an inexperienced individual. Elder Gu Jing, who could have easily taken what he desired, was negotiating terms with him. And yet the young man appeared ungrateful. Enough. Lin Shun, step in quickly. Show this presumptuous novice the reality of his limitations. However, the onlookers were all contemplating taking action, yet Zhuo Jing remained unmoved. He appeared composed, showing no signs of anger despite Jiang Ye's brusque demeanor. On the contrary, he acquiesced to Jiang Ye's words and clarified, "When I previously mentioned taking you along, I meant engaging in life and death battles, not confronting the apartment manager." "Oh, I see." Jiang Ye replied, raising an eyebrow. "That is perfectly fine. I have no need for your assistance against the apartment manager. The underlying implication was unmistakable. He would prefer to achieve 10 consecutive victories rather than surrender his opportunity for a golden tier battle. Zhuge Jing's expression remained unchanged, though the glint in his eyes grew somewhat intricate. After a brief silence, he inquired, "Are you certain?" Jiang Ye nodded affirmatively, adding, "I am indeed prepared to single-handedly defeat the apartment manager." Chapter 60. Zhuge Jing's admiration single-handedly. The apartment manager. The atmosphere shifted dramatically upon the utterance of those words, and the gazes directed at him became increasingly peculiar. The prominent figures, who had been quietly observing Zhuge Jing, could no longer restrain themselves. The first to react was Wang Chenjin, who had sensed it from the start. This kid, his bravado is excessive, isn't it? It feels as though he's merely spouting nonsense. Purely empty bravado. Indeed, even Lin Shan stated that it is impossible to defeat the apartment manager solo. Yet he insists on doing so, and previously claiming he could achieve 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes, surpassing Lin Shan to reach 100 victories. Truly, it's outrageous. I have never encountered anyone so brazenly shameless. The crux of the matter is that this individual is merely a novice. He is either irresponsibly engaging in empty banter or is truly ignorant and audaciously arrogant. Clearly, at this moment, no one believes that Jiang Ye can single-handedly defeat the apartment administrator. In fact, a few particularly sharp-eyed experts mutter under their breath, even if Lin Shan were to go back on his word, what of it? This is not a time of peace for games, but a true apocalypse. In the fight for survival, one can kill indiscriminately. Thus, the justification for murder becomes even more compelling in pursuit of a golden tier battle machine. I also believe that even if Lin Shan were to betray and seize the opportunity, it would merely reflect that this fellow's strength pales in comparison to Lin Shan's. Frankly, I even suspect that the cross-apartment NPC wishes for us to eliminate this individual. A commoner is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. The golden tier battle machine may very well be a reward from that NPC for the one who eliminates this fellow. Indeed. Hence, she deliberately mentioned that this individual would receive the golden tier battle machine. Moreover, typically, NPC tasks require the completion of a task prior to reward distribution. So why should this fellow be entitled to a reward first? It makes perfect sense. Therefore, these task rewards are essentially intended for the players who take down this individual. Yes, precisely. Let us not forget that this NPC originally came to hunt this player. As the influential figures continued to analyze, their conviction only grew stronger. Even Jiang Ye, upon hearing this, couldn't help but harbor some doubts. Could it be that the woman in white truly intended for these formidable individuals to slay him by first offering such a generous reward? Was this reward indeed tailored for these elites? However, just as he was grappling with his suspicions, the esteemed Lin Shan suddenly cast a sweeping glance. The weighty gaze instantly silenced the players of apartment 9999. Moreover, Gu Jing turned to those players and remarked, "Is it truly necessary to offer a golden-level combat machine as a reward for a level 10 player tasked with eliminating a level 1 player? Generally, the reward for a task correlates with its difficulty. If the golden-level combat machine were indeed a reward for slaying Jiang Ye, it could only imply that. In the eyes of that NPC, Jiang Ye was formidable, not easily vanquished by just anyone. If she genuinely wished to eliminate Jiang Ye through an NPC task, there would be no need to employ such convoluted means to assign tasks to other players. Thus, the thoughts of the players in apartment 9999 were merely self-serving conjectures, and they would have felt a twinge of embarrassment had they engaged their intellects even slightly. Gu Jing's gaze shifted away from them and fell upon Jiang Ye. After a brief moment of contemplation, his tone took on an odd quality as he said, "The task you accepted, it cannot merely be to eliminate the apartment administrator. Can it? Your prior conversation with the NPC, though it seemed rather absurd, was not simply a task to kill the apartment owner, was it?" Although framed as a question, Gu Jing's tone bore the weight of a statement, laced with an unspoken complexity. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of calculation and ill intent in Fang Jing's words. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Jing slowly addressed him, as I previously mentioned. Achieving 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes was meant to indicate that we would engage you in a life-and-death battle. However, at this point, the golden tier battle machines also possess the capability for such confrontations. Thus, I believe our prior agreement is no longer necessary. Yet, it seems you have interpreted this as me coveting your golden tier battle machine. To be frank, Jiang Ye, I hold a certain admiration for you. While others may dismiss your solo defeat of the apartment administrator as mere bravado, I believe your confidence alone surpasses that of many. Upon hearing this, The other players from apartment 9999 widened their eyes in disbelief, hardly able to trust their ears. This must be the first instance of Lynch in expressing admiration for someone, and even commending Jiang Ye's audacity. Could it be that he truly believes Jiang Ye capable of single-handedly defeating the apartment administrator? Simultaneously, Fang Jing's words of appreciation altered the way the 9,999 players regarded Jiang Ye. Previously, they looked down upon him with disdain, viewing him as a mere novice. Now, however, their expressions mirrored shock and disbelief, tinged with a hint of envy. After all, none among them had ever received Fang Jing's admiration. Jiang Ye himself, at first, could not suppress the wave of exhilaration that surged within him upon hearing Fang Jing's remarks. Indeed, receiving praise and acknowledgement from others is inherently a source of pride. What is even more commendable is being lauded by those who are superior to oneself. For instance, if a primary school student is complimented by a toddler who struggles to articulate their thoughts, it may merely elicit a fleeting moment of joy. However, if the same student is praised by a respected teacher, the sense of pride is magnified. In the realm of the 9999 apartment, the character of Zhu Jing embodies the stature of a venerable authority. Thus, his utterance of admiration carried profound weight, stirring the emotions of Jiang Ye. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, his heart growing more vigilant. How did the formidable figure in the black robe succumb during the 3 consecutive victories? How was the inter-apartment competitor Huang Qi dispatched so swiftly? Jiang Ye remembered all too well. He perceived Zhu Jing's words as somewhat abrupt, suspecting that this expression of admiration was likely laden with ulterior motives. Consequently, he maintained a stoic expression, his demeanor unchanging, as he scrutinized Zhu Jing with quiet intensity. This display of composure only served to further agitate the strong players of the 9,999 apartment. Yet, Zhu Jing appeared unfazed, continuing his praise. In my view, among the entire 9999 apartment, perhaps only you possess the true qualifications to fight alongside me. Upon hearing this, the surrounding strong players were left even more unsettled, their gazes towards Jiang Ye laden with complexity. Zhu Jing then chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. Perhaps you truly have the strength to single-handedly take down the apartment administrator. However, when do you intend to make your move? Tomorrow? The day after? Or perhaps in 5 or 7 days? Tomorrow or the day after. Your abilities may not suffice to reach the level necessary to eliminate the administrator. However, 5 or 7 days from now, even if you possess the capability to accomplish such a feat, the time you have allocated for the task of defeating the apartment owner will be exceedingly limited. Therefore, I sincerely hope that we can collaborate on the matter of eliminating the apartment administrator, striving to ensure it is achieved within 3 days. As for the golden level combat aircraft, should you be unwilling to provide it, I shall not insist further. Nonetheless, while the elimination of the administrator remains our shared objective and the essence of cooperation promises mutual benefit, it is undeniable that you have accepted the task of eliminating the administrator, thereby reaping certain advantages. Thus, I wish to partake in the subsequent endeavor of defeating the apartment owner. How do you perceive this mode of collaboration? This arrangement, rather than a partnership, might be more accurately described as a pure act of assistance in fulfilling his task. Jiang Ye found it difficult to suppress his suspicions regarding Zhu Jing's seemingly generous nature. He admired and acknowledged him, and now he was assisting him in his tasks. On the surface, Zhu Jing's request was to eliminate the apartment owner, but in reality, this demand also served to assist Jiang Ye. Could it be that Zhu Jing, possessing a discerning eye, recognized the air of a protagonist within him and sought to curry favor? No, that cannot be right. Zhu Jing is undoubtedly suspect. Jiang Ye felt increasingly cautious. Yet outwardly he feigned gratitude for Zhu Jing's apparent kindness. He fell silent for a moment before finally taking the initiative to speak. So, if I were to say this, does that mean there's no need to play for 10 consecutive victories? Zhu Jing smiled slightly. Of course. After all, I am not qualified to play with you. Rather, I wish to fight alongside you. Jiang Ye remained silent. The other players in the 9999 apartment grew even quieter. They could hardly believe their eyes, witnessing Lin Shun extend such goodwill towards a player. What on earth is this? Who exactly is Jiang Ye? Could it be that he is a formidable figure from before the apocalypse, someone so extraordinary that even Lin Shun looks up to him? However, while the other players speculated about Jiang Ye's extraordinary identity, which earned him Zhu Jing's deep respect, Wang Qingjin suddenly had a moment of clarity, as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. He recalled that in the game Apocalypse Apartment, after the first team of spenders successfully defeated the apartment's administrator, Subsequent spenders naturally followed suit. Ultimately, the number of teams that defeated the administrator was not insignificant, amounting to about 10. Yet, among those 10 teams, an unusual incident occurred, which birthed the strongest player in the game. However, the player responsible for that incident was later confirmed to have unexpectedly passed away at home. Thus, no one knew how that incident came to be. But now, Wang Qingjin suddenly felt that the player who had unexpectedly died due to the game, which led to the settlement incident after defeating the administrator, was someone like Jiang Ye, who had taken on the task of eliminating the apartment's owner. If this is indeed the case, then Lin Xin's actions become comprehensible. He does not genuinely admire Jiang Ye, rather, he seeks to join forces with him to vanquish the apartment administrator, thereby replicating the path of the foremost champion from the game amidst that upheaval. Contemplating this, Wang Qingjin found himself immersed in thought. The player's adulation for Lin Xin stemmed merely from the formidable prowess of Zhuojing. Zhuojing is not a true deity, nor are they authentic devotees. Should a being appear with the capacity to overshadow Zhuojing, it would inevitably usurp his position to become the new god. So, why could that new god not be Wang Qingjin himself? He too yearned to tread the path of the foremost champion. With his gaze lowered, he clenched his fists tightly, a surge of youthful fervor rising within him, bubbling and boiling, impossible to restrain. Of course, he was still quite young. He ought to be brimming with ambition, commanding respect rather than merely revering others. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Ye from the corner of his eye. This oblivious and fearless novice was merely a stepping stone on the path to becoming the foremost champion. He eagerly anticipated the moment he and Zhuojing would compete to ascend upon that very stone first. Wang Qingjin's grip tightened even further, resembling a spirited youth establishing lofty aspirations. When he lifted his head again, his eyes shone with renewed brilliance. While other players speculated about Jiang Ye's identity, he was the first to approach with flattery, discarding his prior mockery and disdain, and loudly lauding Jiang Ye. What a remarkable fellow. I never expected you, young man, to possess genuine potential that even Lin Xin admires. It appears that I misjudged the situation. Young man, do not take it to heart. Oh, by the way, with a title like bro or kid, you must be a male, correct? Is it possible to remove that bald appearance? Other players, witnessing Wang Qingjin's swift change in demeanor, silently scorned him, perceiving him as someone who eagerly seeks flattery. Yet, Wang Qingjin remained unfazed, fixated on the prospect of stepping over Jiang Ye to become an unrivaled powerhouse. At which point it would be these very individuals who would seek to curry his favor. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye did not consider shedding his bald persona. He remained oblivious to the intentions of Guo Jing and Wang Qingjin. However, for the time being, it seemed they could coexist without conflict. With 10 consecutive victories under his belt, there was no rush to continue. Yet, he needed to expend one survival point, which he currently lacked. Moreover, he sensed that Guo Jing would not allow him to depart until the apartment administrator was vanquished. Under the pretense of checking task rewards, he proceeded to the first-floor administrator's office to rent a unit on the 20th floor. Upon returning to the apartment, he found Jiang Ye absent, and the domestic assistant robot refrained from making any comments. The woman in white surveyed the apartment with a calm gaze before heading directly to the large television in the living room. She chuckled softly at the screen and casually pressed the remote control. Instantly, the television flickered to life, displaying the eerie forest Jiang Ye had traversed when taken to the rooftop by the woman in white. However, the screen now depicted a scene in motion, as if a pair of eyes were searching for something amidst the ominous woods. Soon, as his gaze fixed upon the scene, the figure of Jiang Ye's first clone emerged abruptly from within the shadowy woods. Chapter 61. The Exchange List. Jiang Ye's silhouette stealthily navigated the eerie forest. Originally, his first clone had just arrived at the residence of the woman in white to engage in thievery. Meanwhile, his second clone had been enlightened by the formidable 9,999 experts regarding the prowess of inter-apartment NPCs. He sensed trouble at once. Upon entering the 2064 apartment, the first clone contemplated retreating. Strangely, while gaining entry into 2064 proved seamless, facilitated by the welcoming of the domestic assistant robot. The prospect of departure was entirely thwarted. He could scarcely open the door. The domestic assistant robot was resolutely unwilling to grant him passage. Consequently, as the second clone lamented the unfortunate situation to Yang Wenchao, the first clone echoed similar frustrations. Later, when the second clone received a task indicating that the woman in white might have departed, the first clone felt an immediate sense of foreboding. In that moment, he resolved to take a bold leap. Clutching his identification badge, he endeavored to explore the television in the woman's abode. To his astonishment, it functioned just as before, transporting him through the screen to the shadowy woods. He had memorized the location of the white sheet that could facilitate transport to the top floor of the apartment, hoping it would ensure his safety. Thus, he found himself stealthily maneuvering through the ominous forest. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, the woman in white reclined leisurely on her living room sofa, comfortably watching the footage of his traversal on the television. Her gaze wandered, her thoughts drifting as she pondered. Can this fellow truly vanquish the apartment owner? Generally speaking, when NPCs assign tasks, they expect the completion of these tasks, believing that the players they select possess a considerable probability of success. However, completing the task of eliminating the apartment owner? Even Insuwa could not fathom achieving that. The screen displayed a level 0 nuisance, a pathetic creature. Leaning back on the sofa, Insuwa shook her head slightly, perplexed as to why she had even assigned him a task. Yet, after a brief moment, her gaze hardened, and with a swift motion of her hand, a slender black line shot toward the television screen. Meanwhile, in the eerie woods, Jiang Ye had finally located the white bedsheet leading to the top floor of the apartment. This pristine white sheet hung from a leafless, desolate tree, untouched by blood. Just as Jiang Ye prepared to dash toward his target, he was suddenly engulfed by a blood-stained white bedsheet hanging from another nearby dead tree. What the hell? Jiang Ye's expression shifted dramatically, and in an instant, he found himself in an entirely different realm. The surroundings remained eerily sinister, however, the sky was a dark crimson, and a fog of blood permeated the air. With each breath, he felt the damp, chilling scent of blood, causing his body to weaken. As he felt his strength wane, he realized that the already meager attributes of his primary avatar had plummeted further. This left him feeling utterly feeble, akin to his original state when his attributes had not been enhanced, all while simultaneously controlling 3 avatars. To make matters worse, amidst this overwhelming weakness, the hissing sound of venomous snakes slithering through the blood mist echoed ominously. In mere seconds, hundreds of black serpents swiftly encircled him. Goodness! The sheer sight was enough to provoke his acrophobia. Jiang Ye nearly uttered a curse at that moment. However, more pressing than his exclamation was the urgency to merge his third clone with its mirrored counterpart. Generally speaking, the fusion of 2 third clones would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess beyond 200. Alas, under the influence of the blood mist, his attributes were halved. The fusion of the 2 clones yielded nearly the same effect as that of a single clone. Fortunately, as he unleashed the ice domain, the approaching serpents were ensnared in frost, their movements significantly hindered. This time, Jiang Ye fully grasped the formidable nature of his domain skill. Without delay, he released an icy mist, swiftly assaulting the serpents one by one. Meanwhile, notifications echoed in his mind. Successfully defeated a level 1 Shadow Ring Serpent. Gain 10 energy points. Ding. Your level has risen to level 1. Your stamina has increased by 1 point. Your energy has increased by 1 point. Clearly, after leveling up, the energy gained from defeating a level 1 serpent had diminished to 1 point. Nevertheless, with hundreds of serpents surrounding him, the notification of 1 energy point rang out 100 times before a new leveling prompt emerged. Ding. Your level has risen to level 2. Your stamina has increased by 1 point. Your energy has increased by 1 point. The attribute increase from level 1 to level 2 amounted to merely 1 point each. Afterward, the venomous snakes that were slain no longer yielded any energy. Fortunately, within less than a minute, they were largely eradicated. However, among the hundreds of serpents, only a single black iron chest was obtained. Jiang Ye picked it up and collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by a sense of having survived a calamity. Yet, he hardly had a moment to rest. From within the blood mist, a rustling sound emerged. Simultaneously, he felt a subtle tremor beneath him. Instantly alert, Jiang Ye dared not linger in repose. He soon realized that the rustling was emanating from the surrounding distorted trees, and alarmingly, their numbers exceeded those of the snakes he had just defeated. Moreover, they appeared to possess the capability for ranged attacks, extending their branches from a considerable distance to disrupt him. In such dire circumstances, his ice domain could barely encompass 2 or 3 trees at the periphery, leaving those slightly farther out beyond his reach. Nevertheless, recognizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Ye unleashed his ice domain, combining it with an icy mist assault and the phantom ring blade to swiftly obliterate a tree. A notification resonated in his mind. Successfully defeated a level 3 twisted treant. Earned 100 energy points. This time, a level 2 defeating a level 3 granted him 100 energy points. However, he did not level up to level 3. Jiang Ye, refusing to grow complacent. Swiftly maneuvered to evade the branch's assaults while continuing to vanquish the Twisted Trance. Successfully defeated a level 3 Twisted Trance. Earned 100 energy points. Successfully defeated a level 3 Twisted Trance. Earned 100 energy points. However, as time progressed, Jiang Ye felt an overwhelming pressure mounting within him. Although he had effortlessly vanquished hundreds of venomous serpents, it had required the fusion of 2 of his avatars. Once the 3-minute fusion period concluded, the only remaining fusions would be between the 4th and 3rd avatar's reflections. Moreover, creating these reflections necessitated a 30-second display of data before the replication mirror. In the midst of a perilous battle, 30 seconds could very well cost lives. So, what was to be done? Was the first avatar destined for sacrifice? As Jiang Ye grappled with this crisis, feeling the weight of anxiety and pressure, Insu leaned back on the sofa, gazing thoughtfully at the images flickering across the television screen. This appeared to be avatar fusion? This lad. The heavens reward diligence. The affinity for gold elements, the affinity for ice elements. These 3 must all be avatars. His true self must possess an SSS-level talent, surely? After all, with a data panel that even the detection spell could not discern, these avatars appeared indistinguishable from ordinary players. SSS-level talents are rare, yet not entirely non-existent. However, even with such a talent, to slay the apartment manager overseeing the novice dormitory during the initial stages of the game seemed an utterly daunting prospect. Nevertheless, as Insu observed Jiang Ye swiftly eliminate the 10th distorted trance, successfully ascending to level 3, she comforted herself with the thought that perhaps rounding up the odds could lend a glimmer of hope, however faint it may be. Meanwhile, in apartment 9999, room 2025, as the second avatar of Jiang Ye, he sensed impending danger the moment the first avatar was drawn into the blood mist space. Without hesitation, he sprang into action. Striving to secure a glimmer of hope for his counterpart, he first retrieved the golden grade battle machine from the spatial ring given by the woman in white. Initially, the battle machine was no larger than a palm. However, upon pressing the button on its top, it dramatically expanded into a colossal entity measuring 3 meters on each side and approximately 5 meters in height. Its dark, matte finish exuded an aura of sophistication and opulence that surpassed all battle machines Jiang Ye had encountered thus far. Nonetheless, the dire circumstances facing the first avatar left him with no time for reflection, and he promptly attempted to enter the golden grade battle machine. Unlike the machines in the battle room, which required a fee for usage, this one initiated an identity binding process. Thus, it functioned similarly to a personal computer at home compared to those in an internet CAF. In the battle room, anyone could use the machines as long as payment was made, whereas this private battle machine, free of charge, necessitated identity binding and was exclusive to a single user. Generally, acquiring such a private battle machine would entail a considerable expense for an average player. At the very least, Jiang Ye's golden grade battle machine was certainly not inexpensive. It might even require survival points rather than mere game currency. This implied the existence of an item akin to survival points, which explained why Su Jingdu coveted it. One could only hope that this remarkable golden grade apparatus possessed formidable capabilities. After swiftly binding his identity, Jiang Ye entered the virtual combat space. However, unlike before, he found himself neither in the lobby of the battle apartment on the first floor nor amidst the myriad of combat seats on the second floor. It felt as though he had entered a discreetly luxurious VIP lounge. The room was adorned with a plush sofa, a coffee table, a wine cabinet, a bookshelf, and even equipped with a projector for movies and sound systems for karaoke. Such amenities, if found in a low-end mall's entertainment section, would require a financial investment to enjoy. Yet, here he was, able to indulge in them within the golden tier battle machine. However, at that moment, Jiang Ye had no time to relish these comforts. He promptly began to delve into the specific functionalities of the golden tier battle machine. Before long, he discovered that the western wall of the lounge seemed to correspond to various functions. The northern wall displayed his personal information. Jiang Ye, combat power, 54, winning streak, for consecutive victories, 100, title, nameless black iron, game currency, 50, 020, 000, points, 0, survival points, 0, items, announcement card 3, privilege card 3, exemption card 3, quick battle card 1. Wait a moment. Where did he acquire such a plethora of items? After a swift investigation, he found a silent prompt within the operational panel in his mind. Today marks your initial login to the Golden Tier Battle Machine, automatically receiving Announcement Card 3, Privilege Card 3, Exemption Card 3, Quick Battle Card 1. So, the Golden Tier Battle Machine not only provided access to a VIP lounge, but also granted daily automatic item cards? How much would these cards be worth if converted into game currency? This essentially meant that he could utilize this battle machine without any payment and still receive money daily. Truly, the Golden Tier Battle Machine was remarkable. However, none of this could alleviate the predicament faced by his first avatar. Thus, Jiang Ye, without delving into the purpose of the Quick Resolution card, continued to explore other features. On the wall of the private room to the east, he discovered the options for battle modes, which included Novice Mode, Normal Mode, and Survival Mode. These, however, did not address his pressing needs, and he did not investigate further, swiftly moving to the wall to the south. This time, upon placing his palm against it, a display emerged showing the redemption list. Its primary function was to allow the use of game currency, points, or survival points to exchange for the items showcased within the list. Furthermore, depending on the title, one could enjoy certain discounts during the exchange. However, the title of Nameless Black Iron offered virtually no discounts at all. Therefore, if the high-end mall within the apartment could be likened to a physical store in reality, then this redemption list corresponded to online shopping, perhaps. The items listed did not possess the tactile quality of the goods in the high-end mall. Instead, they resembled online shopping, where one could only view images and product information. Nevertheless, the advantage of online shopping lay in its lack of spatial constraints, eliminating the need to wander around for hours. A multitude of products could be swiftly browsed through the list. Currently, Jiang Ye could only access the redemption list using game currency. Fortunately, he possessed a substantial sum of 50 million game coins. Essentially, he could afford anything that caught his eye. However, the dilemma remained. The items purchased would only appear with the second avatar. This included the skill scroll obtained as a reward from the task given by the woman in white. He wished to utilize it for his main body. But how could he transfer it over? After swiftly scanning through a plethora of merchandise, Jiang Ye's gaze suddenly brightened. He had unexpectedly discovered a rather familiar item, the Black Iron Level Parcel Box. Black Iron Level Parcel Box, price, 100 game coins, effect, delivery service to the designated apartment's courier station within 3 days, Bronze Level Parcel Box, price, 1,000 game coins, effect. Delivery to the designated apartment's courier station within 1 day, Silver Level Parcel Box, price, 100,000 game coins, effect. Delivery to the specified location within 3 seconds, Chapter 62. New skill of the entity within 3 seconds, guaranteed delivery. This silver parcel box is astonishing. However, its price is outrageous. To merely send a parcel, one must spend 100,000 game coins. Thus, the items sent using this parcel box must be worth at least 1 million or 10 million, right? Moreover, it is not entirely secure. It merely presents a very low risk of loss. Yet, very low does not equate to none. Additionally, if someone were to specifically target the silver parcel box for robbery, they could potentially reap items worth millions in a single heist. Jiang Ye found himself lacking the capability. If he knew how to rob a silver parcel box, he would certainly consider it. Therefore, this silver parcel box lacks insurance. He wished to further investigate whether there existed a gold-level parcel box. However, he had previously noted that, whether in the upscale mall of the apartment or the exchange list of battle machines, the highest item level visible was only silver. Indeed, the parcel box did not offer a gold-level option. In ordinary circumstances, Jiang Ye might have hesitated to utilize the Silver Express box due to safety concerns. However, at this moment, the first avatar undeniably outweighed any trivial game currency. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ye promptly purchased a Silver Express box. Subsequently, he hastened to select the items he intended to send. Although there was danger associated with the first avatar, Jiang Ye was entirely unaware of its specific location. Therefore, he decided to dispatch the package to his main body. To ensure that his main self could assist the avatar, his primary focus was naturally on the skill scrolls. If he could acquire a skill as potent as Avatar Fusion, perhaps it would alleviate the peril facing the first avatar. Furthermore, he contemplated the matter of his consecutive victories. The formidable figures residing in the 9,999 apartments spoke of achieving 10 and 100 consecutive wins as if they were insurmountable feats, instilling a sense of trepidation in Jiang Ye. Thus, achieving 100 consecutive victories undoubtedly posed a challenge. Even securing 10 in a row could result in failure. The root of this difficulty lay in the fact that his third avatar had yet to reach maturity. The third avatar's skills, Ice Domain and Ice Fog Invasion, were indeed formidable. However, it was only at level 0, with a combat power of merely 58. Although the fusion would not simply yield a combat power of 11. What if the attributes of the third avatar exceeded 10 across the board, thereby elevating its combat power beyond 100? Or, even more audaciously, what if the combat power of the third avatar soared beyond 500? In that case, utilizing the second avatar to match against players with combat power in the 50s, and then fusing with an avatar boasting 500 combat power, even if the resultant fusion only resulted in slightly over 500 combat power, it would still be formidable. However, with a battle power exceeding 500 against one exceeding 50. Goodness, the scene is so splendid that it is impossible not to erupt in laughter. Moreover, following this logic, Jiang Ye achieves consecutive victories as if under the influence of a cheat. He merely needs to ensure that the doppelgangers responsible for winning have sufficiently low battle power, while those tasked with merging possess high battle power. This is akin to a diminutive Karami engaging another diminutive Karami, only to be suddenly imbued with divine prowess. In such a paradigm, achieving 100 consecutive victories becomes astonishingly effortless. It's quite plausible that he might surpass even Zhao Jing in reaching that milestone. What? You say the Madman's mask is rare? Jiang Ye believes that if his doppelgangers can secure consecutive victories, then he can undoubtedly amass a considerable number of Madman's masks. Eventually, those he does not utilize can be sold for profit. Just the thought of it provokes an irresistible grin. Thus, the items dispatched this time not only include skill scrolls for the main body, but, more importantly, items to cultivate the third doppelganger. Additionally, the crisis encountered by the first doppelganger has made Jiang Ye acutely aware that he should nurture each doppelganger to be capable of standing on its own. It is not sufficient to rely solely on doppelganger fusion whenever trouble arises. While doppelganger fusion is indeed formidable, capable of alleviating many crises, without the doppelganger replication mirror card bug, given his current number of doppelgangers, they would likely have all fallen into cooldown, rendering them unable to merge for a considerable time. Therefore, he cannot excessively depend on items. Instead, he should cultivate each doppelganger into a top-tier powerhouse. Thus, Jiang Ye spends the 50 million game coins without hesitation. First, there are the skill scrolls. These items are significantly more expensive than attribute fruits. The starting price for a bronze level scroll is a staggering 500,000. The silver level scrolls soar even higher, reaching an astonishing 8 million. It is evident that silver level items are generally much pricier than their bronze counterparts. The same holds true for attribute fruits. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye firmly believes that there is merit in their exorbitance. After a brief calculation, he resolutely exchanged for 2 silver-level skill scrolls and 2 bronze-level skill scrolls, totaling an expenditure of 17 million. Next, he acquired 6 silver-level attribute fruits, costing him 30 million. In a swift move, he spent a total of 50 million, leaving him with less than 3 million. He then purchased 10 bronze-level attribute fruits for 1 million and 20 black iron-level attribute fruits for 200,000. Subsequently, he gritted his teeth and bought a silver-level treasure chest for 1.2 million, including the silver express box. This shopping spree amounted to a staggering 49.5 million. In an instant, his balance dwindled to a mere 520,000. As Jiang Ye packed the acquired skill scrolls and attribute fruits into the express box, a sense of unease crept into his heart. This was a parcel worth nearly 50 million. No, he thought, shaking his head. It won't get lost. He meticulously sealed the packed express box and proceeded to fill out the delivery address and recipient details. Following the integration of the apartments, the 1008 apartment was renamed to 1010 apartment. Thus, the address became room 2025, 1010 apartment. Recipient, Jiang Ye. Is the information correct? Confirm. Shall we send it out immediately? You may also set a specific sending time. Confirm. And so it was. That technologically advanced silver-white high-end express box seemed to dissolve into photons, vanishing into thin air. In the moment of its disappearance, both sides of Jiang Ye were fraught with tension. Fortunately, destiny seemed to doze off this time, oblivious to the misfortunes of this unfortunate soul. In less than 3 seconds, A silvery express parcel materialized in the living room of the apartment where the main body resided. Upon confirming the recipient's identity and signing for the delivery, Jiang Ye pondered whether this parcel could be reused. However, it promptly transformed into photons and vanished into thin air. Jiang Ye did not dwell on it. His actions had already been sufficiently swift. Meanwhile, on the side of the first clone, the fusion process had ultimately come to an end. The silver lining was that he had managed to level up to level 3 just before the fusion concluded. As the fusion came to a close, Jiang Ye was apprehensive that his first clone might indeed have to make the ultimate sacrifice. He wondered whether he could transfer this level 3 status to the third clone. The outcome, as it turned out, was a resounding no. From the outset, the skill of clone fusion had stipulated a hierarchy between the primary and secondary clones. Achievements such as leveling up, consecutive victories, and survival points acquired through combat could only be attributed to the primary clone and could not be transferred to the secondary ones. Nonetheless, reaching level 3 brought about a certain enhancement in attributes. When the fusion concluded, the first clone did not succumb to paralysis once more. Instead, it retained a modicum of mobility. Yet, this newfound mobility paled in comparison to the formidable attributes and agility exhibited during the fusion of the 3 clones. With a sharp crack, a vine of tree essence lashed fiercely against the first clone. Fortunately, he was wearing protective gear obtained from Huang Qi. Otherwise, this blow could have easily rendered him unconscious. The main body, without a moment's hesitation, pressed forward. He still did not relinquish his first clone, and upon activation, he tore open a silver-grade skill scroll. Meanwhile, the third clone continued to stand before the clone replication mirror, producing reflections. 30 seconds. If the first clone could endure for 30 seconds, there would be a glimmer of hope. However, it seemed that Jiang Ye, having torn open the skill scroll, was somewhat anxious. The radiance emanating from the scroll did not impart upon him an overwhelming sense of enlightenment. As Jiang Ye began to doubt whether he would encounter an unlikely event here that would prevent him from comprehending the skill, he was relieved to find a new skill upon opening his data panel. Yet, it was not the C-grade skill he had envisioned, but rather a D-grade skill. Akin to the fusion of clones, shared space, D. A personal space shared by all clones. Different items possessed by various clones can be instantly transferred using this shared space. This skill cannot be deemed inadequate. At the very least, it is significantly superior to Bai Ruan's personal space. It implies that in the future, items can be transmitted between clones without the need for a silver express box. Once placed into the shared space, any other clone can access it. The problem is, this skill does not address the pressing urgency. Should he place the silver attribute fruit into the shared space for the first clone to consume? However, Jiang Ye intended to use the attribute fruit to enhance the third clone, facilitating the consecutive victories of the second clone. Time was of the essence. Without further contemplation, Jiang Ye took a deep breath to adjust his mindset. He remained uncertain whether his state of mind, while using the skill scroll, would influence his comprehension of the skill. At this moment, he had no choice but to compel himself to calm down and sincerely perceive the radiant brilliance that emanated from the scroll as it was unfurled. This time, the sensation was markedly improved. His mind was exceptionally clear, as if his consciousness had transformed into numerous tendrils, reaching out to touch something profoundly mysterious. Meanwhile, the first clone was on the verge of collapse. Remarkably, the protective heart jade that had been stripped from Huang Qi suddenly cracked. The first clone was engulfed in intense pain. This agony further diminished his capacity for action, rendering him nearly incapable of evading the strikes of the distorted trance. Moreover, these trance seemed to display a semblance of intelligence. Previously, they had been deterred by his icy domain and the encroaching mist, but now, witnessing his cessation of the domain, they relentlessly struck him without fear of the icy fog. The onslaught of the trance intensified instantly. Under such circumstances, the first clone might not endure even for a few seconds. Even if he were to consume a property fruit at this moment, it would likely prove futile. In room 2064, Insu leaned back on the sofa, watching the screen as the incapacitated youth evoked a sense of disappointment, shaking his head. 3 minutes of clone fusion. Was there truly no other trump card? With this, did they dare to claim they could vanquish the apartment's owner? Insu had witnessed clone abilities before. Jiang Ye's clone possessed a singular unique trait, the player panel that rendered it indistinguishable from the original. However, the individual strength of his clones was undeniably lacking. They might serve well for menial tasks within the apartment, playing the role of a hidden threat or portraying multiple characters, appearing quite useful on the surface. Yet, the theme of the Doomsday apartment had never been about labor or intricate schemes. The sole undeniable truth here is strength. Yet the fists of this avatar on the screen are undeniably feeble. Even 100 or 1,000 of them could not disturb a single hair on the apartment owner's head. In fact, it would be a formidable challenge even to contend with the apartment manager. Insua harbored a deep sense of disappointment, observing coldly and showing no inclination to assist. However, just as the twisted Trayan intensified its assault, launching a more vigorous strike towards the beleaguered Jiang Ye, he seemed to transform in that fleeting moment. It was as if all his pain vanished, and his reflexes surged, allowing him to narrowly evade the blow, as if his feet had been coated in oil. With a heavy exhale, Jiang Ye released a sigh of relief. Indeed, avoiding that strike had been quite a challenge. Yet, soon after, the third avatar's reflection was successfully created and swiftly merged. The tide of battle began to shift slightly. Jiang Ye exhaled once more, dodging while casting the spectral blade and unleashing the icebound domain, re-engaging in combat with the twisted Trayan. This time, the battle was not as effortless as when he had merged 3 avatars previously. However, although his attributes were not as formidable, under the enhancements of absolute focus and combat posture, his neural reactions and combat awareness were undeniably superior to before. His movements to evade the Trent's assaults became increasingly fluid. Indeed, at that very moment, standing amidst the blood mist was no longer the first avatar, but the second. The reason was simple. Jiang Ye's main body had acquired a new C-tier skill. Although uncertain whether the blood mist space where Avatar No. 1 resides qualifies as a special scenario, Jiang Ye found himself with no alternative. He had initially intended to swap Avatar number 3 with Avatar number 1. However, Avatar No. 3 was currently before the replication mirror. Attempting the exchange at that moment would lead to failure of the replication, requiring an additional 30 seconds. Thus, he opted to exchange with Avatar number 2, located far away in apartment 9999. Fortunately, the swap was successful. While the diligent Avatar No. 2 lacked the formidable offensive skills of Avatar number 3, it possessed an innate combat awareness that seemed almost instinctual. Jiang Ye soon realized that in moments of adversity, particularly in dire situations, Avatar number 2's abilities of absolute focus and combat posture could unleash their utmost potential. This proved remarkably effective in evading the attacks of the tree spirits. He even contemplated utilizing these tree spirits to enhance his own combat awareness. Regrettably, time was of the essence, and Jiang Ye chose to resolve matters swiftly. Due to Avatar number 2 being at level 1, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Successfully killed level 3 distorted tree spirit. Earned 200 energy points. Ding. Your level has risen to level 2. Your physical strength has increased by 1 point. Your vitality has increased by 1 point. Successfully killed level 3 distorted tree spirit. Earned 100 energy points. Upon reaching level 2, dealing with these distorted tree spirits became markedly easier. If this continues, it will only take the elimination of 10 twisted Trayants for the second doppelganger to ascend to level 3. Subsequently, the energy levels of the Trayants will sharply decline. However, by utilizing the ability of doppelganger exchange to swap in other level 0 doppelgangers, he could transform this place into a sanctuary for leveling up, allowing all doppelgangers to advance in a systematic manner. Of course, the previous issue remains when he wishes to repeatedly employ doppelganger fusion. There is a requisite 30-second interval to create new mirror doppelgangers. Nevertheless, with the second doppelganger's enhanced strength, once it reaches level 3, even a single doppelganger should be able to endure for 30 seconds. Moreover, with the implementation of shared space, the second doppelganger will find it much easier to utilize defensive items during that 30-second span. Additionally, there are still valuable items within the parcel Jiang Ye dismantled that have yet to be utilized. Thus, after confirming that the second doppelganger is momentarily safe, Jiang Ye's main body continues to organize the contents of the delivered items. First and foremost are the skill scrolls. 2 silver-level scrolls have already been used, but there are still 3 bronze-level scrolls remaining, 2 purchased with currency and 1 received as a quest reward from the woman in white. At this point, Jiang Ye feels sufficiently composed without needing to adjust his mindset significantly. Yet, he still takes a few deep breaths before gradually tearing open the bronze-level skill scrolls. These scrolls carry a chance of failing to impart new skills. Fortunately, luck is on his side this time. All 3 bronze-level scrolls have granted him new skills, and they are all rated D. Transmutation of clones, D. When generating a new clone, one may select a name and appearance distinct from the original. This skill, although it does not confer any enhancement in combat prowess, allows for a delightful diversification of his clones. Otherwise, when the time comes for limitless duplication, the world would be overrun with countless identical figures of Jiang Ye, and any observer would inevitably perceive the anomaly. By employing the transmuted clones, the likelihood of detection diminishes significantly. Thus, this skill is indeed commendable. However, what truly fills him with joy is the second D-level skill. Possession of clones. D. Up to 3 designated clones can possess the original body, amalgamating their attributes, talents, and skills into the original for a duration of 3 minutes. This skill bears resemblance to fusion of clones, yet it transforms the host into Jiang Ye himself. At last, his original self possesses the capacity to confront crises. Moreover, if he is not mistaken, the mirrored clones should also be able to possess. The third D-level skill is rather unremarkable. Detection technique. D. Probe item information. Probe player information. This detection technique is indeed a step above the E-level detection skill of Xiaobing. Furthermore, possessing his own detection skill proves far more convenient than relying on Xiaobing's abilities. After all, his personal detection can discreetly gather information on other players, while utilizing Xiaobing's method runs a high risk of exposure. In addition, several items from Huang Qi's inventory, which Xiaobing could not identify, can now be explored by him personally. Jiang Ye's initial target is a shimmering silver ribbon of light. The luminous band appeared ethereal, devoid of any tangible sensation when held. Initially, he did not perceive it as a remarkable tool. However, even Xiaobing's probing technique failed to unveil its secrets. After extensive experimentation, including attempts to have his fourth avatar wear it on his wrist, he was unable to derive any conclusive results. Upon another attempt at investigation, he finally discerned the information. Crit ring, entwined around the weapon's grip, ensuring that the next attack it delivers will invariably result in a critical strike. Usage limit, 2-3. It became evident that it was intended to be affixed to the weapon's handle, explaining its ineffectiveness when worn on the wrist. Nevertheless, utilizing this item posed certain complications. The weapons he typically employed could not simultaneously bear the crit ring, as it possessed only 3 opportunities for activation and was likely to unleash tremendous power. Thus, it would be prudent to reserve it for pivotal moments. Yet, in times of dire urgency, there might be no opportunity to don such an accessory. Therefore, it would be wise to prepare an additional weapon specifically for this purpose, serving as a contingency for survival. After storing the crit ring away, Jiang Ye directed his probing technique toward a bag of what he presumed to be chocolate beans. The outcome revealed itself as carnivorous flower seeds. When forcefully thrown, they rapidly sprout into various types of carnivorous flower monsters that attack nearby living beings. Astonishingly, they were not chocolate beans. Fortunately, he refrained from impulsively allowing his avatar to consume them. The most perplexing aspect was that these seeds emitted a distinct aroma reminiscent of chocolate. After discarding the bag of seeds into his avatar's shared space, Jiang Ye proceeded to investigate an oil lamp. Blue cutting lamp, also known as the emotion cutting lamp. Once ignited, it can dispel most low-level illusions. Restriction, 100-120 minutes. Mirage? Given this constraint, Huang Qi has already utilized 20 minutes? What sort of illusion has he encountered? Or is it merely for amusement? No, engaging in frivolity should not warrant such a prolonged duration. Thus, it must genuinely be employed to dispel a particular illusion. Contemplating this, Jiang Ye suddenly wondered whether the eerie forest, shrouded in white sheets, might also be imbued with some form of illusion. Furthermore, could the blood mist space where the second avatar is currently battling monsters also represent a certain illusion? Uncertain. However, as for the blood mist space, there seems to be no immediate danger. On the contrary, it provides an opportunity for monster hunting and leveling up. Consequently, he did not intend to use the Qing lantern to sever ties, opting instead to initially store it in the shared space. Next, he continued to investigate the remaining unidentified items, a string of prayer beads and a wooden ornament. After inspecting the prayer beads, they revealed heartless Buddha beads. Having killed over 100 players, it is imperative to wear these beads closely to dispel the sins of slaughter, lest you attract the gaze of vengeful spirits. So, if one has slain over 100 players, one becomes a target for vengeful spirits? Jiang Ye stored the beads away and proceeded to examine the wooden ornament. However, to his astonishment, the result was yet another failure in the investigation. The wooden ornament appeared quite peculiar, depicting two infants entwined in an embrace. Typically, such ornaments are crafted from translucent jade to exude auspiciousness. Yet this one was fashioned from wood, possessing a lightweight quality and a rough texture upon touch. Furthermore, the entire ornament was charred black. The two ebony infants, though seemingly in a peaceful slumber, exuded an unsettling aura. At first glance, Jiang Ye sensed that this item was extraordinary. However, he was surprised that even the D-grade detection skill could not unveil its secrets. He did not dwell on it, instead placing the ornament into the shared space. Subsequently, Jiang Ye's fervent gaze fixated on 6 silver-grade attribute fruits, 3 stamina fruits, and 3 energy fruits. He promptly directed his main body to consume one of each silver-grade fruit. The instant he swallowed the 2 silver-grade attribute fruits, a wave of exhilarating sensation coursed through him, a delight so profound that it felt as if every pore had opened, and a long sigh involuntarily escaped his throat. Upon inspecting his attribute panel, he discovered that both stamina and energy had each increased by 5 points. It is noteworthy that the first consumption of a bronze-grade attribute fruit only resulted in a 1-point increase, and even with player-level advancements, the attribute enhancement remained at 1 point. In contrast, the silver-grade attribute fruit astonishingly provided a 5-point boost. The price of 500,000 was indeed justified. Subsequently, his third avatar also consumed 2 silver-grade attribute fruits, resulting in a 5-point increase for each attribute. Additionally, both the bronze and black iron grades were administered 10 fruits each to the third avatar. The first bronze-grade fruit resulted in a 1-point increase. However, by the 5th fruit, the enhancement dwindled to a mere 0.2 points. It was estimated that the 6th fruit would yield no effect. The black iron grade began with a 0.5 point increase for the first fruit and fell to a 0.1 point increase by the 5th, implying that the 6th would also be ineffective. Thus, it could be inferred that consuming the 5th silver grade attribute fruit would result in an increase of merely 1 point. The upper limit for these attribute fruits across all grades stands at 5, and when accounting for both stamina and energy fruits, the total culminates at 10. Upon mastering the underlying principles, future consumption will no longer result in waste. Moreover, the attributes gained from consuming the full attribute fruits can be calculated precisely, totaling 19. 5 points, 1. 5 points for black iron, 3 points for bronze, and 15 points for silver. After consuming the full black iron and bronze fruits, the attributes of his third avatar increased by 4.5 points each. Including 1 silver fruit, the total enhancement reached 9.5. Consequently, the attributes of the third avatar surpassed 10, even breaking through to 15. Its combat power has also exceeded 100. Subsequently, the fusion of avatars will yield even more formidable results. Remarkably, this third avatar, currently at level 0, has already demonstrated the capability to stand on its own. Even within the blood mist space, it can confront the twisted tree spirits without the need for fusion. At this juncture, the third avatar has truly matured. However, only 10 black iron and 2 silver attribute fruits remain. Jiang Ye briefly contemplated before making a decision. He fed the remaining 2 silver attribute fruits to the third avatar. Indeed, both stamina and vigor increased by 4 points once more. Thus, the attributes of the third avatar transformed into Jiang Ye. Level 0, Stamina 19, 3, Vigor 20, 7, Combat Power 177, Survival Points 0, Talent, Ice Element Affinity, S, Skills, Ice Domain, S, Ice Fog Assault, A, Frigid Ice Blade, B. It is simply beyond imagination that this is the data panel of a level 0 entity. Henceforth, the third avatar has fully matured. However, Jiang Ye was not yet satisfied. He yearned to quickly have all his avatars consume the attribute fruits to their fullest. Thus, he needed to amass wealth swiftly. Yet, this venture into financial gain could no longer involve menial labor. Instead, he would leverage the golden class battle machine. While striving for a consecutive winning streak, he would simultaneously rake in profits. At that moment, within the confines of apartment 2025 in the 9999 complex, the battered first avatar was attempting to activate the golden class battle machine. To his dismay, the machine displayed a message indicating it was unusable. Was this golden class battle machine then destined solely for the second avatar's usage? In his frustration, the first avatar noticed discussions unfolding in the 9999 complex group chat regarding him. This fellow has suddenly leveled up to level 3. Could it be that he used 2 upgrade cards on his initial connection? Is there an upgrade card among the daily rewards from the golden class battle machine? I recall their ISNT, right? Perhaps he purchased the upgrade cards himself? This guy, having access to the golden class battle machine, surely possesses considerable wealth. Jiang Ye observed the conversation, internally lamenting, who possesses such wealth? I am utterly impoverished. I am still preoccupied with thoughts of making money. In this vein of thought, a bold idea emerged. However, rather than proclaiming it outright, he opted to establish rapport in the group chat. Esteemed players, I possess an item known as the Lucky Bracelet, and my reconnaissance indicates it can be charged. Do any of you know how to charge the Lucky Bracelet? In reality, most participants in the group were players ranked far beyond the top 100. Notably, apart from Jiang Ye, the last ranked player, 1xin, was particularly active in the chat. You cheeky lad, are you not a novice? How is it that you possess a lucky bracelet? Jiang Ye, did I not mention before that I have slain a prominent figure from the cross-apartment realm? 1xin. Alright, I concede your prowess. The charging of the lucky bracelet is primarily a matter of serendipity. It can either be buried beneath the soil that nurtures the lucky flowers, or one must soak it in the blood of fortunate creatures such as moose or crows. During the novice period, these conditions are rather challenging to fulfill. However, once one enters the official doomsday apartment, it is possible to hire professional organizations for charging at a price. Jiang Ye looked on in confusion. Crows are considered fortunate creatures? 1xin. Indeed. In the lore of the doomsday apartment, crows have become the most auspicious of birds. Yet, there exist some crows that have succumbed to complete darkness. Soaking a lucky bracelet in the blood of these corrupted crows will transform it into a bracelet of misfortune. Moreover, 1xin did not elaborate that such a cursed bracelet would evade detection through divination spells, continuing to present itself as a lucky bracelet. Furthermore, employing the charging methods reserved for lucky bracelets on the cursed ones would still yield results, yet the effects would invariably bestow misfortune. Thus, once tainted by the blood of a corrupted crow, a lucky bracelet would cease to bring fortune, and the wielder would remain blissfully unaware. Consequently, players exercise extreme caution with items such as lucky bracelets to guard against treachery. However, this is merely the novice period. The likelihood of encountering corrupted crow blood is minimal. Naturally, the lucky bracelet is quite difficult to sully into a bracelet of misfortune. Jiang Ye still possesses a silver treasure chest and 3 bronze treasure chests. Thus, he contemplated that with a stroke of fortune, he might once again unlock several treasure chests. With the enhancement of his primary form, he could also endure a greater number of avatars. He pondered whether it was possible to accumulate luck to the fullest, thereby creating an avatar with talents surpassing the S grade. After all, once the attribute fruits were fully consumed, one could indeed become immensely powerful. However, if he could reach such heights, so could other formidable beings. Ultimately, what distinguished them was their innate talent. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye's primary form utilized avatar exchange once more. This time, he swapped the second avatar with the third. Indeed, the third avatar, without the need for fusion, effortlessly vanquished the distorted Treant and swiftly ascended to level 3. Yet, it was at this moment that Jiang Ye noticed, despite the increasing number of distorted Treants he defeated, the tremors of the ground should logically diminish. After all, these vibrations seemed to stem from the movement of the Treants across the terrain. However, now, with fewer surviving Treants, the ground's tremors grew ever more pronounced. Initially, he had planned for the fourth avatar to also reach level 3. Yet, the current anomalies made him wary, prompting him to remain ever ready for potential avatar fusion in response to unforeseen dangers. Simultaneously, the first avatar continued to investigate. Aside from the lucky ring, there is another matter I wish to inquire about. Having already utilized the exchange list for the golden level battle machine, I have encountered a perplexity. Why are items such as skill scrolls and attribute fruits, which can augment the combat prowess represented on the data panel, sold at such exorbitant prices? However, why are weapons and equipment, which do not enhance panel combat power, relatively inexpensive? With the existence of the battle room, players should rely more on weaponry and equipment under the same combat power, right? Take for instance the silver grade attribute fruit, which at most increases attributes by a mere 5 points. In contrast, the attributes added by silver grade items, when combined with stamina and energy, can nearly exceed 10 points. Additionally, silver items can confer special effects. At first glance, they appear significantly superior to attribute fruits. Yet, in terms of pricing, silver items do not command the same high cost as attribute fruits. This phenomenon perplexed him. Within the elite group of 9,999, It was the prominent figure Wan Xin who provided him with an answer, although not as a direct response. Instead, he posed a sudden question. Do you know why Lin, the top player on our district's God of War leaderboard, maintains a 100 win rate and is poised to achieve 100 consecutive victories first? Chapter 64, Swift Resolution Card. Why? Jiang Ye's immediate thought was match fixing? After all, based on his understanding of the combat mechanism, achieving 100 consecutive victories should be quite challenging. However, even if one were to resort to match fixing, Jiang Ye suddenly considered that if Su Jing's strength had reached the level of being the best in the region, could he still match with opponents of similar combat power during random matchmaking? Could it be that because he is the strongest, he only faces weaker opponents, thus ensuring his 100 consecutive victories? Wan Xin further disclosed, because Lin possesses a talent that is particularly suited for the battle room. What talents are suitable for competitive arenas? Could it be that his abilities might exploit the bugs in the competitive arena? As I pondered this, Wan Xian elucidated. You must have encountered some cultivation novels, right? They frequently feature prodigies of swordsmanship, those who achieve unity with their blades. Conversely, those devoid of sword talent find no benefit in sword practice. A similar premise exists in Apocalypse Apartment, just as the combat power displayed on your data panel does not guarantee full potential. Typically, an average player, without specialized training, can only harness about 80 of their combat capabilities, which is already commendable. Furthermore, the attribute enhancements indicated by items are even less accessible to players. For instance, a silver item may display a stamina boost of 10, yet the player might only realize a mere 1 point in practice. This also pertains to professional training, which cultivates the synergy between players and their equipment. However, there exists a rare type of talent, known as weapon mastery, that allows players to fully unleash or even exceed the attributes of a certain weapon. Much like in cultivation novels, where a sword immortal wields a mere wooden sword yet manifests the might of a celestial blade. That is the essence of a true swordsmanship prodigy. I now understand. It is no wonder that, despite the higher attribute enhancements of items at the same level, attribute fruits are sold for a greater price. Consuming an attribute fruit allows one to realize 80 of its potential, while the effectiveness of item enhancements depends on the rapport between the player and the equipment, absent the support of innate talent. Such synergy often necessitates the accumulation of time and deliberate practice. No wonder Zhao Yudi, clad in her ensemble, was effortlessly vanquished by him. It must be said that external items, such as equipment, ultimately do not reflect a player's true prowess. Thus, at this moment, Jiang Ye surmised the situation regarding Jiao Jing. Jiao Jing possesses a weapon-related talent and wields a corresponding formidable weapon. Wan Xian replied, Indeed. It seems you possess some semblance of logic. Consequently, it can be inferred that Jiao Jing must have procured survival point weapons specifically tailored to maximize his talent's advantages. It is plausible that the attributes of these survival point weapons are remarkably enhanced. His inherent talent should also be quite formidable. Hypothetically speaking, he might unleash up to 200 of the power of sword-type weapons. Hence, a sword with stamina 10, energy 10, under the influence of his talent, could manifest an effect of stamina 20, energy 20. This is indeed extraordinary. It surpasses even his use of the fusion of his clones. After all, his third clone has yet to reach an attribute level of 20. Initially, Jiang Ye felt quite confident, believing he could effortlessly achieve 100 consecutive victories. However, upon reflection, he realized he had been careless. If Jiao Jing possesses such a talent, then it stands to reason that there are undoubtedly veteran players with similar abilities. Furthermore, having offended the Dua organization, he is likely to encounter those monstrous veteran players when faced with a winning streak. Damn it, Jiang Ye had felt as though he was about to soar, ready to revel in his triumph. Yet, after a brief chat in the group, that sense of elation was abruptly quelled. Meanwhile, the upheaval within the blood mist space intensified fervently. As the twisted trant was nearly subdued, the tremors on the ground grew increasingly pronounced. At the forefront, the third avatar distinctly observed the fissures in the ground. Deepening and widening cracks appeared, as if some monstrous entity beneath the earth was tearing apart the entire space. The third avatar struggled to maneuver, striving to keep its feet firmly planted and avoid being consumed by the chasms. Meanwhile, the second avatar, alongside the main body, swiftly conjured a mirror image, ever ready to merge and support the third avatar. The first avatar continued to communicate within the group. I had thought that Zhu Jing's combat prowess would dominate the entire battlefield, to the extent that he would find it impossible to match with opponents of equal strength. You need not ponder that. For the rules of the God of War leaderboard are distinct. Any formidable warrior who ascends the God of War leaderboard will only be matched against veteran players or other champions from different regions. Jiang Ye recalled that the top 5 on the God of War leaderboard maintained a 100 win rate. This implies that their flawless record holds far greater significance than that of ordinary players. However, ascending the God of War leaderboard must surely confer certain benefits, right? Jiang Ye had previously heard from the bald trickster that players on the God of War leaderboard could individually set fees for spectators to observe. Beyond that, there must be additional privileges. Just as he was about to inquire further about the God of War leaderboard, Zhu Jing unexpectedly chimed in, specifically tagging him. Among the daily rewards for the Golden Tier combat machine, there is a quick resolution card, and I am willing to pay 20 million to purchase it. Jiang Ye 20 million. Zhu Jing, stop your nonsense. Just tell me if you're selling it. Where does stop your nonsense originate? Could it be a homophone for flask? I have just perused the exchange list and have yet to comprehend the purpose of the Swift Victory card. Jing asked, Wanxin, could you elucidate this for him? If he can conceive a strategy within 5 hours, he may consult me. Beyond that time frame, I shall have no further interest. Upon hearing this, other players in the group erupted in exclamations of excitement. 5 hours. Could it be that Lin will achieve 100 consecutive victories after this period? Truly deserving of the title Lin. Remarkable. So swift. This is without the utilization of the Swift Victory card. Employing it will only expedite the process. 5 hours is all we need. If Lin can indeed leverage the Swift Victory card, he shall undoubtedly become the first champion of 100 consecutive victories across all regions. Who knows, there might even be a server-wide announcement. It was evident that the players were ablaze with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye calculated the likelihood of achieving 100 consecutive victories within the stipulated 5 hours. He also observed Wanxin explaining the Swift Victory card in the group. For the weaker players, the Swift Victory card is not only ineffective but may also lead to losses. Conversely, for those possessing genuine strength, it is nothing short of a divine artifact. When you utilize the Swift Victory card, it requires you to set a target for the number of matches with a maximum limit of 100. This implies that, should you have yet to engage in any matches, you can instantly secure 100 consecutive victories with the card. Of course, this is contingent upon your capability to achieve such a feat. In the fast-paced match settings established by the Quick Resolution card, players are required to complete the game in one continuous session. During this process, the speed of matchmaking is remarkably swift, and the matching rules differ from the usual circumstances. Under standard conditions, if you wager 100, you are matched only with opponents who bet within the range of 100 to 900. However, with the influence of the Quick Resolution card, you can engage with opponents across all betting ranges. Furthermore, the final stakes are upwardly compatible. For instance, if you wager 100 and encounter a player who has bet 1 million, a victory would grant you the opportunity to claim the entire 1 million from your opponent. Additionally, in typical scenarios, if your combat power is 50, you can only match with players possessing the same strength. Yet, under the auspices of the Quick Resolution card, you are able to compete against players of any power level. It is important to note that during actual combat, the stronger side's power will be suppressed to match the weaker side's level. For instance, if you possess a power level of 50 and are matched with a formidable opponent boasting a power of 500, the system will weaken the attributes and skills of the stronger player, adjusting their effective power to 50, allowing for an equitable confrontation. In summary, the Quick Resolution card enables players to match with opponents without any restrictions, facilitating rapid matchmaking from the entire player pool. Moreover, the Quick Resolution card also possesses additional effects. In matches set by this card, losing even once will result in exiting the Quick Resolution state. Furthermore, the winnings from your first match will automatically be converted into your wager for the subsequent match. For instance, if you place a wager of 100 in your first game and triumph with 1 million, your subsequent wager automatically escalates to 100. This pattern continues. The more victories you achieve, the greater your accumulated stakes become. However, should you fail in any match without successfully completing the rapid resolution effect, all your previous efforts would amount to nothing, leaving you with no earnings whatsoever. Only by successfully navigating through all rounds of rapid resolution can one claim the entirety of the stakes from every match. How astonishing! It dawned on me that this card's effect is indeed reserved for the audacious, for only those who conquer all rounds of rapid resolution can genuinely reap its benefits. Otherwise, A single loss during the process renders all prior victories futile, and the rapid resolution card becomes utterly wasted. This card, which only the bold dare to wield, signifies that Jiang Ye is willing to invest 20 million to acquire it, showcasing his confidence in his own prowess. Jiang Ye instinctively hesitated to part with this card, as he secretly harbored ambitions of achieving 100 consecutive victories even before Jiang Ye. Selling the card to Jiang Ye would merely serve to enhance his rival's fortunes. Although Jiang Ye expressed admiration for him and did not impose any difficulties later on, Jiang Ye felt no gratitude and was reluctant to grant Jiang Ye such a favor. However, after absorbing the description of the rapid resolution card's effect, a new and audacious idea took root in Jiang Ye's mind. First and foremost, the effect of rapid resolution entails a server-wide matchmaking system. This implies that, under normal circumstances, Jiang Ye's combat strength would never align with Jiang Ye's. Yet, under the auspices of the rapid resolution card, such a match becomes entirely feasible. Then, the jackpot of the rapid resolution will continue to accumulate. In other words, if someone, just as another is on the verge of completing their rapid resolution, suddenly defeats the player utilizing the rapid resolution card, they could claim the entirety of the grand prize. It is akin to, while others toil diligently through their rapid resolutions, the cunning one seizes the moment at the last minute, snatching away all the fruits of their labor. How infuriating! Such treachery is disdainful to Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye said, "You know, that's rather outrageous." Jiang Ye continued, "Firstly, concerning the price, 20 million is insufficient. We must increase the amount." Jing Kuang responded, "Considering you agreed so readily, the maximum I can offer is 30 million, not a cent more." Jiang Ye replied, "All right, then 30 million it is. My second condition is that I wish to observe your rapid resolution, to familiarize myself with the circumstances in preparation for my own use of the rapid resolution card tomorrow." This request was not unreasonable. Thus, Jing Kuang agreed, "That's acceptable, but you shall bear the cost of your audience." At this moment, he contemplated that having an audience during the rapid resolution could be advantageous. Given his reputation, coupled with the likelihood of being the first to employ the rapid resolution card, if he set the audience fee a bit higher, it could indeed yield a substantial profit. Moreover, I need to personally verify the efficacy of the rapid resolution card to ensure that one Xin has not deceived me. You may prepare for the transaction on your end. In approximately 5 minutes, once I confirm the rapid resolution card's effectiveness, we can arrange the deal. Jing Kuang replied, "Understood." His agreement was quite straightforward. Jiang Ye calculated that with 30 million, he could acquire 6 attribute fruits of silver quality, 3 for physical strength and 3 for energy. At that point, the attributes of his third avatar would be entirely maximized. As for the golden quality attribute fruits, he had no means of obtaining them at the moment, so he dismissed the thought. However, another concern arose: the blood mist space. The increasing number of fissures in the ground left his third avatar with fewer and fewer safe footholds. It felt as though one misstep could plunge him into an abyss of unfathomable depth. His mind was taut with tension, and he dared not err even slightly. Yet, as the twisted treant was completely vanquished, a sudden chill surged forth from the depths of the fissures. This was not the cold associated with ice attributes, but rather a chilling, sinister cold of the dark element. The ice affinity of the third avatar normally rendered him somewhat fond of the cold. However, at this moment, he felt an unsettling shiver creep down his spine. Fortunately, the ground ceased to tremble. He stood rigidly between 2 fissures, but soon he beheld a ghostly, ash-gray mist-like entity emerging from the crack, accompanied by that bone-chilling cold. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ice domain and ice mist assault, but to his astonishment, these attacks had no effect on the mist-like creature whatsoever. Even the ghostly ring blade struck out, only to seem as if it had collided with air, causing no harm to the misty being. At that moment, Jiang Ye's nerves were on high alert. Meanwhile, in room 2064, the woman in white, leisurely watching television, suddenly remarked, "Oh, this fellow has gotten entangled with something sinister?" Just as she spoke, she witnessed the mist-like entity abruptly surge forth, entering Jiang Ye's body in a sudden rush. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Ye felt as though he were besieged by an intensified icy mist. A sensation enveloped him, as if his very insides were on the verge of dissolving. It seemed that even his consciousness was at risk of being consumed by this chilling fog. Chapter 65, The Uncontrolled Avatar. This sensation was profoundly eerie. More critically, even the consciousness of Jiang Ye's original self experienced a wave of disorientation. He sensed that the connection between his third avatar and his original self was on the brink of severance. This situation was exceedingly dire. The pivotal concern was that he had invested a considerable amount into the third avatar. Should anything untoward occur, it would result in a devastating loss. Without hesitation, Jiang Ye attempted a maneuver. He endeavored to exchange the mirrored avatar produced by his second avatar with the third avatar. Logically, if the mirrored avatar could undergo fusion, it should also be capable of exchange. Indeed, a tremor coursed through Jiang Ye's vision. The consciousness of the third avatar gradually sharpened. Before him, the bizarre realm, once shrouded in blood mist and fissured ground, transformed into the familiar visage of an apartment in 2025. The discomfort of invasion had dissipated entirely. Therefore, it had truly succeeded. A flicker of exhilaration flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. This indicated that the replication mirror of the avatar had become even more formidable. Subsequently, he directed the mirrored avatar to sacrifice itself for the third avatar, just as the mirrored avatar bore the brunt of the ghostly mist threat for the third avatar. All he needed to do was eliminate the mirrored avatar to conclude this ordeal, or simply await its demise. The recently created mirrored avatar was crafted from the second avatar, which had yet to consume any attribute fruit, rendering it significantly weaker than the third avatar. In such circumstances, the mirror clone should soon meet its natural demise. However, Jiang Ye couldn't shake the feeling that the ghostly mist emanating from that gaping abyss below exuded an inexplicable eeriness. Thus, he resolved not to await the inevitable dissolution of the mirror clone, but to take immediate action to eliminate it. The process of eradicating the mirror clone was rather straightforward. When Jiang Ye employed the clone reproduction mirror to create a mirror clone, the clone would emerge from the mirror, leaving a hazy silhouette lingering upon the surface of the mirror. It was precisely due to the presence of this indistinct figure that the clone reproduction mirror could not be utilized twice simultaneously. Only one mirror clone could exist at any given time. To forge a new clone, the hazy silhouette must be erased. However, upon erasing this silhouette, the previously created mirror clone would be simultaneously obliterated. This constituted the method for eliminating a mirror clone, an operation that was exceedingly simple. Yet this time, when Jiang Ye attempted to wipe away the hazy silhouette on the reproduction mirror, he astonishingly failed. Previously, the indistinct figure had been easily erased, but at this moment, it seemed as if it were welded to the mirror, utterly impossible to remove. What on earth? An unsettling premonition surged within Jiang Ye's heart. He couldn't help but question whether the mirror clone, invaded by the ghostly mist within that blood-soaked space, might indeed be incapable of perishing naturally. Thus, if the mirror clone could neither be eradicated nor succumb to natural demise, did it not imply that some form of human intervention was required to facilitate its death? Otherwise, if it were to persist, Jiang Ye's clone reproduction mirror would become utterly useless. A chill coursed through Jiang Ye's being. Simultaneously, there lingered a faint hope. What if, in the not-so-distant future, that uncontrollable mirror doppelganger perished within the blood mist realm? Should it meet its demise, the replication mirror could once again be employed. The blood mist realm is perilously treacherous. Surely, the mirror doppelganger would succumb easily. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Ye, within the confines of apartment 2064, the woman clad in white sat before the television, utterly astounded. Initially, she observed as the young man on the screen was invaded by the soul-eroding phantom, presuming he was about to lose a doppelganger without cause. As the scene unfolded, it became evident that he was indeed prepared to relinquish that doppelganger. The doppelganger exhibited nearly no resistance, rather accepting the incursion of the phantom with an unsettling calm. Rather than merely accepting, it appeared to revel in it. Witnessing that moment, the woman in white was enveloped by an indescribable sense of strangeness. Generally, a doppelganger is merely a fragment, devoid of a complete soul. Thus, when a doppelganger is invaded by the soul-eroding phantom, the likelihood leans towards its annihilation rather than the soul's death while the body is transformed into a monster, as is the case with living beings. Yet, Jiang Ye's doppelganger was evidently unlike the typical scenario. Astonishingly, it exhibited no signs of impending annihilation. On the contrary, what left the woman in white dumbfounded was that the doppelganger, initially with eyes closed in serene acceptance of the phantom's invasion, suddenly opened its eyes. The irises were an unsettlingly deep black, resembling two black holes. Its facial expression was rigid, yet bore an eerie smile. Subsequently, it slowly extended its arms. From the depths of the abyss, the soul-eroding phantom surged forth as if summoned by an unseen force. Even those phantoms that had emerged earlier hastened to merge into that entity. The avatar opened its arms and closed its eyes, seemingly relishing the intoxicating sensation of being invaded by myriad phantoms. This scene sent shivers down the spine of the woman in white. She was utterly bewildered by the antics of that young man. To her, the situation appeared to be spiraling out of control. Restlessly perched on the sofa, she suddenly flickered and, with a swift motion, seemed to plunge into the television. However, the next moment found her not in the blood-mist realm, but rather in a foreboding forest. She maneuvered gracefully, quickly zeroing in on a blood-stained bedsheet hanging from a gnarled tree. With a mere lift of her hand, she conjured a swirling dark red flame, setting the sheet ablaze. Yet, an unsettling premonition lingered in her heart, as if something had already slipped from her grasp. Nevertheless, once the sheet was entirely consumed by flames, nothing untoward transpired. Frowning, the woman in white flickered away once more, vanishing from the ominous woods. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye exchanged the second and first avatars once again, confirming that Xin had spoken the truth before he extracted the rapid resolution card. He then posed a question in the group chat. By the way, if the survival point item malfunctions, can I seek repairs from the shadow in the corridor? The instant this was uttered, an eerie silence enveloped the chat. Your survival point item is malfunctioning? Jiang Ye replied, it's not exactly a malfunction, just a minor issue. Xin, with a nonchalant expression, remarked, oh, just a minor issue. However, I can't help but wonder if that malfunctioning survival point item of yours was pilfered from those cross-apartment players? Jiang Ye replied, is there a problem? At this moment, various other players expressed their incredulity through ellipses, seemingly conveying their speechlessness. Well, considering you're a novice, it's quite understandable that you lack knowledge, Xin continued. In light of your willingness to offer a swift resolution card, allow me to elaborate further. Typically, survival point items are bound to their owners. This implies that such an item cannot be acquired through theft. If you indeed manage to seize one, there are likely two scenarios. Either that cross-apartment player deceived you, and what you obtained was not a survival point item, or it was a type of survival point item that cannot recognize its owner. Jiang Ye appeared somewhat astonished and was about to inquire further when Xin thoughtfully provided additional analysis. If it is not a survival point item, but rather misidentified as one, it may very well be an NPC item. The cross-apartment player you eliminated might have been involved in an NPC quest. Xin continued, moreover, there are indeed numerous survival point items that do not recognize their owners, but typically, players seldom opt to exchange for items that cannot be claimed. Do you have any inkling of how many survival points that cross-apartment player expended to acquire that item? Xin immediately deduced. If it was over 100 survival points and still did not recognize its owner, there is only one plausible explanation. It is a defective item. The player from the apartment may have exchanged a survival point item imbued with remnants or curses from the apartment merchant. My goodness, this suggests that the replication mirror is indeed quite extraordinary. Jiang Ye recalled the words of Huang Qi, realizing that the replication mirror must have been acquired from the apartment merchant. Huang Qi had boasted about his replication mirror with such pride. It seemed unlikely he was deceiving him. What he concealed was that his replication mirror, categorized among survival point items, was exceptionally unique. Moreover, Huang Qi had mentioned that this replication mirror possessed singularity. Consequently, Jiang Ye hastily inquired, do all survival point items possess singularity? It dawned upon him that the replication mirror, which had created a bug for him, was likely no ordinary object. The mirror image that spiraled out of control within the blood mist space could very well bring him significant trouble. Jiang Ye, who abhorred complications, was nonetheless reluctant to part with such an extraordinary item. Thus, he needed to devise a solution for this impending dilemma. Simultaneously, he understood the adage about possessing something valuable and incurring blame. With that thought, he deftly shifted the conversation, stating, my quick resolution card is ready. Jingquang. When shall we trade? Meanwhile, on his original side, he was persistently attempting to eliminate the indistinct figure on the replication mirror. During this process, whether due to friction generating heat or some other principle, he felt a warmth in his palm. Soon after, the hazy, mist-like figure in the mirror began to manifest with increasing clarity. Ultimately, it transformed into a bright silver surface of a new mirror. Only the fringes of the human silhouette remained, still bearing faint traces. If the previous indistinct figure resembled a solid form sketched with a pencil at this moment, the solid had transformed into a hollow outline. The silhouette was reduced to a mere ring of lines. Jiang Ye was perplexed by the situation and attempted to erase the outermost lines. At that moment, he felt as if those lines were etched upon the mirror of duplication. When he touched them with his finger, he could surprisingly feel a slight elevation. His heart was filled with uncertainty. He then recalled that previously, the mirror of duplication was inoperative due to the indistinct figure occupying it, preventing the reflection of any other forms. However, now that the solid, indistinct figure had been reduced to mere lines, might it be possible to use it again? Thus, Jiang Ye assigned the least capable clone number 4, to display itself in front of the mirror for 30 seconds. Subsequently, it successfully replicated. It appeared as though the uncontrollable mirrored clone had indeed perished. The clone replication mirror returned to normal, yet the lines of the human figure etched upon it continued to weigh on Jiang Ye's mind. Moreover, he felt an unsettling aura emanating from the newly created clone number 4. He attempted to merge clone number 4 with clone number 3. The sensation remained consistent, and everything seemed to be in order. Afterward, he separated the clones and tried to erase the indistinct figure from the clone replication mirror. This too was successful. No further issues arose. Meanwhile, at apartment 9999, shortly after Jiang Ye submitted his transaction request, a knock echoed through the apartment room. Almost simultaneously, a knock was heard at the room of his original self. As the knocking echoed from apartment 9999, he recognized it was Jiang Ye arriving for their transaction. Thus he remained unperturbed. Jiang Ye glanced at the chat group, noting its eerie silence, devoid of any messages. He pondered the fate of Xing Man, who had gone to rescue by Ruo Wan. Uncertain of the circumstances surrounding her, he had stationed his 4th clone, ready for sacrifice, to peer through the peephole, only to discover that the corridor was utterly vacant. Just as he was taken aback, a familiar voice suddenly emanated from the television screen in the living room. "Stop looking outside the door. I won't be traversing the apartment corridor." It was the voice of the woman in white. Coming from the television? What the hell? Could it be that this individual intended to emerge from his television? It was one thing for players to intrude upon another's apartment, but how could NPC residents also breach the sanctity of his space? Was there truly no safe haven within this novice apartment? As Jiang Ye grappled with his growing trepidation, the voice of the woman in white lazily continued. "You have 30 seconds to prepare. After 30 seconds, I shall enter. If you behold anything you ought not to, do not blame me for the consequences." What the actual hell? This woman in white was surprisingly considerate. Little did he know that she was already aware of his clones. His main body, along with the 3rd and 4th clones in the clone replication mirror, swiftly retreated into a secluded room, leaving the 1st clone in the living room, poised for the impending invasion. Simultaneously, he utilized the 3rd clone to create a mirror image, preparing to assist the 1st or 2nd clones at a moment's notice. At the 2nd avatar's location, it was Wang Qingjin who knocked at the door, assisting Zhu Jing with the transaction of the rapid deal card. The entire trading process unfolded without any complications. One rapid deal card was exchanged for 30 million game coins and the right to observe Zhu Jing's duel. Regarding the observation, Jiang Ye had anticipated that a contract would be signed. However, he was merely provided with the seating number for the rapid deal duel, leaving him to find his own way to spectate. Yet, a verbal agreement is often subject to change. Wang Qingjin, perceiving Jiang Ye's thoughts, chuckled. If Lin Shen truly intended to go back on his word, wouldn't it be far simpler to snatch your rapid deal card instead? Yet, in reality, he has neither taken your rapid deal card nor coveted the golden tier duel machine. How can you still doubt him? Chapter 66. Testing luck. I believe him. Not at all. Thus, Jiang Ye refrained from further debate with Wang Qingjin. Utilizing the shared space of the avatar, he allowed the 3rd avatar, which was alongside the main body, to consume all 6 silver attribute fruits in one go. Consequently, the 3rd avatar had now fully consumed attribute fruits from the black iron to silver levels. The attributes of the 3rd avatar underwent a remarkable transformation. Jiang Ye. Level 3. Physical strength, 28. 3. Energetic capacity, 29. 7. Combat power, 249. At this point, the physical strength and energetic capacity of the 3rd avatar had increased by 22. 5 points compared to its initial creation. Among this, consuming the attribute fruits contributed 19. 5 points, while leveling up to level 3 added 3 points. Presently, the combat power of the 3rd avatar surged to an impressive 249. The distance to the imagined battle power of 500 seems to be merely half a step away. Yet, within Jiang Ye's heart, there resides no overwhelming joy. This is because the attributes of his third clone have already been fully nourished by the attribute fruit. Any further enhancement appears to hinge solely upon leveling up. However, each level gained only contributes a solitary point to the attributes. By this calculation, when the third clone reaches level 10, its battle power should barely exceed 300. Achieving 500 seems utterly unattainable, unless he could acquire a golden grade attribute fruit, or perhaps discover alternative methods to enhance his attributes. As Jiang Ye's main body frets over the cultivation of the third clone, he simultaneously harbors concerns for the safety of the first clone. At that moment, 30 seconds elapsed. Indeed, the figure of the woman in white emerged from the screen of his apartment's television. The first clone instantly tensed up. The woman in white flicked her hair. Her expression serene, yet her gaze subtly scanned the apartment, ultimately resting upon Jiang Ye seated on the sofa. In a swift motion, she joined him on the sofa and spoke, "Little ghost, it seems you have come into contact with something foul." "What?" Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback. The woman in white tilted her head slightly. Her eyes narrowed as she regarded him askance. "Surely you cannot be so dull as to feel nothing? Show it to me." "Show what?" "Something foul." Jiang Ye's mind immediately conjured the image of the anomalous clone replica mirror. Yet, that mirror was too perfectly aligned with his infinite cloning talent. He was loath to risk the mirror attracting unwanted attention. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ye retrieved from the shared space the wooden ornament depicting two infants sleeping in an embrace, which even his D-grade probing technique had failed to unveil. The ornament appeared rather peculiar. It was suggested to be an object of malevolent nature, which might indeed be the case. "Is this it?" he tentatively inquired of the woman in white. She cast a swift glance at the ornament, her expression one of astonishment. "Where did you acquire this item?" Jiang Ye hesitated momentarily, but ultimately responded truthfully. "I obtained it from a player of the cross-apartment variety. Is it truly an object of malevolence?" "Cross-apartment. Player. Acquired?" The woman in white seemed rather taken aback by the combination of these three terms and blurted out, "Did you eliminate that individual?" "Huh?" Jiang Ye found it rather odd that she referred to the cross-apartment player in such a manner. He recalled an episode from Detective Conan, where Conan deduced the suspect's acquaintance with a beast through similar terminology. Thus, could it be inferred that the woman in white was familiar with Huang Qi? Yet, given Huang Qi's disposition, how could he possibly know her? Moreover, if familiarity were the case, why did she not immediately mention Huang Qi's name? An inexplicable sense of strangeness enveloped Jiang Ye. He, being rather straightforward, directly asked the woman in white, "Do you know that individual?" Her demeanor was evidently unusual. She slightly furrowed her brow and promptly shook her head. "No, I do not know him." Her response was unequivocal, sounding far from deceptive. "So, she is unfamiliar with Huang Qi, yet knows the owner of the wooden ornament?" Jiang Ye pondered, feeling an unsettling peculiarity about the woman in white. The white-clad woman regarded him with a strangely intricate gaze, seemingly finding him peculiar as well. Jiang Ye swallowed, poised to inquire further, but the woman interjected. "Have you ever employed any implements of fortune?" Jiang Ye hesitated before replying in the affirmative. "You didn't discard them after use, did you?" She pressed. "No," he responded. "Show them to me," she commanded. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ye produced the lucky lantern, his earliest acquisition, which was incapable of being recharged. The woman cast a cursory glance at it and then directed, "Let a drop of your blood fall upon it." "Ah?" Jiang Ye responded, visibly hesitant and reluctant. The white-clad woman rolled her eyes at him. "Rest assured, it's merely to observe your luck," she said. "Blood can reveal one's fortune when dripped on a lucky charm." Jiang Ye mused skeptically. Ultimately, however, he acquiesced, drawing blood from his fingertip and allowing it to fall upon the defunct lucky lantern. Simultaneously, he pondered, might fortune differ among different incarnations? Can the fortune of this first incarnation represent that of his true self? If his luck is exceptionally heaven-defying, could he, like the raven, use blood to imbue lucky charms with energy? Perhaps it's worth a try. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a sharp crack echoed. A fissure abruptly appeared on the lucky lantern, now stained with a droplet of his blood. Immediately, the blood seeped into the crack, causing the entire lantern to shatter even more violently, disintegrating into fragments within moments. "Oh." Jiang Ye stood there, utterly dumbfounded. After a long pause, he turned to the white-clad woman, only to find her equally stunned. Moreover, he appeared to be even more foolish. He inquired, as if seeking confirmation, "What about my luck? How is it?" His gaze towards him grew increasingly intricate, causing Jiang Ye's scalp to tingle. He could not help but entertain a more favorable notion. Could it be that I possess an extraordinary fortune, akin to the legendary Child of Destiny, the Chosen One? The woman in white maintained her complex expression, her lips twitching slightly. After a considerable pause, she seemed to regain her composure and remarked, "You are a clone, correct?" Jiang Ye was taken aback, yet not entirely surprised. After all, he had exposed his identity as Jiang Ye upon arriving at the 9999 apartment with his bald appearance. The woman in white had also visited the 9999 apartment and had assigned Jiang Ye, in his bald form, an SSS-level confidential task. Thus, it was only natural that she could deduce that the bald figure was a clone of Jiang Ye. However, she likely remained unaware of the absurdity of his X-grade infinite cloning talent. Jiang Ye remained vigilant in his thoughts. The woman in white, seemingly unfazed by the clone matter, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and cautioned him, "I advise you to refrain from using any luck-related items in the future." Huh? Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Why? Because it will lead to misfortune. Her gaze towards him remained intricate. As she spoke, she reached out her hand, her expression devoid of emotion, and instructed, "Hand over your work badge." What? Jiang Ye was momentarily stunned, but then produced the janitor's badge from clone number 1. The woman in white deftly took the badge and began to manipulate it. Concurrently, a notification echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. Ding. Your cleaning task at apartment 2064 has been confirmed as completed. You have received a service fee of 6,000. Ding. Your cleaning task at apartment 2064 has garnered a 5-star review. You have earned 10 badge points. Wait, has his cleaning job been settled? Suddenly, a woman in white rushed over. Could she be here specifically to settle his wages? While pondering this, she tossed his badge back to him and appeared ready to leave. Jiang Ye was utterly bewildered and quickly called out, "Hey, wait. So, is this wooden ornament of mine considered a dirty item?" The woman in white paused, glanced at him, and nodded, "Yes, but it is not as dirty as you." "What? Not as dirty as me? So, am I the dirty item? Dirtier than this wooden ornament?" Jiang Ye was taken aback. So, the blood test he just took did not reveal the child of fortune, but rather the ultimate unlucky one? Was the woman in white settling his wages and preparing to leave because she feared being contaminated by a dirty item? Is it truly that terrifying? Various thoughts raced through Jiang Ye's mind. Simultaneously, as he gazed at the woman's vanishing figure, he hastily posed a question that had long puzzled him. Wait. Then why did you hire a cleaner to assist? Did you prepare this task from the very beginning? She shook her head and replied, "No. I never had the thought of preparing a task from the outset. The reason for hiring a cleaner was that the game had just begun." As the words "the game has just begun" were spoken, the figure of the woman in white vanished simultaneously. Thus, those 6 words seemed to seep out from the emptiness of the room's air. The first avatar, Jiang Ye, stood beside the sofa in the living room of the apartment. His expression tinged with confusion. What did it mean that the game had just commenced? Did it imply that the NPC residents of the novice apartment appeared at the same moment as the players? Would they, like the players, have heard various versions of announcements in their minds, thereby engaging in different iterations of the game? And what of Huang Qi, who was across the apartments? Did he have any acquaintance with the woman in white? A vague sense of foreboding stirred within Jiang Ye. This unknown feeling was particularly unsettling, and he yearned to clarify the situation swiftly. Thus, within the confines of apartment 9999, the second avatar of Jiang Ye seized the opportunity to inquire in the group chat. If any of you have played the game, do you know whether the NPC residents of the apartment harbor any secrets? At that moment, players still ranked beyond the top 100 were idly chatting in the group. What secrets could there be? The NPC residents are simply designed to facilitate players' tasks initially. It is only in the last 2 or 3 days of the novice apartment that they might take action against players. However, by that time, veteran players will likely intervene to resolve any crises caused by the NPCs. New players, having grown, may still hope to cling to the coattails of experienced players to survive. It appeared that the NPC residents of the novice apartment existed solely to serve the game's mechanics. However, a rather reticent figure from the leaderboard, Kupong, suddenly inquired of him. Jiang Ye responded, "What prompted this sudden question? Have you made some discovery?" After some contemplation, Jiang Ye chose not to elaborate further, replying, "It's nothing much, just recently accepted an NPC quest and felt a bit overwhelmed." He assumed that this would conclude the conversation, but unexpectedly, Kupong persisted with his inquiry. "Can you describe the physical characteristics of the player you eliminated from the neighboring apartment?" Jiang Ye found the question peculiar. What purpose could such a description serve? Kupeng added, "It's nothing. I merely wish to confirm. Hopefully, it isn't someone I know. Someone he knows?" Had it not been for his earlier conversation with the woman in white, Jiang Ye would have dismissed this as mere paranoia regarding acquaintances. Yet, he had recently speculated whether the woman in white and Huang Qi were familiar with one another. Now, Kupeng's comment raised his suspicions further regarding the connections among Kupeng, the woman in white, and Huang Qi. This suspicion led Jiang Ye to a significant realization. Is he named Huang Qi, someone you are acquainted with? Kupeng continued to probe. Does he possess any specific traits? How strange. It seemed he was unconcerned with names, only with characteristics. The woman in white also refrained from addressing Huang Qi directly, referring to him instead as that guy. At that moment, an audacious thought suddenly blossomed in Jiang Ye's mind. The individual crossing the apartment, Huang Qi, could it be that he is no longer the authentic Huang Qi? One cannot help but wonder if he has been tainted by something truly vile. He possesses a slender physique, adorned with a tattoo on his forehead, seemingly to conceal a scar. He awaited to see if Kupeng would pose any further inquiries. Nothing to worry about. He is not someone I am acquainted with. Yet, a lingering sense of unease persisted within Jiang Ye. Just then, the group chat suddenly erupted with activity. The fervor surrounding his question was swiftly overshadowed by Lin Shen's decisive introduction of a new topic. Jiang Ye could only suppress his puzzlement and hurriedly logged into the Golden Tier combat machine. He initially directed his attention toward the eastern wall. Once again confronted with the mode selection. 1. Beginner mode, game currency. 2. Standard mode, combat points. 3. Survival mode, survival points. It is evident from this mode selection that the three options are categorized according to the type of currency wagered during combat. Jiang Ye clicked on options 2 and 3, respectively, only to be met with notifications indicating that he did not meet the requirement of 10 consecutive victories, rendering those modes inaccessible. No wonder he had been mocked for boasting a mere 4 consecutive victories when questioned about his record. It was deemed trivial in the context of life and death battles. It was revealed that 4 consecutive victories did not meet the criteria for such confrontations. The subsequent request for him to achieve 10 consecutive victories was based on the fact that this milestone was a prerequisite for unlocking the other 2 combat modes. Since he did not fulfill the requirements, Jiang Ye felt no distress and opted for 1. Beginner mode. Chapter 67. The most powerful is the filth. Jiang Ye had initially presumed that the battles in the novice mode would mirror his previous experiences with the combat machine. He envisioned himself finding a seat in the second-floor hall, engaging in either combat or observational activities from there. However, the private version of the golden-level combat machine clearly offered a VIP experience. He was not ushered into an environment reminiscent of a hall. Instead, he found himself in an opulent private box. Here, he could choose to enter either the first or second floor hall to seek public seating for his activities, or remain in the luxurious box to engage in battles or observations. Without hesitation, Jiang Ye promptly selected to search for the combat arena numbered 18 and opted to observe. To his astonishment, he was notified that this observation would cost him 10,000 game coins. This meant that the observation fee set by Guijing was an astonishing 10,000. Essentially, every 10 spectators would yield him 1,000 coins, with 1,000 spectators. That would amount to a staggering 1 million. The observation fee alone surpassed the rewards he earned from his arduous match against Jiang Ye, where the combined stakes and observation fees were lesser. Moreover, the actual observation fee for the match with Jiang Ye was only 60,000. The disparity between the champions of the War God rankings and ordinary players was indeed vast. However, a 10,000 coin observation fee would undoubtedly pose a challenge for many ordinary players. Thus, even with the popularity of the War God rankings, the actual number of observers that Guijing could attract might not reach 1,000. Nevertheless, those fortunate enough to secure a seat in his observation area were likely not to be underestimated. Jiang Ye found himself with merely 20,000 game coins remaining. After a moment's hesitation, he paid a hefty spectator fee of 10,000 and entered the audience stands of Arena 18. This particular arena appeared markedly different from those utilized by ordinary players. Not only did it boast a more expansive area, but it also featured a colossal electronic screen that displayed pivotal moments of the match in real time, allowing the audience a clearer view of the action. Furthermore, the entire arena exuded an extravagant aura. The dark-hued floor, composed of an unknown material, was adorned with dark silver patterns that elegantly inscribed the words God of War. The bold typography radiated an air of authority, imbuing the entire arena with a sense of grandeur. Additionally, the backs of the spectator seats bore the same formidable characters, enhancing the prestige of the God of War leaderboard. Upon entering the stands, Jiang Ye initially felt a pang of regret over the 10,000 he had spent, but the ambience swiftly made him forget his concerns. Instead, a surge of noble aspiration welled within him. A true man should strive to become a top-tier warrior, basking in the privileges and honors that accompany such a status. It was no wonder that many were captivated by power. Previously, Jiang Ye considered himself indifferent to fame and fortune, yet he now realized it was not indifference, but rather a lack of exposure to the world and the benefits of authority. Clearly, among the spectators surrounding him, there were others like himself, country bumpkins, who were equally awestruck by the grandeur of the arena, exclaiming in disbelief, "No wonder the spectator fee is so exorbitant." The arena's magnificence and stature are worlds apart from those of ordinary player venues. Truly, the might of the God of War leaderboard is unparalleled. After this match, it is estimated that a casual profit of several tens of millions might be made. Previously, I had no understanding of calligraphy and perceived so-called calligraphers as akin to fraudsters. However, having now personally experienced the profound impact of two characters, I have come to believe that calligraphers may indeed possess remarkable talent. Jiang Ye shares a similar sentiment. Yet, beside the rustic fellow who made this remark, a player clad in a black tactical jacket sat with crossed arms, casting a scornful glance at him, exclaiming, "This is not calligraphy, but rather inscription." The two characters' war god must have been crafted using a unique inscription technique, which stirs emotions and ignites the spirit of battle. Typically, one would feel a sense of embarrassment when faced with such derision. However, the rustic man was rather thick-skinned. Not only did he show no signs of discomfort, but he also brazenly flattered the player in the black jacket, asking, "How do you know so much? You must be a formidable contender on the war god rankings, right? Moreover, your attire resembles that of the esteemed Master Jiao on stage. Could this be the uniform of the war god elite?" Nevertheless, the player in the black jacket merely shot another disdainful glance at the rustic man and redirected his gaze to the arena. His eyes fell upon Master Jiao's opponent, filled with contempt, and he scoffed, "No wonder the audience is sparse. Had I known, I would have waited for a few more matches before coming." Jiang Ye also observed that the audience for Master Jiao's match was indeed limited, appearing to consist of fewer than 100 individuals, with over half of them being players in black jackets. The exact number of these players hailing from apartment 9999 remained uncertain. Jiang Ye observed several familiar faces, including Wan Xin and Wang Qingjin, whom he had encountered previously. After a moment's contemplation, he shifted to the seat beside Wan Xin and inquired with the renowned figure in their community. "I recall there was mention in the group about the strong contenders on the war god rankings being matched with others from different districts. Is it possible that some of the spectators here might also hail from other regions?" Wan Xin cast a glance around, initially shaking his head before nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, there will be spectators from other districts, but not due to the war god rankings. Rather, it is a result of the hidden feature of the Swift Victory card. The Swift Victory card, also known as the Strong One Spectating card, inherently attracts an audience. Since the spectacle is set to unfold, how could there be a lack of viewers? Consequently, upon utilizing this card and granting observation permissions, players from the entire Huaxia district can attend as spectators. Unfortunately, Linshan does not possess a district announcement card. Hence, the news of his Swift Victory has yet to disseminate widely. As it stands, this inaugural match has only attracted a modest crowd. Once the news spreads, subsequent matches should effortlessly draw over 10,000, and even surpassing 100,000 should not pose a challenge. 100,000. Jiang Ye mentally calculated the figures. With 100,000 spectators, each contributing 10,000 in observation fees, the victor would receive 10%. This amounts to 10 million. In other words, 100 million. Astonishment gripped him. 100 million game coins could purchase an astonishing quantity of attribute fruits. He pondered whether his current number of avatars would suffice to indulge in such a bounty. The mere thought elicited an involuntary gulp. His gaze fell upon the ring, focusing on the figure of Ji Jing, who appeared as a steaming delicacy, tantalizing and irresistible. However, Wan Xin displayed a remarkable calmness regarding the 100 million game coins. He even couldn't help but remark, "In truth, game coins are rather inconsequential. The items they can purchase are exceedingly limited. Thus, Lin had long predicted that exchanging one survival point for 100,000 game coins would essentially result in a loss. If one possesses a robust network and can locate formidable players for private exchanges, it might be feasible to achieve a conversion rate of one survival point for 1 million game coins. Moreover, this is merely the rate applicable during the first 3 days for novices. Once those 3 days have elapsed, the exchange rate may become even more outrageous. In fact, as the novice period draws to a close, game coins could very well become akin to ghost money, abundant in quantity yet entirely unwanted. Jiang Ye pondered this and found it to be quite reasonable. After all, the initial announcement had indicated that survival points and survival stones could be taken away, while game coins were restricted to the novice phase. This implies that once the novice period concludes, the betting mode using game coins in his golden level combat machine would likely vanish as well. Just as he was deep in thought, Wan Xin cast a wistful glance in his direction and inquired, "Do you know why even Lin cannot resist coveting your golden level combat machine?" Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. "Besides the swift resolution card, is there another reason?" Wan Xin nodded vigorously. "The other reason is the exchange list. As the novice period comes to an end, players will be unable to take their game coins with them or sell them, leaving them no choice but to exchange them for goods. However, the merchandise within the high-end mall of the apartment is available in limited quantities each day. Particularly, the silver-grade items are subject to stringent purchasing restrictions. Conversely, there are no such limitations for the exchange list of gold-grade combat machines. This implies that, on the final day, it is likely that Lin Shun will have to use game currency to exchange for silver-grade items. Would Jing seek to exchange silver-grade items with him? Jiang Ye pondered this thought, but suddenly inquired, "Once a gold-grade combat machine is bound, is it truly impossible to unbind it?" The question emerged unexpectedly, yet its underlying significance was unmistakable. Nevertheless, 1xin ultimately belonged to Jing's side, even though Jing had publicly expressed admiration for Jiang Ye. Such verbal commendation alone is hardly substantial. One might speculate that Lin Shen could merely be attempting to placate this individual. Thus, 1xin refrained from disclosing the conditions for unbinding, opting instead to state, "The conditions for unbinding a gold-grade combat machine are exceedingly rigorous. Generally speaking, it is virtually impossible to fulfill during the novice period. Therefore, as the novice phase concludes, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to profit handsomely from the gold-grade combat machine." 1xin was uncertain of Jing's true intentions. However, if the aim was indeed to placate Jiang Ye, then such a statement would only serve to further lull him into complacency. Indeed, Jiang Ye found himself momentarily entranced by this notion. He increasingly suspected that Jing, despite appearing righteous, harbored ulterior motives. Perhaps he intended to exploit him when confronting the apartment administrator. As these thoughts lingered, Jing initiated the first round with decisive speed. Above the vast arena, a commanding voice announced, "Match number 18, Speedy Resolution, Round 1, countdown commences. 3, 2, 1. Perhaps it was a hidden effect of the swift resolution. The countdown seemed to progress at an accelerated pace compared to the usual. Jiang Ye contemplated that if the swift resolution did not allow for spectator privileges, it would likely resemble a relentless series of battles, one after another, with scarcely a moment's respite. Such rapid combat would indeed be swift, but the mental strain could easily lead to exhaustion. As the matches progressed, particularly in the later stages, one's condition would likely falter compared to the initial rounds. However, with spectator privileges, not only could one enjoy the spectacle while earning rewards, but each match also allowed for a 3-minute intermission. Thus, each scenario possessed its own merits and drawbacks. Lost in thought, Jiang Ye observed the battle on the stage, which diverged from his expectations. Previously, he had noted the disdainful expression on the black-clad figure as they regarded their opponent, Zhuo Jing. Therefore, he anticipated that Zhuo Jing would swiftly dispatch their adversary, concluding the conflict with remarkable alacrity. To his surprise, Zhuo Jing appeared grave and earnest. As the countdown reached its conclusion, they suddenly positioned their right hand in front of them, and in an instant, a long, jet-black blade materialized in their palm. Indeed, it was a blade. Thus, Zhuo Jing's talent did not lie in the mastery of swords, but rather in the proficiency with knives. While musing on this revelation, Jiang Ye noticed ominous red dots appearing along the dark blade's surface. He initially wondered why Zhuo Jing's opponent stood motionless, seemingly bewildered. However, he soon discerned that the red dots on Zhuo Jing's ominous blade were not mere points. They resembled bloodthirsty eyes. Indeed, he could not be mistaken. He beheld the swiftly spreading crimson eyes upon the blade, blinking rhythmically. Such a scene, even as an observer, felt utterly bizarre. One could scarcely imagine what the opponent of Zhuo Jing was enduring at this very moment. Before him stood a motionless figure, eyes wide with terror, transformed into blood-red orbs upon the obsidian weapon. Suddenly, with a resounding bang akin to an explosion of juice, the two sanguine eyeballs erupted. A chorus of frightened screams erupted from the audience, the rural folk utterly horrified. Yet, on the stage, Zhuo Jing's adversary emitted no cries of anguish. Instead, he resembled a marionette, his face contorted in a grotesque shade of red, staring blankly from his hollow eye sockets. Abruptly, he grinned, releasing an eerie chuckle. Even more absurdly, his laughter was not directed at his opponent, Zhuo Jing, but towards the spectators. It was as if, despite being a duel between two, the stage now belonged solely to Zhuo Jing. What should have been his opponent had morphed into a mere puppet, showcasing the victory of this contest to the audience. The spectacle left many viewers with a sense of dread, their scalps prickling. Some were so terrified that they could not even scream. Ultimately, after sufficient grinning, the figure on stage bowed to the audience and then struck his own forehead with a palm. Thus, the first round concluded swiftly. The victor was none other than the swift and decisive Zhuo Jing. The atmosphere was chilling and exhilarating. Following the conclusion of the battle, the audience did not immediately disperse. Jiang Ye, too, remained seated. This, Zhuo Jing's combat style is rather unique, isn't it? Wan Xin appeared unfazed, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at him. Are you implying that it is sinister? Jiang Ye fell silent. Wan Xin chuckled softly and remarked, what you may not realize is that there is a saying circulating about doomsday apartment. The more sinister something is, the more exceptionally powerful it becomes. Much like the many literary works that proclaim evil cannot triumph over good, those are mere deceptions. Here, the conflict between evil and good is nothing short of a dimensional obliteration. In that moment, Jiang Ye was reminded of the recent conversation with the woman in white, who had mentioned that woodworking ornaments were indeed tainted objects. Yet, they were not as vile as he was. If that were the case, her words were not a denouncement, but rather a compliment. It was no wonder that the seemingly sinister woman in white was so formidable. From this perspective, Jiang Ye even began to feel that his doppelganger, the replica mirror, was not so eerie after all. In fact, it was rather warm and endearing. However, just as the second doppelganger was preparing to allow Zhu Jingfei some time while he went to secure a 5-game winning streak, a sudden announcement echoed throughout the 1010 apartment.